Chu Qin, a seasoned otaku, harbors a profound passion for the animated series Dou Continent. By a twist of fate, he finds himself transported to this very world, awakening the goddess system within him. Chapter 1. Crossing into Dou Continent. The Awakening of the Goddess System. Xiao Wu, Tang San, could you refrain from interrupting us? I belong to Chu Qin. Ning Rongrong. Am I really that diminutive? Zhu Zhuqing. Even if I leave Shrek Academy, I could never fall in love with Chu Qin. Chu Qin, Zhu Qing, could you please stop clinging to me? Bibi Dong. So I was deceived. Qian Renxue is not my daughter. Qian Renxue. Even adorned in a dragon robe, I am not as captivating as the affection in your eyes. Chu Qin. Hulaina. I am but your very own little fox. Tang Hao. On the television screen, the scenes of Dou Continent unfold. Bibi Dong reveals her soul ring, colliding with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer in a moment of fierce impact. Not only does Bibi Dong possess breathtaking beauty, but her figure is also exquisitely proportioned, complemented by an air of regal superiority and formidable prowess. In this instant, anyone would be utterly captivated by her visage. Chu Qin is no exception. Bibi Dong possesses a unique allure. Who, after all, conceived the idea of anime beauties? Each one embodies a perfection unattainable by real-life women, existing solely for distant admiration. Sigh, if only I could visit Dou Continent, Chu Qin lamented, I would surely charm each of these stunning women, one by one. Despite being an avid otaku, Chu Qin is undeniably handsome. At 16, standing at a height of 188 meters, he boasts striking features, a sharp nose, and large, expressive double-fold eyelids, with a hairstyle that is stylish yet slightly rebellious. He is, without a doubt, the idol of countless young girls. Throughout his life, he has been pursued by numerous admirers. Ding! You are about to cross into Dou Continent. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Huh? What does that sound? Before Chu Qin could comprehend the situation, the surroundings dissolved entirely, and he found himself amidst a vast forest. I must be dreaming. Gazing at the absence of his computer, phone, and the large apartment he once inhabited, Chu Qin surveyed his new environment with trepidation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for crossing into Dou Continent. The mechanical voice resonated once more in his mind. Who are you? Chu Qin exclaimed, astonished. I am the goddess system. The voice replied. System? Dou Continent? Could it be that I have truly traversed dimensions? Chu Qin mused, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. A dedicated otaku, he had perused countless novels about dimension-crossing adventures. Yet, he never could have fathomed that he would be the one to embark on such a journey. You mentioned you are the goddess system? Chu Qin inquired cautiously. What is your purpose? By completing designated tasks, you will gain corresponding Shrank goddess favorability and system rewards. The goddess system explained. Among the Shrank goddesses of the Dou Continent are Bibi Dong, Gu Yuna, Hulaina, Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yuehua, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Poseidon, Meng Iran, Dugian, Zhu Yun, Huwu, Yulingling, Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Ziji, by Ji, Shueku, by Qinxiang. For instance, the first task is issued. Defeat Tang San to gain Xiao Wu's favorability of 100%. Reward. One-time use card for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. 1 Soul Power Inner Pill. Inner Pill of Soul Power? Chu Qin gasped with delight. Host, shouldn't you be more excited about Xiao Wu's 100% favorability? The system pointedly remarked. Indeed, Chu Qin smirked slightly. System, if I understand correctly, you mean for me to continuously pursue women, establish a harem, and concurrently enhance my soul power, correct? Chu Qin replied astutely. Precisely. The system affirmed. Now, may I ask if you wish to bind the goddess system? Bind. Absolutely. Chu Qin responded eagerly. Pursuing women and leveling up is far more enticing than merely staying at home, inheriting traditional crafts, or scrolling through social media. Ding! Binding of the goddess system successful. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the new user starter pack from the system. Would you like to open it? Sure, let's do it. Chu Qin replied. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring level 41 soul power for evolvable soul rings and a divine martial soul. What is a divine martial soul? Chu Qin inquired, astonished. The most powerful attack type martial soul, the Annihilation Spear, the system informed him. The Annihilation Spear? Chu Qin echoed, slightly taken aback. Yes, it has been confirmed that the host has obtained the Annihilation Spear, Display the attribute panel. Host, Chu Qin. First martial soul, annihilation spear. First soul ring, 900 years second soul ring, 900 years third soul ring, 9,000 years fourth soul ring, 9,000 years all soul rings can be. Evolved to infinity. Second martial soul, empty third martial soul, empty. Soul power level, 41 harem, none slaves, none. Summon the annihilation spear. With a mere thought, a black long spear materialized in his grasp. The spear, entirely black, was adorned with golden patterns that seemed to swirl like a golden dragon coiling around a pillar, bestowing upon the annihilation spear an air of formidable might. Indeed, this is not a dream. I have crossed over. Chu Qin exclaimed, exhilarated as he observed the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling beneath him, alongside the imposing annihilation spear in his hand. Host, a friendly reminder. The system chimed in once more. The tasks issued by the goddess system are time-sensitive. Please complete the task of winning over the goddess Xiao Wu within 1 month. Furthermore, goddess tasks will be issued in succession, and the host must complete them all. Failure to do so will result in a punishment that no man can endure. A punishment that no man can endure. Chu Qin trembled at the thought. He had truly embarked on an adventure. It seemed he had no choice but to establish a harem. However, Chu Qin welcomed the challenge. Xiao Wu, you say? A vivid image of her graced his mind. Dressed in pink knee-high boots and a form-fitting pink dress, she stood atop a cliff, eclipsing even the radiant moon. Xiao Wu, I am on my way, Chu Qin declared, suppressing his smile. By the way, system, what is the timeline here? Chu Qin inquired. Dou continent, Star Dou Forest. Current age of goddess Xiao Wu, 100,010 years. 110 years? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. She should be at Nodding Academy, alongside Tang San. Tang San, in this lifetime, Xiao Wu is mine. Chu Qin replied with a subtle smile. He would not engage in unethical behavior that would betray another, but Xiao Wu was not yet Tang San's. They held no ties. It is every individual's right to compete fairly for a partner. Chapter 2. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Certainly, with the system in place, Chu Qin's competitive edge was slightly enhanced, just as Chu Qin was basking in his own pride. An incredibly smooth, serpentine creature suddenly emerged from the thicket, rushing towards him. Driven by instinctual caution and the will to survive, Chu Qin brandished his god-slaying spear, thrusting it directly at the creature. The creature, appearing either wounded or exceedingly frail, was instantly knocked unconscious by his strike. Upon closer inspection, Chu Qin discovered it to be a vine, displaying a deep purple-black hue and radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Mistaking it for a serpent due to the dense forest surroundings, Chu Qin was taken aback by its serpentine agility. However, in the fantastical realm of Dou continent, where even flora could take on human form, such phenomena were hardly remarkable. At that moment, a distinct sound of slicing air reached Chu Qin's ears. Something metallic was hurtling toward him. Instantly alert, he narrowed his eyes and deflected the incoming projectile with his spear. Clang! The iron dart embedded itself into a nearby tree. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a metallic flying needle. Someone was attempting to harm him. Frowning, Chu Qin prepared for the confrontation. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from the foliage, a boy and a girl, gracefully descending like swans. They appear to be around 14 or 15 years old in human years. Both donned blue academic robes. The boy, though modestly handsome with a healthy tan, bore an air of familiarity that was distinctly worldly. The girl, comparable in height, possessed an exquisite beauty, her hair styled in a scorpion braid. Her smooth complexion and curvaceous form were accentuated by the flowing length of her dress, revealing legs that seemed sculpted from ice jade, complemented by stylish leather boots, giving her an ethereal presence reminiscent of a figure stepping out of a painting. In the Dou continent, age and appearance diverged from the norms of the real world. A 16-year-old like Chu Qin appeared more akin to a 12-year-old. At first glance, Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed to be the same age as Chu Qin. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Chu Qin exuded a maturity and charm far surpassing theirs. Xiao Wu, Tang San. Chu Qin's eyes brightened, especially upon seeing Xiao Wu, who appeared even more enchanting than her animated counterpart. Indeed, his journey to the Dou continent had not been in vain. Noticing Chu Qin's gaze, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. His striking appearance overshadowed that of Tang San. It was rare to encounter such a man in the entire Nodding City, even throughout the entire Heaven Dou Empire. At that moment, Tang San, having caught sight of Chu Qin's interest, interjected coldly, "This ghost vine is ours. We spotted it first and have been pursuing it for quite some time. Could you relinquish it to us?" Chu Qin raised an eyebrow at this. Recognizing Tang San as a rival, he could not afford to show weakness to a competitor. Moreover, had Tang San's earlier attack not been deflected by Chu Qin, his own handsome visage, capable of captivating countless hearts, might have been marred. Thus, with a frosty demeanor, Chu Qin replied, "On what grounds do you claim it as yours?" "This ghost vine was injured by the headmaster of Notting Academy on our behalf. I intended to deliver the final blow, but it feigned injury and managed to escape." Tang San responded, "How can you prove that?" Chu Qin questioned with a dismissive smirk. "This ghost vine rightfully belongs to San Ge." Xiao Wu chimed in. Xiao Wu was quite fond of Tang San. Chu Qin mused internally, though he could understand her preference at this moment. After all, it was not uncommon for a man in his 30s to captivate an innocent young girl. "Very well, let us settle this matter through strength. Juqin v Dou. Are we fighting? Fine, I shall take part." Xiao Wu replied eagerly. Chu Qin, however, could not bring himself to engage in combat with his future wife and mockingly pointed at Tang San. "Are you a man, yet allowing a woman to fight for you?" Tang San, provoked by Chu Qin's words, responded, "Xiao Wu, allow me to handle this. It would be unwise for you to dirty your hands with such a reckless individual." A smirk danced on Chu Qin's lips as he thought, "Well played, Tang San. Once I defeat you, Xiao Wu will be mine. I shall flaunt my affection before you, driving you to despair." Tang San, sensing the intensity in Chu Qin's gaze, felt a knot of unease form in his stomach. "I am Tang San. Dare you reveal your name?" he inquired. "Chu Qin," came a reply. Without delay, Tang San lunged forward, his solitary yellow soul ring illuminating as he charged like a gust of wind towards Chu Qin. Yet, in the presence of Chu Qin, whose soul power had reached an impressive level of 41, Tang San appeared as slow as an ant. "Come at me. I won't even use my martial soul," Chu Qin declared, revealing his 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings while flashing a mysterious smile at Tang San. "What?" Both Xiao Wu and Tang San gasped in astonishment at the sight of Chu Qin's 4-ringed soul master status. However, it was too late. With a swift kick, Chu Qin landed a right roundhouse kick squarely in Tang San's abdomen. In an instant, Tang San was sent flying like a deflated balloon. Seizing the moment, Chu Qin pursued him with remarkable speed, delivering a left hook aimed at Tang San's head. Had Tang San been a true first-ring soul master, he would have been defeated immediately. Yet, he was not only a soul master, but also a master of hidden weapons and inner energy. In a flash, Tang San activated his Xiantian skill and Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, narrowly evading Chu Qin's punch. Yet, Chu Qin seemed to have anticipated Tang San's maneuvers. "I must defeat you before Xiao Wu intervenes." Juqin vaet silenti. In the next heartbeat, he appeared before Tang San like a flash of lightning, unleashing a punch aimed at Tang San's purple extreme demon eye. The moment the eye shattered, Tang San lost the ability to track Chu Qin, who then executed a well-placed left kick, sending him crashing against a nearby tree. Chu Qin refrained from delivering further blows, aware that Tang San was backed by a formidable father, Tang Hao. "Sanga!" Xiao Wu cried out. "Ding! Mission accomplished. Defeat Tang San. Gain Xiao Wu's admiration. 500. Obtained Heavenly Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape one-time use cards, and a Soul Power Inner Elixir." As the system's notification echoed, Xiao Wu approached Tang San, intending to assist him. Yet a thought flickered through her mind. "No, Tang San is a man. If I help him, Chu Qin will be displeased." Chapter 3. Tang San in a daze. What am I thinking? He's my Sanga. Xiao Wu struggled internally. Xiao Wu, observing her hesitation. Chu Qin recognized that the system's enchantment had indeed taken effect. "Chu Qin, what is it?" Xiao Wu turned, a hint of shyness in her voice. Tang San was left in bewilderment. Chu Qin had just bested him, and logically, Xiao Wu should be furious with him. Why then? Did she speak to Chu Qin with an air of flirtation? This was unexpected. However, the ensuing moment left Tang San even more astonished. Chu Qin completely disregarded him, approaching Xiao Wu with a gentle smile. "Xiao Wu, it has been a long time. Have we met before?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, yet her countenance radiated joy as she turned her head away. This scene resembled a dream come true, as if she had encountered the idol of her aspirations. What was happening with Xiao Wu? Could it be that this Chu Qin was an acquaintance from her past? Tang San was utterly bewildered, observing Xiao Wu's demeanor. Chu Qin grew bolder, playfully teasing her by lifting her chin. "Xiao Wu, why so shy?" he exclaimed. "Remove your filthy hands." Tang San interjected angrily, clutching his chest as he rose. "Brother San, can you not?" At last, Xiao Wu spoke. "Please do not disturb us." Tang San stood there dumbfounded. "Xiao Wu, what has transpired?" he questioned angrily. "Nothing at all," Xiao Wu replied bashfully, her gaze lowered, glancing at Chu Qin like a timid bird. "No, something must be amiss." Tang San thought, his fury escalating. He approached Chu Qin, demanding, "Did you ensnare Xiao Wu in an illusion? You are quite perplexing. Which of my eyes have you seen cast a spell?" Chu Qin ziplit gan li. Now, Xiao Wu was his woman, and Tang San had lured her into sharing his bed for years. Though there had been no physical contact, Chu Qin still felt a twinge of disdain for Tang San. Enraged, Tang San was convinced that Xiao Wu had fallen under Chu Qin's enchantment. With icy resolve, he produced 2 steel needles, launching them directly at Chu Qin. Chu Qin, sensing the impending attack, easily deflected the needles with a casual sweep of his weapon. In an astonishing turn of events, Xiao Wu appeared before Tang San in the blink of an eye, catching him off guard as her long, graceful legs struck his abdomen with a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Tang San was propelled into a tree, spitting out blood. "Xiao Wu," he gasped, clutching his injured belly, incredulous as he looked at her. "Brother San, no. Tang San, Chu Qin is the most important person to me. If you dare to harm him again, do not blame me for being impolite." Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Tang San. Tang San's pupils widened in shock. His mind was a blur. "Xiao Wu, what has happened to you?" he implored. At that moment, Chu Qin stepped closer to Xiao Wu. "Chu Qin," she exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she smiled back. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "Em fine," Chu Qin replied, shaking his head as he gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair. "What transpired?" An elderly voice suddenly echoed. The 3 turned to see a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a slightly plump elder with graying hair approaching. "Teacher, Dean." Tang San rushed towards Yu Xiaojiang and the Dean of Nodding Academy, Fakel, as if he had found a lifeline. "Teacher? Yu Xiaojiang." Chu Qin's eyes narrowed at the sight of Yu Xiaojiang. In many fanfics, numerous transmigrators sought him as a mentor. Chu Qin found it puzzling. Yu Xiaojiang only possessed knowledge of the 10 core competitions of martial souls and was merely at the 20-something level. Why would anyone seek him as a teacher? "Tang San, how did you come to be so injured?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, astonished upon seeing Tang San's wounds. "Teacher, it was him." Tang San pointed at Chu Qin, his voice seething with anger. "He not only injured me, but also ensnared Xiao Wu in some sort of illusion. Could it be an illusion-type martial soul?" Yu Xiaojiang pondered, perplexed. However, as a renowned master in the soul master community, he could not tolerate his soul disciple being bullied. "Who are you to dare harm my student?" he demanded angrily. "Oof, it was your student who attacked me first." Chu Qin replied calmly. "Tang San, is this true?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, furrowing his brow. "Teacher, he wanted to steal my ghost vine." Tang San retorted. "If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Wu." "Xiao Wu, is this true?" "Not at all," Xiao Wu replied. Chu Qin merely accidentally injured the ghost vine, while Tang San attempted to kill him. Hearing this, both Yu Xiaojiang and Fakel were taken aback. "What? Xiao Wu is speaking in favor of an outsider? Did you hear that?" Chu Qin smirked. "Teacher, Dean, Xiao Wu is under Chu Qin's control. Please save her." Tang San pleaded desperately. "Tang San, you are the one being controlled." Xiao Wu shot back angrily. "Which of your eyes saw Chu Qin casting any illusions on me? It was you who intended to harm him first and then slandered Chu Qin. How could I possibly call you a friend?" "Xiao Wu, please come to your senses," Tang San urged, his brow furrowed. "I am perfectly clear-headed," she retorted decisively. Since Tang San had attempted to kill Chu Qin, her aversion towards him had grown. Upon hearing their exchange, both Yu Xiaojiang and Fakel were visibly troubled. Xiao Wu's words seemed sincere. However, Tang San was an exceptionally talented soul master, having reached level 20 at the tender age of 10, a legendary figure. Even so, after a pause, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Chu Qin with anger. "After all, Tang San is just a child. Was it necessary for you to injure him so severely?" Xiao Wu has already explained clearly. It was his own fault. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. If you two are still dissatisfied, feel free to seek revenge on me. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, shone beneath his feet. Soul Ancestor. Both Xiao Zhang and Fakel gasped, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Chu Qin appeared to be no more than 15 or 16, yet was already a soul ancestor. Fakel immediately inquired, "May I ask how old you are, young friend?" 16. Chu Qin replied candidly, "A 16-year-old soul ancestor." Fakel was astounded. It is known that even the most gifted geniuses of the Spirit Hall reach the level of soul ancestor only in their youth. A 16-year-old soul ancestor revealed 2 pieces of information. First, that Chu Qin was a prodigious talent. Second, that he was likely backed by a formidable sect. Regardless of the sect, it was not something a mere junior Soul Master Academy dean like himself could contend with. Chapter 4. Love at First Sight. With that realization, Fakel turned to Tang San with a hint of coldness. "Tang San, since this is your fault, you should apologize to this young friend." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the one who had been attacked. Why should he apologize? Yu Xiaozhang's expression altered slightly, realizing that Fakel was indeed a fickle character. Forget it, forget it." Just then, Chu Qin smiled. "There's no need for an apology. Let this be a small lesson for him. Young friend, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but your magnanimity is truly rare." Fakel beamed. "Rest assured, this is a failure in my academy's supervision, and I apologize on behalf of the institution." "No need." Chu Qin smiled softly at Fakel. After all, he is merely a child, and it is only natural that he lacks understanding. Hearing this, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He shot an angry glance at Chu Qin and Xiao Wu before storming off. "Little San," Yu Xiaozhang frowned, then turned angrily to Fakel. "Old Fakel, how could you treat little San this way?" "Yu Xiaozhang, you heard it." It was clearly Tang San who attempted to ambush Chu Qin first. Fakel replied coldly, "As Tang San's teacher, the responsibility lies with you." Yu Xiaozhang's face flushed red, and he stormed off in fury. Fakel paid no heed to Yu Xiaozhang's indignation, fully aware of the weight of the situation. A 10-year-old soul master combined with a 20-level master full of theoretical knowledge was utterly inconsequential compared to a prodigy like Chu Qin, who was even backed by a powerful sect. The disparity was evident. After Yu Xiaozhang left, Fakel stroked his beard and smiled, slightly respectfully inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name and where you reside, young friend?" "Chu Qin, my home is far away." "Chu Qin deeply, so that's how it is." Fakar nodded with a smile. "Chu Qin, are you and Xiao Wu old acquaintances?" "I suppose so." Chu Qin smiled at Xiao Wu. Fakar nodded, contemplating something. "Chu Qin, you were startled just now. How about this? I have a modest drink prepared at Nodding Academy. Consider it an apology." Fakar added with a smile. Chu Qin understood that Fakar was flattering him for his extraordinary talent. "Xiao Wu, shall we go?" Chu Qin asked Xiao Wu with a smile. "Of course." Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically. Why refuse a meal invitation? She was thrilled at the prospect of Chu Qin joining Nodding Academy. "All right, let's go." Chu Qin nodded, resting his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. "Lead the way." Instantly, Fakar wore a meaningful smile, while Xiao Wu, slightly lowering her head, felt a touch of shyness. After a delightful meal, Chu Qin and Xiao Wu strolled through the streets of Nodding Academy. "Thank you, Chu Qin." Xiao Wu beamed at him. "For what?" "Chu Qin in Guit." "Thank you for agreeing to become a mentor at Nodding Academy for me." Xiao Wu smiled brightly, her dimples showing. "Do you think my joining Nodding Academy and becoming a mentor is just for you?" Chu Qin responded with a smile. "Is it not? Then why must you be my class mentor?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brows slightly. "I was joking, of course." Chu Qin laughed heartily. Xiao Wu's heart swelled with joy. Then she curiously asked, "Chu Qin, you mentioned we had met before. Why do I have no recollection?" "Actually, we have never met." "Chu Qin deeply. Have you heard of the phrase, as if old friends?" Xiao Wu nodded. "So, are we like old friends?" "No." Chu Qin shook his head. "We are at a deeper level, known as love at first sight." Xiao Wu stood frozen, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she turned her head away and asked, "What does love at first sight mean? Allow me to show you." Chu Qin's lips curved upward as he leaned in to kiss Xiao Wu's red lips. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly closed them, surrendering to the moment. At that instant, she felt a sense of comfort. as if experiencing a pleasure she had never known in 10,000 years. Xiao Wu. Just as they were kissing, a furious yet youthful voice came from behind Xiao Wu. She trembled, while Chu Qin remained unfazed, turning to see the source of the voice, Tang San. Chu Qin, don't go too far. Tang San exclaimed angrily. Did someone just steal Xiao Wu's first kiss? Tang San, why are you acting like a clingy shadow? Xiao Wu retorted before Chu Qin could speak. She had just been enjoying the greatest pleasure in the world, and now it was being disrupted. Who wouldn't be angry? Xiao Wu. Tang San frowned. What spell has been cast on you? He couldn't believe how cold Xiao Wu was toward him now, someone who had just shared laughter with him the day before. It must be that Chu Qin who did something. As Tang San finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed past, and Chu Qin unleashed his soul power with a single palm strike. In an instant, Tang San fell heavily to the ground. Fuming with rage, he summoned a blue glow in his left hand. Others may not know, but Chu Qin was acutely aware that it was Tang San's second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. However, regardless of how formidable the Haotian hammer was, Chu Qin did not regard Tang San, a mere soul master, as a threat. Stop it, Xiao San. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's cold voice echoed. Teacher. Tang San, upon hearing this, abandoned the use of the Haotian hammer, filled with anger and resentment as he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao San. Now, Chu Qin is a mentor at our Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang said coldly. Do you intend to disrespect your teacher and violate the hierarchy? What? Tang San's pupils dilated, incredulous that someone like him could be a mentor. Shut your mouth. Yu Xiaojiang slapped Tang San, leaving him stunned on the spot. After that, Yu Xiaojiang ignored him and approached Chu Qin, cupping his hands together. Mentor Chu Qin, Tang San has overstepped. I will certainly deal with him appropriately. Please be lenient and do not hold it against him. Chu Qin chuckled inwardly, embracing Xiao Wu, and coldly replied to Yu Xiaojiang. If they're essay next time, I'll hit you both. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's fists crackled ominously. Yet, being the coward he was, he ultimately suppressed his anger. Chapter 5. Side quest. Chu Qin had long held a disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Bai Bai Dong was destined to become his woman. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang, she wouldn't have met such a fate. Although he had no direct grievances with Yu Xiaojiang, should he act unreasonably, Chu Qin would not hesitate to deal with him as well. That night, in Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. Teacher. It was clearly that Chu Qin who cast a spell on Xiao Wu. You know her character isn't like this. Tang San knelt before Yu Xiaojiang. Where's your evidence? Yu Xiaojiang asked coldly. Now that Chu Qin is a mentor at the academy, without evidence, slandering him will lead to your expulsion from Nodding Academy. If expelled, you will not be admitted to any academy, and your life will be over. Moreover, Tang San, do you understand what it means to be a 16-year-old soul zone? It means his talent is the strongest seen in Dou continent to date, and it means he is backed by a superpower. What do you, Tang San, have to contend with against him? Tang San was left speechless by these words. Besides, I see Xiao Wu as perfectly normal. Yu Xiaojiang continued. In contrast, you, Tang San, have changed. The old you was so calm and composed in the face of challenges. Tang San felt his strength wane, collapsing to the ground. He sensed that everything had changed. In the past, he had been so successful, but now his path ahead seemed fraught with difficulties. He felt unwilling. After all, he was a transmigrator, but the harsh reality was laid before him. In terms of soul power, appearance, and influence, he was far inferior to Chu Qin. In resignation, Tang San let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, in Chu Qin's dormitory. So, the soul power inner pill is essentially a soul power extractor. After some study, Chu Qin murmured to himself. The effect of the soul power inner pill is as the name suggests. It stores a significant amount of soul power, which can be directly absorbed. It's essential to know that the soul power in Dou continent is somewhat similar to inner strength. It requires external energy to be transformed into soul power before it can be utilized. Thus, directly absorbing soul power undoubtedly accelerates his cultivation speed. At least, it should be 3 times faster. The soul power contained within this inner pill is sufficient for him to reach the rank of Soul King. Therefore, after depleting the inner pill, he must find a way to obtain new ones. Knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle knocking sound echoed. Who is it? Chu Qin asked. Puzzled. Chu Qin, it's me. The light and airy voice of Xiao Wu resonated from outside. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Xiao Wu standing there in her pajamas. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Chu Qin, Our dormitory has no hot water. May I take a shower here? Xiao Wu asked shyly. Her heart fluttered slightly. She had lied. After not seeing Chu Qin for a short while, she felt uneasy and used the excuse of needing a shower to come over. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chu Qin instantly recognized her fib. Nevertheless, he indulged her with a warm smile. Come in. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiao Wu responded with a smile as she entered. The washroom is to the left. Chu Qin pointed to a room on the left side of the house. Norus, Xiao Wu replied. Chu Qin, may I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. As Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, Chu Qin could surmise her impending question. Indeed, she timidly inquired, Chu Qin, you mentioned earlier that we are love at first sight. I looked up the meaning of that phrase. Does it imply that you harbor feelings for me as well? Fool. Zhuqing's my. If I do not like you, why would I have kissed you? Then, does that mean I can consider myself your girlfriend? Xiao Wu beamed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That depends on whether you wish to be my girlfriend. Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu, you must ponder this carefully. Once you become my girlfriend, there is no turning back. Well, let me think it over. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu did not give a direct answer. With that, she hurried into the washroom. Still considering? Chu Qin chuckled to himself. In his mind, Xiao Wu was the vivacious and lovable type, and her current bashfulness added an intriguing layer to her charm. At that moment, the sound of running water echoed from the washroom. Through the frosted glass door, Chu Qin could vaguely discern Xiao Wu's exquisite silhouette. Ding! Side quest activated. Assist the goddess Xiao Wu in styling her hair to completely win her heart. Reward. He Tu Chi Chong. Chu Qin smiled, realizing he needed to prepare. He exited the dormitory. Inside the washroom, Xiao was lost in thought. My mother was killed by humans. Why do I find myself drawn to them? She pondered. No, that's not right. Chu Qin is not just any human. Yes, I truly like him. Moments later, Xiao Wu emerged from the washroom with her hair cascading down her shoulders. Slightly damp. Chu Qin, where are you? She asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm right here, Chu Qin replied, entering with one hand concealed behind his back. What do you have behind you? Xiao Wu asked, her smile radiant. Guess. Chu Qin smirked. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu finally admitted, I'm not clever enough to guess. All right then, Chu Qin said, revealing a bouquet crafted entirely from carrots. Carrots. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. How did you know I love carrots? Because you're a rabbit, and rabbits adore carrots, don't they? Chu Qin replied with a grin. Xiao Wu's expression shifted in surprise. How did you know I'm a rabbit? I asked the dean. Your martial spirit is the soft-boned, charming rabbit, which influences one's behavior in the Dou continent. For instance, those with cat martial spirits sometimes show their claws, while dragon spirit users tend to be hot-tempered. As for you, being a rabbit spirit, it is only natural you enjoy carrots. Zhuqing et lai. Now I understand. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. She feared Chu Qin had discovered her true identity as a soul beast reincarnated as a human. Do you like them? Chu Qin asked. Yes, very much. This will last me a while. Xiao Wu nodded as she accepted the carrots. But this is a bouquet I gave you. You can't just eat it. She frowned. I was just teasing you. Chu Qin laughed. Go ahead and eat. I'll provide all your carrots from now on. All right. Xiao Wu nodded happily. Then, Chu Qin produced a comb from his pocket. Xiao Wu, let me style your hair. Xiao Wu trembled slightly, but obediently nodded. In her heart, only the most important person could do such a thing for her. A year later, at the sign-in for Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin had Xiao Wu sit in front of the vanity, meticulously combing her waist-length hair. I didn't expect you to know how to style hair, Xiao Wu said, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, deeply touched. My mother taught me. Zhuqing not that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Gradually, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Oh no, Chu Qin thought to himself, realizing his words had likely unearthed Xiao Wu's deepest sorrow. At that moment, he contemplated how Xiao Wu would be his, and how he must also reconcile the enmity between her and Bibi Dong. The key to everything lay in resurrecting Xiao Wu's mother. Why are you crying, Xiao Wu? Chu Qin asked. I'm reminded of my mother, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes glistening. She used to style my hair, but now she is gone. Don't cry, Chu Qin said gently, wiping her tears as he embraced her from behind. From now on, let me style your hair. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded softly, then turned to hug Chu Qin, exclaiming, Chu Qin, I like you. I like you too. Chu Qin responded, drawing her into his embrace. In that moment, however, His hands wander a little too freely, accidentally loosening the only thin garment Xiao Wu wore. She had developed beautifully. Every curve was perfectly sculpted. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Seeing her exposed, Chu Qin's face flushed red. It's all right, I don't mind. Xiao Wu shook her head, whispering softly in his ear, because I know you are a man worthy of a lifetime of trust. Hearing her words, could Chu Qin still restrain himself? He became bold and gently pushed Xiao Wu onto the bed. Ding! Side quest activated. Compete with Xiao Wu in a carrot-eating contest to earn the iron teeth and bronze gums. Ding! Shop with Xiao Wu to receive rewards equivalent to Soul King level energy. Ding! Assist Xiao Wu in styling her hair for a reward of the golden hair lion roar. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Outside the Grand Soul Arena in Nodding City, two tall figures, a man and a woman, strolled arm in arm, having just exited the arena. Both wore masks. The man donned a light blue robe, exuding handsome charm, while the woman wore a pink outfit with rabbit ears atop her head, radiating a blend of cuteness and an air of confidence. These two were none other than Chu Qin and Xiao Wu. After a year of growth and nurturing, Xiao Wu had matured significantly. Wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu exclaimed, weighing the bundle of gold soul coins in her hands, excitement bubbling within her. This is enough to buy so many carrots. Throughout the year, Chu Qin had spent his time either with Xiao Wu or training at the Grand Soul Arena, gaining practical experience while also earning some gold soul coins. You just eat all day, Chu Qin teased with a smile. Soon, you'll become a little chubby rabbit. I want tea, Xiao Wu protested, shaking her head. Rabbits don't get fat. Even if you do, it one tea matter. Chu Qin chuckled. When you get chubby, only I will still like you. Though Chu Qin was not particularly devoted in love, he was deeply affectionate towards his women. You're so nice, Chu Qin. Xiao Wu blushed with a smile. At that moment, they approached a small alley, where two dark figures emerged, clad in black cloaks. The two burly men appeared to be middle-aged. Who goes there? Chu Qin and Xiao Wu's expressions shifted. Don't ask too many questions. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your gold soul coins. One of the men demanded. As he spoke, 5 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 3 purple, lit up beneath their feet. Martial spirits, a leopard and a black bear. Both are beast martial spirits. Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed. 2 soul kings engaging in petty thievery. How amusing. Chu Qin's expression hardened slightly, and a black spear materialized in his hand. At the same time, his own spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, along with 1 black, flared to life. He too Chi Chong, yellow river reversal. As Chu Qin's spirit rings flickered, the spear in his hand shot forth like a meteor towards the 2 soul kings. The 2 soul kings immediately summoned their spirit power to defend themselves. Boom! With a resounding crash, the god-slaying spear pierced through the soul shields of the 2 soul kings as if they were mere rotten bamboo, sending them crashing heavily to the ground. In disbelief, the 2 soul kings trembled as they uttered, "What terrifying power does Chu Qin possess? How can the disparity among soul kings be so vast?" A year had passed, and Chu Qin's soul power had reached the remarkable level of 51. Little did they know that, in addition to cultivating soul power, Chu Qin had also honed his internal energy and mastered the 7 spears of E2. Akin to Tang San, particularly with respect to internal energy, Chu Qin could now wield it with a strength comparable to that of a high-ranking soul king. Even without relying on his soul power, coupled with the formidable attack power of the god-slaying spear, he was not to be underestimated. Perhaps only a soul sage could withstand his might unscathed. However, in the next moment, a pink figure darted past them, and Xiao Wu had already arrived before them. I hadn't finished my sentence. Why humiliate yourselves, mere soul kings? With a smug smile, Xiao Wu raised her right leg and began to unleash a flurry of blows upon the severely injured soul king. In no time, both soul kings lay lifeless on the ground. Ah, Chu Qin, they're dead. Xiao Wu quickly returned to Chu Qin's side, her voice tinged with fear. It's nothing. They were scum, and now they are gone. Chu Qin shook his head and said, let us go buy some carrots. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the Sun Lake by Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu, barefoot, sat by the lake, soaking her feet while munching on a carrot. Her legs were exquisitely beautiful, resembling warm and lustrous jade. Chu Qin had gazed upon them for a year and still found them enchanting. Ding! The goddess system announced. Proceed to the 7 Treasures Forest to assist Ning Rongrong in acquiring her 2nd spirit ring. Rewards: 100 affinity with Ning Rongrong, 1 level 2 soul power essence, and 1 title Doluo attendant. A surge of joy filled Chu Qin's heart, ever since he had fully absorbed the previous soul power essence. His cultivation speed had returned to normal. Finally, he would have another soul power essence, and a title Doluo attendant would undoubtedly enhance his endeavors in romance. It seemed he must visit the Seven Treasures Forest to meet Ning Rongrong. Coincidentally, the opening day of Shrek Academy was approaching, and he would take both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy. By then, he would likely be able to encounter the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 7. Ning Rongrong. Chu Qin's life was carefree and delightful. Xiao Wu, he said, glancing at her. What is it, Chu Qin? Xiao Wu asked, nibbling on her carrot. I will be leaving Nodding Academy for a while, Chu Qin replied. Where to? Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Just out for a bit. I have some matters to attend to. Chu Qin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I will return soon. Can I come with you? No, Chu Qin shook his head. You are about to participate in your graduation assessment. If you fail, you won't be able to enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Be obedient. Once you pass the assessment and obtain your credentials, I will take you to the Advanced Soul Master Academy. All right then. Xiao Wu nodded and hugged Chu Qin tightly. Be good. I'll be back soon. Chu Qin gently stroked Xiao Wu's soft, lustrous hair, which had a hint of pink, soothing her. At that moment, a youthful figure emerged from behind a tree, watching Chu Qin and Xiao Wu with a mix of envy and longing. Chu Qin had already noticed his presence. It was none other than Tang San. After a year, Tang San occasionally visited to see Xiao Wu. After all, he had spent 4 years with her. And for someone as steadfast as Tang San, 4 years of emotion could not simply be severed. However, Tang San bore no malice toward Xiao Wu. Otherwise, Chu Qin would have acted long ago. Chu Qin, before you leave, can we? Suddenly, Xiao Wu blushed and whispered a few words into Chu Qin's ear. Chu Qin felt a slight flush in his ears and nodded. An hour later, the two emerged from the dormitory. How does it feel? Chu Qin asked Xiao Wu with a contented smile. Very comfortable. There's nothing more pleasant. Xiao Wu replied without hesitation. But Chu Qin, what will I do if you leave me alone? With a slight smirk, Chu Qin handed Xiao Wu a carrot. A carrot? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Chu Qin smiled mysteriously and whispered in her ear. Carrots can be used for more than just eating. In the Heaven Dou Empire, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the wealthiest sect on the Doluo continent, boasted a castle that resembled a small city, adorned with splendid and grandiose European architecture. At that moment, within a resplendent villa of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the sound of precious antique jade artifacts shattering echoed through the air. Miss, please stop breaking things. Some disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect pleaded helplessly. However, the commotion continued, with more treasures crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. A girl's voice rang out. I want to smash them. Who could stop me? At that moment, 2 imposing figures approached the villa. Both were tall and robust. One donned black bone armor, with flowing black hair, while the other wore a white robe, his white hair cascading down his back like a waterfall. Astonishingly, his eyes seemed devoid of any light. Bone's elder, Sword Elder. Upon their arrival, the maids and attendants knelt in unison. These two were the protectors of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Bone Doluo Gurong and Sword Doluo Chun Xin, observing the shattered treasures. They could only shake their heads in resignation and bitterness. What happened? Who made Rongrong angry? Bone Doluo asked first. No one, Elder Bone. A servant replied. It was the miss. She said she wants to go outside. Go outside? Sword Doluo frowned slightly. The miss said she wants to acquire her second spirit, Ring herself. The servant nodded. Were you not supposed to bring some soul beasts back for Rongrong? Bone Doluo frowned. The miss said they were too ugly. She doesn't want them. Sigh. Sword Dog sighed lightly and walked outside the villa, calling in, Rongrong, don't be upset. If the soul beasts are too ugly, Grandpa Jian will bring back some beautiful ones for you. I don't want them. The girl inside replied, I want to go get it myself. Rongrong, did someone provoke you? Bone Doluo sighed. Bone's uncle, who could provoke her? At that moment, a gentle voice chimed in. Everyone turned to see a refined and elegant middle-aged man, leaning on a jade staff, approaching leisurely. This man was none other than the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the 79th level support type, Soul Sage, Ning Fengji. Fengji, you must have upset her again. Sword Doluo remarked calmly, looking at Ning Fengji. Sigh. Uncle Jian, I merely told her that she relies too much on the sect and has become complacent. Ning Feng Ti Si Kit. Fengji, you know Rongrong's pride is as fragile as glass. How could you say that to her? Bon Doloa chided gently. Uncle Jian, Ning Feng Ti repeated. Rongrong will eventually leave us. If you continue to indulge her, what will happen then? Then we should find her a suitable husband to tie her down. Sword Doluo replied. Rongrong is not small anymore. It is worth mentioning that on the Doluo continent, individuals mature earlier than the real world. One can marry at the age of 14. Sigh, it's not that I haven't tried. Ning Fengji replied. Noble young masters from the Heaven Dou Empire, geniuses from the Royal Academy, and heirs from various sects have all been driven away by her within days. I don't want a suitable husband. At that moment, the girl in the villa stepped out, her face filled with disdain. She donned a green, pleated skirt, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing a striking beauty, her eyes shimmering like the vast cosmos. Yet, within those exquisite orbs, there lurked an air of arrogance. Rongrong, what did you say? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. I could survive on my own. Why do I need a suitor? Ning Rongrong retorted with a haughty demeanor. That is because you have always stayed within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, surrounded by us. Do you comprehend the dangers of the outside world? If you continue like this, you will inevitably be eliminated by it. Both the Sword Doloa and Bon Doloa echoed in unison with a cold tone. Oomph. Ning Rongrong snorted. Contemplating. I must venture out and prove my worth to you. 3 days later, at the edge of the Seven Treasure Forest, a robust and handsome young man appeared. He was none other than Chu Qin. According to the map, this must be the Seven Treasure Forest. Chu Qin exclaimed with a hint of excitement. A year had passed, and he had grown accustomed to the brutal life on the Doluo continent. Besides, with the one-time experience cards of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he felt fearless. Chapter 8. The Peculiar Actions of Ning Fengji. Is Ning Rongrong truly here? Qin pondered. Yet, given her personality, it was quite plausible. After all, she had dared to journey alone to the Shrek Academy, which was 1,000 miles away. The Seven Treasure Forest was merely a few kilometers from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Very well, let's make haste and find Ning Rongrong. Then return to seek out my Xiao Wu. With that thought, Chu Qin dashed into the Seven Treasure Forest. The Seven Treasure Forest, as its name suggests, belonged to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, akin to the Hunting Soul Forest. However, unlike the Hunting Soul Forest, which was tamed by humanity, this forest was merely adjacent to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There were no guards here, and while it did not compare to the Sunset Forest, it was still home to a multitude of soul beasts. Nevertheless, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Chu Qin, the soul beasts fled in droves. Chu Qin searched diligently, but found no trace of any humans. He did, however, encounter a few dim-witted lower-tier soul beasts, which he dispatched with ease, enjoying a hearty feast. Just as noon approached, he finally heard a human voice. Help! Help! It was a piercing scream from a young girl. Chu Qin was taken aback and quickly followed the sound. There, he beheld a girl in a green dress being chased by a century-old wind wolf. The girl was sobbing as she ran. In the shadows, 3 figures concealed themselves. Bon Doloa, Sword Doloa, and Ning Fengji. Fengji, Rongrong is in peril from that magical wolf. Bon Doloa remarked with a furrowed brow. Do not worry, Uncle Bon. I have it under control. Ning Fengji replied with a slight smile. Could that be Ning Rongrong? At that moment, upon seeing the girl in the green dress, Chu Qin's eyes sparkled. Ning Rongrong was even more beautiful than he had imagined. The only flaw was her somewhat flat chest, not comparable to Xiao Wu. No matter, a bit of papaya should remedy that. Chu Qin thought, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, a youth clad in red armor appeared behind Ning Rongrong. Immediately, he unleashed a fiery punch, incinerating the wind wolf into ashes. Zhu Zhuqing, is he a friend of Rongrong? Rongrong, are you unharmed? The young man inquired with an unusual gaze directed at Ning Rongrong. Mifine. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Warily asking, how do you know my name? I am Ho Woody, a member of the Fire Element Academy, sent by Uncle Hua to check on you. He was concerned about your safety in the Seven Treasure Forest. You are here for an arranged marriage. Then, Ning Rongrong fronet deeply. In a sense, yes, Ho Woody replied, his eyes fixated on her. I am an elite member of the Fire Element Academy, and my father is the Marquis of Fire Dragon from the Heaven Dou Empire. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's expression shifted slightly. Bone de Luo and Sword de Luo exchanged knowing glances, realizing Feng Zhi had orchestrated this encounter deliberately. Feng Zhi, you have truly outdone yourself. Ning Feng Zhi smiled warmly. The Marquis of Fire Dragon is an old friend of my father's. He Wuyi is a prodigious talent, having reached the 32nd level of Soul Master by the age of 18. I don't care who you are. Stay away from me. Ning Rongrong's expression turned alarmed upon realizing He Wuyi was sent by Ning Feng Zhi. My lady, don't be so cold. I did save your life just now. He Wuyi chuckled softly, reaching out to caress Ning Rongrong's delicate face. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in anger, attempting to slap He Wuyi, but he easily caught her hand. Smirking, I've heard tales of the proud young lady from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but worry not. I shall teach you to abandon your haughtiness. You shall submit to me. After all, Uncle Ning has already consented. Shameless. Ning Rongrong seethed with fury. Feng Zhi, is this the suitor you sought for her? Sword de Luo glared at Ning Feng Zhi, visibly enraged. Ning Feng Zhi's brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated He Wuyi's intentions were so vile. A murderous intent began to surface within him. Just as they were about to act, a black spear suddenly shot forth from the thicket. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed as He Wuyi's arm was pierced by the black spear. Ning Rongrong and the three in hiding were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Before them stood a strikingly handsome figure, Chu Qin. Upon learning that He Wuyi was Ning Rongrong's suitor, he had resolved to intervene. Hearing He Wuyi's disrespectful intentions, his fury boiled over. Who are you? He Wuyi stammered, clutching his bleeding arm in shock. You, a shameless wretch, are unworthy of knowing my name, Chu Qin declared, gripping his spear tightly as it returned to his hands. With a mix of astonishment and pain, He Wuyi activated his 3 soul rings, summoning a fiery lion's head to charge at Chu Qin. However, Chu Qin evaded with ease, swiftly piercing He Wuyi's other arm with his spear. He Wuyi writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. No, you cannot kill me, he cried out in fear, attempting to crawl backward. My father is the Duke of Heaven Dou. The Duke? Chu Qin chuckled darkly, thrusting the spear through He Wuyi's chest, ending his life on the spot. Who is this person? Is he part of the scheme? Bone de Luo inquired, furrowing his brow at Ning Feng Zhi. I do not know him at all, Ning Feng Zhi replied, shaken. This young man, so capable of easily dispatching He Wuyi, is extraordinary. Sword de Luo marveled. A decisive killer, unafraid of noble lineage, and possessing exceptional talent. He is indeed no ordinary individual. Ning Feng Zhi nodded in agreement, witnessing Chu Qin's He Wuyi, Ning Rongrong stole frozen, gripped by fear. Yet, as she gazed at Chu Qin's remarkable visage, her fear began to dissipate. At that moment, Chu Qin approached Ning Rongrong, softly asking, Are you all right? Is he dead? Ning Rongrong inquired fearfully, glancing at He Wuyi's lifeless body. Indeed, he is dead, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Are you from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong then asked. No. Who are you? Why is a young girl like you alone in this soul beast forest? Moreover, why would this individual wish to harm you? I heard that Chu Qin is not from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Ning Rongrong was hesitant to speak. She had just revealed her identity and almost fell victim to Fire Invincible's advances. Fear gripped her heart. Chapter 9. The Acknowledgement of Ning Feng Zhi. Never mind. Let's speak no more of it. Chu Qin had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's identity and feigned a smile. Since you are so distant, I am Chu Qin. Until we meet again. With that, he turned to leave. Clearly, Chu Qin was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, confident that Ning Rongrong would call out to him. Wait. Chu Qin. As expected, the frightened Ning Rongrong called after him. I am Ning Rongrong. As she spoke, she approached Chu Qin from behind, speaking with a hint of vulnerability. Chu Qin, would you take me with you? Huh? What about your family and friends? Chu Qin inquit de liberten. I snuck out without telling my family. Ning Rongrong replied with her head down. What about you? I am here to train in the forest. Chu Qin nodded. Training? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Yes. Battling soul beasts to enhance my combat prowess. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. No wonder you are so formidable. Ning Rongrong noted truly. How old are you? What is your soul power level? 17. Huh? At that moment, Chu Qin's brow furrowed slightly. What is wrong? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted slightly. 1,000-year soul beast is approaching. Chu Qin zet bonde. 1,000-year soul beast? At his words, Ning Rongrong instinctively hid behind him. It seems it was drawn by this fellow's blood. Chu Qin vima? Glancing at Fire Invincible's corpse. As he spoke, a serpent-like soul beast adorned with black spikes emerged from the dense forest, slowly approaching them. The black serpent was approximately 8 meters long, exuding a haunting black light, its eyes glimmering like rubies, truly fearsome. The black-spiked spectral python. During his year at Notting Academy, Chu Qin had spent his leisure time reading about the Dou continent, and soul beasts were undeniably a crucial aspect of that knowledge. So terrifying. Ning Rongrong, trembling, clung to Chu Qin's waist as she gazed at the black-spiked spectral python, which flicked its tongue. Do not be afraid. Rongrong, stay back. Chu Qin smiled calmly. As 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, illuminated beneath his feet. The black god-killing spear leapt into his hand, assuming a striking pose. Soul King. At that instant, both Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji, the Bon Dou, exclaimed in unison. First soul skill. The spear strikes like a dragon, accompanied by Chu Qin's low roar. He soared into the air, the black god-killing spear whistling as it struck like a dragon toward the black-spiked spectral python. The python, inherently vigilant, sensed the impending threat of death at that moment and hurriedly attempted to retreat. However, it was too late. 3 seconds later, Chu Qin's spear had pierced the python's vital point. With a sorrowful cry, the black-spiked spectral python collapsed lifelessly. A circle of bright purple soul rings immediately ascended from its corpse. Remarkable. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Though she seldom ventured beyond the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had witnessed the so-called young talents of her school hunting 1,000-year soul beasts. At that time, at least 20 geniuses had collaborated to slay a 3,000-year agile demon tiger, incurring great costs to achieve victory. Unlike the Chu Qin before her, who had effortlessly dispatched a black-spiked spectral python of at least 5,000 years. Rongrong. Noticing Ning Rongrong's astonished expression, Chu Qin quietly called out. Chu Qin, you are incredible. Ning Rongrong marveled. Are you truly 17? Indeed. Chu Qin smiled li. A 17-year-old soul king? Ning Rongrong asked in disbelief. That cannot be true. My father mentioned that the youngest soul kings on the Dou continent are usually in their 20s. Perhaps your father lacks experience. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Impossible. My father is the most knowledgeable person on the Dou continent. Ning Rongrong began, but abruptly fell silent. No, I cannot divulge my identity to Chu Qin. I must heed my father's advice to remain wary of others. What is wrong, Rongrong? Chu Qin inquired with a smile. Nothing, Ning Rongrong responded. Perhaps my father truly lacks exposure. Are you hungry, Rongrong? Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Ning Rongrong's stomach began to growl. After being chased by the Gale Wolf for over 10 miles, she was now famished. Yes, a bit. Ning Rongrong nodded. Come, I shall take you for barbecue. Chu Qin smiled. Huh? Eat snake? No. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, gazing at the black-spiked spectral python on the ground, fear evident in her eyes as she shook her head. I did not mean to eat the snake. We can choose another animal. Chu Qin deeply. What would you like to eat? A rabbit. Ning Rongrong answered without hesitation. That will not do. Choose something else. Chu Qin shook his head. How about beef? All right, I shall take you to find some beef. With that, Ning Rongrong followed Chu Qin, departing from the site. Once they left, Ning Fengji, the Bon Dou, and the Sword Dou emerged from the shadows. The 3 of them gazed in shock at the direction in which Chu Qin had departed. 17 years old, a soul king. The Bon Dou exclaimed. Fengji, how old were you when you became a soul king? About 35. Ning Fengji pondered briefly before replying. I am an auxiliary soul master. It is normal to take longer. What about you, Sword Uncle? 29. The Sword Dou stated, his tone lacking confidence. I remember being one of the youngest soul kings in our sword sect. Have you ever heard of a 17-year-old soul king? Ning Fengji asked. Both the Sword Dou and the Bon Dou shook their heads. As far as I know, the youngest soul king in Dou continent's history, Tang Hao, reached that rank at around 24. The Bon Dou furrowed his brow. Where did this Chu Qin come from? Where indeed did he come from? Ning Fengji suppressed his excitement. Sword Uncle, Bon Uncle, did you notice how concerned Chu Qin seemed about Rongrong? What do you mean? Both the sword Dou and the bone Dou turned to Ning Fengji. A 17-year-old Soul King is practically a divine gift to our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I have made up my mind. I, Ning Fengji, shall secure this promising son-in-law. However, we are unaware of Chu Qin's background. The bone Dou hesitated. The fact that he is a 17-year-old Soul King speaks volumes. Just the configuration of his soul rings indicates he likely has a powerful backing or an extraordinary master. Furthermore, I can vouch for his genuine concern for Rongrong. The sword Dou replied. This time I stand with Fengji. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the bright future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 10. The Unparalleled Dou's attendant. Su Daji, what shall be done about him? The bone Dou asked, glancing at Fire Invincible's corpse. To dare lay a hand on Rongrong, his corpse shall be discarded at the doorstep of the Fire Dragon clan. Ning Fengji declared with a fierce expression. Meanwhile, Chu Qin had pierced the heart of a 100-year-old Titan bull, ending its nefarious existence. The Titan bull possesses the bloodline of the ancient beast Titan and is inherently savage. We shall not be wronged eating its flesh. Chu Qin remarked as he roasted the meat, conversing with Ning Rongrong. You know about this? Ning Rongrong asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. Chu Qin not that. One must know a bit more to survive in the world. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted, thinking he might be referring to her. Chu Qin, may I ask you something? Ning Rongrong smiled and inquired. Where do you hail from? From a very distant place. Chu Qin zet bonde. Huh. You're not from our Dou continent? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Well, sort of. In my case, it could be said that I crossed oceans to arrive. Chu Qin nodded. No wonder I have never heard your name on the Dou continent. Ning Rongrong smiled knowingly and nodded. What about you? By the way, what brings you to the 7-treasure forest? Chu Qin handed her a piece of grilled steak, finally hitting the nail on the head. Oh, I almost forgot. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized. What is it? Chu Qin asked, puzzled. Chu Qin, after finishing this meat, could I ask you for a favor? Ning Rongrong inquired. Sure, go ahead. Could you help me obtain a 2nd spirit ring? Ning Rongrong asked. I won't ask for your help for free. Once I return home, I'll reward you handsomely with a great deal of money, and I can grant you one wish. It seems your family is quite wealthy. Indeed, Ning Rongrong replied confidently. My family is among the richest in the Dou continent. Only the Heaven Dou Empire, the Star Dou Empire, and the Spirit Hall can rival my family's wealth. All right then, I agree to help you. Chu Qin smiled and said, the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How did you know I am a young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is the wealthiest in the entire Dou continent, and given that we are in the 7-treasure forest, the closest place is the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Plus, you just mentioned it's your family, and the head of the school has the surname Ning. If I couldn't figure that out, how would I survive? Chu Qin explained with a smile. All right, I am indeed the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong nodded. So, will you help me? If you need my assistance, why not ask someone from the 7-treasure glazed tile school for help? As far as I know, there are 2 titled Dou's in the school. Chu Qin ziplit. The titled Dou's you mentioned are my bone grandfather and sword grandfather. Ning Rongrong responded. Actually, I sneaked out without telling them. They want to marry me off, claiming I am useless. I couldn't stand it. So I ran out to find my 2nd spirit ring, and you found that you can't defeat a 100-year soul beast. Chu Qin chuckled. Hee in the past. Soul beasts were all bound by big chains, and I could defeat them with a single punch. I didn't expect wild soul beasts to be so formidable. Ning Rongrong zuklets. That's quite normal. Your martial spirit is the 7-treasure glazed tower, the world's foremost auxiliary martial spirit, but it lacks offensive power. Chu Qin zet bonde. In the future, try not to act impulsively against your family. I won't dare again. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Just now I almost died twice. Thankfully, you saved me. Chu Qin, you are a good person, so you will definitely help me, right? In light of your golden soul coins, I will help you this once. Chu Qin not that. With the golden soul coins, he could buy many carrots for Xiao Wu. Furthermore, his primary purpose for this journey was to assist Ning Rongrong in obtaining her 2nd spirit ring. Most importantly, Ning Rongrong was the one he deemed his future wife. Do you have any requirements for the spirit ring? Chu Qin inquired. It must be beautiful. It has to be beautiful. Ning Rongrong replied. I heard that spirit rings enter one's body, and the thought of ugly soul beasts makes me feel nauseous. Where did you hear such nonsense? Chu Qin shook his head. Any other requirements? None. However, my father mentioned that for auxiliary martial spirits, we prioritize spiritual type soul beasts. All right then, beautiful and spiritual type, got it. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Chu Qin led Ning Rongrong through the 7 treasure forest, beginning their search for a spirit ring. Chu Qin, what about that spirit charm rabbit? Is it beautiful? No. Rabbits won't do. Why not? No reason. What about that fire wind wolf? No, it's too ugly, looks like a slime. Days passed in a blur as they searched tirelessly, nearly exploring the entirety of the 7 treasure forest. Eventually, they identified their target, a 700-year-old angelic spirit horse. This horse was entirely snow white with wings. Not only stunning, but also a top-tier spiritual type soul beast, perfectly aligning with Ning Rongrong's preferences. Soon, Chu Qin locked onto the angelic spirit horse, and Ning Rongrong delivered the final blow with her small knife. After that, she sat cross-legged to absorb the spirit ring from the angelic spirit horse, while Chu Qin stood guard beside her. Wonderful. Once Rongrong absorbs this spirit ring, she should be mine. Chu Qin thought to himself. I wonder how Xiao Wu is doing. Without that little rabbit bouncing around, I feel a bit out of sorts. Ding. Detected that Ning Rongrong has obtained her 2nd spirit ring. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100% favorability from Ning Rongrong, 1 level 2 soul power inner pill, and a title Dou follower. What title Dou? Chu Qin thought silently, eyes closed. Spirit Fox Dou Su Daji. Martial Spirit. 9-tailed Demon Fox. A level 90 assault type title Dou. Gentle and enchanting. A level 99 unparalleled Dou, not bad. Chu Qin rejoiced inwardly. Title Dou Su Daji generating. 10, 20, 100. Title Dou Su Daji has entered the host's summoning permissions. The system continued to inform him that the host could summon Su Daji to his side at will. What if I offer myself to you? That would be splendid. Chu Qin thought excitedly. Summoning a title Dou is far more convenient than a real follower. Chu Qin entered a meditative state, and the next moment, an extraordinarily beautiful figure appeared before him. She stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, her figure exquisitely alluring, with curves that captivated the eye. Her beauty was breathtaking, especially as she donned an ancient, open-chested robe. The deep valley in front hinted at something irresistible. Are you Su Daji? Chu Qin asked, somewhat flustered. Whoever saw such a stunning beauty would be moved, especially someone as sentimental as Chu Qin. Yes, master. Her voice imbued with an enchanting charm and a delightful timbre that soothed the ears. Can you exist in reality, or are you merely a summoning? Chu Qin inquired. It all depends on a master's wishes. Su Daji responded. If the master wishes for Daji to remain by your side forever, I can live as a true follower. Otherwise, I can remain within your consciousness. Splendid. Chu Qin not det et si ten li. Chu Qin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately opened his eyes, only to see Ning Rongrong leaping into his arms, her excitement palpable. Chu Qin, I obtained my 2nd spirit ring. I'm a true soul master now. Inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin smiled gently as he held her back, saying, Congratulations. At that moment, their eyes met, and Ning Rongrong's heart raced. What is happening to me? Why do I feel an urge to kiss him? With that thought, Ning Rongrong boldly leaned closer to Chu Qin, who did not resist. Chu Qin understood that Ning Rongrong had completely fallen for him. Though not impulsive by nature, he never refused an opportunity that presented itself. Just as they were about to kiss, a sudden cough interrupted them. They both startled and turned to see 3 figures standing nearby. Ning Fengji, Sword Dou, and Bone Dou. Father, Sword Grandfather, Bone Grandfather. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Rongrong, what are you doing? Ning Fengji asked sternly. At this moment, Chu Qin found himself beneath Ning Rongrong, with her atop him, creating a rather awkward position. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she quickly scrambled off Chu Qin. Chu Qin promptly sprang to his feet as well. Father, why are you here? Ning Rongrong asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she looked at Ning Fengji. Shouldn't I be here? Ning Fengji frowned. The young master of the prestigious 7-treasure glazed tile school is lying atop someone in this forest. It would be a disgrace to our school if this got out. Oof. Ning Rongrong coldly snorted. Subsequently, Ning Fengji turned to Chu Qin and inquired about his name. Chu Qin, he replied calmly. Previously, he might have felt apprehensive towards Ning Fengji. But now, with the unparalleled Hua Sudaji by his side, along with the experience card for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, Ning Fengji's attempts to contend with him were virtually futile. After speaking, Ning Fengji coldly gazed into Chu Qin's eyes for 3 full seconds. Chu Qin maintained an expression of serene composure throughout. In his heart, he pondered, what is Ning Fengji truly thinking? At that moment, the sword law, smiling, interjected, all right, Fengji, is this how you address our young friend Chu Qin? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's demeanor shifted from cold indifference to a warm smile. In fact, he had already acknowledged his son-in-law, so how could he be angry? Moreover, the actions of Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin indicated that their relationship had progressed further. Young friend Chu Qin, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chun Xin. The Sword de Loa said, smiling at Chu Qin. Ah, Elder Chun Xin. Chu Qin responded with a slight nod of confusion. Since Ning Rongrong was his destined wife, it was only natural that Chun Xin would be considered his elder. You need not feel uneasy, young friend Chu Qin. In fact, we have been watching over Rongrong all along. The Sword Dou Loa continued. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Father, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, you have been following me this whole time? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment and indignation. Indeed, how could we let Rongrong be alone? Grandpa Bone replied. So you all watched as I was chased by the Wind Demon Wolf for 10 miles? Ning Rongrong said, hands on her hips, slightly irked. Ahogong, you cannot blame us for that. The Sword de Loa said, his expression gentle and indulgent. You were the one who insisted on obtaining the 2nd spirit ring alone and forbade us from intervening. And what about Houwudi? He said you sent him. Ning Rongrong presedon. Sigh. Rongrong, I apologize for the matter regarding Houwudi. Ning Fengji said angrily, sighing. I truly did not expect that rascal to attempt anything against you. If it weren't for Chu Qin, I might have nearly been killed. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, turning her head away in anger. Actually, your father only wants what is best for you. Chu Qin does it. Their intention was to encourage you to train more. Upon hearing Chu Qin speak, Ning Rongrong's anger began to dissipate. She looked back at Ning Fengji and the others, asking, is that true? Yes. The Sword Dou Loa affirmed. How could we bear to see you get hurt? However, we must extend our gratitude to young friend Chu Qin. The Sword Dou Loa turned to Chu Qin and continued. Not only did you save Rongrong twice, but you also assisted her in obtaining her 2nd spirit ring. Just a trivial matter. Chu Qin smiled. No. Ning Fengji shook his head. We overheard your conversation with Rongrong. With that, he took out a card from his soul guide container and handed it to Chu Qin. This contains 1 million gold soul coins. That seems inappropriate. Chu Qin declined. Take it, Chu Qin, this is my promise to you. Ning Rongrong urged. Hearing her words, Chu Qin accepted the gold soul coin card. Moreover, Rongrong has also promised you the fulfillment of 1 wish. Ning Fengji added, speak, what wish do you desire? Well, I haven't thought that far yet. Chu Qin deeply. Although he acknowledged Ning Rongrong as his wife, he could not directly propose to possess her, lest he be deemed frivolous. However, to Chu Qin's surprise, Ning Fengji spoke up. How about this? Since you saved Rongrong's life, why not let her pledge herself to you? Receiving Ning Rongrong would mean returning to Nodding Academy. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Rongrong's face, yet she responded, Father, are you joking? I have only known Chu Qin for a few days. Chu Qin also agreed, thinking Ning Fengji was jesting. Well, has your father ever joked? Ning Fengji replied seriously. You are aware that you were nearly throwing yourself at Chu Qin just moments ago? Dad, are you serious? Ning Rongrong asked, her expression grave, yet her heart elated. Yes. Ning Fengji nodded. This matter has been discussed and agreed upon by Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone. You are not a child anymore. It is time to find someone to keep you grounded. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted and turned her gaze towards Chu Qin, asking with some hope, Chu Qin, do you want me? This means Rongrong, you are in agreement. Ning Fengji smiled, then turned to Chu Qin. What say you? We have witnessed your talents. I can assure you that you're the only soul king of your age on the continent. Moreover, I can sense your feelings for Rongrong. Not only did you save her, But you also spent several days in the Seven Treasure Forest for her second spirit ring. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while I dare not claim to be the strongest sect in the world, we are certainly among the top 3. Given our resources, you should not feel wronged in becoming my son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin exhaled slightly, replying, since Uncle Ning has said so, I shall not refuse. Indeed, I admit that I have feelings for Rongrong. At these words, Ning Fengji and the sword and Bonde both exchanged joyful glances. While Ning Rongrong directly linked her arm with Chu Qin's, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked, Chu Qin, do you really like me? Yes. Chu Qin nodded earnestly. That's wonderful, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, excitedly resting her head against Chu Qin's arm. However, Uncle Ning, I have one condition, Chu Qin said while stroking Ning Rongrong's hair, addressing Ning Fengji. What condition? Ning Fengji inquired. I will not remain in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chu Qin replied. I want Rongrong to come with me. Both Ning Fengji and the sword and Bone de Law showed signs of concern. They had only one daughter and granddaughter. While Chu Qin was undoubtedly a genius, he was still not fully developed, and they had hoped he would stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ink. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian. Chu Qin said, I understand your concerns. After saying this, he snapped his fingers, and, in the next moment, the figure of Su Daji appeared beside him. Upon seeing Su Daji, Ning Fengji and the others were taken aback. It was not just her beauty that astounded them, but her strength as well. Especially the sword and Bone Daw, who were formidable beings themselves, could not sense the fluctuations of Su Daji's soul power. This indicated that she was a being entirely beyond their level. Who is this? The sword Doloa asked in surprise. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Daji. She introduced herself. I am Chu Qin's master. Master? Everyone was shocked again. May I ask, what is your level? Grandpa Bone inquired respectfully, inadvertently using the honorific you. Upon hearing this, Su Daji glanced at Chu Qin and, receiving his permission, a pink radiance enveloped her form. What followed was a terrifying display of soul rings. 9 rings of yellow, purple, black, red, and red. In an instant, the surrounding forest within a 10-mile radius trembled, the ground rumbling, and the air quaking. 4 10,000-year soul rings. Grandpa Bone exclaimed in terror. A title Doloa? Ning Fengji was equally astonished. No, not a title Doloa. The sword Doloa shook his head. She is a 99th level unparalleled Doloa. Otherwise, she could not possibly emit such energy fluctuations. Indeed, Su Daji was an unparalleled Doloa. Chu Qin smiled faintly and said, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, are you at ease now? At ease. At ease. Ning Fengji and the others could hardly feel anything but reassured. Being beside an unparalleled Doloa was far safer than remaining at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the same time, the hearts of the 3 were filled with uncontainable joy. To have a peerless Doloa by his side, who referred to him as Master, was nothing short of a grand joke if one claimed that Chu Qin lacked a background. Consider this, with such a son-in-law, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could easily dominate the Doluo continent. If Chu Qin's talent was the reason for Ning Fengji's admiration, then Su Daji was the guarantee that Ning Fengji would never regret his choice. With this thought in mind, Ning Fengji smiled and turned to Chu Qin, saying, From your previous conversation with Rongrong, we learned that you are not from the Doluo continent. Might you share where you hail from? He was filled with curiosity about what kind of sect could have a peerless Doluo as a subordinate. The far seas of the Doluo continent, Chu Qin thought, knowing he could say whatever he wished since no one had ventured there or even knew of it. Uncle Ning, my father has instructed me not to disclose the exact location of my homeland. Understood. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. I hope to meet your father someday. Indeed. Chu Qin responded with a smile of his own. Daddy, does this mean I can go out and play with Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly. The prospect of being with the one she loved and leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School thrilled her to no end. Rongrong. Ning Fengji suppressed his excitement and looked at her seriously. When you are outside, you must listen to Chu Qin. Do not be as mischievous and unruly as you are in the sect. Got it. Ning Rongrong replied somewhat reluctantly. Chu Qin, if Rongrong causes any trouble outside, feel free to reprimand her without needing to report to me. Ning Fengji turned to Chu Qin. Rest assured, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin embraced Ning Rongrong and replied, Women are meant to be cherished. I would never dream of reprimanding Rongrong. Ning Rongrong secretly smiled at his words. Rongrong, now that you have Chu Qin, don't forget about Grandpa Jian. Jian Delo reminded Ning Rongrong. Make sure to visit home often. I will, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu. Rongrong will definitely come back to see you. Ning Rongrong promised earnestly. After a few more exchanges, Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong, hand in hand and followed by Su Daji, exited the Seven Treasure Forest. Upon leaving the forest, Chu Qin hired a carriage. The carriage traveled along the road for a day and a night and was finally nearing Notting City. Throughout the journey, Chu Qin felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had gained Ning Rongrong, how would he explain things to Xiao Wu? The conscience system, Tang San's jealousy, and the prospect of a harem were all weighing on his mind. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong seemed to sense his unease and asked, Chu Qin, do you have another woman? Chu Qin was taken aback, unsure whether to admit it. Her name is Xiao Wu, right? Ning Rongrong propet kentli. How do you know? Chu Qin was astonished. According to the current timeline, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu should have never met. I dreamed of her yesterday. Ning Rongrong replied. She told me, she is your woman. Chu Qin was left bewildered and confused. At that moment, he thought to himself, System, is this your doing? Of course. The system replied. This goddess system is a conscientious one. Feel free to pursue women. Your harem will be expertly managed, and there won't be any fires. In other words, every goddess will naturally accept that you have other women. System, I love you. Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, a conscientious system. With that thought, Chu Qin decided to stop hiding. Yes, I do have another woman named Xiao Wu, and you'll meet her shortly. That's wonderful. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands in excitement. This way, I'll have another sister. Chu Qin, do you think Xiao Wu will accept me as her sister? She certainly should. Chu Qin replied, You are so beautiful. Really? Ning Rongrong lauket. Then tell me, who is prettier, me or Xiao Wu? You are beautiful. Chu Qin answered without a moment's hesitation. What a loaded question. Really? Don't tease me, Ning Rongrong said with a triumphant smile. It seemed that while Rongrong was initially resistant to his harem, women would always engage in comparisons, especially regarding beauty. Just then, the carriage stopped at the entrance of Notting Academy. Here we are. Chu Qin got off the carriage and stretched. Although it had only been a few days since he last saw Xiao Wu, he found himself missing that little rabbit. He then helped Ning Rongrong down from the carriage, and the two walked hand in hand into the academy. Chu Qin. At that moment, an angry yet youthful voice rang out. Chu Qin and the others turned to see Tang San walking out of Notting Academy in his school uniform. Tang San. Chu Qin smiled. Chu Qin. How can you still smile? Tang San approached him, anger radiating from him. I've already given Xiao Wu to you, yet you are flirting with other women. What do you mean you gave her to me? Besides, what I do in pursuing women is none of your business. Chu Qin replied calmly. Xiao Wu is at least my little sister. Tang San retorted angrily. How can you treat her this way? But Chu Qin chuckled softly. What makes you qualified to be Xiao Wu's brother? Does she even recognize you? That's better than you flirting with wild women. Tang San furrowed his brow. Who is this person? Ning Rongrong asked Chu Qin, having heard their exchange. A pitiful lad dealing with heartbreak, Chu Qin sneered. No wonder. Stay away from me. Ning Rongrong glared at Tang San. If I hear you call me a wild woman again, I won't hold back. The wild woman I referred to is you. Tang San retorted coldly. Do you know that this person already has a woman? You are just a mistress. Tang San was infuriated, wondering why he lost Xiao Wu, whom he had pursued for 4 years, to Chu Qin. Now, Chu Qin had found another woman. Jealousy caused Tang San to lose his reason. However, before Tang San could finish speaking, Chu Qin had already kicked him away. I was in a good mood today, but it seems you're due for another beating. Lying on the ground, Tang San glared angrily at Chu Qin. His kick had somewhat sobered Tang San. Chu Qin, Tang San sneered. I may not be as good as you, but your lack of commitment in love will eventually lead to consequences. Perhaps you understand nothing. When that day comes, you will know. Chu Qin remained calm and composed, while Ning Rongrong was filled with fury, feeling an urge to strike Tang San. Chu Qin. Just as Tang San finished speaking, a light, melodious voice rang out. A tall, slender girl in pink rushed excitedly towards them. It was Xiao Wu. Chu Qin. Xiao Wu is here, Tang San said coldly. Let us see how you explain this. However, just as Tang San was preparing to watch the drama unfold, he was left dumbfounded. Xiao Wu excitedly jumped into Chu Qin's arms, and he instinctively supported her with his hand. Did you miss me? Chu Qin looked at Xiao Wu gently. MMHM. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Chu Qin, you lied to me. The carrots didn't work at all. Little flirt. Zhu Qin ziplit polifuli. Don't worry. I'm back. You won't need the carrots anymore. MMHM. Are you Xiao Wu? At that moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu and asked with a smile. Yes, I am Xiao Wu, the one who dances. Xiao Wu clung to Chu Qin's neck excitedly as she looked at Ning Rongrong. You are Chu Qin's other woman, Ning Rongrong? Huh? Ning Rongrong smiled. Xiao Wu, how did you know my name? And how do you know I am also Chu Qin's woman? I'm not sure. Xiao Wu shook her head in confusion. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Could it be in a dream? Ning Rongrong asked. I can't remember. Xiao Wu shook her head. No worries. Since we are all women of Chu Qin, we shall be good sisters. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment and smiled. Xiao Wu nodded excitedly. Jumping down from Chu Qin and taking Ning Rongrong's hand as they headed towards Nodding Academy. Aside from Chu Qin, they are just a bunch of stinky men. Now that you're here, Rongrong, I won't feel lonely anymore. I hope you will take care of me. Sure. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile, covering her mouth. Seeing the joyful scene between the two, Chu Qin stepped in between them, wrapping an arm around each of them, and said, Then let us return to celebrate. I will personally book a grand feast for you at the hotel. Great. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong replied in unison. With that, Chu Qin led the two, one on each side, back to the dormitory. What would you like to eat? He asked. Spicy rabbit legs. Ning Rongrong exclaimed without hesitation. No rabbits. Chu Qin and Xiao Wu replied in unison. Witnessing the sight of Chu Qin with his arms around both girls, Tang San felt a pang of existential doubt. Xiao Wu, he called out anxiously. Hearing his voice, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and coldly retorted, Get lost, stinky man. Tang San felt as if he were falling into an abyss upon hearing Xiao Wu's icy words. It seemed he had overthought it. Perhaps Xiao Wu had never cared for him from the beginning. She was more concerned about Chu Qin. Oh, Tang San, he berated himself. Stop humiliating yourself and being overly sentimental. That night, after a hearty meal and drinks, Xiao Wu, perhaps too excited, drank quite a bit of beer and went asleep in the inner room. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin lay on the sofa, both in a hazy state of intoxication. The Dou continent is wonderful, but lacking a mobile phone for leisure, Chu Qin sighed inwardly. Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, she put down her book and called out sweetly. What is it, Rongrong? Chu Qin asked, surprised. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of shyness, slightly bit her lip. What's wrong? Is there something you can't tell me? Chu Qin, gently holding her arm, smiled tenderly. Chu Qin, I heard that you all do that at night, Ning Rongrong said, her face turning crimson. The bold Ning Rongrong, signing in for Zhu Zhuqing. Chu Qin immediately understood her thoughts, but shook his head with a smile and declined. No, Rongrong, you are too young. How am I young? Ning Rongrong fronet. ISNT Xiao Wu around my age? I didn't mean that. Chu Qin replied. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, boldly loosened her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and a shallow cleavage. See, I'm not small, she shyly said. Chu Qin's heart skipped a beat. Though Ning Rongrong appeared youthful, she certainly possessed substance. Chu Qin, are you just going to watch? Ning Rongrong turned her head away, a bit shyly asking. With her taking such a bold step, how could Chu Qin remain indifferent? Rongrong, we haven't been together long. Are you sure about this? He asked, maintaining a serious demeanor. Who knows? Ning Rongrong's temper flared, and she coldly huffed, from now on, don't touch me. Chu Qin instantly regretted not recognizing her feelings. After all, if a girl was unwilling, she wouldn't have gone this far. He chuckled, playfully pushing Ning Rongrong back onto the sofa. Rongrong, it's okay to be a little smaller. Just eat more papaya. As they indulged in their hazy intoxication, Chu Qin took some precautions. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Xiao Wu successfully passed the assessment at Nodding Academy, and Chu Qin resigned from his position as a mentor there. They traveled by carriage to the Barak Kingdom, specifically to Soto City. The Barak Kingdom is located in the southwest of the Heaven Dou Empire, and is one of the 4 major kingdoms under its jurisdiction. Soto City, being one of the main cities of the Barak Kingdom, was bustling with life, with people coming and going. However, at that moment, the passers-by's gazes were fixed upon a young man. This man was flanked by 2 stunning beauties, none other than Chu Qin, with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong could be deemed breathtaking, a stark contrast to the surrounding scenery. It was quite a sight to behold, with the two extraordinary beauties laughing and conversing in Chu Qin's embrace. Notably, Xiao Wu held a carrot, while Ning Rongrong clutched a piece of papaya. Chu Qin, what are we doing here? Xiao Wu asked, looking at him with confusion. Didn't you graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy? Chu Qin smiled and replied, I brought you here to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Isn't the best Advanced Soul Master Academy in the whole continent the Heaven Dou Royal Academy? Shouldn't we go to the capital instead of this remote place? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Is this place still considered poor? It's much larger than Notting City, Xiao Wu said, somewhat astonished. Hee Xiao Wu, perhaps I'm just used to the opulence of the Heaven Dou capital, so everything else seems relatively impoverished. Ning Rongrong repeated. That's a case of affluenza. Xiao Wu pouted. Don't underestimate Soto City. Chu Qin interjected with a smile. Here, you will gain unexpected rewards. What kind of rewards? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong asked in unison. You will know once you enter the academy. Chu Qin's my ding. The goddess system has been activated. Defeat Dai Mubai. Become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Achieve 100% favorability with Zhu Zhuqing and acquire 2 10,000-year soul bones and a level 7 soul guide. Indeed, it has arrived. Chu Qin mused with delight. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were both stunning, albeit a tad younger. Zhu Zhuqing would serve to compensate for that shortcoming. Chu Qin, what are you smiling about? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. It's getting late. Let us find a hotel first. And later I'll accompany you two shopping. All right, the two girls chorused. As Chu Qin searched for accommodations, he declined several luxurious hotels until he arrived at a 3-story establishment resembling a rose. This must be the Rose Hotel. Chu Qin's my. It's a must-visit for time travelers. Excuse me, could we have a room? Chu Qin asked, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu by his side. Are you 3 sharing a room? The staff inquired. What's wrong with that? Ning Rongrong frowned. Just get us a room. In her mind, she thought the staff was judging them for their money. All right. The hotel staff immediately smiled. We just happen to have a spacious double room available. It's cozy and perfect for the 3 of you. Then let's book it. Xiao Wu replied. Wait, is it just one double room? That should be reserved for me, right? A haughty yet languid voice interrupted. The group turned to see a blond man, approximately 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and strikingly handsome features, entering the hotel, flanked by 2 stunning twin sisters. His waist-length golden hair cascaded down his back, and his most distinctive feature was his heterochromia. The moment Chu Qin laid eyes on this man, he instantly recognized him as Dai Mubai, the white tiger with a wicked gaze. Indeed, he was the target of his impending confrontation. Excuse me, sir. The hotel staff greeted Dai Mubai with a smile. This room has already been booked by these 3 guests. You might want to look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai sized up Chu Qin and his companions, feeling a sense of displeasure. Chu Qin's charm surpassed his own, and while he too had 2 beauties at his side, they paled in comparison to the 2 extraordinary women in Chu Qin's embrace. Upon reaching this point, Dai Mubai's lips curled slightly, his expression chilling as he addressed the waiter. It appears you are new here. Summon your manager. Dai Xiao. No sooner had Dai Mubai spoken than a portly middle-aged man emerged from within the hotel. I arrived the moment I caught the scent of money. Dai Xiao, your charisma. Manager Wang. Dai Mubai smirked. Did we not agree that you would reserve a room for me every day? You certainly know how to handle affairs. My apologies, Dai Xiao. I was unaware of the rules. Manager Wang replied with a smile. Turning to the trio of Chu Qin, I am sorry, esteemed guests, but this room belongs to Dai Xiao. I must kindly ask you to seek accommodation elsewhere. On what grounds? Before Chu Qin could respond, Xiao Wu, with a fiery temper, interjected, we arrived first, because I am wealthy. Dai Mubai retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Wealthy you say? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes turned icy as she tossed a bag from her soul guide container. The bag landed on the counter, spilling forth a gleaming cascade of gold soul coins. Witnessing the large pouch of gold soul coins, Manager Wang's eyes sparkled with greed. This is 100 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, staring at Dai Mubai. Tell him to leave. Dai Mubai was momentarily at a loss. Both were wealthy, both were patrons, and he could not afford to offend either. Yet, he smirked at Ning Rongrong. I did not expect you to be a little heiress. You are quite attractive. Why not join me? Join you? Who do you think you are? Ning Rongrong retorted disdainfully A debauched wastrel like you is not even worthy to polish my shoes. Rongrong, well said. Xiao Wu chimed in with laughter. Very well, you have successfully angered me. Dai Mubai's gaze turned frosty. However, I, Dai Mubai, do not strike women. With that, he turned to Chu Qin. Are they your women? Indeed, Chu Qin replied calmly. Excellent. It has been a while since I have flexed my muscles. Let's have a duel, Dai Mubai declared, shoving the two women aside and cracking his neck, accompanied by a fierce roar. A majestic evil-eye white tiger manifested behind him. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiated beneath his feet. Dai Xiao. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's fury, Manager Wang called out in fear. Fear not. All losses today will be accounted for by me. But this man I will defeat. Dai Mubai turned to Chu Qin. I assume you are a man and will not hide behind women? Not at all. Chu Qin ziplit gan li. Very well, then come forth. White tiger, possess. With a furious roar, Dai Mubai's hands swelled to more than double their size, covered in a layer of white tiger fur. A faint character appeared on his forehead. Dai Mubai. Martial Soul. White Tiger, level 37 Battle Soul Sovereign. His voice thundered with arrogance. Xiao Wu Rongrong. Chu Qin's Mai says and Li. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong stepped back simultaneously. Xiao Wu, collect the gold soul coins and secure the room card from that waiter. The waiter hesitated, but in the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. In shock, the hotel manager, the waiter, and the 2 graceful women gasped. What has happened? He was instantly defeated, Ning Rongrong remarked. Some individuals simply enjoy humiliating themselves. Xiao Wu snatched the room card from the waiter, shrugging with a playful smile. I thought he was formidable. How dare he challenge our Chu Qin? As Dai Mubai slowly rose, the arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by fear and disbelief. He had just witnessed the most terrifying scene. Chu Qin had effortlessly shattered his white tiger defense with a mere punch, without even revealing his own martial soul rings. Who are you? Dai Mubai stammered in terror, gazing at Chu Qin. You are not worthy to know my name. Chu Qin replied coolly, gesturing with his middle finger. If you are a man, then continue. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With a low growl, Dai Mubai's mouth transformed into that of Tiger, unleashing a torrent of milky white light. His aura was formidable, causing the hotel walls to tremble as if they might collapse. Witnessing this, Chu Qin smiled calmly, extending his right hand without using any soul power. In an astonishing display, he effortlessly intercepted the White Tiger's Radiant Wave with his bare palm, remaining completely steady. Except for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, everyone else was left dumbfounded. How old is Chu Qin? He caught the attack of a Battle Soul Sovereign with his bare hands. Moreover, with a gentle push, Chu Qin redirected the milky white beam back towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was struck by the light beam and fell heavily to the ground, his martial soul rings dissipating at that moment. How is this possible? Dai Mubai lay on the ground, staring in shock at the young man before him, utterly astonished. Who are you? He asked, fear seeping into his voice. You will find out in due time, Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, let's retire to our room and rest. With that, Chu Qin embraced Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, departing with flair. Dai Xiao. After Chu Qin left, Manager Wang hurried over, attempting to assist Dai Mubai. How could there be such a powerful young soul master? I must inform the dean immediately. Step aside. Dai Mubai swatted away Manager Wang's hand, clutching his chest as he strode towards Shrek Academy. Sighing softly, Manager Wang instructed the waiter to clean up the mess, ensuring the guests on the upper floors were well taken care of. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel stood a young man in blue attire with sun-kissed skin, Tang San. I am sorry, esteemed guest, but we are fully booked. Please seek accommodation elsewhere. Tang San seemed oblivious to the waiter's words, pondering. I never imagined this child would be so formidable. What brings him to Soto City? Could he also be seeking to join Shrek Academy? Oh well, he is just a child. I shall avoid provoking him in the future. With a sigh, Tang San turned to leave. Inside the luxurious suite of the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu collapsed onto the bed. Are you not going to explore the city? Chu Qin inquired with a smile. Not at all. We are too exhausted. The two replied in perfect harmony. Very well, I am a bit tired as well. Let us sleep until dawn and then head to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin said with a smile, lying down between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Shrek Academy? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it is a prestigious Soul Master Academy. I will tell you more tomorrow. Now let us sleep. With that, Chu Qin wrapped an arm around each of them, quickly drifting into a serene slumber. How fast he sleeps! Ning Rongrong marveled. Rongrong, let us also sleep, Xiao Wu suggested with a smile. With that, both girls snuggled closer to Chu Qin, embracing him as they fell into a deep sleep. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Qin felt a wetness on his lips, awakening from his slumber. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ning Rongrong was kissing him. Rongrong, Chu Qin whispered in surprise. Ah, Chu Qin, you're awake. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, suddenly startled. Ima saw thee, Zhu Zhuqing. Your face is just too handsome. I couldn't help myself, you little rascal. Unable to resist, Chu Qin pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek playfully. Is that what you were thinking? He teased. The dual moons in the sky. Ning Rongrong nodded, her expression somewhat pitiful. In recent days, due to Xiao Wu's constant presence, Chu Qin had rarely indulged in such activities. Glancing at the sleeping Xiao Wu, Chu Qin turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, we mustn't disturb Xiao Wu's sleep. Let's head to the washroom. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. Thus, the two stealthily made their way to the washroom. Once the door was securely closed, they both sighed in relief. Chu Qin gazed at Ning Rongrong with palpable excitement. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was adorned in a light green fitted dress, revealing her slender, jade-like legs, and it was evident that her bosom had grown considerably. It seems the papaya has worked wonders. She giggled triumphantly. Let us keep our voices down. We would want to wake Xiao Wu. With that, they began to undress. Just as they were halfway through, the door swung open, and Xiao Wu appeared unexpectedly. Xiao Wu! Both Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin exclaimed in shock. What are you two doing? Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu, let me explain. Chu Qin hurriedly interjected. Explain what? I heard everything. Count me in. Xiao Wu pouted. Huh? Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Wu huffed. You two have been sneaking around behind my back multiple times. With that, Xiao Wu aggressively began to undress. That night, under the dual moons, was destined to be a sleepless one. The following morning, Chu Qin, accompanied by Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, exited Suatawa City and arrived at a small village just outside the city gates. Chu Qin, didn't you say we were going to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Why have we left the city? Xiao Wu queried, puzzled. Yes, Chu Qin, did you take a wrong turn? Ning Rongrong chimed in. No, not at all. Chu Qin shook his head. The direction is correct, but there's no Advanced Soul Master Academy here. Xiao Wu pressed. Look over there. Isn't that it? Chu Qin pointed ahead, smiling at the long line of people gradually passing through a wooden gate into the village. At first glance, it appeared as though they were queuing for the restroom. However, upon closer inspection, the wooden gate bore the words Shrek Academy, accompanied by the emblem of a soul beast. Is this really Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu asked in unison, both astonished. In their hearts, they could hardly believe that this place, far from being associated with an advanced institution, seemed more akin to a kindergarten. Though reluctant to admit it, it was indeed the truth. Jukin note that, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he made his way towards Shrek Academy. His gaze swept through the crowd, searching for a particular individual, but he could not find whom he sought, though he did spot Tang San. Chu Qin paid no heed to Tang San. Instead, he pondered whether the storyline had altered and if Zhu Zhuqing would not be attending Shrek Academy. Impossible, he thought. At that moment, a conversation reached his ears from ahead. Is this really the Shrek Academy that claims graduates become imperial barons? Surely there's been a mistake. It can't be. False advertising could lead to losing their accreditation. Another voice replied, perhaps this is just a test. The real academy is elsewhere. Look at those three behind us, such striking looks. They can't be ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong exchanged slight smiles. Meanwhile, a golden-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes stepped out from Shrek Academy. It was Dai Bai. It's been ages since Shrek Academy has been this lively. He stretched and smiled broadly. Just then, Dai Bai's gaze landed on Chu Qin, and his smile faltered as memories of the previous day surfaced, causing him to frown and swiftly retreat inside the academy. Dean! Chu Qin remained oblivious to Dai Bai's presence. But at that moment, Li Yusong, responsible for admissions, called out in a sharp aged voice from the front of the line. Unqualified is unqualified. Do not waste my time. Why should my child, a genius in the junior academy, with a first soul ring of 100 years, be unable to enter your dilapidated academy? A middle-aged man shouted angrily. If he can't enter, refund my registration fee. I'm sorry, but registration fees are non-refundable. Liuzon raplia calmly. The middle-aged man was incensed. Hurry and refund my registration fee, or I want to leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, expressing their dissatisfaction with the academy's unreasonable behavior. Chu Qin, can this academy actually have students? Xiao Wu asked, biting into a carrot, perplexed. Indeed, this is utterly unreasonable, Ning Rongrong added, taking a bite of papaya. Why would we come to such an academy? You'll soon find out. Zhu Zhuqing, as if on cue. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from the front. Below Li Yusong's feet, a total of 6 soul rings illuminated. A soul emperor. As the crowd fell silent at the sight of Li Yusong's soul rings, he raised his dragon-patterned staff and declared, Shrek Academy only accepts students under the age of 13, with soul power above 21, and both of their first 2 soul rings must be 100 years old. Those who do not meet these standards, do not waste your time. Those who wish to challenge my staff, step forward. Upon hearing this, the once-long queue dispersed in an instant. The scene was left with just 5 individuals: Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and a cold-faced girl. The girl appeared youthful, approximately 13 or 14 years old, but she was likely younger than her appearance suggested. With long black hair and striking beauty, she was undeniably a stunning figure. Yet her figure suggested maturity, clad in black leather that accentuated her alluring curves, especially her prominent chest. Xiao Wu, look at that girl. Ning Rongrong pointed at the cold-faced girl. Xiao Wu replied, feeling a pang of insecurity as she compared herself to the girl's extraordinary physique. This isn't normal. Here comes a 36. At this, Chu Qin's gaze turned toward the cold-faced girl, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Without a doubt, she was Zhu Zhuqing. What? 36? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chu Qin shook his head. No, something is definitely up. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances. Noticing the intensity in Chu Qin's eyes reminiscent of the previous night, when he effortlessly defeated Zhao Wujia. Remarkably, there are still 5 of us left, Li Yusong exclaimed, surprised, as it was unusual for this time to not have concluded the day as admissions. He swiftly approached the 5, smiling, since that's the case. Let's test your soul power. Who would like to go first? One by one, Tang San and the others completed their tests, each meeting the Academy's admission criteria. This year, we unexpectedly gained 4 prodigies. Li Yusong marveled. And you? He turned to Chu Qin. You don't seem to be under 13. Indeed, I am not. Chu Qin nodded. I am not here for the entrance examination. Then do not waste my time. Li Yusong replied coldly. You 4 may proceed to the next round of assessments. Wait a moment. I am not here for the entrance examination, but rather to apply for the position of a mentor. Chu Qin called out to Li Yusong as he turned to leave. What? Li Yusong exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were equally astonished. To directly apply for the role of a mentor was indeed an unusual approach. However, Li Yusong, with a hint of disdain, replied, then you should not waste any more time. To become a mentor at Shrek Academy, one must first attain the rank of Soul King and defeat a mentor from the Academy. Furthermore, I must remind you that the lowest rank among us is Soul Emperor. In other words, if you are not a Soul Emperor, your aspiration to become a mentor at Shrek Academy is nothing but a pipe dream. Chu Qin smiled serenely, revealing 6 formidable soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red, shimmering at his feet. The sight of the 6th red soul ring instantly silenced the crowd. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were taken aback. They only knew that Chu Qin possessed a 6 soul ring, but were unaware that it was a 100,000-year soul ring. The most shocked was Tang San, whose eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Chu Qin's soul ring configuration, utterly astonished. What? Zhu Zhuqing's mouth fell open slightly. Even in the Star Luo Empire, she had never encountered such a young Soul Emperor. Chu Qin, level 63 attack system, Soul Emperor. Am I qualified now? Chu Qin inquired lightly, summoning the Destruction God Spear while observing the still dumbfounded Li Yusong. 63, Soul Emperor? After a long pause, Li Yusong finally managed to ask, how old are you? 17. Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. A 17-year-old Soul Emperor? Li Yusong, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. Wait, does your Shrek Academy require age verification to recruit mentors? Chu Qin asked calmly. No, no. Li Yusong shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. There is no age restriction for mentors at Shrek Academy, as long as you meet the two conditions I mentioned earlier. Well, then that's simple. Chu Qin note that. Realizing that Chu Qin was likely seeking a sparring match, Li Yusong prepared to summon his martial spirit. Just then, Chu Qin smiled and said, I heard that your academy has a certain immovable King Xiao Wu. Indeed, Li Yusong frowned slightly. Excellent. Have him come out for a duel. Chu Qin said with a smile. You wish to challenge the Soul Sage, Xiao Wu? Li Yusong was taken aback. Precisely. Chu Qin replied, fighting a Soul Emperor lacks challenge. Indeed, when Chu Qin was merely a Soul King, he was capable of single-handedly confronting a Soul Sage. Now, having acquired his 6th 100,000-year Soul Ring, battling a Soul Sage would be devoid of interest. At that moment, a rough yet languid voice echoed, Who wishes to challenge me? The crowd turned to see a robust, middle-aged man with bronze skin sauntering over while casually digging in his ear. Clad in animal skin armor, he exuded a rugged appearance, with thick brows and large eyes. His skin as resilient as a city wall. A teasing smile adorned his face, embodying an air of mischief. Ah, Li Yusong. It seems this year has brought forth quite a few little monsters. Xiao Wu observed Chu Qin and the others, grinning with pride. By the way, did I hear correctly? Someone wanted to challenge me? Xiao Wu continued, his expression curious. Vice Dean Zhao. Li Yusong approached Xiao Wu and whispered a few words while gesturing toward Chu Qin. What? A 17-year-old Soul Emperor? Xiao Wu looked at Chu Qin, his smile faltering as astonishment washed over his face. Hello, Xiao Wu. I heard that to become a mentor at your esteemed Shrek Academy, one must defeat a mentor. Chu Qin greeted with a smile. You wish to become a mentor at our academy? Xiao Wu frowned, his earlier arrogance dissipating, replaced by surprise and curiosity. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded. Now let us begin. You truly wish to fight me? Xiao Wu asked, bewildered. Ignoring Xiao Wu's confusion, Chu Qin summoned his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red, illuminating the arena with their brilliance. 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief. Are you afraid, Xiao Wu? Chu Qin asked with a teasing smile. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's lips curled slightly. I, immovable King Xiao Wu, have walked this realm for many years. I have battled the bishops of the Spirit Hall. What do I have to fear? Very well, let us stretch our muscles. Great strength Diamond Bear, manifest, Xiao Wu declared, his body expanding significantly. Golden bear fur erupted from his skin, and his hands transformed into massive bear paws. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, glimmered beneath Xiao Wu's feet, showcasing the optimal configuration of his powerful soul rings. Go Chu Qin! Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu cheered in unison, their eyes filled with encouragement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu glanced at them and smirked. Chu Qin, here's the deal. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense stick, I will make an exception and allow you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Though Xiao Wu accepted the challenge, the shock within him had not yet subsided. A 17-year-old Soul Emperor like Chu Qin was a rarity across the continent, and he needed to treat this young talent with respect. No need. Chu Qin replied with a smile. If I cannot defeat you within 10 moves, I shall admit my defeat. Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly as he thought. Such exceptional talent. It's still so young. He likely does not comprehend the gap between Soul Emperors and Soul Sages. I cannot use all my strength against him. However, before Xiao Wu could further contemplate, a streak of black light flashed before him. Xiao Wu's eyes widened as he realized Chu Qin's Destruction God Spear had already reached him. Its tip aimed at his chest. What? Xiao Wu gasped, quickly bringing his bare paws together to block the spear. Such speed! I must have underestimated him. Xiao Wu thought, his heart racing. Fast speed must correlate with weak strength. Yet, Xiao Wu still underestimated the power of the Destruction God Spear. With all his soul power unleashed, Xiao Wu found himself being pushed back relentlessly by Chu Qin, culminating in a tremendous explosion as the black flames erupted from the spear, sending Xiao Wu flying. Chu Qin's attack was executed in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Xiao Wu was already sprawled on the ground. As the crowd processed the scene, shock enveloped them. Vice Dean Zhao has been defeated? Li Yusong could hardly believe his eyes. Flinder, is he next? Tang San silently pondered. Who exactly is this Chu Qin? Is he truly just a child? When I first met him, he was merely a soul zone. Now, barely over a year later, he has reached the point of defeating a soul sage. How long must I wait to reclaim Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing was equally amazed, thinking to herself, this person is so handsome. No, what am I thinking? I came here to find Dai Mubai. Only Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their joy, cheering, well done. Chu Qin. At that moment, Xiao Wu was also left in a daze. Is this Chu Qin truly a soul emperor? He was a level 76 power-type soul sage. Yet he had been directly struck down by a soul emperor. Although Xiao Wu had not used his full strength, he thought, I cannot allow this to stand. I cannot let my reputation suffer. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. Xiao Wu took the initiative to attack. His second soul ring lighting up as his bare paw enlarged dramatically, descending upon Chu Qin with overwhelming force. Feeling the sudden surge of Xiao Wujia's soul power and the oppressive weight upon him, Chu Qin's pupils narrowed slightly. Indeed, Xiao Wujia had not been using his full strength until now. However, did I truly exert my utmost effort? Let me attempt the 10,000-year soul skill. A single strike to determine the victor. The sixth soul skill, the wandering spear of illusion. At that moment, as the sixth soul ring beneath Chu Qin's feet illuminated, his entire being seemed to dissolve into an ethereal state, as if he had melded with the very fabric of space itself. In this condition, the gravitational suppression imposed by Xiao Wujia was entirely nullified. One extraordinary soul skill. Xiao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment as he felt his weightlessness. While still in shock, Xiao Wujia swiftly condensed his soul power into a protective shield. The sixth soul ring of Chu Qin was a gift from a system, bestowed upon him by a 10,000-year soul beast known as the Voidbone Dragon. This soul ring granted Chu Qin two 10,000-year soul skills, the Wandering Spear of Illusion and the Diamond Soul Breaker Spear. One firm, one gentle. The Wandering Spear of Illusion's effect was to release oneself from all forms of control and to disregard all physical defenses. Thus, Chu Qin's God-slaying spear seamlessly pierced through the shield, sending Xiao Wujia's body soaring. Fortunately, Xiao Wujia managed to steady himself in time to avoid falling. Yet his martial soul's soul ring dissipated in an instant. This meant that Chu Qin had emerged victorious. I have lost. Is this truly the prowess of a 10,000-year soul skill? Xiao Wujia spoke, somewhat incredulously. Xiao Wujia conceded. Chu Qin smirked slightly. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, Xiao Wujia had proclaimed that if Chu Qin could withstand his assault for the duration of a burning incense stick, he would be victorious. Now, Chu Qin had decisively defeated Xiao Wujia in merely 2 moves. Congratulations, Chu Qin. From this day forth, you shall be my colleague. You will officially become an instructor at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wujia approached Chu Qin, extending his hand, genuinely impressed. Indeed, Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. Hee. Instructor Chu Qin, you shall henceforth be the youngest and most talented instructor in our academy. I look forward to your guidance. Li Yusong hastened to flatter him. The academy has gained another instructor, but I am unaware of this. At that moment, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed through the air. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a brown suit approached alongside a young man with golden hair and heterochromia. Boss Flander. Xiao Wujia hurriedly welcomed him. Flander disregarded Xiao Wujia's greeting, turning to Dai Mubai, and quietly inquired about Chu Qin. Did he strike you? Yes, director. Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. How much gold soul currency was promised for accomplishing this? Flander continued to lower his voice. A plot of land for the academy, along with 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai responded quietly. Upon hearing this, Flander's brow furrowed slightly, and he confidently approached Chu Qin. Who permitted you to become an instructor at Shrek Academy? Director. Before Chu Qin could speak, Xiao Wujia interjected. It was I who conceded. Xiao Wujia. How much did you gain from this? Flander remarked coldly, a hint of disdain in his expression. How could such a young man possibly become an instructor at our esteemed Shrek Academy? Have you forgotten the Academy's rules? Director, I haven't. Xiao Wujia quickly retorted. Before Xiao Wujia could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Flander, who turned to Chu Qin and said apologies. But Shrek Academy is not currently recruiting instructors. Here's the deal. If you can defeat me, I shall make an exception and allow you to become an instructor. Flander's intention was unmistakable. He aimed to spar with Chu Qin, intending to beat him up and claim Dai Mubai's reward. However, his calculations may have been flawed. Chu Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been troubled, feeling that his battle with Xiao Wujia had not been sufficiently fulfilling to gauge his true capabilities. Flander, a soul sage at level 78, was indeed a commendable choice. Thus, Chu Qin calmly replied, "Very well, since the academy is yours, you have the final say." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai secretly chuckled. "Chu Qin, you are not someone to be trifled with." Dai Mubai mused inwardly, anticipating that Flander would soon receive his comeuppance. "Boss." At that moment, Xiao Wujia cautioned, "Chu Qin, he is all ready." "Xiao Wujia, what benefits did you receive? I will settle this with you later." Flander furrowed his brow. Dai Mubai had promised 10,000 gold soul coins and a parcel of land. It must not be jeopardized by Xiao Wujia. "Chu Qin, let's begin." With that, a dark, majestic owl emerged behind Flander, its 7 soul rings shimmering in hues of yellow and purple. Flander, a 78-level owl soul sage. Flander, looking at Chu Qin with a smile, said, "Come now, do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall refrain from using my martial soul's true form. And if you can endure for the duration of a burning incense stick, I will make you an exception and allow you to become an instructor at Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others simultaneously cast their gazes toward Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia scratched the back of his head, secretly amused and thinking, "Hee, Boss Flander, witnessing you take a beating is well worth it." Flander, noticing the glances exchanged between Xiao Wujia, Li Yusong, and others, felt a shiver down his spine. Their eyes held a gleam of anticipation, as if they were eager to watch him make a fool of himself. In the next instant, Flander could hardly believe his eyes, as beneath Chu Qin's feet shone a 10,000-year soul ring. 1, 2, 6 rings, the 6-ring soul emperor, a 10,000-year soul ring. Flander was speechless in astonishment. Dai Mubai's smile froze as he swallowed hard. "How old are you?" After a long moment, Flander instinctively asked Chu Qin. 17 years old. "Boss," Xiao Wuji answered. 17? Flander furrowed his brow, suddenly enlightened, a revelation striking him. As Flander contemplated, a black golden spear lunged toward him with startling speed. Unlike Xiao Wujia, who embodied heavy, brute strength, Flander was an agile attack type, soul master. He spread the wings of his owl, evading Chu Qin's strike. "What's the rush?" Flander frowned and inquired. "Flander, in battle, no one grants you the luxury of preparation." Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. "Dai Mubai, do you dare to strike my wife? What a bold lad." Flander's lips curled upward, his tone lacking anger and instead filled with delight. For he had just conceived a lucrative idea. Should Chu Qin join Shrek Academy and lead them in the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition, victory would be a mere formality. Consequently, as the champions of the elite competition, Shrek Academy's reputation and wealth would undoubtedly flourish. At that moment, Flander could already envision himself seated atop a mountain of gold. "I cannot give my all," Flander thought, distancing himself from Chu Qin, reminding himself that Dai Mubai had merely offered 10,000 gold soul coins, whereas this young man before him was undoubtedly a veritable golden goose. "I must find a way to ensure he can endure for the duration of a burning incense stick." However, the very next moment, Flander regretted his decision. Chu Qin, with astonishing speed, matched Flander's flight. Following this, Chu Qin thrust his spear, and due to Flander's insufficient soul power output, he was instantly struck down. Crashing to the ground, "Boss, you must exert your full strength." "I forgot to mention," Xiao Wujia remarked with a hint of amusement. "I was defeated by his 2 skills without using my martial soul's true form." "What? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Flander shot Xiao Wujia an exasperated glare. "Soul skill, Eagle's Whirlwind," Flander bellowed, his wings spinning rapidly as he began to generate a fierce whirlwind of dust and sand, akin to a tempest. sweeping toward Chu Qin. Sixth soul skill, Diamond Soul Breaker Spear. Faced with Flander, the 78-level soul sage, Chu Qin did not dare to be negligent and immediately unleashed the second soul skill from his sixth soul ring. If the illusory spear represents immunity and defense breaking, then the Diamond Soul Piercing Spear embodies the duality of offensive enhancement and absolute defense. When Chu Qin wields the Diamond Soul Piercing Spear, his attack power instantly surges by 100%, granting him a fleeting moment of invulnerable defense. Consequently, one can see that Chu Qin adeptly evaded the swirling soul energy around Flandre, ultimately striking him with a single thrust that sent his corporeal form crashing to the ground. Such a formidable soul skill from 10,000 years past. Flandre's gaze sharpened. Chu Qin's strike, he mused, could rival those beneath the soul saint rank. Perhaps only a soul Dou could contend with him. Pondering this, Flandre was momentarily stunned, contemplating the emergence of such a powerful figure in the Dou continent. Soon, a smirk graced his lips as the championship of the elite Soul Master Tournament was practically sealed. With this thought, Flandre smiled at Chu Qin, conceding, "I have lost. Congratulations on becoming a mentor at Shrek Academy." "Ha ha, Dean, you two have lost." Xiao Wu chuckled, clutching his left chest. Upon hearing this, Flandre placed a hand over his right chest, casting Xiao a sidelong glance. Ding! The system detected the host's completion of the task to defeat Dai Mubai, making him a mentor at Shrek Academy, and awarded him the bones of the furious golden monkey from a 10,000-year-soul beast, 100% favorability from Zhu Zhuqing, and a level 7 soul guidance device, the Sphere of Light. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Qin immediately cast a discreet glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was gazing at him with fervent eyes. As soon as she noticed Chu Qin's gaze, she quickly lowered her head. "It seems Zhu Zhuqing is mine." Chu Qin set the li zai. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was in a state of utter despondency, striking the nearby stone wall in frustration, exclaiming, "Who exactly is he? Even the dean has lost to him." Next came the entrance examination for Tang San and his companions. Xiao Wuji was injured, thus in the original narrative. The task of enduring a stick of incense turned into a trial upheld by the newly appointed mentor, Chu Qin. Since everyone succeeded in enduring the incense under Chu Qin's guidance, there was no doubt that all passed. This was the second reason Chu Qin sought to challenge Xiao Wuji, as it allowed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to largely avoid injury. However, Tang San inevitably endured a beating. At midnight, in the plaza of Shrek Academy, a graceful figure stood alone, sighing in solitude. This person was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Why do I harbor such feelings for that Chu Qin? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, utterly perplexed. For Dai Mubai is my fiancé. No, he isn't. Zhu Zhuqing internally chastised herself, recognizing that the engagement was merely a family obligation to curry favor with the Star Luo royal family. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, he was seen embracing others on the street yesterday. He had never given me a second thought. Chu Qin seems to have two women as well. No, it's different. His women appear genuinely happy, indicating he treats them well. Dai Mubai is merely sampling the pleasures. Furthermore, Chu Qin is truly handsome. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was lost in her thoughts, a youthful voice broke through. "Zhuqing, it's really you." Zhu Zhuqing, thinking it was the person she desired, turned only to find it was Dai Mubai, her expression instantly darkening as she attempted to walk away. "Zhuqing." Dai Mubai quickly grasped her arm. "Let go." Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. "Zhuqing, I know that leaving the Star Luo Empire must have hurt you." Dai Mubai sighed. "But no matter what, you are still my fiancé. We have a betrothal. And what of it? I do not acknowledge it." Zhu Zhuqing replied icily. "You, Prince Dai, are beyond my reach. Then why come to the Heaven Dou Empire, to Shrek Academy, to find me?" Dai Mubai questioned. "Ultimately, you still like me, don't you?" "Get lost, disgusting." Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. "Even if I were to marry Chu Qin, I could never marry you." "What did you say?" Dai Mubai's fury ignited. Yesterday, he had been humiliated by Chu Qin and his companions, and today he was further enraged by Zhu Zhuqing's words implying she preferred Chu Qin. "Zhu Zhuqing," Dai Mubai demanded. "Repeat that." Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, realizing her words had slipped out subconsciously. However, upon reflection, perhaps this was her true sentiment, and she looked seriously at Dai Mubai. saying, Chu Qin is far superior to you. Firstly, you are not as handsome, and secondly, you do not possess his prowess. A 17-year-old sole emperor. Not even the Star Luo royal family could find another like him across the entire Dou continent. Dai Mubai's eyes turned icy, raising his hand to strike Zhu Zhuqing. Yet at that moment, another hand grasped his right wrist firmly. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were taken aback. They turned to see an extraordinarily handsome figure standing there. None other than Chu Qin. Chu Qin. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai exclaimed in unison. However, their expressions diverged. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with joy, while Dai Mubai was gripped by fear. Interesting, striking a woman. In the next instant, Chu Qin executed a capture technique, dislocating Dai Mubai's right arm. Dai Mubai let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Chu Qin, you. He fumed. Address me as Minter. Chu Qin replied coldly, slightly raising his chin. Zhu Zhuqing, be my woman. Umph. Dai Mubai scolded. Chu Qin snai en mi mati sa. Delivering a kick that forced Dai Mubai to kneel on the ground. You. Dai Mubai was livid. Yet, Chu Qin had anticipated this moment, gently pressing down, rendering Dai Mubai immobile. Not only that, but Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sensation in his chest, as if an immense mountain was pressing upon him. He was drenched in sweat, engulfed by excruciating pain. Zhu Zhuqing was predetermined to be Chu Qin's wife. For Dai Mubai to strike his wife was akin to slapping his own face. Touching the reverse scale would lead to death. I was wrong. Minter Chu, spare me. Dai Mubai's face twisted in agony as he begged for mercy. Enough, Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqing said, her brows knitted in concern. While she felt a twinge of sympathy for Dai Mubai, she was mainly aware of his royal identity. She feared for Chu Qin's safety should he offend the Star Luo royal family. Regardless, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's plea, Chu Qin finally withdrew his soul power. Looking coldly at Dai Mubai, if I ever see you harm Zhu Zhuqing again, I will cripple you. Yes, Minter Chu, Dai Mubai replied obediently, despite the pain still coursing through him. Get lost. With that, Dai Mubai left the plaza in a disheveled state. Once Dai Mubai departed, Chu Qin's anger diminished considerably as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. Zhuqing, how are you? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine, thank you. Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and shook her head. As long as you're well. Chu Qin nodded. I shall take my leave now. Wait. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing called out, Chu Qin, I can't sleep. Could you accompany me for a walk? What am I saying? Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Will this be too forward? What if he rejects me? All right. However, to Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, Chu Qin smiled gently, and they strolled under the moonlight outside Shrek Village. Eventually, they sat on a long bench at the village entrance. Zhuqing, why did Dai Mubai strike you? Chu Qin broke the silence. It's a long story. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. If you don't wish to speak of it, then let it be. Chu Qin smiled. No, Chuin. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly replied. I truly don't know where to begin. Do you two know each other? Chu Qin in quit po lai fu li. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. We grew up together. Moreover, my parents and his parents have arranged a betrothal for us. Zhu Zhuqing spoke vaguely, fully aware that mentioning the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family, which serves the royal family, would not be taken lightly. So, does that mean you're his fiancé? Chu Qin asked with a gentle smile. No. Zhu Zhuqing seemed quite anxious that Chu Qin might misunderstand, hastily shaking her head. That was a promise made before I was born by my parents. I have never acknowledged this engagement. It is regrettable, however, that my power is too feeble to alter this situation. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. Perhaps this is my destiny. Why do you say that? Chu Qin replied with a smile. There is no such thing as destiny in this world. It is merely an excuse used by the weak. Regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, since you do not recognize this engagement, let us annul it. No way. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Chu Qin, the stakes involved are too significant. If I were to break it, I would face relentless pursuit, and my family would be unable to return. It seems that this Dai Mubai possesses considerable influence. Chu Qin mused with a faint smile. Would you wish to annul it then? In other words, would you willingly fall in love with Dai Mubai? Chu Qin continued to inquire. I would not. Initially, I held a glimmer of hope for Dai Mubai, which is why I came to Shrek Academy. However, During these past few days, I have heard numerous tales in Notting City about him flirting and indulging in frivolities. Just yesterday, I saw him accompanied by 2 girls to a hotel. Such a person, unless I were blind, I could never possibly like. Zhu Zhuqing confessed, gazing earnestly at Chu Qin. Since you are unwilling, then let us annul it. Chu Qin zet ponde gen li. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. You need not fear any pursuit or retaliation. I will protect you, Chu Qin stated calmly. With a single unparalleled law like Su Daji at his disposal, eliminating the emperor of the Star Luo Empire would be trivial. Why would he fear royal retribution? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled, frozen in place. What? Do you not believe me? Chu Qin smiled. No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I can see that the power behind you is immense. But why would you help me when we are strangers? Upon hearing this, Chu Qin reached out to touch the back of Zhu Zhuqing's hand. This person does not favor beating around the bush. I like you. Since Zhu Zhuqing is his predetermined wife, and the system has facilitated their connection, why pretend? Moreover, he cannot accept the unbearable punishment from the system for failing to do so. Having already gained Zhu Zhuqing's complete favor, it would be unthinkable for Chu Qin to let her suffer a lifetime of anguish. His sudden advance caused Zhu Zhuqing's fair face to flush slightly. Yet she did not resist. Zhuqing, first, I must be candid with you. Chu Qin began. I am a romantic at heart. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are both my women. However, I assure you, I will not betray you, nor cause you sorrow. Zhuqing, be my woman. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced. Should I accept him? I came to the Heaven Dou Empire to seek Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing pondered, and I have only just met Chu Qin. Could he be harboring ulterior motives? Yet, I seem to be drawn to him as well. Indeed, Chu Qin is right. One should take charge of their own fate. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing looked earnestly at Chu Qin, biting her red lip, and declared, Chu Qin, I can accept you. But what about Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong? Will they mind? They should not. Chu Qin replied, while wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing, drawing her close to his shoulder. Thank you, Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing said, her eyes glistening. For so many years, she had lived under the mechanical machinations of her family and the Star Luo royal family. This was her first time expressing her true feelings. Zhu Zhuqing, with her proud nature, had completely absorbed her family's ingrained belief in ingratiating themselves with the royal family. Countless times, she had fantasized about a man she loved appearing to break the shackles of her fate. At last, he has arrived. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you two doing? An angry voice suddenly rang out. The two turned to see Dai Mu Bai standing there. He had originally returned to his dormitory, but felt that he had acted impulsively towards Zhu Zhuqing, so he turned back to find her. To his astonishment, he discovered Zhu Zhuqing nestled in Chu Qin's embrace. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled, wanting to escape from Chu Qin's hold, but was firmly held in place by him. Dai Mu Bai, Chu Qin said calmly, I am already aware of everything. Zhu Zhuqing does not harbor feelings for you, and that engagement is merely a product of the royal family's pressure. So why take it seriously? Moreover, Dai Mu Bai, you indulge in frivolity, gallivanting about. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Zhuqing? Oof. Dai Mu Bai retorted angrily. Chu Qin, am I not worthy? You speak of trifling affairs. Yet do you not have 2 women as well? Su Daji and Tang Hao, 2 in 1 chapter. However, they are all willing. Chu Qin replied with composure. Dai Mu Bai, if you had several women, and if Zhuqing willingly fell for you, why would I have anything to say? In other words, if you could marry all the women you have played with, I would not call you a scoundrel. Dai Mu Bai was left speechless. He had likely played with far more than 1,000 women. Furthermore, the true nature of having multiple wives and infidelity is entirely different from mere flirtation. However, Dai Mu Bai still protested. But how can you prove that your 2 women would accept Zhuqing? In response, a light and airy voice chimed in. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu approached side by side. Xiao Wu Rongrong, Chu Qin exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong happily moved closer to Chu Qin. Dai Mu Bai. Ning Rongrong smiled lightly at him, saying, Xiao Wu and I have no objection to Chu Qin having Zhuqing. What more proof do you require? Chu Qin immediately beamed. It seems that his attentive care for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu has borne fruit. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by this revelation, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai appeared somewhat dazed. No, this cannot be. Zhuqing, what about you? You are a woman of strong possessiveness. Would you willingly share a man with him? My possessiveness has long been worn down by you. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Dai Bai, I admit, I once contemplated liking you. And I considered compromising this marriage under the pressure from my family and your royal lineage. However, I have come to realize that I was mistaken. It was Chu Qin's words that enlightened me. Zhu Zhuqing continued. I should not succumb to this so-called destiny. Hearing this, despair washed over Dai Bai. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing. I hereby declare our engagement null and void. From this moment, we part ways. Dai Bai said through gritted teeth, tears glistening in his eyes. Fine, I bear witness. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. And I as well, Ning Rongrong added. I need not say more. Remember your words today. If you dare to pursue Zhuqing again, I will strike you and you're backing down. Upon hearing this, Dai Bai was startled. Chu Qin's words did not sound like mere bluster. He had a feeling that Chu Qin was likely aware of his connection to the Star Luo royal family, yet the latter showed no fear, considering Chu Qin's extraordinary talent. It was indeed chilling. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Dai Bai turned, leaving in a daze. Chu Qin, will he be all right? Zhu Zhuqing asked with some concern. A man who cannot withstand this is of no use. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. Let's not speak of him. Chu Qin took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and looked at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, asking, by the way, what brings you two here? Xiao Wu and I came to the teacher's dormitory to find you. Teacher, Zhao mentioned you were not in your room. We were concerned, so we came here. Ning Rongrong replied. You two really? Chu Qin, what could possibly happen to me? He said, slightly irritated. But you two, being so beautiful. If someone were to take you away, I would have to go find you. Ning Rongrong immediately made a face. You're fine, but you're hiding here, being unfaithful. Xiao Wu pouted, visibly displeased. Being unfaithful? Are you referring to me? Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned sour. No, Zhuqing, I wasn't talking about you. Xiao Wu shook her head. Zhuqing, we were just joking. Ning Rongrong chimed in, adding, we often joke around with Chu Qin. Don't worry. We don't mind how many women Chu Qin has, as long as he treats me and Xiao Wu well. Zhu Zhuqing finally sighed in relief and nodded. Honestly, with 3 such understanding women like you, my life is worth it. Chu Qin sighed. I don't believe you'll ever be satisfied. Ning Rongrong retorted. At her words, Chu Qin scratched the back of his head. Indeed, with such a divine system, the number of women in his harem was beyond his control. Chu Qin, at that moment, Xiao Wu tugged at his arm. Since Zhuqing is also our sister now, let us celebrate. I miss your grilled sausages. Yes, I do too. Ning Rongrong replied, boating. After every barbecue and beer, Ning Rongrong would experience a unique joy for being with Chu Qin. Zhuqing, do you like barbecues? Chu Qin asked Zhu Zhuqing. What is a barbecue? Zhu Zhuqing asked, taken aback. I guess you haven't had it before. Come on, I'll take you all to eat. Chu Qin said, leading the 3 women toward the dormitory. However, at that moment, a strange wind swept through. Where's this wind coming from? Ning Rongrong frowned. Chu Qin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shielded the 3 women behind him, sensing that this wind was extraordinarily unusual. Master, a title Doloa is approaching. At that moment, he heard Su Daji's voice in his mind. A title Doloa? Chu Qin's pupils constricted in mild astonishment. Just as expected, as soon as Su Daji's voice faded, a towering figure appeared before them. In the moonlight, Chu Qin saw that this person wore a black cloak, beneath which was a scruffy face, not handsome, but exuding a profound sense of authority. How Tian, who are you? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Chu Qin, right? The man disregarded Ning Rongrong and addressed Chu Qin with a somber tone. Over the years, I've heard from people at the Nodding Academy that you have been educating my son from time to time. I thought you were just a child, but today, you dare to strike my son in front of me. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately deduced the identity of the visitor, Tang Hao, the title Doloa. In the original story, Tang Hao was supposed to come to reprimand Zhao Wujia. But with Chu Qin as the examination instructor today, everything had changed. Sure enough, the next moment, a massive hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand. The handle was about 1 meter long, and at the end was a hammerhead the size of a water tank. At the same time, 9 magnificent soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, shone beneath Tang Hao's feet. Title Doloa. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Xiao Wu looked frightened and hurriedly clung to Chu Qin's right arm. Don't be afraid. Chu Qin felt Xiao Wu's trembling arm and gently reassured her. It's all right. Dealing with a few brats doesn't require a martial soul, Tang Hao declared. And with that, his martial soul rings vanished, and he dashed toward Chu Qin like a bolt of lightning. So fast, Chu Qin's pupils contracted slightly. Tang Hao's speed was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever witnessed. However, in the next instant, a red shield appeared before Chu Qin. When Tang Hao's fist struck it, not only did he fail to break through, but he also felt a sharp pain in his fist. Dare to lay hands on my master? You're finished. A seductive voice echoed, and Su Daji appeared before Chu Qin. Daji, thank you. Chu Qin smiled at Su Daji. Master, protecting you is my mission. Su Daji turned around, smiling gently. Sister Daji, Ning Rongrong ethflamet yurfulli. Su Daji had been absent for a while, and she thought the latter had left. Rongrong, with me here, you'll be safe. Su Daji reassured her. As soon as Su Daji finished speaking, her 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 flashed brightly. Simultaneously, a pink-white fox emerged from behind her, its eyes a delicate pink, like sparkling gemstones. And it boasted 9 pink-white tails. It was indeed Su Daji's martial soul, the 9-tailed fox. 400,000 years soul rings. Xiao Wu and the others exclaimed in unison. Tang Hao's expression also turned serious. 6th soul skill, demon descends upon the abyss. In the next instant, Su Daji radiated with red light, forming illusory fox heads that charged toward Tang Hao. 5th soul skill, Hao Qian descends. Tang Hao reacted swiftly, summoning his martial soul rings and unleashing his 5th soul skill. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as his Hao Qian hammer struck those illusory fox heads, he felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Tang Hao finally realized the disparity between himself and Su Daji, hastily dodging her 6th soul skill. A title de law at level 95, capable of unleashing such power. Impressive. Su Daji smiled faintly, adding, but unfortunately, when compared to me, you fall far short. As her words trailed off, Su Daji dashed toward Tang Hao like a phantom. Feeling the pressure emanating from Su Daji, Tang Hao's expression turned grave. He sensed a familiar fluctuation of soul power from this seemingly 30-year-old woman, one he had felt when he killed Qian Xuanji and was personally pursued by Qian Daolu. A peerless Doluo, how is this possible? Tang Hao's face tightened. What is this kid's background? While Tang Hao pondered, Su Daji's fox claws descended upon him like a torrential storm. Reluctantly, Tang Hao swung his Hao Qian hammer to defend himself while retreating. He could clearly see that Su Daji appeared relaxed while every claw she struck made his expression tense and pained. Ultimately, under Su Daji's relentless assault, Tang Hao was severely injured, leaving 2 distinct claw marks on his chest before being sent flying. Tang Hao cast a resentful glance at Su Daji before leaping away from Shrek Village. Su Daji was about to pursue, but was called back by Chu Qin, who reminded her that a lesson was enough. Do not chase a desperate enemy. Chu Qin refrained from killing Tang Hao for one reason alone, his other woman, Tang Yuehua. After all, Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao were siblings. How could Chu Qin face Tang Yuehua after killing Tang Hao? Understood, master. So that he finally relented, retracting her martial soul rings and returning to Chu Qin's side. Chu Qin, who is this? Xiao Wu looked at Su Daji with curiosity. She seemed to have never seen her before. Zhu Zhuqing also appeared intrigued. Xiao Wu, fellow, Yam Sudoi. Su Daji introduced herself. I am a master's subordinate. You're a peerless Doluo? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. Yes. Su Daji nodded. Then you must be Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Yes, I already figured it out. Su Daji smiled charmingly, adding, and Master Chu Qin is aware of this too. Undoubtedly, what Su Daji referred to as Xiao Wu's true form as a soft-bone charm rabbit, which could be discerned at the soul Doluo level. Xiao Wu looked at Chu Qin in shock upon hearing this revelation. Rest assured, Xiao Wu, I have known all along. Chu Qin smiled and declared, regardless of your identity, you will always be my Xiao Wu. Moreover, I shall not allow anyone to cause you harm. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiao Wu replied, deeply moved. It is my duty. Chu Qin responded with a gentle smile, stroking Xiao Wu's hair. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, now you need not doubt my abilities, do you? Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in astonishment. A peerless Dou. Neither the Star Luo royal family nor the Spirit Hall would dare to provoke such a being. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhuqing. I implore you to keep the matter of Su Daji a secret. Chu Qin stated earnestly. She will always protect us from the shadows. Understood. The three women chorused in unison. Then let us proceed to a barbecue. Chu Qin suggested. Excellent. After Chu Qin and the three women departed, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses appeared, filled with rage, shouting, "Who, pray tell, has demolished my academy?" This man was Flender. The battle between Daji and Tang had been so catastrophic that it had destroyed the surrounding structures, exacerbating the already dire situation of Shrek Academy. On the other hand, Chu Qin and the three women indulged in a delightful barbecue feast. After the meal, concerned that Zhu Zhuqing might feel frightened alone in the girls' dormitory, he invited her to stay the night. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy was rather frugal, and the beds were barely sufficient for three, leaving Chu Qin to sleep on the sofa. Chu Qin initially thought the joy of the evening had come to an end. However, just as he was about to turn off the illuminating soul guide and sleep, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, why are you so well endowed?" "I assure you, I harbor no jealousy." Chu Qin's interest was piqued. I'm not entirely sure." Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly. "My family has always had good figures. My sister and mother developed earlier than I did, even at the age of 10. Zhuqing, could you show us?" Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. "Very well." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, slowly removing her leather jacket. "Wow!" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed in awe. Hearing the sound of the jacket being removed, Chu Qin swallowed hard. With the two women's screams, he could hardly contain himself. He feigned waking up, utterly captivated by the scene before him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's hand was a tad too adventurous. That night, the stars nearly aligned. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Flender summoned Chu Qin, Xiao Wujia, and the Shrek 7 monsters to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin had a fair idea of the purpose of the gathering, especially since Oscar had just broken through to the 30th level. According to the original timeline, both Tang San and Oscar should also reach this milestone at this point. As expected, Flender cleared his throat and addressed the group. Yesterday, Oscar achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level, becoming the youngest food-type soul master in history. Therefore, today, Chu Qin and Xiao Wujia will lead you to the Star Dou Forest, both to help Oscar acquire his third spirit ring and to allow you to experience some training and broaden your horizons. Upon hearing the name Star Dou Forest, everyone except Chu Qin was elated. Having been cooped up in the academy for so long, they were eager to explore. Xiao Wu, in particular, seemed exceptionally thrilled. "Now, I shall assign tasks as your leading instructor," Flender continued. "Very well." Chu Qin smiled subtly and looked at Xiao Wujia. "Xiao Wujia, you shall oversee San, Dai Mubai Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. I will take care of Ning Rongrong, Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Any objections?" "None." Xiao Wujia shook his head. Ever since Chu Qin had subdued him, he had lost all animosity towards him. "Chu Qin, I do have an objection." Ma Hongjun interjected. "Why you get 3 girls on your team?" "Because they are all my women." Chu Qin replied with a smirk. "It is only natural for me to care for my own." "What?" Upon hearing this, aside from the aware Flender and Xiao Wujia, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback, while Tang San and Dai Mubai clenched their teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. No wonder those 3 beauties ignored me. They are all Chu Qin's. Ma Hongjun lamented internally. Sigh. Oscar sighed heavily. He had harbored a significant fondness for Ning Rongrong, but now he had to abandon that thought. Chu Qin is someone who dares to confront even the Dean and Xiao Wujia. Otherwise, Flender would never allow him to openly date his students. That settles it. Chu Qin disregarded the expressions of the others and approached Xiao Wu and the other two, saying, "Let's take the carriage," and set off. "Chu Qin, that is not fair. Let me ride in the carriage too." Xiao Wujia complained with a frown. Chu Qin ignored Xiao Wujia and led the 3 women away from Shrek Academy. "Dean, I want to ride in the carriage too." Xiao Wujia lamented. "Of course. At your own expense," Flender replied, adjusting his glasses. "Forget it. You haven't even paid my salary this month. Last month, who was it that destroyed our academy and couldn't be caught? Your wages are being used to repair the academy," Flender declared with righteous indignation. "Dean you." Xiao Wujia's eyes widened. Flender cast a cold glance at Xiao Wujia. Fine, I'll walk, Xiao Wu sighed. Thus, Chu Qin set off with the three women in the carriage, enjoying the evening breeze, while Xiao Wu and the others chased after them, drenched in sweat. Eventually, they arrived at the Star Dou Forest. As the premier gathering place for soul beasts in the Doluo continent, the Star Dou Forest not only teemed with numerous soul beasts, but its trees also towered an impressive 20 meters high, resembling a primordial forest. This is the Star Dou Forest. We have finally arrived. Stepping down from the carriage, Ning Rongrong smiled contentedly. Wonderful. We are finally home, Xiao Wu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Huh? Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. Xiao Wu meant that the climate of the Star Dou Forest was so pleasant that it felt just like home. Chu Qin smiled and concealed the truth. After all, revealing Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast would benefit neither Rongrong nor Zhuqing. Indeed, Chu Qin is right, Xiao Wu replied with a slight smile. That is precisely what I meant. Though the Star Dou Forest is beautiful, it is fraught with danger. Remember, do not stray from my line of sight, Chu Qin said gently to the three women. Understood, they replied in unison. Observing the scene before him, Chu Qin felt a profound sense of contentment. There is no greater joy in life than to be with those one cherishes, and at this moment, Chu Qin experienced thrice the happiness. To him, women were akin to exquisite treasures. The more, the merrier. Host, would you like to experience quadruple happiness? The system's prompt echoed in Chu Qin's mind. What do you mean? Chu Qin thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Ding! The goddess system has activated. Task: prevent Meng Yiran from acquiring the Phoenix, Tail, Chicken Crown Snake Spirit Ring by defeating Long Gong Meng Shu. Rewards: 100 favorability from Meng Yiran, a fierce beast-level companion. The Azure Dragon with a survival time of 30 minutes, and a third-level soul power inner core. Indeed, upon hearing the system's task announcement, Chu Qin was overjoyed. His quadruple happiness was about to arrive. Chu Qin, what are you smiling about? Xiao Wu asked curiously upon noticing his blissful expression. Nothing. Let's proceed into the forest. Chu Qin replied with a smile. All right. Xiao Wu nodded happily. In the depths of the Star Dou Forest, Chu Qin was approached by Zhu Zhuqing, who inquired, when we encounter lower-level soul beasts, could you refrain from intervening? I wish to test my combat abilities. Ning Rongrong echoed her sentiment. Indeed, my soul power has significantly increased over the past month. I too wish to give it a try. Very well. Those below 1,000 years shall be left to you, they exclaimed with delight. However, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat dejected. Chu Qin quickly noticed her discontent and softly reassured her, do not feel pity for these soul beasts. The law of survival is that the weak are devoured by the strong. They have undoubtedly taken countless lives of other souls. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu found clarity. Let us proceed into the Star Dou Forest. At that moment, a rough yet fatigued voice called from behind, wait for us. Turning, they saw Xiao Wu leading Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, all drenched in sweat, racing towards them. We finally made it, Oscar gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Chu Qin regarded the five with a calm smile. Xiao Wu, despite being a soul saint, your stamina is quite lacking. Xiao Wu managed a strained smile. It's over 100 miles from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong teased Dai Mubai. Someone is wealthy yet cannot afford carriage? Dai Mubai shrugged off her comment, still feeling the sting of having spent all his savings on random month prior. With a light-hearted laugh, Chu Qin led the three women into the Star Dou Forest. Wait for us, Chu Qin, Ma Hongjun shouted from his seated position. The dense trees cast a cool shade within the forest, contrasting sharply with the scorching sun outside. Yet, the thorns and brambles made the path perilous. Dai Mubai, Chu Qin called out. Dai Mubai, sensing the ominous task ahead, braced himself. Why should I clear the path? He protested. Normally, he would take the initiative, but he was reluctant to heed Chu Qin's command. Just as Chu Qin opened his mouth, Xiao Wu interjected coldly. What should be the punishment for defying a mentor? With a reluctant grunt, Dai Mubai transformed his hand into a claw, slicing through the thorns. Observing his reluctance, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly before her expression turned indifferent, thinking, he deserves it. As Dai Mubai cleared the path, it became much easier to traverse. Oscar, have you decided on your third soul ring? Chu Qin inquired, favoring Oscar among the group. My first two soul skills are detoxification and support. I desire something unique for my third. Oscar replied, then let be flight. Chu Qin smiled. The vast Star Dou Forest was the ideal place to encounter Meng Yiran while following the narrative of the original story. Indeed, Chu Qin is wise. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Sometimes, a flying soul master can gain a significant advantage in battle. If you can acquire a support skill that grants your allies the ability to fly, that would be perfect. Indeed, Oscar nodded eagerly. How might I obtain a flight-enhancing support soul skill? Flying-type soul beasts should yield such skills, Chu Qin replied. Look over there. Isn't that a flying beast? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pointing forward. As they turned to look, they beheld a flying serpent before them. The creature, approximately 6 to 7 meters long, was adorned with light red scales and sported a fan-shaped tail, complete with delicate crimson wings. Atop its head, a vivid red crest crowned its appearance. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Both Chu Qin and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. This should be a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a perfect match for Oscar. Xiao Wu remarked with a faint smile. He then leaped forward, effortlessly grasping the serpent's tail and flinging it to the ground, rendering it unconscious. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had been contemplating intervening, exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Fear not. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is far too formidable for you to handle. Chu Qin reassured the two with a smile. You shall have your chance soon enough. The two girls nodded, their expressions brightening. Xiao Wu, feeling slightly guilty, scratched his head and chuckled. Chu Qin, did I act too swiftly? Did Ning Rongrong and the others miss their chance? Let us not have this happen again. Chu Qin replied, his brow furrowing. I merely felt that this 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was too rare. Xiao Wu responded. Clearing his throat, he turned to Oscar, handing him a short knife. Oscar, deliver the final blow, and the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake shall be yours. Oscar nodded in determination. Stop. Just as Oscar was about to claim the soul ring, a raspy voice interrupted. Turning to the source, they saw an elderly woman and a young girl approaching. The elderly figure appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, short in stature, leaning heavily on a serpent-shaped staff. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet bore a healthy complexion. The girl, around 16, was strikingly beautiful, with large brown eyes and long eyelashes, exuding a charm that was both alluring and graceful. Dressed in a light silver outfit, her figure accentuated her alluring curves and long legs. Beneath them, a 6-ring and 2 yellow soul rings shimmered, unmistakably identifying them as Granny Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. Upon seeing Meng Yiran's captivating form, Ma Hongjun gulped, feeling a rush of desire. Chu Qin maintained his composure, though he felt a twinge of unease. While Zhu Zhuqing and the others were equally beautiful, they were still youthful, whereas Meng Yiran possessed an air of mature elegance. When Meng Yiran spotted Chu Qin, her eyes sparkled with recognition. He resembled her idealized vision of a man. Xiao Wu, however, remained unaffected, bluntly asking, What is your purpose here? You cannot kill this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Granny Chao Tianxiang replied coldly. Why not? Xiao Wu crossed his arms defiantly. Because we were the first to spot it. I injured it to serve as the 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter Iran. To our surprise, this cunning serpent managed to escape while we were unprepared. Granny Chao explained calmly. How can you prove that? Xiao Wu inquired, furrowing his brows. There is a wound left by my grandmother. Meng Yiran interjected. Upon inspecting the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Xiao Wu and the others confirmed the presence of a wound. So, can we take this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with us? Granny Chao asked. Not at all. Xiao Wu replied coldly. We fought this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake without ever seeing you around. Moreover, he added with a smug grin, the treasures of Star Dou Forest belong to no one. You think you can take its soul ring from me? Xiao Wu, your strength as a soul emperor is insufficient. Upon encountering Xiao Wu, who turned out to be the soul sage, both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran were taken aback. However, Chao Tianxiang quickly regained her composure, realizing he was the renowned, immovable king. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the serpent matriarch Chao Tianxiang, and my partner, Longgong, resides nearby. Meng Shu, the legendary dragon serpent. Xiao Wuji's smile faltered. His aura diminished as he recognized the formidable reputation of the legendary dragon serpent and the serpent matriarch Chao Tianxiang. Immovable king, might you part with the soul ring for me? Chao Tianxiang inquired. This millennium phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent is exceptionally suited for my granddaughter, and it would serve you no purpose. Why not bestow it upon me? The illustrious reputation of the dragon serpent indeed intimidated Xiao Wuji. Yet he quickly contemplated his own advantage, for he had Chu Qin at his side, a 17-year-old soul emperor. If he claimed there were no masters guarding him, Xiao Wuji's name could be written backward. With this thought, Xiao Wuji instinctively glanced at Chu Qin, who stood unmoved beside the three women. The task assigned to him was to prevent Meng Yiran from obtaining the soul ring. However, as Meng Yiran was his predetermined wife, could he easily intervene? Thus, Chu Qin merely offered Xiao Wuji a smile. Unexpectedly, upon receiving Chu Qin's smile, Xiao Wuji felt even more assured. Yet he shook his head. That's not possible. Among my disciples, there are those who also require this soul ring. What? The serpent matriarch exclaimed. Your disciples appear to be merely 11 or 12 years old. How could any of them need a soul ring? To be frank, my disciples are all advanced soul masters. Xiao Wuji replied with a proud grin. Impossible. The serpent matriarch was taken aback. If you don't believe me, let everyone showcase their soul rings. Xiao Wuji gestured towards his companions. Instantaneously, the Shrek's 7 monsters activated their martial spirits and soul rings. Except for Dai Mubai, who possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, the rest displayed 200-year soul rings. The serpent matriarch was utterly shocked. Were these children monsters? At such a young age, they were all great soul masters? However, the serpent matriarch could not allow the soul ring to fall into another's hands, especially since she had defeated the soul beast first. Thus, with a slight smile, she proposed to Xiao Wuji, immovable king, how about this? Since it is a contest for the soul ring, according to the rules of the soul master realm, let those who are capable take it. Let my granddaughter, Yiran, battle your disciple who desires the soul ring. The victor shall claim it. That won't do, Xiao Wuji replied. You may not be aware, but the disciple in need of the soul ring is a food system soul master and cannot engage in combat. Impossible. Meng Yiran questioned, puzzled. How could a food soul master be so young and have cultivated to great soul master? Yiran, my young friend, you may not believe it, but it is indeed the case. Xiao Wuji answered. Oscar, reveal your martial spirit. Upon hearing this, Oscar stepped forward and displayed his martial spirit, a sausage. The serpent matriarch and Meng Yiran exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. How about this, Minter Zhao and elder matriarch? At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, saying, allow me to replace Oscar in battle. I am a level 29 great soul master, so you should not suffer any disadvantage. Hearing this, Chu Qin frowned, thinking, Tang San, if you dare to fight my wife, you are courting death. Just as Chu Qin was about to speak, he noticed Meng Yiran shaking her head, rejecting Tang San's offer. You are too ugly. I will not fight you. The arrival of Long Gong stunned Tang San, his face shifting with a mix of self-doubt and anger. Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't help but chuckle, and even Dai Mubai struggled to contain his laughter. While it was indeed the truth, Meng Yiran's directness was rather harsh. However, ignoring their amusement, Meng Yiran pointed at Chu Qin and declared, you come out. I will battle you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji and the others stood frozen in place. Xiao Wuji exclaimed, you wish to fight him? Yes. Meng Yiran affirmed, nodding. Meng Yiran, do not bully the weak. He appears to be the oldest among you, nearly my age, so I will fight him. If I lose, I shall forfeit my claim to the soul ring. At her words, all eyes turned to Chu Qin. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Wuji interjected with a smile. Yiran, are you certain? I am sure. Meng Yiran responded, looking at Chu Qin. Grandfather has said that those who are handsome are often mere decorative vases. Furthermore, everyone has showcased their soul rings, and you have not. So what say you? Dare you to fight me? Xiao Wuji secretly chuckled to himself. This Long Gongmeng Shu was indeed formidable, but his thoughts were rather lacking. Was he not leading his granddaughter into a trap? Noticing Xiao Wuji's expression, the serpent matriarch felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Xiao Wuji soon regained his composure and turned to Chu Qin. Chu Qin, you may engage her in combat then. Meng Yiran, is it? Chu Qin smiled gently at Meng Yiran. Yes. Meng Yiran's body trembled slightly, nodding, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson, seemingly enjoying the moment as Chu Qin spoke her name. This was all due to Chu Qin's striking handsomeness, and Meng Yiran was undoubtedly a beauty enthusiast. Very well, summon your grandfather, Chu Qin said with a calm smile. If he wins, The Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent's soul ring shall belong to you. Otherwise, you both shall accompany us to Shrek Academy. What? At this proclamation, not only Meng Iran and the serpent matriarch, but also Xiao Wu and the others were rendered speechless. Chu Qin intended to challenge Long Gong Mengshu. Arrogant boy. The name of Long Gong was not something you could use to insult lightly. The serpent matriarch was furious and on the verge of erupting, yet she swallowed her anger. Before her, a red light suddenly appeared. This crimson radiance emanated from the sixth soul ring beneath Chu Qin's feet, the one that was 100,000 years old. Soul Emperor, 100,000 years soul ring. Both the serpent matriarch and Meng Iran felt their souls tremble. How is this possible? How old are you? Meng Iran asked, astonished. Serpent matriarch, I neglected to introduce him. Xiao Wu interjected. Chu Qin is the youngest mentor at our academy. At 17 years of age, he is the youngest soul emperor in the history of Dou continent. The serpent matriarch was utterly shocked, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Meng Iran. Chu Qin, my young friend, the serpent matriarch stammered. I have wronged you. We shall not take the Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. The serpent matriarch's change of heart was not without reason. The 100,000-year soul ring beneath Chu Qin's feet spoke volumes. 100,000-year soul beast, even the weakest, could rival a tidal Dou of level 95. Without the assistance of a superpower, how could a soul emperor like Chu Qin defeat a 100,000-year soul beast? The serpent matriarch would not believe it. No, this won't do. Chu Qin stated calmly. Since the wager has been established, there can be no backing out. What wager? Meng Iran asked, bewildered. I stated earlier, if your grandfather Long Gong Meng Shu can defeat me, you may leave safely, and the soul ring shall be yours. Otherwise, both of you will accompany me to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin declared with an air of tranquility. Chu Qin, my young friend, I apologize. I beg you to spare us. The serpent matriarch pleaded, attempting to kneel. Yet, as she did, an overwhelming force erupted from Chu Qin, causing her bent knees to stand upright. The serpent matriarch was struck with horror, sensing a power far beyond that of a mere soul emperor. Xiao Wuji's expression grew serious. Chu Qin seemed to have grown significantly stronger since a month ago. Young hero Chu, I implore you, spare us both. The serpent matriarch begged, lamenting. If it is unavoidable, let Iran go, and you may take my life as you wish. Grandmother, Meng Iran cried out, distressed. Chu Qin gazed calmly at the serpent matriarch and Meng Iran, offering a slight smile. I am a person of principles. Once a decision is made, it shall not be altered. Call forth Long Gong Mengshu. Though he spoke firmly, the serpent matriarch had a lingering feeling that there was a history between Mengshu and Chu Qin. Most likely, Mengshu had offended Chu Qin in some manner. Otherwise, why would Chu Qin specifically request Mengshu's presence? The serpent matriarch felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why did I come to this starry forest to compete with Chu Qin for the soul ring? This time, I fear I may not only lose my life, but my granddaughter may also be implicated. Nonetheless, light the dragon's saliva incense. Your grandfather will arrive soon. The snake lady sighed. Grandma, Meng Iran frowned. Light it. The snake lady insisted emphatically. Old man, hurry. The snake lady thought to herself. Consequently, Meng Iran ignited the dragon's saliva incense, a unique distress signal of the dragon clan. It is only to be lit in dire circumstances. The group waited for nearly an hour. During this time, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake awakened twice, only to be knocked unconscious by Xiao Wu. Finally, as nightfall approached, the surrounding woods began to tremble, and a strange whirlwind arose. Master, he is coming. Su Daji's voice echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Su Daji, shield Xiao Wu's soul beast aura. Chu Qin commanded joyfully. Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, is a soul Dou. If he detects Xiao Wu's presence, it could lead to grave trouble. Understood, Master. Sudachinadith. At that moment, an ancient voice rang out. Old woman, Iran, I have arrived. What a powerful aura of soul power. The Dragon Lord is here. Xiao Wuji, astonished, summoned his martial soul and positioned himself protectively in front of the Shrek group. As expected, after the whirlwind subsided, an elderly figure emerged before them. He was tall and robust, with a head of silver hair and a goat beard. Clad in a blue robe, he wielded a 2-meter-long dragon-headed staff. At his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings shimmered. Grandfather! Meng Yiran exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Do not fear, I am here, Meng Shu declared with imposing authority. Upon seeing Meng Shu's soul rings, Xiao Wu instinctively hid behind Chu Qin. Xiao Wu, do not be afraid. I have instructed Su Daji to conceal your soul beast aura. Chu Qin Weetspa. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiao Wu relaxed at last. Must we be so polite between us? Who dares to harm my Dragon Lord's family? Meng Shu's gaze locked onto Xiao Wuji. Dragon Lord, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji responded, looking at Meng Shu. Xiao Wuji, oh, the immutable king. Meng Shu replied with a hint of mockery. You are quite bold to even dare to touch my family. You misunderstand. Xiao Wuji retorted, Dragon Lord. I seek you. Before Xiao Wuji could continue, Chu Qin interjected. You. Meng Shu furrowed his brow, asking, what do you want from me? Before Chu Qin could respond, the snake lady whispered something to Meng Shu. The 6th ring, 100,000 years soul ring. Meng Shu exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin is not. Chu Qin, I seem to recall seeing this astonished expression on Meng Shu before. Xiao Wuji chuckled softly in Chu Qin's ear. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Meng Shu asked respectfully. Heroes do not question origins. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Meng Shu, your granddaughter Meng Yiran wishes to obtain the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake soul ring. I have wagered with her that if you defeat me, the soul ring will belong to you. Otherwise, not only will the soul ring belong to us, but what then? Meng Shu frowned. Meng Yiran must remain with me, Chu Qin declared succinctly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were left dumbfounded. Was he flirting with his own woman in front of them? What astonished Xiao Wuji and the others even more was that they noticed Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing remained remarkably calm. This is utterly absurd. Oomph. Meng Shu was enraged upon hearing this. You are arrogant, boy. Meng Shu spoke coldly. Iran is more important than my life. Very well in this Doloa continent. Even the Spear Hall and the top 3 sects must give me some face. Regardless of which sect you belong to, I shall accept your challenge. However, should you lose, do not attempt to weasel out. The snake lady felt a surge of joy, thinking that her old man was proud. Let's proceed. If I lose, not only will the soul ring belong to you, but I will also kneel before you and apologize. Chu Qin continued. Good. Meng Shu's eyes narrowed, filled with unshakable confidence. He truly did not believe a soul emperor could defeat him. A soul, Doloa. Teacher Zhao, do you think Chu Qin could defeat Meng Shu? Oscar asked with some doubt. Who is Chu Qin? If he says he can, then he certainly can. Xiao Wuji replied confidently. Step back, everyone retreat. With that, Xiao Wuji and the others stepped back, clearing the arena for the Dragon Lord Meng Shu. In the meantime, Xiao Wuji pulled the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake out of the battlefield with his bare hands. Dragon Lord Meng Shu, Martial Soul Dragon Staff. Level 83, Attack Type, Soul, Doloa. Meng Shu addressed Chu Qin coldly. Chu Qin, Martial Soul Annihilation Gun. Level 69, Attack Type Battle, Soul Emperor. As soon as Chu Qin finished speaking, 6 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, glowed beneath his feet. Upon hearing Chu Qin's level, Xiao Wuji and the others were left in shock. Chu Qin is a soul emperor? He has raised 6 levels in just a month. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others were merely great soul masters, and despite their strenuous training over the month, they had not achieved a single level up. Is this truly the pace of human cultivation? Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally speechless. Throughout the past month, they had been inseparable from Chu Qin. He had either taken him shopping or swimming, hardly training at all. How could he have risen 6 levels? Little did they know that shopping and swimming were tasks assigned by the system, providing reward bonuses. Certainly, Chu Qin's primary advancement stemmed from the 200,000-year soul bones in his possession, which had elevated him by 5 levels. Meng Shu's expression became serious. While he was unaware of Chu Qin's level, the mention of a 100,000-year soul ring certainly sent a shiver down his spine. Why am I feeling a bit nervous against a mere soul emperor? Grandfather, you can do it. Meng Yiran cheered for Meng Shu. Go for it, old man. The snake lady added. I stand behind Iran. I cannot afford to lose this battle. Meng Shu grasped his dragon staff tightly, steeling himself. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Abyss. Meng Shu opted for a preemptive strike. With a flick of his dragon staff, a massive azure dragon emerged, charging toward Chu Qin. Seeing this, Chu Qin activated his third soul ring, unleashing his third soul skill, Gun Shadow, as wind. As Chu Qin executed this skill, numerous gun shadows appeared around him, accompanying his annihilation gun as it lunged forward. These gun shadows shot toward Meng Shu's azure dragon like arrows released from a bow. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Chu Qin's gun shadows clashed repeatedly with the azure dragon, causing a series of explosive sounds. Meng Shu's expression shifted. He sensed that Chu Qin's martial soul was extraordinary, with an unusually high attack power, at least comparable to a high-ranking soul sage. However, a pure high-ranking soul sage would not be sufficient to withstand the might of his azure dragon. Unbeknownst to Meng Shu, within Chu Qin's soul power, he sensed another force. What Meng Shu did not realize was that this power was indeed Chu Qin's internal strength. Through continuous sign-ins and goddess-side quests, Chu Qin's internal strength had approached the level of a soul Dou. This meant that within Chu Qin resided two distinct high-ranking soul sage powers. However, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. The fusion of these two different powers could be likened to a martial soul fusion. Thus, the combined might of two high-ranking soul sage powers could unleash a force rivaling that of a soul Dou. This was the reason for Chu Qin's confidence. With a thunderous roar, Chu Qin's gun shadows and Meng Shu's azure dragon erupted simultaneously. However, Chu Qin only retreated half a step, while Meng Shu staggered back 3 steps. The outcome was evident. Xiao Wu could not help but swallow hard. He was confident that he would not have been able to withstand Meng Shu's azure dragon. Yet, not only had Chu Qin endured it, but he had also surpassed Meng Shu. Chu Qin has already acquired the strength to contend against the soul Dou. At merely 17 years of age, this young man is indeed remarkable. It appears that without employing my true abilities, I cannot prevail, Meng Shu mused inwardly. In the next instant, the 8th spirit ring beneath his feet ignited. In a heartbeat, the ground was enveloped by a faint, greenish swamp. The swamp swiftly spread beneath Chu Qin's feet, and sensing something amiss, he immediately leaped backward. However, he soon realized that the swamp was encroaching from all directions, and he was nearly surrounded. If I fall into this trap, I shall be defeated, Chu Qin thought to himself, resolved to strike first and overcome Meng Shu. With a flourish, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, the Diamond Piercing Lance. The 10,000-year spirit ring shimmered, and the Black Demon Slayer spear radiated a golden light as he thrust it toward Meng Shu. You've fallen in my trap. Meng Shu smirked slightly, waving his dragon staff, causing countless azure dragon shadows to emerge from the surrounding swamp and surge toward Chu Qin. This move is called inviting the guest into the pot. However, to Meng Shu's astonishment, the azure dragons passed right through Chu Qin's body at the moment of impact, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Absolute defense? Meng Shu's brow furrowed. What Chu Qin had just employed was indeed absolute defense. This skill, derived from high-quality spirit rings, grants immunity to all attacks for 13 seconds. Overcoming absolute defense is straightforward. One must deliver continuous delayed strikes. Yet, in his impatience, Meng Shu had unleashed all his attacks at once upon Chu Qin. Now, he found himself in a predicament. Nevertheless, as a formidable soul Dou, Meng Shu quickly opted to evade Chu Qin's thrust. The spear struck the trees behind him, demolishing 3 rows of ancient trees before finally dissipating. This young man possesses considerable offensive power. Meng Shu observed the devastated ancient forest, regaining his composure to analyze the situation. However, his spirit power is only at 60 levels. I may not be defeated. Moreover, as soon as his thoughts finished, he growled, 7th soul skill, Dragon Staff True Form. With Meng Shu's voice echoing, a fierce wind began to howl, causing the towering ancient trees within a 20-meter radius to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom appeared behind Meng Shu, mirroring him and wielding a dragon staff, the manifestation of the martial soul. Xiao Wuji's expression hardened. If there's a significant disparity between a soul emperor and a soul sage, it undoubtedly lies in this martial soul manifestation. Xiao Wuji was confident that had he invoked his martial soul manifestation a month ago, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. For when a soul master activates their martial soul manifestation, their combat prowess and attributes are multiplied. Indeed, as Meng Shu unleashed his martial soul manifestation, Chu Qin was instantly engulfed by a formidable wave of spirit power that left him breathless. This is the martial soul manifestation? Chu Qin's knees slightly bent, and he frowned. This was his first encounter with a martial soul manifestation on the Dou continent, and it was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Kid, let's see if you can withstand this strike, Meng Shu declared, as he brought his dragon staff crashing down upon Chu Qin. Simultaneously, the massive phantom of the dragon staff descended. In an instant, the ground around Chu Qin shattered, and under the immense pressure exerted by Meng Shu, he found himself unable to move an inch. Witnessing Chu Qin's precarious situation, Xiao Wuji and the others exchanged worried glances. After all, Chu Qin's ultimate trump card, the 10,000-year soul skill, had already been deployed. This time, it seemed that Chu Qin might truly be on the verge of defeat. Was he truly about to kneel and apologize? However, three individuals bore distinctly different expressions. Dai Mubai and Tang San secretly rejoiced, having eagerly awaited Chu Qin's downfall. The other was Meng Yiran. Strangely, while she initially wished for her grandfather to triumph, she now found herself not wanting Chu Qin to fail. In other words, Chu Qin's plea for her to stay had stirred something within her. Chu Qin, give it your all. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing shouted in unison. Fear not. I shall not be so easily defeated. Chu Qin replied with a smirk, switching the Demon Slayer spear to his left hand, while extending his right fist forward. In the next moment, as the golden radiance emanated from his right fist, all objects within a 10-meter radius began to slow down. Meng Shu's dragon staff descended at a glacial pace, and even Chu Qin's own movements were rendered sluggish. What is happening? Meng Shu's pupils constricted. The spirit bone skill. Time deceleration field. It can actually slow down time. Meng Shu was taken aback, but you too are affected by this delay. What significance does it hold? You are mistaken. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. 6th soul skill, Ethereal Lance. The Ethereal Lance grants immunity to all control negative effects, and thus, under its influence, Chu Qin's movements not only returned to normal, but became even swifter, while Meng Shu's dragon staff continued its slow descent. Trouble! Meng Shu exclaimed in alarm. Sure enough, in the next instant, Chu Qin's Demon Slayer spear circumvented the dragon staff and pierced toward Meng Shu's forehead. A single thrust could claim Meng Shu's life. Meng Shu closed his eyes. Grandfather! Meng Yiran gasped in shock. However, the Demon Slayer spear halted just 3 centimeters from Meng Shu's head, failing to penetrate. You won't kill me? Meng Shu asked, astonished. Meng Yiran and the Snake Lady both released breaths they had been holding. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100% favorability with Meng Yiran. You may now evolve the 30,000-year beast-level companion, the Azure Dragon King, and receive a Tier 3 Spirit Power Core. The system notification sounded. I merely wished to spar with you. Who said I intended to kill you? Chu Qin said, retracting the Demon Slayer spear with a gentle smile. Meng Shu, you have lost. The spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and Meng Yiran may remain. You may leave. Xiao Wuji and Oscar were overjoyed. No, Meng Shu shook his head. Yiran is more important than my life. I will never let her go. You might as well kill me. Meng Shu was filled with regret. He had been overly confident in agreeing to Chu Qin's wager. There was no way to back out now. Very well, Dragon Lord, I shall not force you. If Yiran is unwilling to accompany me, our wager is nullified. Chu Qin smiled. Really? Meng Shu's eyes flickered, turning to Meng Yiran and asking, Yiran, did you hear that? Unexpectedly, Meng Yiran decisively replied, Grandfather, I am willing to go with him. Ah, Meng Shu was taken aback. Yiran, are you serious? Yes, Meng Yiran affirmed resolutely. Meng Yiran's unwavering determination left Meng Shu astonished, but he still felt a twinge of discontent. Yiran, do not speak in haste. The Snake Lady interjected. Chu Qin possesses immense talent, but there are too many women around him. They worry that their granddaughter might feel neglected or even ostracized. Grandfather, grandmother, you always tell me that integrity is the foremost principle of being a person. Since we accepted this wager, we must be willing to accept the consequences. Meng Iran stated firmly. Meng Shu and the snake lady exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Very well. Meng Shu looked at Chu Qin and said, Chu Qin, we agree to let Iran stay with you. But before she departs, may my wife and I have a private conversation with her? Chu Qin nodded with a smile. After all, Meng Iran had made up her mind to follow him. There was no rush. Subsequently, Meng Shu and the snake lady led Meng Iran into a small grove. Iran, are you certain you want to go with Chu Qin? Meng Shu asked. Yes. Meng Iran replied. Grandfather, since we lost, we must honor our agreement. Moreover, I believe Chu Qin is not a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have 3 women willingly surrounding him. Moreover, considering how exceptional Chu Qin is, there is no loss for me or my family. Alas, that is precisely what grandfather fears. Meng Shu remarked, no matter how outstanding a man is, if he has many women, you will inevitably suffer. Trust me just this once, grandfather, I will not suffer. Meng Iran replied. She harbored a strong intuition that following Chu Qin would bring her greater joy. Iran, I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish to accompany Chu Qin? The snake matriarch inquired. If you do not agree, your grandfather and I will risk our lives to ensure you do not follow him. I agree, grandmother. Meng Iran responded. You 2 elders, trust your granddaughter just this once. Iran, this decision pertains to your entire future. Meng Shu still felt uneasy, asserting that Chu Qin clearly coveted her beauty. Such a man will surely attract many women in the future. I have made up my mind, Meng Iran declared. Grandfather, grandmother, if Chu Qin truly wrongs me, I shall certainly leave him. But what if he confines you or binds you? That will not happen. Chu Qin cannot possibly be such a person. Very well. My dear wife, since Iran has agreed, we have lost the bet. Let her follow Chu Qin. Meng Shu deliberated for a while before finally concluding, I will investigate Chu Qin's origins and identity promptly. Iran, have you made your decision? At that moment, Chu Qin entered the woods, followed closely by the enchanting Su Daji. Who is this? Meng Shu exclaimed, for Su Daji's presence was as daunting as an abyss, instilling a sense of fear. The unparalleled Doloa Su Daji. Chu Qin stated calmly. The unparalleled Doloa. Meng Shu and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Chu Qin smiled gently, prompting Su Daji to immediately reveal her 9 soul rings. The 400,000-year soul rings left Meng Shu and the others in utter astonishment. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded, Su Daji is my personal bodyguard. With her around, you need not worry about Meng Iran's safety. Chu Qin. Meng Shu hesitated, attempting to maintain composure. Can you tell me why you are fond of my granddaughter? Due to Su Daji's presence, Meng Shu's tone softened considerably. He believed that anyone capable of training an unparalleled Doloa to be so loyal could not be an ordinary individual. Thus, he began to acknowledge Chu Qin's character to some extent. This man might simply be a little infatuated. To be honest with you both, Chu Qin unabashedly confessed. The moment I laid eyes on Iran, I was smitten. If I were to say it was not due to her beauty, you would likely not believe me. However, I value first impressions highly, and since I take a liking to her, I will pursue her wholeheartedly. Surely you have noticed that every woman by my side is living joyfully. Well, how straightforward. Meng Shu replied with a smile. Very well, Iran. I entrust you to his care. However, I have one request. Speak. Chu Qin note that every 3 months, we will visit to check on Iran, to ensure she is happy and safe. Meng Shu stated, this is a small request that you wouldn't refuse, would you? Of course, it is only natural. Chu Qin replied with a smile. If you wish to see Iran, you are welcome to visit Shrek Academy at any time. Shrek Academy? Meng Shu and the snake matriarch exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed, Dragon Lord, snake matriarch. Rest assured, although I have given my student the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, I shall provide her with something even better. Very well, then we entrust her to you. Shortly thereafter, Oscar completed absorbing the soul ring. Chu Qin held Meng Iran's delicate hand as they emerged from the thicket. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhu Qing. Allow me to introduce your new sister, Meng Iran, Chu Qin announced to the 3 girls. Sister Iran, Zhu Zhuqing and the others exclaimed in unison. Chu Qin, is that all taken care of? Oscar observed, looking perplexed. Goodness. Chu Qin, what charm do you possess? Ma Hongjun remarked, slightly envious. Normally, it takes considerable effort to win over 2 women. while Chu Qin has managed to attract four at once. It's simple. He is talented, handsome, wealthy, and influential. Xiao Wu remarked, if you all train diligently, you too can attract numerous women. Forget it, Zhao Laoshe. Ma Ongjun replied. I could train for several lifetimes and still not catch up to Chu Qin. Oomph. Dai Mubai and Tang San scoffed simultaneously. Enough. No more jealousy. Xiao Wujia interjected. It is getting dark, so let's set up camp here. Xiao Wujia, I need to take a ran to obtain a new third soul ring. Xiao Wu and the others will accompany me. You all set up camp. Chu Qin said to Xiao Wujia. Then I shall accompany you. Xiao Wujia replied. No need. Chu Qin stated. We will return shortly. Very well. Chu Qin, take care. Xiao Wujia nodded in agreement. With that, Chu Qin led the four girls into the Star Dou Forest. Chu Qin is truly a good person. Oscar sighed. He is willing to offend the legendary dragon snake for my third soul ring. Now I must take Meng Ran to find her soul ring. Encountering such a teacher is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. I have a feeling that all of this is part of his scheme. Dai Mubai remarked coldly, using the soul ring to deliberately lure the legendary dragon snake, turning that Meng Ran into his own woman. Such a scheming person is best avoided. Dai Mubai, you must not speak ill of Chu Qin. Oscar retorted coldly, or I shall take issue with you. Dai Laudi, are you perhaps envious and jealous? Ma Hongjun teased with a chuckle. Chu Qin has four beautiful ladies. Humph. Dai Mubai turned his head away dismissively. All right, enough bickering. Zhao Wujia said. You say Chu Qin is scheming, but this presumes he can defeat Long Gong Meng Shu on his own. He defeated a Soul Doloa at the age of 17. Can any of you do that? Furthermore, I shall reiterate. Chu Qin is your teacher. Anyone who disrespects him shall face the consequences of my unrelenting fists. Suddenly, the others fell silent. Fine, I shall keep this debt in mind for later. We will settle it back at the academy. For now, let's set up camp. Wait, Zhao Laoshe also need a soul ring. Tang San spoke up. What? Tang San, have you also reached the 30th level? Xiao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have. Very well. I shall take you to find your third soul ring. With that, Xiao Wujia and the others departed the camp, leading Tang San and the others to seek their third soul ring. On another note, Chu Qin led Meng Ran, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered many thousand-year soul beasts, but all were dismissed by Chu Qin due to their low quality. Although it was a task issued by the system, preventing Meng Ran from obtaining the phoenix-tailed chicken snake soul ring, it was all orchestrated by Chu Qin. He was determined to provide Meng Ran with a soul ring, a superlative one. Xiao Wu, what are the top 1,000-year soul beasts in the Star Dou Forest? Chu Qin inquired. Typically, the top soul beasts are dragon types. However, they are generally absent from the outskirts. They reside in the underground caves of the Star Dou Forest core region, organized by species, and even I am unaware of their locations. Xiao Wu replied. Juqin instanti undo. The Star Dou Forest was far larger than he had imagined, spanning at least several thousand miles. In the original text, 1,000 years later, the soul beasts of the Star Dou Forest attacked Shrek Academy, advancing in droves as organized packs. Furthermore, the underground caves of the Star Dou Forest were home to ferocious soul beasts. Chu Qin deemed it unnecessary to provoke them at this time. What about outside? Chu Qin continued his inquiry. Outside, there are relatively rare 1,000-year soul beasts, such as the dark golden terraclaw bear, the Tai Tsung giant python, and the ancient dragon lion. Among others, they all possess ancient bloodlines, and upon reaching a century of life, they can bear a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the quality of a 1,000-year soul ring is unparalleled. If fortunate enough, they might even yield soul bones. Such soul beasts are rare, but understanding their weaknesses makes them easier to find. For instance, the dark gold fearsome bear has a penchant for a rose-flavored honey, while the Taitsong giant python typically resides in dim, marshy areas and favors the consumption of scarlet flame foxes. Wow, Xiao Wu, how do you know so much? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The weaknesses of these ancient bloodline soul beasts were unheard of even in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and she believed that even the Spirit Hall might not possess such knowledge. Well, it's all thanks to my mother, Xiao Wu replied with a smile. As the conversation unfolded, Chu Qin glanced at Meng Ran and asked, which type of soul beast do you require? The Taitsong giant python, Meng Ran responded. Grandfather said that the best rings among snakes are from pythons. All right, then we shall first capture the scarlet flame fox. Although the scarlet flame fox is a relatively rare soul beast, it can still occasionally be spotted in the Star Dou Forest. Thus, Chu Qin hunted 5 scarlet flame foxes, bringing their remains to the Star Dou Forest and discarding them in a dim marsh. Indeed, after about half an hour, a serpent-like beast emerged from the mire. This creature was approximately 7 meters long, segmented like a dark red mechanical python, with a triangular head and a uniquely raised tail resembling 6 scorpion tails. Surrounding it radiated a dark red glow. This is the Tai Tsung giant python. Xiao Wu exclaimed, this python should possess exactly 1,000 years of cultivation. Very well. I shall stun it. Chu Qin nodded and added, Iran, you will deliver the final blow. Wait, Chu Qin, let us handle this. Ning Rongrong interjected. Indeed, we are here in the Star Dou Forest to hone our skills, and you have always been the one fighting. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. However, Chu Qin hesitated, concerned about the ancient bloodline soul beast's 1,000-year cultivation. Don't worry, Chu Qin, I can also step in. Xiao Wu reassured him. Xiao Wu's willingness to confront the soul beast took Chu Qin by surprise. I won't intervene with other soul beasts, but snakes prey on rabbits. And the Tai Tsung giant python is one of the natural enemies of our soft-boned rabbit clan. She whispered into Chu Qin's ear. Notably, the sky blue bull python had once been a formidable foe for Xiao Wu and her mother, but they ultimately subdued it together. Since that's the case, please be cautious. Chu Qin note that. Xiao Wu smiled slightly and said, Sisters, unleash the soul rings. As her words fell, 200-year soul rings lit up beneath the feet of the 4 women. Chu Qin stood aside, admiring the graceful figures and postures of the 4 beauties while preparing Su Daji to spring into action at any moment. However, it soon became apparent that Chu Qin had underestimated the abilities of the 4 women. Su Daji did not even get a chance to intervene. Under the protection of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, the 4 women ultimately triumphed over the Tai Tsung giant python without sustaining any injuries. After all, Chu Qin's 4 partners were all exceptionally talented individuals, far surpassing ordinary soul masters in both intellect and combat prowess. Moreover, they were all nearing the level of soul sovereigns. Subsequently, Meng Yiran sat down to absorb the Tai Tsung giant python's soul ring, while Chu Qin and the others listened to Xiao Wu recounting tales of the Star Dou Forest wonders. Chu Qin, I have reached the 33rd level. Meng Yiran exclaimed excitedly after a short while. Under the extraordinary bloodline of the Tai Tsung giant python, her soul power had leapt from the 30th level to the 33rd. Congratulations, Iran. Congratulations, Sister Iran. Xiao Wu and the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The advancement of a soul master is notoriously challenging, and reaching the level of soul sovereign typically requires 2 months for each level. All credit goes to my sisters. Meng Yiran's heart swelled with gratitude towards Chu Qin, knowing that if she had absorbed a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, she would have only reached level 31 at most. But now, she had directly achieved level 33. Realizing this, Meng Yiran leaned in and kissed Chu Qin on the lips. Yiran you. Chu Qin's face flushed slightly. Chu Qin, this is my first kiss. I made up my mind. From now on, I will willingly be your 4th woman. Meng Yiran said with a hint of shyness. Chu Qin, you wouldn't reject me, would you? Of course not. Chu Qin smiled gently. But does that imply you weren't previously willing? No, Imispuka. Meng Yiran quickly replied. All right, I didn't mean to hold it against you. Chu Qin said affectionately, since Iran has obtained her soul ring. This place is not suitable for lingering. Shall we return? With that, the 4 of them retraced their steps back to the camp. At that moment, Zhao Wujia and the others had yet to return. Chu Qin did not intend to wait for them and quickly set up a campfire, inviting the 4 women to sit together and roast some soul beast meat over the flames. Master, a super soul beast is approaching. Su Daji suddenly informed Chu Qin. A super soul beast? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. The Titan giant ape. We cannot let it come near. We must ensure Xiao Wu's identity remains concealed. If it harms Rongrong or the others, I would be unable to confront it. Chu Qin thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Xiao Wu, come with me for a moment. Huh? Xiao Wu was slightly startled. Come on. Chu Qin smiled and said, I need to discuss something with Xiao Wu. You 3 stay close to Su Daji and don't wander off. All right. Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran nodded. Where to? Can I join? Ning Rongrong inquired. Rongrong, stay close to Daji. Very well. With that, Chu Qin took Xiao Wu's hand and ventured deeper into the forest. Chu Qin, what is going on? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. A titan giant ape of 100,000 years is approaching. Chu Qin replied, I suspect it might be coming for you. The titan giant ape? Ming. Xiao Wu exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. You know it? Chu Qin Feigen Yin Godan. Yes, he is my brother. Xiao Wu clarified. Chu Qin. I haven't told you, but my home is in the core area of the Star Dou Forest. I have two brothers. One is Ming, 100,000-year sky blue bull python, and the other is Ming, 1,000-year titan giant ape with a combat power of 100,000 years. It's never too late to tell me. I was just worried that Ming might clash with Daji and the others, which is why I brought you out here. See, I was right. Chu Qin, you are so thoughtful. Don't fight it. He is a bit clumsy and won't harm us. Xiao Wu laughed, adding, moreover, I just broke through to level 30, so I can seize the opportunity to create a soul ring. All right, I've heard that soul beasts of 100,000 years can autonomously create the first 7 rings. Chu Qin note that? Yes, indeed. Xiao Wu smiled brightly. As she spoke, Xiao Wu sat down and utilized her latent soul beast powers to begin creating her 3rd soul ring. After approximately 3 minutes, a brand new bright purple soul ring appeared beneath Xiao Wu's slender legs. How convenient it is to have a soul beast. Chu Qin chuckled. No need to procure a soul ring from the outside world. True, Xiao Wu frowned slightly. However, soul beasts can be troublesome. Chu Qin, you should know the human soul masters can discern my true form. Just as Chu Qin was about to respond, a thunderous beast roar echoed, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. Under the moonlight, a soul beast as large as a mountain was rapidly leaping and moving, soaring to heights of several dozen meters with each bound. It is Ming, it is its voice. Xiao Wu exclaimed with joy. Indeed, the next moment, the soul beast appeared within a line of sight of Xiao Wu and Chu Qin. It was a towering creature, resembling a giant ape, standing several dozen meters tall. Its body was covered in a resilient red skin, akin to granite. Within its flesh, one could discern a flowing liquid that resembled liquid metal. Roar! The titan giant ape. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Chu Qin together and realizing that the latter was human, immediately opened its massive jaws and roared angrily at Chu Qin. Ming, cease at once. He is my sister's man. Xiao Wu shouted at once upon witnessing this. Sister Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Ming ceased its growling and emitted a somewhat clumsy voice, saying, What did you say? This human is your man. Indeed, Xiao Wu replied. Ming, if you continue to threaten him, I will have Ming deal with you. The titan giant ape trembled slightly at her words, apologizing. I was wrong, Sister Xiao Wu. Address him as Brother Chu Qin. Xiao Wu said with a triumphant smile. Brother Chu Qin. The titan giant ape scratched its head like a heavy weight, uttering somewhat juvenile words. Good boy, Ming. Chu Qin responded with a smile. Ming, what brings you here? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. You ventured out of the core area alone. What if you encountered danger? Ming replied, I wanted to see Sister Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu approached the titan giant ape's gigantic foot, gently stroking its rock-like toes, and lowered her voice. Ming, I have transformed into a human and can no longer stay in the Star Dou Forest with you. Moreover, I must seek vengeance for my mother and find the one who killed her. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's eyes grew moist. Chu Qin sighed softly upon hearing this. The person Xiao Wu wished to kill was Bibi Dong, and Chu Qin could never assist her in this endeavor. The only thing he could do was to revive Xiao Wu's mother as swiftly as possible. However, before that, Chu Qin had to take some action. Sister Xiao Wu, Ming, please return and tell the Ming that I'm doing well in the human world, so he need not worry. Upon hearing this, the titan giant ape extended its enormous palm, wishing to comfort Xiao Wu. Yet, it forgot that Xiao Wu had transformed into a human and was no longer that towering rabbit. Soul beast, cease at once. At that moment, a rugged voice resounded. Xiao Wujia, transformed into a mighty diamond bear, leaped from the jungle, aiming for the back of the titan giant ape's hand. In the next instant, with a loud bang, the titan giant ape instinctively swung its hand back, sending Xiao Wujia flying against a massive rock. In an instant, Xiao Wujia's martial soul manifestation shattered. Teacher Xiao, Xiao Wujia. Seeing this, Both Chu Qin and Xiao Wu exclaimed simultaneously. Realizing he had caused trouble, Erming immediately turned and fled into the jungle. Teacher Zhao, are you all right? Xiao Wu asked, looking at Zhao Wujia, who was embedded in the rock, forming a large character. I'm fine. Zhao Wujia crawled out from the rock, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiao Wu, was that the legendary king of the forest, the Titan giant ape? Zhao Wujia asked in astonishment. Yes. Xiao Wu nodded. How could the Titan giant ape appear on the outskirts of the forest? Are you all unharmed? Zhao Wujia asked, surprised. We are fine. Chu Qin shook his head. But you, Zhao Wujia, seem to be quite injured. It must be said that Zhao Wujia was quite chivalrous. Chu Qin believed that Zhao Wujia had acted thinking the Titan giant ape was about to harm Xiao Wu. It's nothing, I am tough-skinned. Zhao Wujia smiled, saying he would not perish. By the way, Chu Qin, where are your other 3 women? They are safe in the camp, protected by Su Daji. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Sudahi? Zhao Wujia's pupils dilated. Oh, it's nothing. Chu Qin responded. The camp is 2 miles south. You should return to the camp. Xiao Wu and I have some matters to attend to. The Titan giant ape was indeed repelled by me. However, it likely hasn't gone far. Otherwise, let's return to the camp together. With me around, the Titan giant ape should not be overly reckless. Zhao Wujia replied. Do you think I need your protection? Chu Qin spy in Dai Feng. Oh, that is true. Zhao Wujia nodded. Since Chu Qin could face Seoul Doluo head-on, he certainly did not require his protection. All right then, I will wait for you at the camp. Once you're done, come over. Zhao Wujia said and then departed. Chu Qin, what other matters do we have to attend to? After Zhao Wujia left, Xiao Wu asked with a smile. She had already wiped away her tears and was adept at concealing her emotions beside Chu Qin. She did not wish to burden Chu Qin with her desire for vengeance, knowing that the person responsible for her mother's death wielded immense power. Xiao Wu, what do you think we could possibly have to do? Chu Qin's my. Since Xiao Wu did not speak, Chu Qin was not inclined to touch upon her pain. Suddenly Xiao Wu thought of something, her face turning red as she said, Well then, let us proceed. As she spoke, Xiao Wu began to unfasten her clothing. You little flirt, what are you thinking about all day? Chu Qin gently flicked Xiao Wu's forehead, smiling tenderly. Here is a gathering place for soul beasts. Hee, Chu Qin, I was wrong. Xiao Wu replied with a grin. So what do you propose? Just now, you mentioned that you would be recognized by Seoul Doluo, correct? Chu Qin inquired. Xiao Wu pondered slightly. Then I shall present you with a gift. Chu Qin replied. What is it? Chu Qin tilted his mouth, gently opening his palm, revealing a small creature coiled within. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the azure dragon of myth, save for the fact that its pupils radiated a bluish glow. Upon seeing this creature, Xiao Wu was taken aback, sensing the aura of a superior being emanating from it. Chu Qin, what is this? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Wu, this is my secret. I shall only tell you. Chu Qin responded. You must promise me not to reveal it to anyone else. It would be best if Rongrong and the others do not know either. All right, Chu Qin, I promise you. I swear if I tell anyone else. May I be devoured by a soul beast. Xiao Wu replied. I did not require such a severe oath. Chu Qin Mai Gen Li then addressed the azure dragon in his palm. Awakened. Instantly, the azure dragon's eyelids lifted, revealing a pair of azure pupils. And then its serpentine body unfurled as the Azure Dragon King respectfully addressed Chu Qin. I am the Azure Dragon King, a 300,000-year soul beast, at your service, master. The voice was reminiscent of a middle-aged woman's. Gu Yuna has awakened, the 300,000-year soul beast, Azure Dragon King. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. It is known that the Tianqing bull python of Deming is merely a 100,000-year soul beast. This fierce creature is undoubtedly the sovereign of soul beasts. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon's bloodline surely surpasses that of the Tianqing bull python, and even the legendary ruler of the Star Dou Forest may not match the Azure Dragon's bloodline. It is no wonder she felt the pressure of a superior being. Even in the human world, a 300,000-year soul beast would undoubtedly surpass an ordinary 98-level title Doluo. However, to completely defeat her, even a peerless Doluo might struggle. This is due to the fact that the physical strength of soul beasts is incomparable to that of humans. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural for Chu Qin to possess such a formidable beast, given that he even had a peerless Doluo like Su Daji. Azure Dragon King. Chu Qin addressed the Azure Dragon King. From this day forth, I entrust you with a task. Master, please instruct. The Azure Dragon King responded. From this day forward, you shall remain by Xiao Wu's side, guarding her diligently. Zhu Qin Gongman. Xiao Wu, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, Chu Qin, the Azure Dragon King is here to protect you. Why are you following me? Fool! By following you, I am indeed accompanying you. Chu Qin replied. We are inseparable. Moreover, with Su Daji's protection, there should be no one in the entire Duluo continent capable of harming me. Most importantly, the aura of the Azure Dragon King will conceal the presence of the soul beast within you. Hence, not even a soul Duluo, let alone a title Duluo or a peak Duluo, will be able to discern that you are a soul beast. However, a peerless Duluo is unlikely to roam the world. There are only 3 peerless Duluos in the entire Duluo continent. Tang San is controlled by the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. Poseidon is far away on Sea God Island, and Xian Daolu must guard the Doluo Palace. Therefore, Xiao Wu, you are essentially safe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was deeply moved and responded, so that's how it is. Thank you, Chu Qin. Indeed, Chu Qin smiled. Azure Dragon King, go forth. Yes. With that, the Azure Dragon King darted towards Xiao Wu like a nimble loach, and she immediately extended her gentle hands to catch it. Xiao Wu, the Azure Dragon King is usually in a state of slumber, Chu Qin explained. It will only act when you need it or when you are in danger. Xiao Wu nodded with a smile and addressed the Azure Dragon King, Senior Dragon King. I hope you will take care of me from now on. Since it is Master Chu Qin's command, I shall obey. The Azure Dragon King replied. From now on, I will heed the commands of the mistress. Is that all there is to your form, Senior Dragon King? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. No, the Azure Dragon King replied. I merely minimized my form for convenience. Mistress, would you like to see my true self? May I? Xiao Wu looked at Chu Qin and asked. Azure Dragon King, transform. Chu Qin urged. I too wish to behold your true form. Yes. As soon as the Azure Dragon King spoke, it spiraled away from Xiao Wu's palms. In the air above, thunderclouds began to gather, and the Azure Dragon King's body started to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming into a fearsome beast of over 60 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chu Qin was taken aback. The Azure Dragon King indeed bore an astonishing majesty, reminiscent of the legendary Azure Dragon. Its eyes, opening and closing, seemed to command the very world. How magnificent! Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Azure Dragon King, please revert back. Yes, the Azure Dragon King complied, shrinking back into Xiao Wu's hands and ultimately transforming into a necklace. Wow! Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be alarmed, mistress. This is merely a trick of illusion. The Azure Dragon King reassured her. From this day forth, I shall obey Master Chu Qin's commands and guard you closely. Now I understand. Xiao Wu smiled contentedly, adorning her neck with the necklace. Now, let us return to the camp. I fear Rongrong and the others may worry and come searching for us. Chu Qin suggested to Xiao Wu. Indeed. However, Chu Qin, I exerted too much soul power while creating that soul ring, and my legs feel a bit weak. Xiao Wu smiled. Feeling weak? Yet you just wanted to engage in that activity? Chu Qin retorted playfully, then bent down, presenting his back to Xiao Wu. Because that activity brings me great joy, Xiao Wu declared, nimbly leaping onto Chu Qin's back. Chu Qin playfully patted her rear, and like a gust of wind, he dashed towards the campsite, in the depths of the life lake within the Star Dou Great Forest. Xiao Wu and Chu Qin remained unaware that their summoning of the Azure Dragon King's true form had stirred a significant event. At the bottom of the life lake lay a vast expanse, filled with colossal diamond crystals. Each crystal housed a massive beastly shadow. This was the resting place of the kings of the Star Dou Great Forest. Only soul beasts over 200,000 years old could enter this realm to undergo a deep slumber for cultivation. However, at the center, there were 2 crystals containing figures, a man and a woman. The man, with red hair cascading down, donned imposing armor, exuding an air of authority. Furthermore, 2 dragon horns adorned his head. The woman wore silver armor, her silver hair flowing freely, and possessed a face that could enchant all living beings. Her features were so perfectly balanced that any alteration would seem excessive or insufficient. She was tall, approximately 178 centimeters, and her silver armor could hardly conceal her alluring figure. At that moment, she lay in a deep slumber. Yet in the next instant, her eyes suddenly opened, brilliant purple orbs sparkling like gemstones. Simultaneously, the diamond crystals surrounding her shattered. As the crystals fractured, another crystal belonging to the man also broke apart. "My lord, why have you awakened early?" the man inquired, gazing at the silver-haired woman. These two were none other than the most powerful soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest. The Silver Dragon King Guyuna and the Black Dragon King Dition. Dition, I just sensed the aura of the first Dragon King, Guyuna said, her gaze fixated on him. The first Dragon King? Is that possible? Shouldn't he be dead? Dition was taken aback. There is no mistake. It is indeed the aura of the first Dragon King, though it is still weak. Guyuna insisted. How can this be? Dition exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be an injured Dragon King? It does not belong to our Dragon God lineage. It appears to be an Azure Dragon King. Before the appearance of the gods on Dou continent, soul beasts ruled this world, and there existed many ancient beast clans, with the Dragon God merely being one of them. An Azure Dragon King? My lord, what do you intend to do? Dition asked. Millions of years ago, I was gravely injured by the enforcers of the divine realm and forced to hide at the bottom of the life lake in the Star Dou Great Forest to undergo a slumbering cultivation. Just 2,000 years remain, and I shall be able to leave the Star Dou Great Forest. However, if I can devour the blood essence of the first Dragon King, I could leave 2,000 years earlier. Understood, Dition replied. My lord, can you sense the location of the first Dragon King? I cannot pinpoint it accurately, and the aura of the first Dragon King is fleeting. Guyuna said, however, it is indeed within the Star Dou Great Forest. Very well, I shall immediately go forth and command the beasts to search together. Dition responded. Go. Shortly after, Dition transformed into a gigantic black dragon, bursting forth from the life lake, and began to roar. As Dition's dragon roar echoed, the surrounding beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest joined in a cacophony of cries and roars. The collective roar of the beasts reverberated throughout the core area of the Star Dou Great Forest and quickly spread beyond. At this moment, Chu Qin was carrying Xiao Wu, making his way towards the campsite. Hearing the beastly roars, Xiao Wu suddenly called out, Chu Qin, wait a moment. Xiao Wu, what is it? Chu Qin asked, surprised. I think I just heard the voice of the Dragon King. Xiao Wu replied. The Dragon King? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Could it be the Azure Dragon King? No. Chu Qin, it is coming from the core area of the Star Dou Great Forest. Xiao Wu insisted. The Dragon King seems to be summoning the beasts. As she spoke, Xiao Wu dismounted from Chu Qin's back, knelt on the ground, and pressed her ear to the earth, straining to listen to the words emanating from the core area of the Star Dou Great Forest. It is the Black Dragon King. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment after listening. The Black Dragon King? Chu Qin was taken aback, inwardly thinking, Dition. Chu Qin was startled. Shouldn't Dition only emerge to cause trouble 1,000 years later? What about Guyuna? What did the Black Dragon King say? Chu Qin quickly inquired. The Black Dragon King seems to be summoning the beast to search for the trace of a soul beast. Xiao Wu responded, still listening intently. Chu Qin was utterly confounded. The Star Dou Great Forest was in chaos. Xiao Wu exclaimed, Chu Qin, the soul beasts from the underground caves are emerging and seem to be heading towards our perimeter. Chu Qin was filled with confusion. Such a scene was not depicted in the original narrative. Xiao Wu, it appears that we should not linger in the Star Dou Forest any longer. Let us return to the camp and find Zhu Zhuqing and Rongrong. Chu Qin furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. All right, Xiao Wu nodded immediately. With that, Chu Qin scooped Xiao Wu into a princess carry and dashed back to the camp at an astonishing speed. Soon, outside the Star Dou Forest, on the carriage, Xiao Wujia asked, while frantically urging the horses forward, Chu Qin, what on earth has happened? The 10,000-year soul beast has gone berserk. Chu Qin glanced at Xiao Wu before responding. If we remain in the Star Dou Forest, we may not escape death. Clearly, this was a fabricated excuse by Chu Qin, but he could not reveal that Xiao Wu had sensed it. Ah, Xiao Wujia said, his heart racing. Fortunately, you brought us out, or we would have lost our lives inside. Teacher Zhao, let's hurry back to Soto City. The gathering of soul beasts is too perilous. Ma Ongjun exclaimed, his face filled with fear. Indeed, Oscar echoed. Go. Zhao Wujia responded, vigorously whipping the horses. As expected, just 2 miles outside the Star Dou Forest, A series of earth-shattering roars erupted from behind them. The cacophony of countless soul beasts echoed. Had they still been inside, they would have either been trampled or driven mad by the noise. Indeed, it is impossible to have such a din without the 10,000-year soul beast going wild. Xiao Wu remarked, his expression tinged with terror. At that moment, Su Daji's voice suddenly rang out, "Master, we are being watched." "What? Who?" Chu Qin frowned. "From the core area of the Star Dou Forest." Su Daji replied, "Her power surpasses mine. I have secretly employed enchantment techniques to conceal your exact location. But to avoid alerting her, I cannot retaliate. Above you." Chu Qin's brow furrowed further. "Who is it?" "Unknown," Su Daji responded. "However, she has traced us using the aura of the Azure Dragon King." "The Azure Dragon King?" Chu Qin's expression tightened slightly. Could it be that the chaos among the soul beasts is fundamentally linked to the Azure Dragon King? In the Star Dou Forest, only Guyana could surpass Su Daji. It dawned on him that perhaps his recent revelation of the Azure Dragon King's true form had triggered some ancient restriction. Yet, the nature of this restriction eluded him for the moment. Nevertheless, Chu Qin was certain that Guyana had awakened. With this thought, Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. According to the goddess system, Guyana was destined to become one of his wives, indicating he was one step closer to acquiring her. Chu Qin and his companions safely returned to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Lake of Life in the Star Dou Forest, Guyana furrowed her brow and directed her gaze towards Ditian, saying, "Tell them to stop their cries." "Why, master?" Ditian inquired. "I have just used a secret method to monitor the entire Star Dou Forest. I have detected that the first Dragon King has exited the Star Dou Forest and is heading towards the human world." "What? The first Dragon King cannot possibly venture into the human world." Ditian frowned. "I am unclear on the specifics. Perhaps he has reformed into a human." Guyana's beautiful eyes narrowed. "What shall we do then?" Ditian asked. "We soul beasts, unless we reform into humans, will cause destruction the moment we step into the human world. It matters not, since the Dragon King's aura has awakened me. It must be fate. I have waited for millions of years. A few more years or decades are inconsequential." Xiao Wu replied. "I just overheard them mention returning to a place called Soto City. Seek a dragon beast skilled in Dragon Clan's secret arts that can conceal soul beast auras. Have it transform into a human and go to Soto City to gather information regarding the whereabouts of the first Dragon King." Guyana paused before adding, "As long as I ascertain the identity of the first Dragon King, I have countless ways to consume him. A soul beast knowledgeable in Dragon Clan secret arts? Besides me, the only one is the Hell Demon Dragon King, ZG. Let her go. Oh, and inform that individual that the first Dragon King is accompanied by a transformed soul beast." 1 month later, in the depths of the mountains behind Shrek Academy, 2 figures appeared. The man was clad in a blue robe with striking features, while the woman wore an ancient, open-chest long robe, captivating and enchanting. These 2 were none other than Chu Qin and his companion, Su Daji. "Daji." Chu Qin smiled at Su Daji. "Here, we are alone. Let us proceed." "Yes, master." Su Daji responded, as 9 terrifying soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red illuminated beneath her feet. In the next moment, with a burst of red light emanating from Su Daji, the entire mountain peak was enveloped. "Master, I have completely shielded this place. You can proceed without worry," Su Daji said alluringly. "Second martial soul, Su Daji seeks a kiss." "All right." Chu Qin smirked, addressing the system. "System, summon the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon." Ding. Auspicious beast, Azure Dragon, being generated. 2100. Accompanied by the system's notification, a 10-meter-long Azure Dragon appeared before Chu Qin. This dragon resembled a miniature version of the Azure Dragon King, except its pupils were red, and beneath it, a cloud of auspiciousness floated. 8,000-year auspicious beast Azure Dragon. Duration, 30 minutes. Upon defeating it, the host can sacrifice it to obtain the auspicious beast soul ring and the auspicious beast soul bone, along with the auspicious beast Azure Dragon martial soul. Obtain the martial soul. Chu Qin exclaimed with delight. In just a month, he had advanced from level 69 to 70, which prompted him to lead Su Daji to this remote mountain range to absorb the auspicious beast Azure Dragon soul ring. He never anticipated that the Azure Dragon could actually be sacrificed, granting him a second martial soul. One unexpected windfall. Come forth. With unwavering confidence. Chu Qin summoned the destruction god spear into his hand, as 6 rings of yellow, purple, black, and red shimmered beneath his feet. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the auspicious beast Azure Dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of scalding flames. 5th soul skill, Destruction God S Domain. Chu Qin gripped the spear tightly, causing it to spin rapidly before him. As it spun, a domain of black and gold light formed before him. With a tremendous crash, the Azure Dragon's flames collided with the domain, instantly pushing Chu Qin backward. Ultimately, with a deafening explosion, both the domain and flames erupted. It seems I was correct. Chu Qin smirked. An 8,000-year beast Azure Dragon is at least comparable to an 80,000-year soul beast. Its strength should approximate that of an 87th level soul Dou. Very well, Daji. It's your turn. Chu Qin instructed, pausing for a moment. He was confident he could potentially defeat an 87th level soul Dou, but there was no necessity for it. Firstly, Chu Qin sought to test his abilities against a worthy opponent after a month of growth. Now, it seemed that after reaching level 70, his strength had indeed improved significantly, allowing him to contend directly with an 87th level soul Dou. Secondly, the auspicious beast Azure Dragon had a time limit. Once the duration expired, he had nowhere to lament. Yes. Su Daji nodded, invoking her 3rd soul skill, 7 apertures exquisite. With a whisper, the auspicious beast Azure Dragon was instantly enveloped in a radiant red light. Following this, as Su Daji's palm gently clenched, the auspicious beast Azure Dragon emitted a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Subsequently, Chu Qin surged forward with the destruction god spear, piercing through the remaining protective soul power surrounding the Azure Dragon, delivering the final blow. After slaying the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, it did not perish nor transform into a soul ring or soul bone, but rather manifested as a radiant azure light that surged into Chu Qin's body. This was the final sacrifice of the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon. In that fleeting moment of the Azure Dragon's sacrifice entering his being, Chu Qin felt an excruciating pain in his spine. The agony was akin to a parasite burrowing into his bones, compelling Chu Qin to collapse onto the ground. Master! Su Daji exclaimed, her face etched with alarm. System, what is happening? Chu Qin inquired with furrowed brows. Do not worry, host. This is the soul bone of the Azure Dragon's torso. It is replacing your original bones, allowing you to directly acquire the torso's soul bone. Ah, I see. Chu Qin exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to Su Daji and replied, Daji, I'm fine. You need not worry. Yes, yes. Su Daji's delicate brows relaxed as she felt at ease. Following the intense suffering, a sensation akin to the dual moons gracing the sky enveloped him. At that moment, Chu Qin perceived a significant enhancement in both his physical abilities and soul power. Simultaneously, beneath his feet, at the position of the 7th soul ring, a peculiar soul ring materialized. It was a golden soul ring, though not purely golden. It radiated a faint pink hue, resembling rose gold. My soul power has reached level 74, Chu Qin remarked with a smirk. Though this auspicious bee's soul ring was merely 8,000 years old, its enhancement effects were not in the slightest inferior to those of a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the auspicious bee's soul ring also bestowed upon him 2 soul skills. With a mere thought, a resonant dragon's roar echoed forth. To Chu Qin's astonishment, a colossal azure dragon manifested behind him. This azure dragon resembled the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, with the sole distinction that it lacked the auspicious clouds beneath its feet. And thus, Chu Qin had acquired his 2nd martial soul, the Azure Dragon. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining your 2nd martial soul. Su Daji remarked with a charming smile. Daji, thank you. Chu Qin returned her smile. Were it not for you, I would not have so effortlessly acquired this auspicious beast's soul ring. Then, Master, what reward do you intend to bestow upon me? Su Daji inquired playfully. Chu Qin had initially anticipated Su Daji to respond with something akin to "It is my duty to serve you, Master," but instead, he found her query rather surprising. What do you wish for as a reward? Chu Qin asked, perplexed, unable to fathom what he could possibly offer to such a remarkable soul de law as Su Daji. I desire a kiss from you, Master, Su Daji said, her fox ears perked up, tinged with shyness. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Do you find it unacceptable, master? Su Daji's fox ears drooped slightly, revealing her displeasure. Of course not, Chu Qin replied, just as Su Daji leaned in and pressed her lips against his. As he savored the unique fragrance of Su Daji and the sweetness of her lips, Chu Qin's pupils widened, momentarily frozen in place. Subsequently, his passions ignited. He embraced Su Daji's head and began to indulge in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Daji, I thank you, master, Su Daji expressed, devoid of any resentment, as she smiled alluringly at Chu Qin. From now on, I shall serve you even more diligently. By midday, Chu Qin returned to Shrek Academy. His spirits were exceptionally high, having not only broken through to Soul Saint, but also acquired the auspicious beast's soul ring and soul bone, along with a second martial soul. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find that typically, at this hour, Xiao Wu should be conducting rigorous training with Tang San and the others in the Shrek Plaza. Today, however, the academy was unusually quiet. Not only were Xiao Wu and Tang San absent, but even the usually lively Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Meng Iran were nowhere to be found. How strange! Where could they have gone? Chu Qin pondered aloud. Chu Qin. At that moment, a light, slightly flirtatious voice, filled with grace, reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in form-fitting leather attire, standing there. Zhuqing. Chu Qin waved enthusiastically, calling out to her. Where have you been? Zhu Zhuqing gracefully took hold of Chu Qin's hand. I just went out for a bit. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Zhuqing. Where are Xiao Wu and Rongrong? They have all gone to the Dragon King's pavilion in Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing answered. Dragon King's pavilion? Chu Qin expressed mild surprise, having never heard of such a place before. Zhu Zhuqing gasped slightly. Chu Qin, you haven't been to the Dragon King's pavilion? Chu Qin shook his head. What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it. The Dragon King's pavilion is a recent establishment, Zhu Zhuqing explained. However, since its inception, it has garnered immense fame throughout Soto City. Oh, is that so? Please do tell. I've heard that the owner of the Dragon King's pavilion is an extraordinary beauty. Zhu Zhuqing continued. She has set up a challenge platform in front of the pavilion, and any individual possessing a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat her will earn the right to marry her. A competition for marriage. Chu Qin's eyes lit up. His interest was piqued, not only because he had recently acquired a dragon-type martial soul, but also due to the allure of the exquisite beauty in question. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed, to date, many individuals with dragon-type martial souls have challenged her, but she has triumphed over them all. It turns out she is a soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's interest waned. In the Doloa continent, the soul emperor rank and above were typically occupied by those in their 60s or 70s. Like the Snake Lady, such individuals could hardly be deemed appealing. So, Xiao Wu and Zhao Wujia have gone see her? Chu Qin inquired, not overly concerned about their safety, knowing that the Azure Dragon King was there to protect them. Yes, given your disposition. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I thought you might have gone as well. What disposition? Chu Qin teased, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, please clarify. I apologize. Chu Qin, I misspoke. Zhu Zhuqing quickly corrected herself. No, Zhuqing, you were right. I'm indeed the sort of person you think I am. Chu Qin replied with a playful smile, lifting Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly into his arms. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, gazing dreamily at Chu Qin. What are you planning to do? With no one around in Shrek Academy, what do you think I intend to do? Chu Qin chuckled mischievously. As Zhu Zhuqing realized his intentions, her legs instinctively pressed together, her eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation and anticipation. With that, Chu Qin carried Zhu Zhuqing towards the dormitory, having already been ignited by the kiss from Su Daji. The presence of such an alluring beauty as Zhu Zhuqing before him left Chu Qin with no choice but to take action. Arriving at the dormitory, Chu Qin gently placed Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, then secured the doors and windows before leaping onto her. Zhuqing, this should be our first time, right? Chu Qin's heart raced as he spoke. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly. I recall you mentioning that you were quite apprehensive about such matters. Do you still feel that way now? Chu Qin asked. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. With you, I am not afraid. A smile graced Chu Qin's face, followed by the sound of tearing leather. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her nails almost digging into Chu Qin's flesh. An hour later, Chu Qin emerged from the dormitory, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, both feeling invigorated. How is it? Not as terrifying as you imagined, right? Chu Qin smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, but it still feels somewhat unsatisfying. Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly. Chu Qin was taken aback momentarily. I was just teasing you. Zhu Zhuqing giggled, covering her mouth. It was quite comfortable, albeit a little painful. That's all right. In a little while, you won't feel anything. Chu Qin reassured her with a smile. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Chu Qin. Just then, a voice rang out from outside Shrek Academy. It was Xiao Wu calling for him. As Chu Qin and Zhu Zhuqing furrowed their brows, they noticed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong hurrying towards them, their expressions fraught with urgency. What happened? Xiao Wu Rongrong. Chu Qin Pomtili in Guit. Sister Iran is missing. Xiao Wu replied, her eyes glistening with distress. Do not panic. Take your time and explain. Chu Qin said softly, though a sense of dread gnawed at his heart. Sister Iran, Rongrong, and I went to the Dragon King Tower to witness the martial arts contest for marriage. The moment we turned around, Sister Iran vanished. Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. We, along with teacher Zhao and the others, searched all of Shutout City, but found no trace of her. Let's continue searching, Chu Qin declared, immediately dashing towards Shutout City. Meanwhile, in a dim alley of Shutout City, 3 unsavory figures emerged. These men, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, were grotesque in appearance, their skin dark and their demeanor repulsive, reminiscent of the unseemly characters in certain films. One of them was shouldering a beautiful figure. If Chu Qin were present, he would recognize her as Meng Iran. Enough, Noel, let us settle this here, the man said, tossing Meng Iran into a corner with a lewd grin. Old goose, this girl is a real catch. Where did you find her? Noel smirked, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Enough questions. Who gets to have her first? Tianya inquired. Let me go first. I'm already itching to make a move. Noel chuckled lewdly, rubbing his hands together as he approached Meng Iran. At that moment, Meng Iran regained consciousness and was startled to see the 3 lecherous middle-aged men before her. What do you want? She demanded fiercely. What do you think? Noel sneered, a wicked smile stretching across his face. Stay away. As she spoke, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated beneath her feet, and her serpent-headed staff materialized in her grasp. Oh, a soul elder. Noel chuckled ominously. As he spoke, for soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, emerged beneath Noel's feet, revealing him to be his soul master. Alarmed, Meng Iran wielded her serpent-headed staff, unleashing a flurry of serpent illusions towards Noel. Oomph! Noel scoffed coldly, conjuring 2 pink barriers that expanded rapidly, one intercepting Meng Iran's serpent illusions while the other closed in on her. The latter began to constrict relentlessly. Meng Iran's expression turned pained as she struggled against the pressure. But as a typical soul elder, she was no match for a soul master. Under the relentless compression of the pink barrier, her expression grew increasingly agonized until her martial soul was forcibly dissipated. In that instant, Tianya and Old Goose leaped forward, pinning Meng Iran to the ground. Now, you cannot resist. Noel grinned wickedly as he gazed at Meng Iran. Best not to touch me, or you will suffer dire consequences. Meng Iran warned coldly. Oh, I am so frightened. Noel mocked, extending his hand towards Meng Iran's chest, preparing to remove her outer armor. Meng Iran screamed. Just then, a sultry voice echoed through the alley. Tianya and Old Goose turned to see a breathtaking figure standing before them. The woman, with purple hair and violet eyes, was adorned in vivid makeup that accentuated her exquisite beauty, making her appear almost otherworldly. Her figure was striking, clad in a flowing purple qipao that struggled to contain her voluptuous form, particularly her prominent bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Moreover, she wore a pair of elegant purple high-heeled shoes, and her skin, as smooth as jade, added to her allure and nobility. The sight of her left Noel and his companions utterly mesmerized. Oh my, where did this enchanting courtesan come from? Noel stammered, his excitement palpable. Tianya and Old Goose followed suit, their lecherous thoughts spiraling into fantasies involving the stunning woman before them, momentarily forgetting about Meng Iran. I am the owner of the Dragon King Tower, Zun, the woman declared, folding her arms and smirking alluringly. Oh, Noel's grin faltered as he realized. The owner of the Dragon King Tower, Zun. This was the very person who had orchestrated the martial arts contest for marriage, which meant she was a sole emperor. Ziyuan, what brings you here? Noel stuttered, his bravado evaporating. I despise two types of individuals in this world, Ziyuan remarked coldly. Those who are treacherous and those who are lecherous. I will eliminate them on sight. Noel and his companions paled at her words. The next moment, they were met with a wave of fragrant air as Ziyuan delivered a powerful kick, sending all three crashing into the wall, blood seeping from their mouths. Meng Iran, witnessing this, was struck with astonishment and dared not utter a word. Ziyuan approached Noel with a mesmerizing gait. Please spare us, Noel pleaded. Yet, with a swift motion, Ziyuan raised her foot and stomped down on the most vulnerable part of Noel and his companions, ensuring they would never bear children again. Their lives, as they knew them, were over. Ziyuan then conjured a ball of purple flame and cast it upon the incapacitated trio, igniting their bodies in a fierce blaze. Meng Iran, horrified by her ruthless demeanor, curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. At that moment, Ziyuan turned her gaze upon Meng Iran and softened her expression. Are you all right? She asked gently. With her words, Meng Iran's fear began to dissipate. Thank you, Miss Ziyuan, for saving me. She replied earnestly, I am fine. As a woman, you must learn to protect yourself, especially one as beautiful as you. I saved you this time, but next time, you may not be so fortunate, Ziyuan cautioned. Iran, remember Ziyuan's words. Meng Iran nodded earnestly. Just then, Chu Qin's voice resonated from the alley's entrance. Chu Qin, Meng Iran exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, Chu Qin appeared at the alley's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, she ran towards him and threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. What happened, Iran? Chu Qin gently stroked her head, a hint of fear in his voice. Are you all right? Chu Qin, I thought I would never see you again. Meng Iran sobbed, clinging tightly to him. I almost lost myself. What happened? Chu Qin's expression darkened as he turned his gaze back towards the alley. His eyes lingered on Ziyuan for a moment, and at that instant, Ziyuan's gaze met his, igniting a spark within her heart. How can this man make me feel this way? She thought, astonished. Impossible. I cannot be drawn to a human. Chu Qin, too, was taken aback. Ziyuan's beauty and figure were simply extraordinary. Unlike Meng Iran and the others, she exuded a mature charm that captivated him. However, his attention soon shifted back to the three bodies ablaze. They were the ones who sought to harm me. Meng Iran pointed towards the burning forms, then looked to Ziyuan. Thanks to Sister Ziyuan for rescuing me. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately clasped his hands and said, My name is Chu Qin. I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future. There's no need for that, Ziyuan replied coldly. However, since there is such a beautiful woman by your side, do pay more attention in the future. At her words, Chu Qin felt a slight chill in his heart, pondering the formidable and aloof nature of Ziyuan, wondering about her origins. Nevertheless, he accepted her admonition and, feeling somewhat guilty, said, I indeed neglected my duties this time. I will take better care of her from now on. Chu Qin, Sister Iran. At that moment, several female voices called out simultaneously. Chu Qin and Meng Iran turned to see Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing jogging towards them. Upon seeing Chu Qin surrounded by so many women, Ziyuan's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Sister Iran, are you all right? The three girls asked in unison. I nearly didn't get to see you, Meng Iran replied, still shaken. Fortunately, Sister Ziyuan came to my rescue. As she spoke, Meng Iran glanced in the direction of Ziyuan, only to find that she had vanished without a trace. Strange, where did Sister Ziyuan go? Meng Iran wondered aloud. Sister Ziyuan? Xiao Wu issued, the owner of the Dragon King Tower? The owner of the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise, recalling that she was the sole emperor who had set up the martial arts competition for marriage. Yes, Meng Iran nodded. That's her. Chu Qin had initially imagined the owner of the Dragon King Tower to be an old hag, but he was taken aback by this revelation. His brow furrowed in contemplation. But upon remembering Meng Iran's nightmares that had yet to be resolved, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and said, Let us go back to Shrek Academy now that Iran is safe. The next morning, a system notification echoed in Chu Qin's ears, announcing the goddess system's mission. Defeat the owner of the Dragon King Tower, Ziyuan. Reward, 100 favorability from the goddess Zi Yuan, and the ability Dragon God Transformation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin abruptly awoke from his slumber, pleasantly surprised. Oh, so Zi Yuan also has a goddess mission. Why have I never heard this name before? Never mind that. He glanced at the 4 sleeping girls beside him and quietly exited Shrek Academy. The day was bright and cloudless. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the owner of the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin stretched lazily, filled with excitement. It must be said that Zi Yuan indeed captivated Chu Qin's heart. She was a forthright woman, embodying both grace and beauty. A person like Chu Qin could hardly withstand such allure. In Shutout City, the Dragon King Tower stood as a newly constructed Chinese-style pagoda, 3 stories high. In front of the tower was a vast square, with a granite arena set in its center, now surrounded by a throng of spectators. These onlookers were mostly not participants in the competition. Their eyes were fixated on the woman seated atop the arena, none other than Zi Yuan, clad in a purple qipao with a delicate veil across her face. Today's martial arts competition for marriage continues. A woman with a soul amplifier announced. Anyone possessing a dragon-type martial soul who could defeat Miss Zi Yuan will be rewarded with 2 million gold soul coins. Why does Miss Zi Yuan need to hold a competition for marriage? Is she worried about not being able to marry? Worry my foot. In recent days, countless noble suitors from the Ballot Kingdom have come to propose, only to be turned away by Miss Zi Yuan. Miss Zi Yuan has declared that only those with a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat her may become her beloved. Dragon-type martial souls are already rare, and soul emperors with such abilities are even scarcer. Are we to expect the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to intervene? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would never deign to look at us poor folk in Shutout City. You're mistaken. Just a few days ago, someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan did come. An impressive level 68 Soul Emperor, but he was defeated by Miss Zi Yuan in 3 moves. 3 moves. Miss Zi Yuan is too formidable. Only a soul saint might stand a chance against her. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the arena buzzed with excitement, while an eerie silence fell upon the stage, for soul saints possessing dragon-type martial souls were exceedingly rare. At that moment, an elderly man and woman arrived. "Oh man, I've heard that if one possesses a dragon-type martial soul and defeats the Soul Emperor Zi Yuan of the Dragon King Tower, they can marry her. Your martial soul is a dragon staff, which counts as a type of dragon martial soul. Why not give it a try?" The old woman queried her companion. The two were none other than Long Gong Meng Shu and Shipa Chao Tianxiang. "Mudir, Yuyist," Meng Shu replied. "Not to mention that my dragon staff is worlds apart from a true dragon martial soul. Even if I had one, I wouldn't stoop to such childish antics. Besides, my dear, I'm content with this life." Chao Tianxiang smiled with satisfaction. "At least you still have a bit of conscience. Come on, let us hurry to Shrek Academy. I wonder how that girlie Ran is faring." Just as Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were about to depart, Chao Tianxiang suddenly pointed at a masked figure in the crowd, exclaiming, "Old man, that masked young man looks a bit like Chu Qin. Now that you mention it, he does bear a resemblance." In the next moment, the young man leapt onto the arena. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome, adorned with a golden mask. Someone has taken up the challenge. "Hey, he looks a bit young. Is he asking for trouble?" Upon seeing the youthful figure, Zi Yuan's expression remained cold and indifferent. "Young man, don't waste my time. Miss Zi Yuan, how can you know unless you give it a try?" The young man replied with a faint smile. "I don't have time to play with you." Zi Yuan retorted, "If I beat you to a pulp, don't say I didn't warn you. I doubt you have the capability." The young man smiled though. "Miss Zi Yuan, let us see your martial soul." At her words, with a flick of his mind, a blue light manifested behind him, revealing a majestic beast martial soul, a dragon. This dragon, resplendent in blue hues and adorned with intricate lines, was none other than the Azure Dragon. Possessing the Azure Dragon martial soul, there was no doubt that this young man was Chu Qin. At the moment the Azure Dragon martial soul materialized, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing all onlookers, especially those with beast martial souls, to shudder as if under a bloodline pressure. What top-tier dragon-type martial soul? My martial soul is trembling. "Old man, what martial soul is this?" Chao Tianxiang asked in astonishment. "I have a strange feeling that this dragon martial soul is even more terrifying than the inherited martial souls of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan." "It's not an illusion," Meng Shu stated seriously. The strength of this beast martial soul is something I have never witnessed before. Their astonishment was shared by Zhi Yuan, who was equally taken aback. In her heart, she was elated, thinking the original Dragon King, the Azure Dragon martial soul. It seems this is the person Lord Tian has been searching for. Indeed, Zhi Yuan was one of the rulers of the Star Dou Forest, transformed from the Hell Dragon King, Zhi, through secret methods. Her mission was to seek the traces of the original Dragon King in Shutout City. However, as a newcomer to the human world, Zhi had no connections and did not know where to start. Thus, she relied on her dragon nature and used her beauty as bait to lure the original Dragon King. Simultaneously, she transformed treasures produced by soul beasts to construct the Dragon King Tower. However, as a soul beast, Zhi was too naive. Instead of luring the Dragon King of Shutout City, she ended up defeating dragon-type soul masters from the Tiandou Empire, Xing Luo Empire, and even the entire Doluo continent. Yet, hard work pays off. After several months, Zhi finally lured Chu Qin. "So, Miss Zhi Yuan, do I qualify?" Chu Qin asked with a smile. In his quest for dominance, he sought to defeat Zhi Yuan and bring home his stunningly beautiful wife, who was not only captivating but also possessed an extraordinary spirit of the dragon lineage. "Indeed, it is a dragon-type martial soul," Zhi responded. "But do you truly believe that this alone will enable you to conquer me?" As her words echoed, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmered at her feet, and she gazed at Chu Qin with an enigmatic expression. "Reveal your soul rings." "No." Chu Qin shook his head defiantly. "I can surpass you without them." The spectators below gasped in disbelief. To triumph over a soul emperor without utilizing soul rings or skills seemed audacious. Was Chu Qin exceptionally powerful or merely posturing? Did he perhaps lack soul rings altogether? Zhi pondered, suspecting he might have just recently reformed his being and not yet acquired any soul rings. Regardless, she vowed not to let him win. The one she adored was Lord Tian. "Very well, young man, prepare yourself," Zhi declared, and with that, a black dragon king materialized behind her. This dragon, reminiscent of the lizard dragons from Western mythology, was a manifestation of her true essence, the hellish demon dragon king. In the next moment, a circle of soul rings illuminated beneath Zhi, her eyes radiating black and red beams aimed at Chu Qin. A soul emperor should not require a second martial soul to claim victory, Chu Qin mused. "Azure Dragon, subduing demon." He roared, a brilliant azure light erupting from his spine. Instantly, azure wings sprouted from his sides, and as he ascended into the air, his fist descended, sending a phantom of the Azure Dragon hurtling down upon Zhi. With a thunderous crash, the Azure Dragon collided fiercely with Zhi, causing a violent jolt that left her breathless. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, Zhi was propelled backward by the force of the Azure Dragon's impact. How can he unleash skills without soul rings? A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. "Old man, what is happening?" Another inquired. "It is a soul bone technique." Meng Shu discerned. Certain high-quality soul bones could yield skills rivaling those of soul techniques. Possessing such a bone indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. Moreover, I cannot accurately gauge his soul power level. It is undeniably the first-generation Dragon King. Zhi concluded, realizing that such prowess at a young age was remarkable. It seemed she could no longer conceal her abilities. Otherwise, she would not be able to overcome him. As her resolve solidified, a seal within her began to shatter, and her aura surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, her palm morphed into a dragon's claw, her figure shifting with the grace of a true wandering dragon as she charged at Chu Qin. Zhi's speed was breathtaking. Before Chu Qin could react, she clawed at his cheek, shattering his mask and revealing his striking visage that could enchant countless maidens. It is indeed Chu Qin. Meng Shu gasped, his eyes widening. "So, Chu Qin possesses dual martial souls." Ko Xiangxiang exclaimed in astonishment. The youngest soul emperor on the continent, endowed with 2 extraordinary martial souls. What other secrets did Chu Qin harbor? Meng Shu marveled. "It is you," Zhi gasped, taken aback. Yesterday, she had felt a flicker of affection for Chu Qin, but upon discovering he had 4 women, her feelings vanished. For in him, she saw the shadow of Tian, the one she loved deeply, who possessed more than just 4 partners. Now, witnessing Chu Qin competing for her hand while accompanied by 4 women, she felt a tinge of disdain. Indeed, dragons are inherently lecherous. You already have 4 women. Yet you still think of me. Ziji smiled enigmatically at Chu Qin. You are mistaken. Desire is a natural inclination. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Lady Ziyuan, it seems your rules do not prohibit those with girlfriends from participating, do they? Humph. If you wish to surpass me, you are far too early. Ziji retorted coldly. Let us see. Chu Qin responded with a sly grin, as 7 soul rings, a blend of yellow, purple, and black, illuminated beneath him. Indeed, Chu Qin's Azure Dragon Spirit ring not only granted him the true form of his martial soul, but also bestowed upon him a soul ring simulation skill, enabling him to manipulate his soul rings at will. With the demonic god spear summoned to his hand, he declared, Soul Sage. My heavens, dual martial souls. Both Ziji and the onlookers gasped in unison. Wait, Chu Qin has become a soul sage. But why have his soul rings changed color? Ko Xiangxiang exclaimed, astonished. It must be some form of simulation skill. Meng Shu replied, 10,000-year soul rings attract too much attention. Chu Qin is intentionally concealing his power. Oomph. Do you think being a soul sage will allow you to defeat me? Ziji smiled eerily. Hellish Demon Dragon King, true form. With her roar, Ziji's body began to expand rapidly, ultimately transforming into a magnificent hellish demon dragon king. Master, this individual before you is not human. Su Daji's voice echoed, revealing her as a spirit beast. A spirit beast? Chu Qin exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, master. She has concealed her true nature well. Only by reaching the same unparalleled Dou level as I have can one discern her identity. Xin, the hellish demon dragon king, Ziji. Chu Qin realized with clarity. Yet, why had Ziji disguised herself as Ziyuan? Never mind. Once I defeat her, I shall inquire directly. Demonic god spear, true form. Chu Qin resolved. As the 7th soul ring illuminated beneath him, a figure mirroring him, brandishing a spear, appeared behind him. Simultaneously, golden light radiated from his left hand, slowing time around him. Ziji was taken aback, realizing her movements were hindered. This technique had previously allowed Chu Qin to overcome Long Gong Meng Shu and was now employed against Ziji. Upon reaching Soul Sage status, the time-slowing effect had also evolved from a 2-second delay to 3 seconds. Although it was merely an additional second, this moment could dramatically alter the course of battle. With a wandering phantom spear, Chu Qin unleashed the enlarged demonic god spear at an incredible speed towards Ziji's shifting form as the hellish demon dragon king. Ziji, caught off guard, attempted to gather her soul power to form a shield. However, the speed of her soul power accumulation was painfully slow, leaving her with insufficient time. Must I break through my secret method to triumph over him? Ziji pondered. Her secret technique required vast amounts of soul power to sustain, and currently, as a 20,000-year formidable beast, she could only exert a fraction of her maximum strength, akin to that of a low-level human soul Dou. This was why she could not breach Chu Qin's time-slowing effect. No, should I break my secret method, it could not only jeopardize my escape from the human realm, but also alert Chu Qin, the first-generation Dragon King, leading to my ultimate failure. Caught in this internal conflict, Ziji ultimately refrained from breaking her secret method. At that moment, with a resounding explosion, Chu Qin's spear pierced through Ziji's defenses, causing her martial soul rings to shatter. Lady Ziyuan has lost. The sight left numerous men heartbroken, as it indicated that Ziyuan would have to marry the very Chu Qin before them. What manner of individual possessed dual martial souls? How could someone who appeared to be merely in his 20s be a soul sage? The men seethed with frustration, unaware that Chu Qin was still under 20 years of age, mistakenly believing he was simply born with a youthful appearance. Ding! The system detected the host's victory over Ziyuan, granting a 100% favorability from the Ziyuan goddess. Essence of the dragon god transformation. Lady Ziyuan, you have lost, Chu Qin declared, retracting his martial soul rings and offering Ziji a calm smile. According to our agreement, you are now my fiancée. At this moment, Ziji was taken aback. Why is it that I, who detest frivolous individuals, find myself so inclined to agree to Chu Qin? Ultimately, under the enchanting influence of the system, Ziji nodded. Very well, then follow me. Chu Qin smiled enigmatically, taking Ziji's hand as they made their way into the Dragon King Tower. My Ziyuan is gone. My dear Ziyuan, Chen Tianxiang exclaimed in anger. How can Chu Qin already seek new affections after just a few months? Ha ha, my dear. Meng Shu chuckled. You aren't truly angry, are you? We have long known that Chu Qin has a roguish heart. Chen Tianxiang nodded. With dual martial souls, a 17-year-old soul saint, and a peerless Doluo as an attendant, such a grandson-in-law is unparalleled on the Doluo continent. Nevertheless, where has Yi Ran gone? Chen Tianxiang frowned. Grandma. At that moment, Meng Yi Ran's voice rang out. The Dragon King and Snake Matriarch turned to see Meng Yi Ran, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing standing there. Precious granddaughter. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon King Tower, Chu Qin led Ziji into her boudoir. What are you planning to do? Ziji asked, a mix of anticipation and fear in her heart as she saw Chu Qin close the door tightly. You are my fiancé, now. So what do you think I'm allowed to do? Chu Qin remarked with a mysterious smile. Indeed, the Dragon King was known for his indulgences. Then go ahead. Ziji hesitated, biting her crimson lip. Seeing Ziji in such a captivating and graceful demeanor, Chu Qin felt a surge of desire. Yet he forced himself to remain composed. He then directly asked, You are Zi Yuan, the Hell Dragon King of the Star Dou Forest, right? Ziji's pupils constricted in shock as she replied, How do you know? It seems you are indeed the reincarnation of the first Dragon King. The first Dragon King? Juqin Thou Wen. Ziji realized she had spoken too freely and fell silent. Observing her reaction, Chu Qin pressed further, the Hell Dragon King. The ruler of the Star Dou Forest has come disguised into the human world. What is your purpose here? What is the matter with the first Dragon King? Ziji furrowed her brows, seemingly reluctant to divulge. In response, Chu Qin pushed her onto the bed, gazing into her enchanting purple eyes, and said with a gentle smile, Speak, or I cannot guarantee what I might do to you. Ziji's heart raced. Her mission was a secret she could not disclose. However, under the overwhelming affection and Chu Qin's pressure, she eventually relented and said, All right, I will tell you. Thus, Ziji recounted the disturbances that had occurred in the Star Dou Forest a few months ago, along with her mission and thoughts in detail to Chu Qin. Is that so? Chu Qin responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Now I understand why Guyuna and Di Tian awakened ahead of time. It turns out the blood essence of the Azure Dragon King piqued their interest. Ah, Qin, how do you know about Lord Di Tian and the Master? Ziji inquired, astonished. This is not a question for you to ask. Chu Qin replied coolly. So you set up a martial arts contest at the Dragon King Tower to lure out the first Dragon King? Yes, Ziji nodded. Have you found the first Dragon King? Chu Qin asked. Ziji pointed at Chu Qin himself. Me? Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Ziji confirmed. In all this time, you are the only one who possesses the first Dragon King's Azure Dragon martial soul. Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly. So, Ziji, do you believe I am the first Dragon King? Somewhat, yet also not quite, Ziji candidly replied. Then I can tell you, I'm the first Dragon King. Chu Qin declared deliberately. Really? Ziji gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Chu Qin smirked. Now that you know I'm the first Dragon King, will you go to the Star Dou Forest and inform Guyuna, allowing them to devour my blood essence? Not at all. Ziji responded immediately. Chu Qin, regardless of whether or not you are the first Dragon King, I will not allow you to come to harm. Seeing Ziji's anxious demeanor, Chu Qin smiled in return. No doubt you are my fiancé. At least you have a bit of conscience. Upon hearing Chu Qin acknowledge her as his fiancé, Ziji was momentarily taken aback. After all, you set up this martial arts contest. Now that I have one, do you not wish to acknowledge it? Chu Qin teased with a smile. Ziji hesitated in her heart. Although she admitted to liking Chu Qin, she also held feelings for Di Tian. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Ziji's eyes, Chu Qin remarked, Ziji, do you have someone else in your heart? No. Ziji shook her head. That's good. Chu Qin proclaimed dominantly, From this day forth, you are my woman. Do not harbor feelings for anyone else. All right. Ziji nodded seriously. That's more like it. Chu Qin grinned with satisfaction, then leaned in to kiss Ziji's delicate lips. Afterward, Chu Qin's hand extended, and an hour later, he and Ziji emerged from the Dragon King Tower side by side. At that moment, Ziji appeared somewhat different. Ziji, I trust you will not reveal my identity to Guyuna, Chu Qin stated. However, what will you do if they press for answers? Rest assured, Chu Qin. Ziji paused before replying. I have decided that during this period, I shall not return to the Star Dou Forest. After all, the Master and Dition will not come to the human world. You've made quite a sacrifice. Chu Qin remarked sympathetically. It seemed ZG spoke lightly, yet it came at a significant cost. Having no home to return to and betraying the soul beasts, ZG affirmed, since you have made me your woman, Chu Qin, I will follow you from now on. Very well. Chu Qin had yet to finish speaking when ZG confidently replied, Wherever you go, I shall go. I am heading back to Shrek Academy now. Chu Qin continued, Will you accompany me? Yes. ZG smiled and nodded. Come, let me introduce you to your other sisters. Chu Qin said, leading ZG towards Shrek Academy. At this time, Meng Shu, the snake matriarch, and Meng Yi ran, along with Xiao Wu and others, were chatting casually in Shrek Square. Where on earth has Chu Qin gone? The Dragon King has arrived, yet he is nowhere to be seen. Xiao Wu wondered. Xiao Wu. Chu Qin wouldn't leave us without reason. He must be occupied with something important. Zhu Zhuqing replied promptly. Well then, Xiao Wu nodded, turning to the Dragon King and Snake Matriarch. Grandpa, Grandma, just wait a moment. Chu Qin will surely return. Indeed, we are not in a hurry. Meng Shu chuckled. Then, Meng Shu turned to the Snake Matriarch, Chen Tianxiang, and asked, My dear, are you relieved now? With Chu Qin surrounded by such a well-mannered group of women, how could he treat Yi Ran poorly? Indeed, Chen Tianxiang nodded. Aside from being a bit of flirt, there is little to find fault within Chu Qin. Lowering her voice, Chen Tianxiang inquired, Old man, do you think we should inform Yi Ran about Chu Qin winning the martial arts contest? Absolutely not. Meng Shu shook his head. Right now, it is likely that Chu Qin and that Zi Yuan are reveling in their moment. If we tell Yi Ran and she goes to interfere, it would upset Chu Qin. That makes sense. Chen Tianxiang replied with a smile. I'm back. At that moment, Chu Qin's voice echoed at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Chu Qin's voice, Xiao Wu, the four girls, the Dragon King, the Snake Matriarch, and others rushed to greet him. Their eyes immediately fell upon ZG's presence. Zi Yuan, Ning Rongrong, the four girls, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Chu Qin, could it be that you just won the martial arts contest? Ma Hongjun asked incredulously. It wasn't Team. Who else could it be? Chu Qin smirked. Unbelievable. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Qin, I recall that you possess the divine, sniping, gun martial soul. Oscar frowned, expressing disbelief at your participation in the martial arts tournament for marriage. What if I told you that I possess a twin martial soul? Chu Qin replied calmly. What? The heavens are unjust. Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling disheartened. A 17-year-old soul emperor with a twin martial soul surrounded by so many beautiful women. I might as well dig a pit and bury myself. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Iran, Zhu Qing, allow me to formally introduce you. Chu Qin gestured towards Ziji, saying, Henceforth, she shall be your elder sister. Call her Sister Ziji. Sister Ziji. Meng Iran and the three girls chimed in unison. Ziji, however, furrowed her brow at Xiao Wu. What is it, Xiao Wu? Ziji inquired, surprised. It's nothing, Xiao Wu replied. I once had an elder sister named Ziji. Upon hearing this, Ziji cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu, and then looked at Chu Qin with surprise. Chu Qin, noticing this, smiled inwardly, realizing that Xiao Wu's elder sister was indeed the Ziji before them. However, he refrained from disclosing this to Xiao Wu immediately. Time passed, and a month flew by. On this day, as usual, Chu Qin trained alongside Ziji, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Meng Yiran at the Shrek Square. Ziji, having transformed from a ferocious beast that had existed for 200,000 years, could only unleash 1/20th of her power. Yet she was more than capable of defeating any instructor at Shrek Academy. Consequently, like Chu Qin, she effortlessly became a mentor at Shrek. Ziji was responsible for training the four girls, while Chu Qin admired their graceful figures. Initially, Chu Qin was hesitant to let Xiao Wu and the others train. However, driven by vengeance against Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu was resolute in her quest for retribution, while Zhu Qing longed to surpass her sister, Zhu Yun, in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Meng Yiran was similarly motivated by the lingering shadows of her past encounters. Therefore, they trained with unwavering dedication. Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress, was also influenced by their fervor, diligently honing her skills alongside them. Is there a way to expedite their progress? Chu Qin pondered. His speed of advancement was remarkable. Yet the system mandated that both the secret manuals and soul power elixirs were for his use alone. Chu Qin had originally planned to ascend to the divine realm and bestow divinity upon these women all at once. Yet, witnessing their earnest training, he contemplated how to utilize his own power to assist them. Ah, the ice and fire yin-yang eye. How could I have forgotten? Chu Qin suddenly realized. If I venture to the ice and fire yin-yang eye and procure some celestial herbs to present to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, how could their soul power not increase rapidly? At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Goddess task issued. Assist Lamba Academy in winning the invitation tournament. Become a mentor at Lamba Academy and achieve 100% favorability with Goddess Lu Erlong, receiving a level 4 soul power elixir and the transferable essence of the Liuli diamond body. Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. Winning the invitation tournament and becoming a mentor at Lamba Academy? He was no stranger to Lamba Academy. It was an institution founded by Lu Erlong, located in the imperial capital of the Tiandou Empire. In the original story, Lu Erlong entrusted the academy to Tang San and his companions, establishing the new Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy had reached its limits. It was time for a change of scenery. Moreover, I planned to visit the Sunset Forest adjacent to the imperial capital. Chu Qin smirked, realizing that the Tiandou imperial capital was now within his grasp. Apart from the Sunset Forest and the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there were also Qianrenshu, Tang Yuehua, Dubiyan, and Lu Erlong. The mere thought filled Chu Qin with exhilaration. With this in mind, Chu Qin cleared his throat and called out to the 5 girls, Ziji, please pause for a moment, as I have an announcement to make. The Tiandou imperial capital? Upon hearing Chu Qin's intention to visit, Xiao Wu and the others displayed expressions of delight. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded affirmatively. Wonderful, wonderful. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands. My home is near the Tiandou imperial capital, and once we arrive, I will invite everyone to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. All right, Rongrong. I have heard many tales of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School being delightful. This time, I must visit your home, Xiao Wu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chu Qin smiled slightly, glancing at the other 3 girls. What about you? Chu Qin, wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhu Qing declared first. My thoughts align with Sister Zhu Qing's. Meng Aran and Ziji echoed in perfect harmony. Very well, since all are in agreement. We shall proceed to the Tiandou imperial capital. What? Chu Qin, you all are leaving? Within the dean's office, Flender expressed shock upon hearing the news of their departure. Chu Qin, you are leaving? Zhao Wujia inquired with a heavy heart. Yes, Chu Qin replied. I apologize, Dean, but Zhu Qing intends to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and Shrek Academy seems ineligible for this endeavor. In truth, this was merely an excuse. Chu Qin genuinely wished to build Shrek Academy. Once he revealed his strength, Shrek Academy would swiftly become a prestigious institution. Unfortunately, the system had directed him to the Tiandou imperial capital. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Flender let out a deep sigh. In truth, he had long anticipated that Chu Qin would depart. After all, how could Shrek Academy accommodate a figure like Chu Qin? He believed that it would not be long before Chu Qin carved a legendary myth in the world of soul masters. Very well, Chu Qin, I respect your choice. Flender replied. I have no other demands. I only hope you will remember this place. Indeed, Dean, I will. Chu Qin responded. Chu Qin, may I inquire where you are headed? Zhao Wujia asked. To the Tiandou imperial capital, Lamba Academy. Chu Qin replied candidly. Lamba Academy. Upon hearing this, Flender's eyes brightened. Chu Qin, how did you come to know of this place? Zhu Qing provided the information. Chu Qin fabricated a casual excuse, for she is my woman, and I could not possibly leave her. So that is how it is. Flender nodded, then added, this must be fate. Chu Qin, the dean of Lamba Academy, is a dear friend of mine. How about this? I shall write you a recommendation letter. Excellent. Chu Qin did not decline. Flender had a close relationship with Lu Erlong, and in the original tale, Lu Erlong even entrusted Lamba Academy to Flender. With Flender's recommendation letter, Chu Qin's path to becoming a mentor at Lamba Academy would undoubtedly be much smoother. Thus, amidst the reluctant expressions of Flender, Zhao Wujia, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others, Chu Qin led the 5 girls aboard a carriage, embarking on their journey to the Tiandou imperial capital. The Tiandou city, without a doubt, the most prosperous capital on the entire continent, boasted towering granite walls reaching hundreds of meters high, with countless armored guards patrolling back and forth. The streets were bustling with people, shops lined the roads, and the sounds of vendors echoed throughout. At this moment, night had already fallen. However, the illuminating soul-guiding devices within Tiando City were countless, lighting up the area like the neon lights of a metropolis, casting a brightness akin to that of day. This is indeed the Tiando imperial capital. Witnessing the lively and opulent scene, Xiao Wu marveled in awe. Chu Qin felt a subtle shock within. He finally understood Rongrong's sentiments. Noting city and Soto City, in comparison to the Tiando imperial capital, could only be described as remote and impoverished, especially considering that they had resided in Shrek Academy. The stark contrast was truly remarkable. Indeed, it appears that the Tiando imperial capital is well suited for me. Ning Rongrong appeared particularly joyful. As expected of the Tiando imperial capital, it is indeed comparable to the Xinglua imperial capital. Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I recall my visit to the Heavenly Dou imperial city, a momentous occasion during the invitational tournament between our exotic beast academy and the Royal Academy of Heavenly Dou. Meng Yuran's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Ziji, won't you utter a word? Chu Qin inquired, observing his companion's contemplative demeanor. Chu Qin, I have nothing to lament, Ziji retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Chu Qin responded with an awkward smile. The day has grown late. Let us find a place to rest. By the way, where shall we stay tonight? Chu Qin? Xiao Wu asked. Let's go to my family's hotel. Before Chu Qin could respond, Rongrong interjected. I remember it's not far from here. All right. Following Rongrong's lead, the group arrived at the Heavenly Dou Lioli Grand Hotel. The name itself suggested it was exclusively affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this busy season, the hotel was bustling with business. The appearance of Chu Qin and his 5 companions drew countless gazes, their stunning beauty akin to a celestial ensemble. Xiao Wu, the adorable lowly, Rongrong, the youthful beauty, Zhu Zhuqing, the enchanting maiden, Ziji, the epitome of elegance, and Meng Yuran, the alluring femme fatale. Particularly, the men looked on with envy and jealousy as they observed Chu Qin engaging in light-hearted banter amidst these 5 exquisite women. Manager Wang, do you still recognize me? Rongrong approached a middle-aged man with a warm smile. Miss, the hotel manager was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his astonishment. Miss, how have you returned? No need for questions. Prepare 5 luxurious suites for us. Rongrong commanded. Subsequently, under Manager Wang's guidance, they ascended to the hotel's 6th floor. Rongrong, we are 6. Why only 5 rooms? Xiao Wu inquired, surprise evident in her voice. Because I intend to sleep with Chu Qin tonight, Rongrong unabashedly declared. Manager Wang was momentarily stunned. What? Miss, are you already taken? However, what followed left him even more bewildered. Rongrong, how could you do this? Xiao Wu pouted. Then I want to sleep with Chu Qin too. Me too. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. Chu Qin, as was his custom, chose silence. I will sit this one out. Meng Yuran added with a hint of shyness. Ziji, what about you? Rongrong turned to her. Rongrong, you were the one who slept with Chu Qin last night. Ziji replied with a triumphant smile. Let us adhere to the rules. Today, it is my turn. Very well. With Ziji's decree, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing acquiesced. After all, Ziji was not only their elder sister, but also their mentor. And her words carried significant weight. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang broke into a cold sweat. The implication was clear. All these individuals were Chu Qin's women. The young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was actually willing to share a single partner? Manager Wang's mind struggled to comprehend. Following this, Ziji accompanied Chu Qin into the central suite. Manager Wang, you may leave. We will call for you if needed, Rongrong instructed. Understood. After Manager Wang departed, he swiftly relayed the news to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, Chu Qin and Ziji entered the opulent suite. Chu Qin, would you like to take a bath first? Ziji asked. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, Chu Qin replied. All right then, Ziji said, a trace of disappointment in her voice as she entered the washroom. Once Ziji left, Chu Qin settled onto the sofa, murmuring the incantation for Dragon God transformation. This technique was unlocked through Ziji's divine task. Unlike other divine task rewards, which typically offer 2, 3, or even 4 items, this one only provided a single ability. However, as Chu Qin practiced Dragon God transformation, he discovered its uniqueness. When cultivated to its zenith, it could be combined with his Azure Dragon martial soul, enabling a full dragon transformation and significant attribute enhancements. This attribute increase was astonishing. Just transforming one part could double his attributes in a short period, and 2 parts would yield a 2-fold increase, and so forth. Dragon God transformation allowed for the dragonization of 6 body parts, both hands, both feet, head, and torso, culminating in a total attribute enhancement of 600%, although this enhancement was temporary, with Chu Qin's current strength. Achieving full dragonization could allow him to rival a title Doluo in single combat. Thus, he had always regarded Dragon God transformation as his trump card. However, he recently encountered a bottleneck. After dragonizing his hands, he could not progress to the other 4 parts, despite numerous attempts yielding no results. Could it be related to my soul power level? Chu Qin pondered, gazing at his dragonized arms, sighing deeply. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing, are you practicing a secret technique of the Dragon Clan? At that moment, ZG emerged from the washroom, clad in a bathrobe. Dragon Clan secret technique? Chu Qin asked, puzzled. Isn't it? ZG répit, surprised. Your dragonized appearance bears some resemblance to the Dragon Clan's secret art, the True Dragon 9 transformations. Dragon God transformation is akin to the True Dragon 9 transformations? Chu Qin mused in astonishment. What exactly is the True Dragon 9 transformations? Chu Qin inquired further. It is a secret technique bequeathed by the Dragon God lineage. ZG explained by stimulating the dragon bloodline. One can rapidly enhance oneself and achieve dragonization in a short time. That sounds familiar. Chu Qin exclaimed, ZG, I've recently hit a bottleneck after dragonizing my hands. I can't proceed further. That shouldn't be. As long as your blood is sufficient, theoretically, you should be able to fully dragonize. You are the first Dragon King. It shouldn't be impossible. Only those with impure bloodlines encounter such bottlenecks. ZG responded. Chu Qin's eyes widened in realization. So it was relying upon the bloodline to be activated. The dragon blood he possessed was likely due to the Azure Dragon's sacrifice. That explained everything. All right, ZG, I must confess, I'm not actually the reincarnation of the first Dragon King. I merely gained the Azure Dragon martial soul due to a prior sacrifice by a Dragon King. ZG was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing. You aren't angry, are you? Chu Qin teased with a playful smile. ZG shook her head. In truth, I realized it long ago. Initially, I thought you were the first Dragon King, but then I saw how far you were from the true Dragon Clan. I was puzzled about how you possessed dragon blood, yet weren't of the Dragon Clan. It turns out it was a Dragon King's sacrifice. Chu Qin bashfully scratched the back of his head. ZG, do you know how I can enhance the Dragon King bloodline within me? Chu Qin asked. For a human to acquire the Dragon King bloodline, there are 3 methods. ZG explained. The first is through a sacrifice from the Dragon Clan. The second is by absorbing Dragon Clan blood essence. Dragon Clan blood essence? Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Yes. ZG nodded. Dragon Clan blood essence contains the greatest secrets of the Dragon Clan and the purest dragon blood. Absorbing it can enhance your Dragon King bloodline. However, once the blood essence is consumed, that dragon will cease to exist. That sounds rather unreliable. Chu Qin pouted. What about the third method? The third method? ZG approached Chu Qin with a sly smile, gently pushing him onto the bed behind him. Engaging in intimacy with the Dragon King can also purify the Dragon King bloodline. At that moment, having just emerged from her wash, ZG exuded a unique fragrance, mingled with the scent of roses. Moreover, her damp attire heightened Chu Qin's excitement. I had no idea it could be done this way. You should have mentioned it earlier. It seems I must seize the opportunity tonight to enhance my bloodline. Jukin Juka Sopti. Removing ZG's bathrobe and giving her a playful slap on her perfectly rounded rear. The following morning, Chu Qin tenderly covered the sleeping ZG with a blanket. Chu Qin approached the remaining 4 doors and glanced inside, only to find these lazy souls still in slumber. Very well, he mused. I shall venture to the Blue Ba Academy alone to scout the path. Once I secure Lu Erlong, I will return for them. With determination in his heart, He descended the stairs and arrived at the garden square in front of the hotel. However, a subtle change swept over his expression, prompting him to halt. The silence was unnaturally profound, devoid of even a single footstep, which felt decidedly peculiar. As expected, in the next moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and he leaped instinctively. At that instant, a massive, broad sword landed precisely where he had stood, creating a thunderous impact that unleashed a violent wave of energy. Forcing Chu Qin back several steps, pressed to the ground. Observing the colossal sword, his heart raced, and he furrowed his brow. The seven-killing sword. In the Dou continent. Possessing the seven-killing sword and wielding such tremendous power could belong to but one master. The sword Dou Chan Xian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before Chu Qin could finish his thought, a powerful figure descended before him. With flowing silver hair and piercing, luminous eyes, there was no mistaking it. This was the sword Dou. Ah, sword Dou. Chu Qin greeted with a smile. Yet, the sword Dou did not reciprocate his jovial demeanor. With a cold expression, he replied, "You certainly have done well, acquiring Rongrong and so many women. How dare you make the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School share a husband?" A hint of tension arose in Chu Qin's demeanor, yet he maintained his calm, responding, "You never mentioned that I could not have multiple partners." The sword Dou smirked slightly, and, with a mere flick of his finger, the embedded seven-killing sword soared into the air, hurtling towards Chu Qin. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death approaching, Chu Qin instinctively summoned the seven rings beneath him, which surged forth to counter the assault of the seven-killing sword. What spirit ring is this? The sword Dou's pupils constricted as he beheld the seventh spirit ring beneath Chu Qin's feet. In an unexpected clash, the seven-killing sword and Chu Qin's annihilation spear met in midair. To Chu Qin's astonishment, the sword Dou's sword, which should have easily overpowered his spear, found itself stalemated. The sword Dou is holding back. Chu Qin realized, surprised that the elder was merely testing him. Relieved, he embraced the moment, allowing his arms to transform, invoking the dragon god transformation, resulting in a significant enhancement of his attributes. The annihilation spear began to push the seven-killing sword back towards the sword Dou. The sword Dou, taken aback, noted even a spirit Dou's strength cannot match him. It was evident that he was only probing Chu Qin's capabilities, wielding merely the power comparable to that of spirit Dou. Surprised by his inability to dominate Chu Qin, he slightly increased his spirit power, elevating it to approximately level 85. Finally, the annihilation spear, which had previously advanced towards the sword Dou, was now reversed and driven back towards Chu Qin. As the sword Dou intensified his spirit power, Chu Qin felt a jolt in his chest. However, in the next moment, vibrant green dragon scales sprouted from his torso. His bloodline purification with ZG had yielded fruitful results. His third part had finally undergone the dragon transformation. With another surge in attributes, the sword Dou found himself once again at a disadvantage as the annihilation spear pressed down upon the seven-killing sword. "Remarkable," he exclaimed, astonished that a spirit saint could surpass the pressure of an 85-level spirit Dou, an unprecedented occurrence. "Enough, Sword Uncle, cease this at once." A gentle voice interjected. "If this continues, my Glaze Hotel may very well be demolished." At the sound, both the sword Dou and Chu Qin withdrew their spirit powers. They turned to see a refined middle-aged man, leaning on a jade staff, gracefully approaching. It was Ning Fengji. "Ning Rongrong," Chu Qin called out, a hint of insecurity in his voice as he was unsure if Ning Fengji would accept his harem. "Chu Qin, it has only been a year, and you have already ascended to Spirit Saint. You truly humble me," Ning Fengji remarked with a smile as he approached. "Not only have I become a Spirit Saint," Chu Qin began, but the sword Dou interjected, his serious demeanor shifting to one of mirth. "In truth, you surpass even the spirit Dou." "Wait, what?" Chu Qin was taken aback. "No need to be alarmed," the sword Dou reassured him. "I had no intention of harming you. I was merely testing your abilities." Chu Qin thought to himself, if the sword Dou truly wished to kill him, would Su Daji remain indifferent? Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow and addressed the sword Dou. "You mentioned I could not have multiple women." "Indeed," Ning Fengji sighed, "when I first heard reports that you dared to have 4 women simultaneously, both Bon Uncle and I were quite furious. We even visited Shrek Academy for this matter." "You went to Shrek Academy?" Chu Qin exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, the sword Dou confirmed. But we only met Rongrong and did not see you. Do you know what Rongrong did? Ning Fengji inquired. Chu Qin shook his head, likely having been elsewhere at the time, as Su Daji would have sensed the presence of the sword Dou. Rongrong threatened to take her own life. Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly. She declared that if we separated her from you, she would perish before our eyes. Chu Qin was momentarily stunned, realizing the depth of Rongrong's devotion to him. You need not worry, Ning Fengji reassured him. This was a past matter. We later learned that Rongrong is quite happy, and you treat her well, so we will not pursue this further. Rongrong is quite proud, the sword Dou added. The fact that she accepted your other partners shows how much you genuinely care for her. Yes, Chu Qin nodded earnestly. Ning uncle, sword Dou, you can rest assured. I will always treat Rongrong with the utmost care. I believe you, Ning Fengji smiled. In truth, having multiple partners is not such a grave matter. My own women are certainly not lesser than yours. Chu Qin returned a smile. However, the sword Dou continued, yesterday, we heard from the manager of the Glazed Hotel that Rongrong openly declared her intention to sleep with you and your other women in front of everyone. This could significantly impact the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so you must be cautious in the future. Since you cannot yet provide Rongrong with a formal status, it would be wise to exercise restraint. Understood, Chu Qin nodded in agreement. Now, sword uncle, the unpleasantness has been addressed, Ning Fengji said with a smile. It has been far too long since we gathered. I have prepared a banquet in the Tianzi Hall. Summon Rongrong and your other women, so we may share a meal together. Dad, Grandpa sword. Just as Chu Qin was about to acquiesce, Ning Rongrong's voice chimed in. Sure enough, she and the other 4 women descended the staircase, with Ning Rongrong rushing straight into Ning Fengji's arms. As he reached out to embrace his cherished daughter, she deftly redirected her momentum and leapt into Chu Qin's embrace instead. Rongrong, Ning Fengji remarked, his brow furrowing, though his eyes sparkled with affection. Dad, Rongrong already has Chu Qin. I will not embrace any other man. Ning Rongrong declared proudly as she clung to Chu Qin. Not even your father? Ning Fengji asked, momentarily taken aback. Absolutely not. Ning Rongrong shook her head decisively. I will not embrace any man besides Chu Qin. Sighing, Ning Fengji mused, my daughter has truly grown up. Ning Zhiji spoke with a bitter sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently patted Ning Rongrong's head. Rongrong, since I cannot embrace you, why don't you introduce your sisters to your father? Ning Fengji suggested, looking at Ning Rongrong. Sure, this is Xiao Wu, the dancer. Following this, Ning Rongrong introduced Xiao Wu, Ziji, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng ran to Ning Fengji one by one. Upon hearing about the talents of the 4 girls, especially when he discovered that Ziji, who appeared to be no more than 27 or 28 years old, was actually his sole emperor, both Ning Fengji and the sword Dou were astonished. Next, Chu Qin led the group of girls along with Ning Fengji and the sword Dou for a delightful gathering. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Ning Fengji and the sword Dou invited Chu Qin and his companions for a stroll in the garden. Chu Qin, your women are indeed all breathtakingly beautiful, akin to rare blossoms, Ning Fengji remarked in admiration as he gazed at Chu Qin's 5 companions. Oh no, Uncle Ning, you flatter us, the girls replied in unison. Not at all, Ning Fengji insisted. In my travels across the continent, I can count on one hand those whose beauty can rival yours. Except for Rongrong. Dad, why am I excluded? Ning Rongrong pouted, slightly annoyed. Just because I didn't hug you. You're so stingy. Ning Fengji chuckled and shook his head with a smile. Then, he turned to Chu Qin and asked, Chu Qin, I recall you all have been at Shrek Academy. What prompted you to come to the Heaven Dou Empire? Uncle Ning, the reason is quite simple, Chu Qin replied. Shrek Academy is too remote. Staying there for a short period is fine, but for a long time, it's quite uncomfortable. Especially for Rongrong. She has never quite adapted to life there. Indeed, it seems to be just as I thought. Ning Fengji shot a knowing glance at Ning Rongrong and continued. So, Chu Qin, have you decided where you will stay in the Heaven Dou Empire? You won't be residing in a hotel indefinitely, will you? Certainly not. Zhuqing zet bonde. Zhuqing still needs to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. How about this? Ning Fengji proposed. Chu Qin, bring them to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have a branch school that qualifies for the Soul Master Elite competition. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin dekalin politili. However, I already have a place. Where? Ning Fengji asked, slightly disappointed. Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? I feel like I've heard that name before, Ning Fengji said, looking at the Sword de Loa in confusion. Fengji, have you forgotten? Blue Tyrant Academy is an affiliate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the head of the academy is Liu Erlong, one of the original members of the Golden Iron Triangle. You even gave a speech when the academy opened. The Sword de Loa chuckled. Oh, Ning Fengji exclaimed in realization. Liu Erlong, the Golden Iron Triangle. Ah, I remember that Shrek's headmaster, Flander, is also one of the Golden Iron Triangle members, right? It seems Chu Qin and Flander had an agreement. Ning Fengji looked at Chu Qin. Chu Qin note that? That's good to hear, Ning Fengji continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are both among the top 3 sects, and we have always maintained an excellent relationship. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded in agreement. After meandering about for the morning, Ning Fengji stretched lazily and remarked, Chu Qin, it's getting late. I must return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Ning, let me see you off. Chu Qin offered. No need, no need. Ning Fengji shook his head, then took out a gold card from his soul guide container. Chu Qin, this card contains 5 million gold soul coins. I am grateful for your care of Rongrong over these days. Consider it a token of my appreciation. No, Uncle Ning, I cannot accept this card. Chu Qin declined. Take it. We are not outsiders. Ning Fengji insisted. Yes, you should take it. Ning Rongrong chimed in. All right then. Chu Qin finally accepted the gold soul coins. Then, he took out a crystal ball from his soul guide container. Uncle Ning, this is a soul guide that possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. I would like to gift it to you. This soul guide was a 7th level one that he had previously obtained. He had forgotten about it in his soul guide container. But upon receiving the 5 million gold soul coins, he thought of returning something in kind. It was called the Sphere of Light. According to the system's description, it was a 7th level soul guide. Ning Rongrong and the others had too low soul power for it to be of significant effect. However, ZG, with her soul de Loa strength, would find it somewhat lacking. Thus, gifting it to Ning Fengji was indeed fitting. An offensive and defensive soul guide. Both Ning Fengji and the Sword de Loa exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded, demonstrating the Sphere of Light. When you wish to defend, simply project your intent for defense and infuse it with soul power, and it will form a golden shield. When you wish to attack, input your intent for offense, and it can create a beam. Given Uncle Ning's strength, you could at least unleash an attack comparable to that of Soul de Loa. Really? Ning Fengji said, slightly excited. Though he was renowned as the world's foremost support soul master, he lacked any offensive capability. This soul guide from Chu Qin would be immensely beneficial to him. Uncle Ning, you should give a try. Chu Qin en Gao, handing the Sphere of Light to Ning Fengji while summoning a soul sage from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for testing. After the test was completed, Ning Fengji was in high spirits. With this soul guide, he would no longer be merely a support-type soul master, which thrilled him greatly. Chu Qin, you truly gift this to me? Ning Fengji asked, gazing at Chu Qin. Yes. Chu Qin nodded, considering it a return gift for the 5 million gold soul coins. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is immensely wealthy. 5 million gold soul coins may be a fortune for an ordinary person, but is negligible for Ning Fengji. If the Sphere of Light were to be auctioned, it could easily fetch not just 5 million, but even 20 million. Ning Fengji then realized how crucial a good son-in-law truly was. I cannot express my gratitude adequately, Ning Fengji replied. Chu Qin, if ever you need assistance from me or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I shall certainly lend my full support. Uncle Ning, you need not be so formal. Chu Qin deeply, Rongrong is my woman. We are family. Indeed, it seems I have been too formal. We need not stand on ceremony within a family. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. After parting ways with Ning Fengji and the Sword de Loa, it was already approaching the afternoon. Naturally, they could not visit Blue Tyrant Academy, and Chu Qin learned that the invitation competition would not take place until the next day. The following noon, Blue Tyrant Academy. As an affiliate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Blue Tyrant Academy occupies a forest as its campus in the prime real estate of Heaven Do Empire. At this moment, the square of Blue Tyrant Academy was bustling with activity. This was because today marked the invitation competition between Blue Tyrant Academy and the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. During the previous pre-selection of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the team from Blue Tyrant Academy had eliminated a participating team from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, making this event highly anticipated as the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was less than a year away. In addition to the 2 academy heads and the education committee, many high-ranking officials and elite disciples from nearby academies and factions had come to observe. What do you think? Who will win this invitation competition? It should be the Royal Academy, right? Blue Tyrant Academy is composed entirely of Soul Masters below level 35, while the Royal Academy has a Soul Master at level 36. The outcome seems rather predictable. I wouldn't be so sure. The Jade Tianxiao from Blue Tyrant Academy is a 34-level Soul Master. And with the legacy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Blue Tyrant Academy will definitely emerge victorious. The headmaster, Lu Erlong, even promised that if her academy loses, she would run around the Heaven Dou Empire wearing lace lingerie. Is that so? Didn't you know? Not long ago, students from the Royal Academy and Blue Tyrant Academy got into a brawl, which caused quite a stir. Prince Xuexing of the Heaven Dou royal family and the second master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were both involved, and, in the end, the emperor personally intervened to mediate. Headmaster Lu Erlong made that promise in front of the emperor. Wow, we must cheer for the Royal Academy to win. Amidst the bustling crowd, as discussions regarding the strengths of both sides ensued, a striking figure graced the podium. With one leg crossed over the other, she sat gracefully, resting her chin on her hand, exuding an air of aloofness. This enchanting individual, with cascading black hair and piercing, luminous eyes, donned a suit of black armor that accentuated her flawless, voluptuous form, surpassing that of any young maiden. She was none other than Lu Erlong, the esteemed head of the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Lu Erlong sat with her legs elegantly crossed, showcasing her exquisite physique that captivated many an admiring gaze from the onlookers. The mere thought of Lu Erlong, drenched in sweat while donning light attire, ignited a surge of hormones among the spectators. Director Erlong. At this juncture, the stout figure of Bai Baoshan, a professor from the Tiandou Royal Academy, turned to Lu Erlong with a smile. It is time. Let us prepare to commence. As Bai Baoshan observed Lu Erlong's alluring posture, a sly smile crept across his lips, internally declaring that this time, she was destined to lose. Let us begin, Lu Erlong replied, her expression tinged with indifference as she nodded. The teams ascended the stage. As the referee's voice echoed, 14 elongated silhouettes took to the arena. This contest was to be a defensive battle, the referee announced. The victorious team shall remain and face the next challenger. The last team standing will claim victory in this grand tournament. Next up, Team 0 from Blue Tyrant Academy would face the Royal Team 3. The crowd erupted into murmurs upon hearing about Team 0's participation, realizing that Blue Tyrant Academy was indeed determined to succeed by deploying their seed team. Brothers, the director has made a promise before the emperor. Urge you Tianxiao, the captain of Team 0, we must not tarnish a reputation. Cheer for us. Simultaneously, the captain of the Royal Academy's Team 3 rallied his team. Let us go. Brothers, if we win this match, we shall witness the director of Blue Tyrant Academy donning lace and running in our academy. Then, the arena was filled with a vibrant display of martial spirits and soul rings, igniting an exhilarating clash. The outcome of this match was unequivocal. Blue Tyrant Team 0 emerged victorious. After all, they were the seed team of Blue Tyrant Academy. In the first round, Blue Tyrant Academy claimed victory. Team 4 from the Royal Academy took to the stage next. This team was notably the weakest of the Tiandou Royal Academy, with all members being Soul Elders at level 31. Thus, Team 0 from Blue Tyrant once again secured victory. It seemed that Blue Tyrant Academy was not as feeble as presumed, having triumphed over 2 of Tiandou Royal Academy's teams. Not necessarily. These were merely the 2 weakest teams. Teams 1 and 2 have yet to compete. Not to mention that Tiandou Academy also possesses a Team 0. As expected, the referee's voice announced in the third match. The Royal Academy's Team 0, the Emperor's battle team, shall take the stage. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Team 0, the Emperor's battle team? Clearly, Tiandou Royal Academy was playing for keeps. The spectators were taken aback. Team Zero was undoubtedly the core of Tiandou Royal Academy, reputed to be the champions of the elite Soul Master competition. Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain Dou Yin were at levels 39 and 38, respectively. Notably, it was customary for the participating academies and invitationals to refrain from deploying their true seed teams, as they were their trump cards reserved for the actual elite competitions. This time, Blue Tyrant Academy was compelled to field their seed team due to Liu Erlong's promise. And now, Tiandou Royal Academy's seed team had also arrived? Upon hearing the name of the Emperor's battle team, the members of Team 1 from Blue Tyrant Academy felt a sudden tightening in their chests, sensing an overwhelming aura approaching. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience, the Emperor's battle team ascended the arena slowly. At the forefront stood two imposing figures. Robust men with chiseled features, the shield bearers, Shimo and Shimo. Following them were Yu Feng and Ao Suayuo. However, to everyone's surprise, the last three members were not Yu Qianheng, Dou Yin, and Yi Ling. Instead, they were three masked men. Oh, it seems that the strongest trio of the Emperor's battle team, Yu Qianheng, Dou Yin, and Yi Ling, are absent. Liu Erlong be mine. It appeared that Tiandou Royal Academy had yet to reveal their trump cards. But wait, Yu Qianheng is affiliated with the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. How could he possibly contend against Blue Tyrant Academy? And Dou Yin and Yi Ling are also missing. Now it makes sense. It seems that Blue Tyrant Academy still holds a glimmer of hope for victory. Not so fast. Even in the absence of Yu Qianheng and his companions, Shimo and Shimo, the two brothers, are bona fide soul elders at level 38. What does Blue Tyrant Academy have to counter them? Thus, it would seem that Blue Tyrant Academy was destined to lose. Boom! As anticipated, with a resounding crash, all 7 members of Blue Tyrant Team 1 were soundly defeated. Their loss was devastating. They failed to breach the shields of Shimo and were eliminated entirely. Alas, Tiandou Royal Academy showed no mercy. With this, even Blue Tyrant Academy's seed team had succumbed, and victory seemed assured for the Royal Academy. Blue Tyrant Team 2, the Tyrant Dragon Team, fell. Blue Tyrant Team 3, the Yuan Dragon Team, fell. Blue Tyrant Team 4, the Xin Dragon Team, fell. It appeared that Blue Tyrant Academy was facing a total rout. They suffered a crushing defeat, as Shimo stood steadfast against their assaults. And Blue Tyrant Academy could not penetrate their defenses. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Only a pitiful Team 5 remained for Blue Tyrant Academy. The outlook was grim, and it seemed Liu Erlong would soon be donning lace for a lap around the arena. Director Erlong. At that moment, Bai Baoshan turned to Liu Erlong with a sly smile. Do you recall the promise you made before the Emperor? Though Bai Baoshan held no interest in feminine charms. Witnessing Liu Erlong, who was usually so overbearing, face adversity filled him with excitement. Humph! Liu Erlong shot an icy glare at Bai Baoshan, snorting in frustration. Yet, she felt utterly helpless. She had not anticipated that Tiandou Royal Academy would deploy their Team 0 against her. With 5 teams in total, for had already fallen. The remaining one was merely a master soul master, and bringing it forth would surely lead to disgrace. Director Erlong, someone has entrusted me with a letter for you. A mentor from Blue Tyrant Academy handed a note to Liu Erlong. Upon reading its contents, her brows furrowed slightly, and she whispered a few words in the mentor's ear. The referee continued, announcing, in the 7th match, Blue Tyrant Academy Team 5, the Azure Dragon Team, will take the stage. The Azure Dragon Team seemed destined to merely make an appearance. Alas, in the next moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded. The 5 members of Blue Tyrant Academy's 5th team, the Azure Dragon Team, strode confidently onto the arena. These 5, for females and 1 male, donned masks. Yet their poise and figures were ethereal, captivating all who beheld them. The first impression they left was one of breathtaking beauty and confidence. Goodness. The 5th team of Blue Tyrant Academy possesses such an elevated aura. They appear to be quite different. A male deity accompanied by 4 goddesses. What a pity. What good is beauty when surrounded by a multitude of mere decorations? Furthermore, it was laughable that the 5th team could not even muster 7 members. However, some mentors and students from Blue Tyrant Academy were baffled, having never encountered these 5 before. But they held their tongues, as the director had remained silent. At that moment, The 4 females and 1 male approached the arena, and the male, gazing at the Emperor's battle team, smiled nonchalantly. We are the Azure Dragon team. Team 5 from Blue Tyrant Academy, led by Chu Qin. Please grant us your respect. Indeed, this quintet was not members of Blue Tyrant Academy. They were none other than Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Ran. The temporary captain of Tiando Team 0, Shimo, responded, his towering figure emanating a hint of disdain. In their eyes, the 5th team of Lamba Academy was utterly unqualified to compete alongside their 0 team. Unleash your martial spirits and soul rings, Chu Qin said with a calm smile directed at the 4 girls. Upon hearing this, the soul rings around Chu Qin lit up. Meng Ran and Xiao Wu each displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing showcased 200-year soul rings. Wasn't it stated that the strongest member of the 5th team was a great soul master? Yet, there was still a soul sage among them. Not only that, but they also had disciples from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What good is that? The defeat of Lamba Academy is already a foregone conclusion, the audience jeered. They firmly believed that Lamba Academy was destined to lose. At that moment, Mo glanced at Chu Qin and the others with a slight smirk. Here's the deal. Let's not say we're bullying you. If you can hold out for the duration of an 1/8 of an incense stick, I'll count it as your victory. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile faintly. This guy was even more arrogant than Zhao Wuji, Flinder, and Meng Shu. What are you laughing at? Mo asked, his expression darkening as he looked at the 4 girls. They are laughing at you, Chu Qin replied. Laughing at me? Mo questioned, puzzled. Enough of the banter. Soul rings, activate. Chu Qin commanded sharply, as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, flared to life beneath his feet. Clearly, Chu Qin was being discreet. After all, there were too many people here, and being overly famous on the Doloa continent could bring him a multitude of troubles, especially with so many forces eyeing him. While Chu Qin was not afraid, he was truly concerned about the potential troubles that could befall the women around him. If some unscrupulous forces threatened his women, that was not something Chu Qin wished to encounter. Soul Sage. Even so, upon witnessing Chu Qin's soul rings, both the Huangdou team and the audience were taken aback. A soul sage at such a young age could be said to stand out in the entire elite soul master competition. Evu Tianheng was only at level 39. Lu Erlong looked at Chu Qin with great interest, secretly amused, thinking, Flinder is quite generous to me. As seasoned fighters, Mo and his team quickly regained their composure. Come on, what a soul sage. Breaking through the defenses of her brothers, 1TB, so easy. Black Tortoise manifest. As soon as Mo finished speaking, he and Mo simultaneously summoned their Black Tortoise martial spirits, retreating into the shells that emerged on their backs, standing before the Huangdou team like 2 shields. So it's a turtle hiding in its shell, Chu Qin said with a calm smile as he thrust his god-slaying spear forward. With a resounding explosion, a fierce wind erupted, sweeping Mo and Mo's turtle shells towards the edge of the platform. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize themselves just in time, preventing an immediate fall from the stage. What? The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, the 4 teams of Lamba struggled mightily and failed to budge those 2 turtle shells, yet Chu Qin effortlessly pushed them aside. Not only the audience, but even Mo and Mo were shocked, their pupils contracting as they stared at Chu Qin. Let's take him down first. Mo gritted his teeth and shouted to his teammates behind him. Sisters, let us go. The 7 treasures are known for their might. There was no suspense at all. Not only a Soul Sage team, but any Soul team would find themselves at a disadvantage against Chu Qin. It was a pity that Chu Qin had to pretend it wasn't so easy. Nevertheless, in the end, the Huangdou team was still kicked off the platform by Chu Qin. The arena fell silent for a second. The Huangdou team lost? To the 5th team of Lamba Academy? Could it be that this 5th team, this Chu Qin, was truly the trump card of Lu Erlong and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Someone suddenly realized. Alas, it seems that Lu Erlong's lacy attire will not be seen again. The defeat of the Tiando Royal Academy is now assured. The Tiando Royal Academy lost face in a significant way. The invitation competition had a 0 team, and they still faced defeat. This time, there were no twists to the tale. The subsequent Tiando teams 1 and 2 were also easily toppled from the platform by Chu Qin. Lamba Academy emerged victorious in the invitation competition. The Tiando Royal Academy and Baibaishan left in disgrace. Half an hour later, in a secluded wooden cottage of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong led Chu Qin into the cottage. Chu Qin, thank you. Lu Erlong broke the silence first, expressing gratitude for helping Lamba Academy secure victory in the invitation competition and humiliating the Tiando Royal Academy. Are you truly a student of Master Flender? Lu Erlong glanced at the note in her hand. It read, 5th team of Lamba Academy, Dragon Battle Team, dispatched by Flender of Shrek Academy, can win the invitation competition. Actually, I'm not a student of Shrek Academy. I'm an instructor, Chu Qin replied calmly, then handed Lu Erlong Flender's handwritten letter. This is Flender's personal letter. Take a look. Lu Erlong was slightly taken aback as she opened the letter, which read, Little Sister Erlong, greetings. I hope you are well. As for this Chu Qin, I'm willing to part with him for you. Lu Erlong read through the letter with great interest and nodded, confirming the handwriting does indeed belong to Master Flender. What does the letter say? It states that you have great potential and that I should make you the vice principal of Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong replied. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a surge of joy. Flender was indeed quite loyal, making it much easier to become an instructor at Lamba Academy. However, Lu Erlong then looked into Chu Qin's eyes and said, but there's one condition. What is it? Chu Qin asked, slightly puzzled. Master Flender said, I must duel you. If you win, you can stay. Lu Erlong furrowed her brows, surprised that Chu Qin could possibly defeat her. Yet, Chu Qin simply smiled with ease. That's not difficult. Lu Erlong raised an eyebrow, surprised. How could a soul sage possibly win against me? Why? Who says a soul sage cannot defeat a soul saint? Chu Qin said with a hint of amusement. A soul sage winning against a soul saint? Lu Erlong laughed proudly. Then how about this? Let us make a bet. If I win, besides making me the vice principal of Lamba Academy, you must also agree to one condition of mine. Chu Qin proposed. All right, I agree. Lu Erlong replied. However, if you lose, you can still be an instructor at Lamba Academy as per Master Flender's instructions. This will also be your reward for helping me win the invitation competition. But you must also agree to one condition of mine. Lu Erlong tossed her hair back. It's a deal. Chu Qin extended his fist. Seeing this, Lu Erlong also extended her delicate fist to collide with Chu Qin's. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Chu Qin said with a sly smile. Ask away. Lu Erlong replied. Chu Qin leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. Have you ever been with a man? Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, a blush crept across Lu Erlong's face, and she exploded with rage. Chu Qin, you're seeking death. How dare you take advantage of me? If I don't beat you to death today, I won TB called Lu Erlong. Calm down. Chu Qin grinned. Is that not the case? It's understandable, given how beautiful you are. Otherwise, you and T agree to wear that lacy outfit and run around. I've lived for decades, pure and clean. Lu Erlong retorted. How dare you tarnish my reputation? Upon hearing this, Chu Qin was overjoyed, as it indicated that Lu Erlong was indeed innocent. Just then, Lu Erlong was engulfed in flames, and she delivered a powerful punch towards Chu Qin. Such a personality, I like. Chu Qin secretly chuckled. In an instant, he swiftly extended his right palm to meet Lu Erlong's fiery fist head-on. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion erupted. The soul powers of Chu Qin and Lu Erlong collided in an instant, the tremendous force utterly destroying Lu Erlong's wooden dwelling. My house. Lu Erlong seethed with fury. You initiated the attack. Chu Qin replied calmly. Fire Dragon, manifest. In her rage, Lu Erlong summoned her powers, her feet surrounded by a dazzling display of yellow, purple, and black rings. A colossal fire dragon emerged behind her alluring figure. Azure Dragon, manifest. Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly, calling forth his Azure Dragon martial spirit. The moment the Azure Dragon appeared, Lu Erlong felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated her. This was the undeniable aura of a true superior. What kind of martial spirit is this? Lu Erlong exclaimed in shock. Her Fire Dragon, a variant of the world's most powerful martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, was now completely suppressed by Chu Qin. Wait, isn't your martial spirit a spear? Lu Erlong questioned, astonished. And how did you catch my punch just now? Are you truly just a soul sect? You have too many questions. Chu Qin lai di. Defeat me, and I will tell you everything. Gradually, Liu Erlong calmed down as she recalled Flinder's words. How could he possibly have me fight a soul sect for no reason? Could this fellow be playing the fool to catch the tiger? Humph. Even so, I'm not one to be trifled with. Dragon transformation. With a fierce roar, Liu Erlong's hands, feet, and head became adorned with dragon scales and spikes, as if clad in a suit of dragon scale armor. Liu Erlong's transformation resembled Chu Qin's dragon god transformation, but he was not surprised. Liu Erlong's transformation was merely due to the peculiarities of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, incomparable to the immense enhancement of his own dragon god transformation. Nevertheless, after her transformation, Liu Erlong became immensely powerful, leaping forward with a fiery dragon fist aimed at Chu Qin from above. However, despite Liu Erlong's might, she remained merely a soul sage, while Chu Qin was who? Dragon God transformation. In the next moment, Chu Qin activated his dragon god transformation, his arms transforming into those of a dragon, and he met Liu Erlong's fiery punch head-on. Liu Erlong's punch was indeed terrifying. Chu Qin sensed that even an average soul might struggle to unleash such power. Yet, how could Liu Erlong possibly match Chu Qin after he had undergone his dragon god transformation? With a thunderous boom, Liu Erlong was sent flying backward by a single punch from Chu Qin. Fortunately, she managed to stabilize herself and avoided falling. You're not a soul sect. Liu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom how a soul sect could withstand her fiery fist. All right then, I will drop the act. I will be straightforward. Chu Qin smiled faintly, retracting his azure dragon martial spirit and summoning the destruction spear into his hand, while 7 rings of yellow, purple, black, and rose gold swirled beneath him. Dual martial spirits, soul sage. Liu Erlong stared in astonishment at the 7 soul rings beneath Chu Qin, especially the red and rose gold rings, her expression shifting to one of utter shock. Flinder's letter said, "You are only 17? After a moment, Liu Erlong asked. Indeed. Chu Qin nodded calmly. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong contemplated briefly before sighing, I admit defeat. Chu Qin had yet to reveal his soul rings, while she had fully transformed. What remained for her was merely the essence of her martial spirit. Moreover, Chu Qin was also a soul sage. She was self-aware enough to recognize that she could not possibly contend with him. I concede. Chu Qin responded, retracting his martial spirit and smiling calmly. Ding. Host has completed the goddess mission. Gained Liu Erlong's favorability of 100%, 1/4 level soul power inner core, and the transferable Liuli diamond body. As the system prompt sounded, Liu Erlong felt a daze wash over her, gazing at Chu Qin in astonishment, murmuring to herself, why does this man before me evoke such feelings in my heart? Liu Erlong. At that moment, Chu Qin called out to her. What is it? Liu Erlong replied immediately. Her tone noticeably softened. Hearing this familiar tone, Chu Qin knew he had conquered Liu Erlong, and he smiled. Don't forget the condition you promised me. Ah, bet sabet. Liu Erlong replied. What is your condition? Quite simple. I want you to be my 6th woman. Chu Qin stated directly. In the vast expanse of the sunsetting forest, he pursued what he favored. As for feelings, those could be nurtured gradually. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong's mind jolted. Her heart stirred. However, another figure quickly surfaced in her mind, prompting her to respond, I, Liu Erlong, keep my word. But Chu Qin, let me think this over. Chu Qin was somewhat taken aback. Logically, Liu Erlong should have accepted immediately. System, what is happening? Chu Qin mused inwardly. Host, in the heart of goddess Liu Erlong. Besides you, there is another man whom she holds 100% favor for. This has caused the program to be indecisive. Hence Liu Erlong hesitates, replied the system. However, rest assured, as time progresses, Liu Erlong's heart will gradually lean towards you, for the favorability granted by the system is unchanging. Of course, the host can also employ certain means to diminish the goddess's favor towards the other man. Another man? You Xiaojiang. Chu Qin gasped internally. Of course, if the host were to force the goddess into a relationship with you now, she would not refuse. Furthermore, the more the goddess loves the host, the more she will detest that other man. In the end, it will become a matter of life and death. That man will be doomed for daring to interfere with the system. So, it is... Wait, system, what do you mean? Am I pursuing women just for this? Chu Qin cursed inwardly. I would never force her. However, my women can only love me. Chu Qin thought, taking it slow. If he couldn't even handle one Yu Xiaojing, how could he pursue women in the future? I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I can't agree to that condition for now. Lu Erlong said after a long internal struggle, her tone apologetic. No worries. Chu Qin approached Lu Erlong, smiling gently. There is plenty of time. I will make you accept me. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's heart raced, and she eventually nodded. A month later, at Blue Tyrant Academy, in the Forest Square, a purple flame was hurled by Ziji towards Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Meng Ran. The next moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Meng Ran, while Ziji's flames collided with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, causing no harm whatsoever. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, your skills are astonishing. Ziji exclaimed in surprise. I just used soul master level power, and you didn't utilize any soul power, yet you remained unscathed. Hee, Sister Ziji. Ning Rongrong chuckled, of course. This is the ultimate survival technique taught to us by Chu Qin. Yes, Chu Qin said that with our great soul master's strength, we can withstand at least the power of an 18th level soul master. Zhu Zhuqing added, and with Xiao Wu and Iran's soul master strength, ordinary soul sex could not harm them. But there is a flaw. It can only be used once every 3 days, Xiao Wu explained. That biased man didn't teach me, Ziji complained, crossing her arms in a somewhat resentful manner. Sister Ziji, don't be upset, Xiao Wu replied. Perhaps Chu Qin thinks you are strong enough that you don't need it. I don't care. I'm going to find that biased man. Ziji huffed. Ziji, I'm here. Just then, Chu Qin walked in with a graceful woman beside him, who was none other than Lu Erlong. Chu Qin, Dean Erlong. Xiao Wu and the others exclaimed in unison. Biased man, where have you been? Ziji gazed at Chu Qin, a hint of resentment in her voice. Chu Qin, today we agreed to take Zhu Qing and Rongrong to the Sunset Forest to acquire the third soul ring, didn't we? Before Chu Qin could respond, Lu Erlong interjected. Chu Qin and I were attending to some matters at the academy. Is something troubling you, Ziji? Why the anger? Chu Qin asked, noticing her mood. Why is the Lioli King Kong body taught only to the 4 women and not to me? Ziji questioned, her tone tinged with grievance. So that's it. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Ziji, do you know what the prerequisite for learning the Lioli King Kong body is? What? Ziji furrowed her brows. The Lioli King Kong body is a pure yang skill. To learn it, one must refrain from certain activities for a month, Chu Qin stated, gesturing with his thumbs. Ziji's face flushed as she quickly grasped his meaning. If you can manage that, I will teach it to you, he added. Then I suppose I will wait. One day, when I leave you, I can learn it then. Ziji replied, shaking her head. But wait, have you all not been with Chu Qin for a month? She asked, turning to Ning Rongrong and the others. Yes, they all nodded knowingly. Ziji was momentarily stunned. How could they achieve that? Dragons are usually lustful, and the yang fire is intense. She certainly could not manage it herself. But then, a spark of excitement ignited within her, and with a flirtatious smile, she declared, Perfect. Chu Qin, from today onwards, you shall sleep with me. Lu Erlong was initially bewildered, but soon seemed to understand Ziji's intentions, her ears turning crimson. At that moment, Lu Erlong found herself harboring unexpected thoughts. Ahem. Chu Qin cleared his throat, realizing they had strayed off topic. Since we are all prepared, let us head to the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, 2 carriages were making their way towards the Sunset Forest. Inside the first carriage sat a young man and woman, both in their early 20s. The man was dressed in blue armor, with a medium-length hairstyle, though not strikingly handsome. He was decent-looking. The woman, with deep purple hair and green eyes, was incredibly beautiful, clad in snug blue armor complemented by sapphire high-heeled boots, exuding a captivating allure. The only flaw was her nails, which were deep green. These 2 were the elite of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyin. Today marked the occasion of Du Guiyin breaking through to the 40th level, and they were about to venture into the Sunset Forest to acquire their 4th soul ring. The Sunset Forest, like the Star Dou Forest, was a gathering place for soul beasts. Though it lacked the daunting atmosphere of the Star Dou Forest with its towering ancient trees reaching 20 meters, the trees in the Sunset Forest were typically under 10 meters, which was considered normal. Nonetheless, the forest was lush, and sunlight could be found only in sparse patches. Chu Qin led Ziji and the 6 women to this locale. Where do you think we can find a soul ring of 1700 years? Ning Rongrong was the first to inquire. 1700 years? Chu Qin smiled slightly. Yes. Isn't the third soul ring supposed to be 1700 years? Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, nodding. If that's the case, then your Liuli King Kong body is for naught. Chu Qin wrapped an arm around her shoulders, chuckling lightly. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Not only her, but Xiao Wu also expressed surprise. Are you suggesting that the Liuli King Kong body can enhance our soul ring's age? Indeed, the age of a soul ring is determined by one's physical attributes. The higher the soul power and physical condition, the greater the age of the soul ring one can endure. The Liuli King Kong body not only serves as a defensive skill, but also enhances and fortifies your physique. Zhu Zhuqing, wow, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Then, Chu Qin, what is our current capability for the third soul ring? At least 5,000 years for the third, and at least 10,000 for the fourth. Chu Qin stated firmly. Remember, it's a minimum. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and the others were filled with joy. This indicated that their soul rings could reach the maximum limit of the fourth ring, and the fourth ring could even be embedded with a 10,000-year soul ring. Zhu Qin, your Liuli King Kong body is truly powerful, Lu Erlong remarked, her brows furrowing. Erlong, do you wish to learn it? Chu Qin asked with a slight smile. Is that possible? Lu Erlong replied, her face lighting up. Indeed, but promise me one condition. Chu Qin responded. Then I shall consider it, Lu Erlong replied. Her brows slightly arched. Suit yourself. Chu Qin waved his hand. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, I have already selected the soul beast for you. With that, Chu Qin handed them 2 illustrated books of soul beasts. Starry Glow Firefly Beast. Ghost Leopard. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exclaimed simultaneously. Correct. The Starry Glow Firefly Beast is a spiritual type soul beast, and it's quite beautiful, perfectly suited for you, Rongrong. As for the Ghost Leopard, it possesses remarkable agility and can provide you, Zhu Qing, with a fantastic soul skill. Chu Qin nodded approvingly. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged satisfied glances. Seeing the harmonious scene with Chu Qin and the 5 women, Lu Erlong felt a surge of envy. What charm does he possess? Lu Erlong paused, her brows furrowed, contemplating whether she should agree to become his woman. Yet, she had vowed to marry only Yu Xiaojing in this lifetime. Lu Erlong was not the kind to break a promise. Sigh, she was truly complicating her own feelings. Erlong, what are you thinking? Catch up. Chu Qin called over his shoulder. Coming. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded, jogging to catch up. As Chu Qin and his group searched through the sunset forest, they struggled to find a suitable ghost leopard and starry glow firefly beast. This sunset forest is so vast. Chu Qin sighed. At this rate, we may not find anything before nightfall. How about we split into 2 groups? Erlong, Yi, and Xiao Wu, you take Zhu Qing to search for the ghost leopard, while Ziji and I will take Rongrong to look for the starry glow firefly beast. Chu Qin's arrangement made sense, as Lu Erlong and the Blue-Eyed Dragon King would provide double protection, ensuring Xiao Wu and the others remained safe. The group nodded in agreement. With that, they split up. The starry glow firefly beast typically congregated in densely wooded areas, while the ghost leopard favored open spaces. After 2 hours, Chu Qin's group was the first to encounter a 5,000-year starry glow firefly beast. After severely wounding it, Ning Rongrong delivered the final blow with a small knife and then sat down to absorb the soul ring, while Chu Qin and Ziji sat nearby to guard her. Ziji, you are also a soul beast, Chu Qin remarked with a smile. Doesn't it pain you to see a soul beast harmed? He found it curious that every time he hunted a soul beast, Xiao Wu would shy away, yet Ziji seemed unfazed by the act. Are you referring to Xiao Wu? Ziji replied with a smile. She is a herbivorous soul beast, so naturally, she is not fond of killing. As for me, the Hell Dragon King, with 200,000 years of experience, I have consumed countless soul beasts. You don't seem so brutal. Chu Qin frowned playfully. A dragon must be ruthless to claim the title of king, Ziji replied calmly. But in front of you, I am just a gentle little dragon. At her words, Chu Qin felt a shiver run through him. He found it increasingly difficult to resist Ziji's mature charm. As Ziji traced a circle on Chu Qin's chest, she nestled into his embrace. From Chu Qin's perspective, Ziji's figure was too alluring, especially with her fair skin and enticing curves, making it hard for him to refrain from reaching out. At that moment, Lu Erlong slammed a ghost leopard into the ground with one hand, nearly ending its life. Damn it! How dare you hurt my sister? She shouted angrily. Suddenly, the spectral leopard launched an unexpected attack, injuring Meng Iran while Lu Erlong was momentarily distracted. Are you alright, Iran? Lu Erlong turned swiftly to her, concern etched on her face as she examined the bandaged wound on her shoulder. I'm fine, Erlong. Just a minor injury. Meng Iran replied with a gentle smile and a slight shake of her head. Lu Erlong sighed deeply, feeling a pang of guilt for having entrusted their safety to Chu Qin, only for them to be hurt. Zhu Zhuqing, this spectral leopard, is nearly 5,000 years old. Lu Erlong remarked with a smile at Zhu Zhuqing. You should absorb it quickly. I will protect you. All right, Sister Erlong. Zhu Zhuqing nodded enthusiastically. You're calling me sister? Lu Erlong asked, surprised. What is wrong? Zhu Zhuqing replied, momentarily taken aback. Such sweet words. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly and approached the severely injured spectral leopard, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, 6 figures suddenly emerged from the forest, landing before Zhu Zhuqing. All 6 were clad in the Royal Academy uniforms of Tiandou, for of whom Zhu Zhuqing recognized from the invitation tournament a month prior. Osro, Yu Feng, Shi, and Shimo. The remaining 2 were Yu Tianheng and Duge Yan. What do you want? Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial soul's spirit rings, adopting a defensive stance as Meng Iran and Xiao Wu joined her side. Apologies, but my Yin Yin has taken a liking to this spectral leopard, Yu Tianheng coldly stated, eyeing the 3 women with indifference. You should look for another spirit beast. Who do you think you are to snatch spirit rings from the hands of our Lamba Academy? Xiao Wu retorted angrily. Sorry, little sister, but I'm taking what belongs to your Lamba Academy. Yu Tianheng smirked. Yu Tianheng, do you dare to rob spirit rings in front of me? Lu Erlong stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. Oh, I didn't expect to see the Lamba Academy's dean. Lu Erlong. Yu Tianheng seemed unfazed by Lu Erlong's presence. How presumptuous. Lu Erlong said coldly. Since you are my nephew's acquaintance, I will spare you this time. Lu Erlong. You think you are worthy to be my aunt? Yu Tianheng sneered. You've already been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Besides, you are merely the product of a wayward romance. And if it weren't for you, Uncle Xiaojiang would not have been expelled. Lu Erlong's anger grew as her 7 spirit rings began to glow with a dazzling light. With a ferocious grin, she unleashed a powerful punch towards Yu Tianheng, enveloped in energy and flames. However, in an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared before Lu Erlong, and a towering figure landed directly in her path. When her punch struck the figure's muscular abdomen, it did not inflict any harm. Lu Erlong and the 3 women were taken aback. Undoubtedly, as the designated successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianheng would have formidable allies, and the imposing elder before them was none other than Yu Luozhong, the leader of the Shadow Hall, sent to protect him. Lu Erlong, how bold of you! Yu Luozhong mocked. How dare you attack the heir of the sect after being expelled? If this gets out, even the second family head cannot save you. Yu Luozhong, you are blind. Lu Erlong retorted with a cold smile. It was Yu Tianheng who attempted to steal spirit rings from Lamba Academy and insulted me first. Yu Luozhong smirked coldly, ignoring Lu Erlong's words. Given that you still possess the bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I shall refrain from attacking you today. Otherwise, do not expect me to be merciful. Hearing this, the 3 women were filled with indignation. Today, I shall see just how you intend to show no mercy. Lu Erlong shouted furiously. With that, a colossal dragon wreathed in flames appeared behind her. 4th soul skill, Blood Flame. As Lu Erlong unleashed her attack, flames erupted around her, cascading like a sea of fire towards Yu Tianheng and Yu Luozhong. Yu Luozhong scoffed, activating his 8 spirit rings and gathering a sphere of lightning to confront Lu Erlong's inferno. A tremendous explosion followed, as Lu Erlong's firestorm was shattered by Yu Luozhong's lightning, causing her to tumble to the ground. Lu Erlong, you initiated this conflict, Yu Luozhong said with a chilling smile. Even if the second family head were here, you would still be in the wrong. Truth be told, your very existence is a disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Your illicit affair with your brother Xiaojiang led to his expulsion, further tarnishing the sect's reputation. Had it not been for your considerable talent and the fame of the Golden Iron Triangle, you would have long since vanished. At Yu Luozhong's words, Duge Yan and the 3 women felt a surge of anger. They wondered why a man would go to such lengths to torment a woman. Yet, Yu Tianheng's gaze remained resolute. From a young age, he had undergone grueling training, with only his uncle Xiao Jing to confide in. However, all of that changed because of Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching from Yu Luozhong's sharp words. She longed to tear him apart. Seventh soul skill, Fire Dragon Transformation. With a piercing scream, Lu Erlong's form vanished, replaced by a magnificent fire dragon stretching several meters long. Seventh soul skill, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Yu Luozhong retaliated, transforming into a blue dragon crackling with electricity. With a roar, the two dragons clashed, battling fiercely in the sky above the forest. It was evident that Yu Luozhong's blue dragon held the upper hand, being not only a soul Dou, but also possessing an impressive spirit power of level 85, while Lu Erlong, despite her strength, was only at level 75. In a contest of equal martial soul prowess, her chances of victory were slim. Xiao Wu and the others watched anxiously, feeling helpless as they thought of Chu Qin. If only he were here, he would surely have dealt with Yu Luozhong. Damn Chu Qin, why aren't you here? Xiao Wu lamented. Master Xiao Wu, did you forget about me? A melodious voice resonated in Xiao Wu's mind. You are the Azure Dragon King? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Right? How could I forget you? Azure Dragon King rise. Yes. The necklace transformed by the Azure Dragon King responded. Xiao Wu could no longer hold back. However, just as the Azure Dragon King was about to act, a 10-meter-long black spear sliced through the air, aimed at Yu Luozhong. Sensing the threat, Yu Luozhong momentarily forced back Lu Erlong's fire dragon and raised his claw to counter the black gold spear. The spear, adorned with ancient patterns, radiated an overwhelming presence. Annihilation Spear. Chu Qin, the three women exclaimed in delight. With a resounding crash, the Annihilation Spear collided with Yu Luozhong, forcing him to the ground and dispelling his martial soul transformation. At that same moment, having reached her limit, Lu Erlong also fell weakly to the ground as her martial soul transformation dissipated. You dare to bully my woman? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has some audacity. A powerful voice echoed through the air. Yu Luozhong and Yu Shenheng gazed in astonishment as three figures, like the wind itself, soared out from the thicket behind Zhu Zhuqing. Two women and one man, among whom the man deftly caught Lu Erlong's body mid-air. These three were none other than Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, and Ziji. Fear not, young master, Yu Luozhong reassured, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Shenheng. In the Heaven Dou Empire, no one dares to lay a hand on the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Despite this, Yu Shenheng and the others were still filled with trepidation. The only one whose expression differed was perhaps Du Yin, who, while looking at Chu Qin, felt a mix of fear and anxiety. Chu Qin, you have finally arrived. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed joyfully. Chu Qin, they seized Zhu Qing's spirit ring and injured Sister Erlong. Meng Yiran pointed accusingly at Yu Luozhong and his group. Ziji, take good care of Erlong. Hu Kvin called the hended Liu Erlong to Ziyi. Ding, goddess mission initiated. Cure Dugabo and Dugi Yin of their poison to gain 100 affection from Dugi Yin and 100 loyalty from Dugabo, along with a one-time experience card for the 100,000 Year's Spirit Beast, Dark Golden Terror Bear, and a Xiantian treasure record. Following this, Chu Qin strode purposefully towards Yu Shenheng and Yu Luozhong. Halt! Yu Luozhong called out, blocking Chu Qin's path. However, as he reached out, a delicate hand grasped his palm. Yu Luozhong stared in astonishment at the hand's owner, clad in a flowing purple ancient robe and adorned with traditional accessories. None other than Su Daji. I advise you not to move, Su Daji said with a haunting smile, her voice enchanting yet commanding. Yu Luozhong was momentarily taken aback before attempting to exert his soul power to break free from her grip. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, his hand remained immovable. Then, as Su Daji tightened her grasp, Yu Luozhong felt as if his arm were about to snap. A heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. Hearing Yu Luozhong's anguished cries, Yu Shenheng and Dugi Yin instinctively recoiled in fear. What do you intend to do? Yu Shenheng stammered towards Chu Qin. I must remind you, I'm a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. As he spoke, four spirit rings flared to life beneath his feet. Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Chu Qin's lips curled into a slight smirk before he unleashed a punch to Yu Shenheng's abdomen. Chu Qin's speed was astonishing. Yusheng barely had time to react before he was sent flying, crashing into a tree, blood gushing forth. Chu Qin showed no intention of relenting. Swiftly appearing before Yusheng and delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his face, each blow drenched in blood, a horrifying sight. "Spare me, please." Yusheng, bloodied and terrified, gazed at Chu Qin, his voice trembling. Zhu Zhuqing and the others trembled in silence, not daring to utter a word. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of fear. Was this truly the Chu Qin they knew, who often wore a playful smile? It dawned on them how gentle he had always been towards them. "Release the young master," Yuluozong shouted desperately. Yusheng was the designated successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. If anything happened to him, Yuan Jun would not let it slide. However, before Yuzong could finish, Su Daji pressed down, forcing him to kneel. She then mimicked Chu Qin's movements, landing punch after punch onto Yulozong's face. "Enough, it's time for you to depart," Chu Qin said expressionlessly, preparing to deliver the final blow to Yulozong. "Chuing, no." At that moment, a delicate and weak voice called out from behind him. Chu Qin turned in surprise. It was indeed Lu Erlong, supported by ZG as she approached. "Erlong, what did you say?" Chu Qin asked gently. "Chu Qin, do not kill them," Lu Erlong weakly replied. "They are, after all, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, connected by blood to me. Moreover, I was at fault. Their retaliation was justified. Besides, Yusheng is the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. If you kill them, not only you but the entire Blue Tyrant Academy will be pursued." To be honest, Lu Erlong had loathed these two deeply moments ago, but now, seeing them receive Chu Qin's ruthless retribution, she felt a surge of compassion. Above all, she was unaware of Chu Qin's true power and feared his actions might entangle him in trouble. Hearing her pleas, Chu Qin ultimately refrained from striking. It was solely due to Lu Erlong's intercession. "For Erlong's sake, I will spare you," Chu Qin said coldly to Yusheng. "Kneel before her and apologize." "Yes, yes." Yusheng pleaded repeatedly, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke. Yusheng and Yulozong knelt before Lu Erlong, bowing 3 times while repeatedly begging, "Aunt Erlong, we were wrong. Please spare our lives." Lu Erlong cast a cold and furious glance at the bloody duo before turning away and saying leave. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, the two immediately turned their gaze to Chu Qin. "Do not hesitate, leave now," Chu Qin stated with equal indifference. "Yes." Yusheng and Yuluozong quickly rose and prepared to flee, while the other members of the Emperor fighting team felt a wave of relief, eager to escape. "Wait," Chu Qin called out, causing everyone to turn in terror. "She stays." Chu Qin pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. In his anger, Chu Qin had vaguely heard the system notification. Zhu Zhuqing's goddess mission had arrived. "My lord," Yusheng replied. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, "My lord, her grandfather is the Poison Dou, known throughout the Doulua continent." Yusheng aimed to invoke Dugu Bo's name to intimidate Chu Qin. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had left with him, and if she did not return, the Poison Doulua would not spare him. "I know," Chu Qin replied coldly. "Less chatter. Otherwise, none of you will escape." "Yes, yes." Yusheng sighed softly, without hesitation, and hastily departed with Yulozong and the others. "Yusheng, you." Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place. "Yusheng, is this how you treat your designated girlfriend? The man who swore to love me for a lifetime? The one who promised to face danger head-on? Yet when disaster struck, he fled without a second thought. Daji, keep an eye on her." Chu Qin directed towards Su Daji, momentarily setting Zhu Zhuqing aside. "Understood." Su Daji nodded, instantly appearing behind Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing shivered at the sudden presence. However, she noticed that Su Daji seemed to have no intention of harming her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu approached Chu Qin apologetically. "Chu Qin, it's my fault. I forgot about the necklace, which caused Sister Erlong to get hurt." Chu Qin gently stroked Xiao Wu's silky hair, replying softly, "Make sure not to forget again." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Chu Qin moved beside Lu Erlong, asking Erlong, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Lu Erlong shook her head, smiling, "I'm fine. It's just my soul power was slightly overexerted." "Thank you, Chu Qin. I'm relieved to hear that." Chu Qin smiled back, then retrieved several pills from his soul guide container. "Take these. They should aid in restoring your soul power." Lu Erlong gazed at Chu Qin with adoration. In that moment, she felt a warmth in her heart. The Chu Qin from earlier had bestowed upon her an unprecedented feeling. This feeling was called security. Once, Lu Erlong was fearless, but from this moment on, her feelings began to transform. She found herself enveloped in a newfound sense of security, a sensation that certainly could not be provided by Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, it was Chu Qin who perhaps was the only one capable of instilling such a feeling within her. At that moment, the unwavering fondness she had harbored for Yu Xiaojiang began to crumble in her heart. Perhaps, she mused, I might consider acquiescing to his conditions. Erlong, what are you pondering? Take it, Chu Qin said, shaking the pill in his hand. Ah, thank you. Lu Erlong snapped back to reality and accepted the pill from Chu Qin. As she received it, she intentionally brushed her hand against his palm. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing commenced absorbing the spirit ring of the ghost leopard, while Chu Qin and the others stood guard, engaging in light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Zhu Yin was engulfed in confusion. What did Chu Qin want from her? Was it to rob her of wealth or virtue? The crux of the matter was that she had left home without breakfast, and the tantalizing aroma of meat was almost unbearable. Yet, Zhu Yin dared not move. Su Daji could easily subdue a formidable foe with a mere hand. Furthermore, she had overheard Chu Qin acknowledging her grandfather, Dugu Bo, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. Dugu Bo has come, said Chu Qin as he approached Zhu Yin, offering her a chicken leg. Here, take it. I want to eat. Zhu Yin coldly refused. Do as you will. Although Chu Qin was quite handsome, the fury he had displayed earlier truly frightened her. Who wishes to harm you? Just eat a little. Otherwise, when you meet your grandfather, he might accuse me of mistreating you. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. Zhu Yan's eyes brightened at his words. Do you know my grandfather? Yes. He should be in this sunset forest. Chu Qin nodded. You're a friend of my grandfather? Zhu Yan asked, surprised. Sort of. Chu Qin smiled in return. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhu Yin questioned, a mix of astonishment and joy in her voice. If you had, we would never have sought to take your friend's spirit ring. Chu Qin Zhuqing. If it were truly that simple, how would you discern a scoundrel? He paused. If I'm not mistaken, that scoundrel is your boyfriend, correct? That is true. Zhu Yin frowned. Yu Tianheng, that bounder, had indeed abandoned her at a critical moment. What is your name? She inquired after a brief pause. Chu Qin, he replied, nodding. Chu Qin, are you truly my grandfather's friend? Zhu Yin sought confirmation once more. Whether I am or not, you shall know when you meet your grandfather. Chu Qin answered with a nonchalant smile. Fear not, Sister Zhu Yin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached, smiling at Zhu Yin. Chu Qin is not a bad person. Rongrong, why are you here? Chu Qin asked, slightly surprised. Sister Zhu Yin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Chu Qin is my boyfriend. Ning Rongrong ignored Chu Qin and continued. You are the daughter of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Zhu Yin exclaimed, astonished. He is your boyfriend? Zhu Yin felt a wave of relief. If the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was associated with Chu Qin, surely he could harbor no ill intentions toward her. Yes, indeed. Ning Rongrong nodded enthusiastically. Sister Zhu Yin, rest assured that if you agree to be Chu Qin's girlfriend, you will surely find happiness. This revelation startled both Zhu Yin and even Chu Qin himself. How had Ning Rongrong taken such liberty with her words? Do not worry, Ning Rongrong continued cheerfully. Not only I, but Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and even Sister Ziji are all Chu Qin's women. We wouldn't mind you at all. At that, Chu Qin sensed something amiss and interrupted Ning Rongrong. Now, Rongrong, that is a bit premature. I have yet to earn Zhu Yin's complete affection. In truth, Ning Rongrong had indeed misunderstood, but it was not entirely her fault. Every woman she encountered, especially the beautiful ones, had become her closest friends. Seeing Chu Qin and Zhu Yin whispering, she had assumed the same applied here. Zhu Yin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Wu, Ziji, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Ran, before turning to Chu Qin in astonishment and fear. Are you asking me to stay for your own gain? Were your thoughts wandering, Zhu Yin? Chu Qin ziplit lai di. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ziji are indeed my women, but I never implied that I wanted you to be one of them. With that, he shot a disapproving glance at Ning Rongrong. Realizing her blunder, Ning Rongrong slightly parted her lips. I'm sorry, Zhu Yin, I may have misunderstood. Now it makes sense. Zhu Yin sighed in relief. She acknowledged that Chu Qin was indeed quite handsome, Yet she had not yet broken things off with Yu Qianeng. How could she possibly develop feelings for another man so swiftly? That would make her a complete heartbreaker. Duguyen, the day is waning. Let us rest in the forest tonight and help you secure your spirit ring tomorrow before seeking your grandfather. With that, due to Ning Rongrong's interruption, Chu Qin ceased further conversation with Duguyen and returned to sit beside Xiao Wu and the others. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing successfully finished absorbing the ghost leopard's spirit ring. Chu Qin, the glazed golden armor, is truly remarkable. I have successfully absorbed the 5,000-year ghost leopard spirit ring, and my spirit power has reached level 35. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with joy. Zhuqing, you're just like me. Ning Rongrong smiled in return. I'm also at level 35 now. Alas, it seems Xiao Wu and I absorbed our spirit rings too early. Meng Iran sighed softly. Our rings are only 1,700 years old. Now, we are at 35 and 36 levels respectively. It's all right, Iran. Ning Rongrong reassured her. You can absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your 4th spirit ring. Indeed, Meng Iran smiled with pride. Upon hearing this, Duguyen was taken aback. How could she absorb a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring? Yet she had just witnessed Zhu Zhuqing absorb the 5,000-year ghost leopard spirit ring without harm. Rongrong speaks the truth. Chu Qin does it. With less than a year until the Elite Spirit Master competition, I will ensure that all of you reach the Spirit King level before the tournament, especially Zhu Qin, who aims to surpass her sister. Chu Qin brimmed with confidence. He believed he could complete Duguyen's goddess task the following day, secure Dugu Bo, and conveniently acquire the celestial herbs. After all, it was better to utilize those herbs to enhance the spirit power of Xiao Wu and the others than to let Dugu Bo squander them in the wilderness. Chu Qin was certain that with these celestial herbs and the glazed golden armor, Xiao Wu and the others would undoubtedly experience a remarkable transformation. Thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently. She realized she had chosen the right companion. Her casual remark had prompted Chu Qin to take such consideration. That night, Chu Qin and the 5 women camped under the stars. With Duguyen nearby, nothing extraordinary occurred, and everyone slept peacefully. In the dead of night, Lu Erlong awoke from her slumber and quietly departed from the camp. Chu Qin, closest to her position, opened his eyes and, upon noticing her absence, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Master! At that moment, Su Daji softly addressed Chu Qin, pointing towards the east. Chu Qin smiled and nodded, then said, Daji, I have a task for you. He whispered a few instructions in her ear. At this hour, you want me to seek a spirit ring? Sudachi fronet slightly. Her tone tinged with a hint of mischief. Unless, of course, Master grants me a kiss. Let us wait until you return, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Okay. Su Daji giggled, disappearing into the forest. With that, Chu Qin made his way towards the eastern woods, where a cliff awaited. In this moment, under the luminous full moon, a stunning silhouette stood at the cliff's edge, gazing up at the moon, none other than Lu Erlong. Beneath the radiant moonlight, Lu Erlong was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary physique. Clad in a sleek black leather outfit, her alluring figure was exquisitely displayed, subtly reflecting the moonlight. Particularly her perfectly rounded posterior, which momentarily distracted Chu Qin from his thoughts. He caught sight of Lu Erlong's profile, and, upon her celestial beauty, he seemed to notice a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Erlong, what occupies your mind? Chu Qin's voice shattered the silence. Lu Erlong was initially startled, quickly wiping away her tears before turning to Chu Qin with a feigned smile. Oh, Chu Qin, you're still awake at this late hour? Chu Qin did not return her smile, but spoke earnestly. The illustrious president of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a formidable figure in the realm of slaughter, is here shedding tears in solitude? Lu Erlong, upon hearing Chu Qin's compliment, felt a flicker of joy in her heart, yet her expression remained somber as she sighed. Do you think I truly am a calamity? Why do you say that? Chu Qin inquired, furrowing his brow. That Yu Luozhong is not mistaken. My mother was a woman of the night, tarnishing the reputation of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Lu Erlong lamented. Moreover, my affection for my cousin led to his expulsion from the sect. With a calm smile, Chu Qin stepped closer to Lu Erlong. No one can dictate the circumstances of their birth. Where one is born is predetermined by fate, yet our destinies are ours to mold. Your lineage is not your fault. Furthermore, the cousin you mentioned, Yu Xiaojiang, correct? Lu Erlong nodded slightly. This Yu Xiaojiang due to the mutation of his martial soul, has always been deemed a failure. Do you truly believe that such a formidable figure as Yu Yunjin would tolerate a useless son by his side? In other words, is Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion truly solely due to his love for you? Chu Qin asked. Moreover, the power wielded by Yu Yunjin is immense. Perhaps he was already aware of your relationship with Yu Xiaojiang. He merely used you as a pretext to simultaneously expel both you and Yu Xiaojiang from the sect, a true case of killing two birds with one stone. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Lu Erlong stood momentarily frozen, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion was not her doing. Rather, she was the true victim. Lu Erlong's spirits lifted significantly. She realized that the accusations from Yu Luozhong were unfounded. Her birth was not her fault, nor was Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion. And Erlong, as far as I know, Yu Xiaojiang once had a first love, seemingly a disciple from a powerful faction's leader. The leader did not approve of their relationship and forcibly took her. And what about Yu Xiaojiang? This coward, at that moment, chose to abandon her. After discarding her, he turned to you, only to discover you were his cousin. And then he discarded you again, still clinging to his old affection for that woman. Such a person, if not a scoundrel, then who could be called one? Does he truly deserve your affection? Lu Erlong fell into deep contemplation. For many years, she had been entrenched in the belief that she was the one entangling Yu Xiaojiang. Now, after Chu Qin's enlightenment, she recognized an undeniable truth. Yu Xiaojiang was a cowardly and unreliable individual. How could she have ever liked such a person? Conversely, the man before her, Chu Qin, treated her with kindness. Albeit somewhat flirtatious, he was far more principled than Yu Xiaojiang, a hypocrite of the highest order. Actually, Chu Qin, there is another matter that troubles me. Lu Erlong continued, gathering her courage. Chu Qin, Vompet. Earlier today, I believe I heard you say that I am your woman. After a moment of silence, Lu Erlong mustered her courage, biting her lips shyly. Is that true? With a gentle smile, Chu Qin tenderly wiped away the tears at the corner of Lu Erlong's eye. Of course it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Chu Qin's embrace. Chu Qin smiled softly, his hand gently stroking Lu Erlong's hair. The following morning, Duguyen, how did you sleep last night? Chu Qin asked, holding Lu Erlong's hand as he addressed Duguyen. Well, it was quite pleasant. Duguyen smiled and nodded. Completely devoid of the cold demeanor she had shown Chu Qin the day before. She had slept soundly, having overheard the conversation between Chu Qin and the 5 women. Discovering he was indeed a considerate, gentle, and loyal man. Perhaps it was truly Yu Qianheng who had crossed his boundaries, causing Chu Qin's genuine anger. Reflecting on this, she thought, a man who can be so enraged for his woman is undoubtedly a good man. Duguyen, what are you thinking? With so many women, how could he possibly notice you? Duguyen thought to herself. Chu Qin, yesterday you mentioned taking me to find the 4th spirit ring. Is that true? Duguyen asked hopefully. I wouldn't speak falsely about such matters. Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. Just wait. The spirit ring will be here shortly. Shortly? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin, Lu Erlong, and Duguyen, inquiring of Ziji. It seems Sister Erlong has also been captivated by Chu Qin. Do you think Duguyen will become our sister? Isn't that evident? Ziji replied with a calm smile. Have you ever seen Chu Qin show concern for anyone outside of us? Ziji was indifferent. Regardless of how many women Chu Qin had, her place would remain secure. I agree. But Sister Ziji, why was it that when I tried to bring Duguyen and Chu Qin together yesterday, he seemed somewhat reluctant? Ning Rongrong queried. Rongrong, Duguyen has just gone through a breakup. Ziji replied. Do you not understand Chu Qin's character? He is not the kind to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Oh, at that moment, a heavily bound black serpent was thrown before them by Su Daji. The serpent radiated a dark glow, and on its forehead there was a single black horn. The ancient beast, the Blackhorn Python Emperor. Xiao Wu and Duguyen exclaimed in surprise. Sister Daji, where did you find this? Xiao Wu asked. My master instructed me to search for it overnight. Su Daji smiled. Duguyen, this Blackhorn Python Emperor is yours. Quickly absorb the spirit ring. We still have to meet your grandfather. Chu Qin turned to Duguyen. For me? Duguyen was taken aback. Among the finest spirit beasts for snake-type martial souls are the Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Python, and this Blackhorn Python Emperor. Her grandfather had mentioned that within the core of the Sunset Forest, there were several Blackhorn Python Emperors. However, the largest among them was said to be over 8,000 years old, with 800,000 years of cultivation, a place even her grandfather dared not tread lightly. And now, the Blackhorn Python Emperor was bound right before her. It was impossible not to be exhilarated. Indeed, Chu Qin calmly nodded. Hurry and absorb it. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Qin and approached the Blackhorn Python Emperor to begin absorbing the spirit ring. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the Python Emperor, reaching the 44th level. All done. Chu Qin smiled. Yes. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with uncontainable excitement. To leap 4 levels in one go was beyond her wildest dreams. Come, let us meet the poisoned Oluo. Chu Qin nodded. No need to meet. I was just looking for you. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, and the surrounding trees withered significantly. As the voice faded, 3 figures appeared before Chu Qin, along with yesterday's Yu Qianheng and Yu Luozhong. There was also an elder with green hair, green eyes, and dressed in green. The elder's cheeks were deeply sunken, resembling someone in their twilight years. Yet his spirit was remarkably vigorous, with his green eyes shining with brilliance. The individual in question is the poisoned Oluo, Zhu Zhuqing's grandfather. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in delight. Yin Yan, I'm here. You need not fear. They dare not harm you. Zhu Zhuqing replied, beckoning her to his side. Ah, grandfather, isn't Chu Qin your friend? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice as she glanced at Chu Qin. What friend? I have no such acquaintance. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Chu Qin with a cold gaze. Chu Qin merely smiled, offering no response. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of astonishment, yet she recognized Chu Qin's kindness toward her and hesitated to heed Zhu Zhuqing's command. Yin Yin, do not let this fellow, Chu Qin, deceive you. Yu Qianheng interjected. He is not your grandfather's friend. Come over here quickly. Yu Qianheng. Zhu Zhuqing retorted firmly, halting her steps. Do you think I will come just because you say so? Yu Qianheng frowned. Why did I leave you yesterday? Because I was afraid of death? Zhu Zhuqing shot back coldly. So, you abandoned me to watch me perish? Perhaps I should not expect you to stay, as you bear no obligation to protect me. But I apologize, young master Yu. I am not worthy of you. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with anger directed at Yu Qianheng. Yin Yin, I am here now. Can we discuss this later? Please come over. Yu Qianheng pleaded. Enough, Yu Qianheng. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils narrowed. From this day forth, our relationship is severed. What? Yu Qianheng's heart shattered. Yin Yin, what nonsense are you speaking? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, slightly scolding her. Yu Qianheng is the successor of the Blue Lightning Overlord clan. Grandfather, Zhu Zhuqing replied. He left me here alone yesterday. I know now that it is impossible for us. Zhu Zhuqing, are you serious? Yu Qianheng asked, a hint of fury in his voice. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. From now on, our paths shall diverge. You walk your sunny road, and I shall traverse my solitary bridge. Yu Qianheng, consumed by rage, exclaimed. Yin Yin, you must be jesting. I refuse to believe it. I have treated you so well. Unless you tell me you have someone you like, I will not sever ties with you. Indeed, I do have someone I admire. Zhu Zhuqing declared. The one I cherish is Chu Qin. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing boldly kissed Chu Qin on the cheek. Chu Qin froze momentarily, caught off guard, but soon felt a surge of joy. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong, and Ziji seemed unfazed, as if they had anticipated this all along. Zhu Zhuqing looked on in astonishment and fury at Chu Qin. Was it possible that the successor of the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, whom he had deemed his grandson-in-law, was being thwarted by Chu Qin? In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of murderous intent. As Zhu Zhuqing was claimed, Yi Lingling arrived, having penned 5,000 words. At this juncture, Chu Qin quickly regained his composure and wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was destined to be his wife. This time, Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, yet she did not resist, realizing that this might dishearten Yu Qianheng. Moreover, her heart raced with an unfamiliar exhilaration. In the scenario, Zhu Zhuqing offered a faint smile. Witnessing this, Yu Qianheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, consumed by rage. How could Zhu Zhuqing, for whom he had shown such kindness, be so heartless? Most importantly, Zhu Zhuqing had previously warned him that Zhu Zhuqing bore poison from her snake lineage and could not engage in intimate relations before the age of 30. After all, he had experienced it once before. Yu Qianheng was nearly driven to madness. In the next moment, for spirit rings glowed beneath his feet as he lunged toward Du Guyan, lightning crackling in his palm, intent on taking her life. Du Bo's pupils constricted, revealing a fierce intensity. Simultaneously, in his frenzied state, Yu Tianheng seemed to forget Chu Qin's presence. With a mere flick of his hand, Chu Qin transformed his palm into a dragon's claw, resting it against Yu Tianheng's neck. Yesterday, I spared your life. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me. Chu Qin remarked with a ghostly smile. Stop, Yu Luozhong exclaimed. He attempted to intervene, but, upon glancing at Su Daji beside him, turned to Dugu Bo Lord Dugu. If young Master Yu dies, the clan leader will undoubtedly be enraged. I implore you to act. I should indeed intervene. Dugu Bo replied with a ghostly smile, addressing Yu Luozhong. But only for you. What? Yu Luozhong was utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan gasped, while Chu Qin wore a smile. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Yin Yin in my presence has already met their demise. Dugu Bo declared coldly. He was not blind. He had seen Yu Tianheng nearly inflict fatal harm upon Du Guyan, upon encountering Dugu Bo's piercing gaze. Yu Luozhong trembled and quickly summoned his martial spirit rings. However, before his rings could manifest, he felt a manicured hand resting upon his shoulder. Best not to move. Su Daji had appeared behind Yu Luozhong without a sound. At that moment, not only did Yu Luozhong turn pale, but Dugu Bo's expression shifted to one of terror. He had not previously noted the young woman's presence beside Chu Qin, but now he could detect no fluctuation of soul power from her. How formidable was this woman? Dugu Bo, a title doll, was left bewildered. At that instant, Chu Qin pressed down gently, causing Yu Tianheng's knees to sink into the earth, eliciting a harrowing scream. Chu Qin, you cannot kill me. Faced with death, Yu Tianheng finally regained some clarity and pleaded desperately. However, having insulted Lu Erlong and sought to kill Du Guyan, how could Chu Qin show him mercy? In the next moment, as Chu Qin concentrated his soul power, a crisp sound of bones snapping echoed. And Yu Tianheng met a gruesome end right there. Witnessing this, both Du Guyan and Lu Erlong shut their eyes. You dare to kill the young master? The clan leader will not spare you. Yu Luozhong bellowed. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Daji's soul power enveloped him. With a scream, Yu Luozhong was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a piece of soul bone. This left Dugu Bo in a state of alarm. The prowess of Su Daji was terrifying, able to crush a soul doluo with her bare hands. Chu Qin paid little mind to these events as he approached Du Guyan, speaking gently. Are you all right? Du Guyan shook her head vigorously. Thank you, Chu Qin. You saved my life. As long as you are safe. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Chu Qin, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Du Guyan said apologetically. Is an apology all it takes? Is my kiss so worthless? Chu Qin's expression shifted. Yet he turned his attention back to Dugu Bo. Chu Qin, I must apologize to you. Dugu Bo interjected, looking at Chu Qin with a hint of remorse. I misunderstood you earlier. Dugu Bo had initially thought that Du Guyan had been brainwashed by Chu Qin. However, given Chu Qin's recent defense of Du Guyan, how could he wish her harm? At the same time, he was grateful that he had not acted against Chu Qin. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as those who fell to Su Daji's hands. No worries, Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. However, Dugu Bo, I have a matter to discuss with you. What is it? Dugu Bo inquired, puzzled. An hour later, within the cave of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Grandfather, have you truly been afflicted by the backlash poison of your martial soul? Du Guyan asked Dugu Bo, astonished. Just moments ago, Chu Qin had recounted Dugu Bo's symptoms before both her and Dugu Bo. Indeed, given the circumstances, Dugu Bo could no longer conceal the truth. Then why did you not tell me? Du Guyan asked, her brows furrowed. Had it not been for Chu Qin revealing it, how long would you have kept it from me? As long as I could. You are still so young. Should I burden you with such knowledge? Dugu Bo replied. But I did inform Yu Tianheng, and he has never engaged with you in that regard. Indeed, Du Guyan nodded, her heart heavy. Then that settles it. Dugu Bo clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, responding, for all these years, I've been searching for a way to dispel the poison of the spirit backlash. Yet I have met with no success. Grandfather, Yu Tian is dead. He came with me to the Sunset Forest. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect will soon learn of this. Du Guyan exclaimed. They will not let me go. Yin Yin, you are overthinking it. Dugu Bo replied. That Yu Tianheng sought to kill you, which means he has made an enemy of me. Bo. Do not underestimate the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Even the Spirit Hall would not dare to act against me. If they dare to lay a hand on you, I would not hesitate to poison the entire sect. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. They will not suspect you or Chu Qin. Grandfather, do you truly believe that Chu Qin will help us with the antidote? Zhu Zhuqing sighed, continuing to question him. Chu Qin seems honest in his words, Zhu Bo replied. How did you come to know him? I had never met him before. He claims to be your friend. Zhu Zhuqing recounted her encounter with Chu Qin. What? The Black Serpent Emperor's spirit ring? Zhu Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. It is the fourth spirit ring I currently possess. It appears that Chu Qin indeed holds a special interest in you. Zhu Bo said with a slight smile. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing responded, momentarily taken aback. My dear girl, do not be foolish. If you're not interested in you, would he have gone out of his way to procure the Black Serpent Emperor's spirit ring for you? No wonder he agreed to assist us with the antidote. I understand now. Zhu Bo chuckled, stroking his beard. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, her head lowered. Yin Yin, tell your grandfather honestly, do you harbor any feelings for him? Zhu Bo inquired. Otherwise, you would not have kissed him in front of Yu Qianheng. Just a little bit. Zhu Zhuqing admitted. Is it truly only a little? Zhu Bo left. Do not forget, you are my biological granddaughter. You may deceive others, but not me. But grandfather, Zhu Zhuqing continued, he has many women by his side. Those 5 women seem to all belong to him. I have long seen through that. Zhu Bo replied. In truth, it is not necessarily a bad thing. If you like him, pursue him boldly. After decades of traversing the continent, I have a keen eye for people. Yes, you. Following him will not lead to your loss. Not to mention the enchanting Su Daji by his side. I can confidently say that my granddaughter will not suffer. Then I shall consider it, Zhu Zhuqing replied, still lowering her head. At that moment, Chu Qin entered the cave, holding a vial of blood. Zhu Zhuqing. Consume the liquid in this vial, and then channel the poison of your spirit backlash into your soul bones. Chu Qin explained with a smile, handing the vial to Zhu Bo. Is it really that simple? Zhu Bo exclaimed, astonished. I have searched my entire life for an antidote, yet found none. How is it so uncomplicated in your hands? Shall we not try to find out? Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Very well. Zhu Bo nodded, placing his trust in Chu Qin, believing he would not mean him harm. Otherwise, Su Daji could easily eliminate him. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully cured Zhu Bo and Zhu Zhuqing, congratulating the host for achieving 100% favorability with Zhu Zhuqing and 100% loyalty from Zhu Bo, along with the Xintian treasure record. 3 days later, in the Heaven Dou Empire, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, an elder wearing a blue and gold crown sat in a grand chair, exuding an aura of authority. This was the sect master, Yu Engine, who appeared immensely enraged. He had just received news that the corpse of Yu Qianheng had been discovered in the Sunset Forest. Who could have done this? Yu Engine seethed. Yu Qianheng was his chosen successor, and to have him killed so inexplicably was intolerable. Master, we have investigated the matter thoroughly, an elder reported. Before the incident, Yu Qianheng accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to the Sunset Forest to search for spirit rings. Recently, Zhu Zhuqing announced her severance from Yu Qianheng and the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou to join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Yu Qianheng had the protection of Yu Luozhong. There are not many who could harm him in the entire Heaven Dou Empire. It is likely that Zhu Bo, that ruthless old man, is behind this. It is clear that Yu Qianheng's departure from Zhu Zhuqing incited his murderous intent. Zhu Bo. Yu Engine's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. Although he was confident in his combat abilities against Zhu Bo, the latter's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. It was said that he possessed the means to annihilate cities in an instant, which even the Spirit Hall dared not provoke. Regardless of who it is, anyone who dares to kill the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect must pay the price. Yu Engine declared with a fierce expression. Do not search any further. Suddenly, a captivating voice rang throughout the hall. Startled by the sudden voice, Yu Engine and the elders were taken aback. The next moment, a masked figure, stunningly beautiful, appeared before them. It was none other than Su Daji. Who are you? An elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect asked in astonishment. I am the person you seek. Su Daji replied with a tranquil smile. Yu Qianheng was killed by my master. Your master? Yu Engine's powerful voice resonated. Indeed, Yu Qianheng offended my master, and thus he was slain by his own hand. So that he stativ gamli. Furthermore, I personally crushed Yu Luozhong. By the way, my master has mentioned that if you seek vengeance, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Impudent. The elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect were incensed, immediately channeling their spirit rings and rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing from all directions. However, before they could even touch the hem of her garment, they were intercepted by her soul power. Upon witnessing this, all the elders were taken aback. They were all genuine soul level experts. Yu Yuanjin's pupils narrowed, and in the next moment, he activated his 9 super-configured spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red. With a roar of a dragon, Yu Yuanjin charged at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing smiled leisurely, her own 9 spirit rings, 2 purple for black, and 3 red, glimmering beneath her. Under the overwhelming pressure of Zhu Zhuqing, even Yu Yuanjin found himself unable to move. Do not waste your energy, Zhu Zhuqing said with a light laugh. Not just you, but the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant sect combined may not stand a chance against me. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin and the elders were left in utter shock. I have delivered my message, Zhu Zhuqing continued with a smile. If you pursue this matter further, my master was not merely speaking. He truly intends to eradicate the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. With that, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully departed. Her arrival was swift, and her departure was even quicker, leaving Yu Yuanjin and the elders in a state of lasting astonishment. What manner of person is she? One elder murmured, shaken. Even the sect master could not breach her defenses. An unparalleled Dou. Yu Yuanjin gazed towards the exit, his face filled with dread. What? An unparalleled Dou? The elders exclaimed in unison. They could not comprehend how they had offended such a formidable being. Moreover, this unparalleled Dou had claimed that her master was responsible for Yu Tianhing's death. Could it be that an unparalleled Dou was not the strongest? What had Yu Tianhing done to incur such wrath? Yu Yuanjin slumped back into his chair, feeling utterly humiliated. Send out orders to seal off the news of Yu Tianhing's death, Yu Yuanjin commanded. Recall all members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, until I give further notice. No one is to leave. Yes. Yu Yuanjin was frightened. Zhu Zhuqing was far too terrifying. 3 months later, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, in the office of the dean, Liu Erlong and Chu Qin were seated on chairs. Chu Qin, I have made a decision. I will rename the Blue Tyrant Academy to the Azure Dragon Academy. Liu Erlong's voice shattered the tranquility of the room. How about you take the position of the dean while I serve as the vice dean? Why? Chu Qin responded with a smile. You are a man. It is more fitting for you to be the dean. Liu Erlong remarked with a smile. Is that so? Zhuqin ziplit non tialen. Erlong, have you not always been an advocate for feminism? This hardly seems in line with your usual demeanor. Liu Erlong chuckled softly, rising to stand beside Chu Qin, her smile alluring as she added, because I wish to be your little woman. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. What has gotten into Liu Erlong today? She seems different from her usual self. Shouldn't this be something ZG would typically address? Erlong, what's going on with you today? Chu Qin inquired, his smile tinged with curiosity. Honestly, did ZG teach you this? Just as Liu Erlong was about to speak, Chu Qin narrowed his eyes. All right, she did teach me. Liu Erlong bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a hint of vulnerability. Chu Qin, do you not love me? Why do you ask this? Chu Qin was astonished. Why would you think that? I heard ZG mention that you occasionally sought her counsel regarding the purification of Dragon King bloodlines, Liu Erlong explained. Since we confirmed our relationship, you have not once been intimate with me. Is it because of my age? Do you find me undesirable? How could I ever think that of my own woman? Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile, playfully pushing Liu Erlong to the ground. You never mentioned it, so I assumed you were unwilling. What woman would refuse her man in such a manner? Liu Erlong's cheeks flushed. I understand now. Chu Qin laughed lightly, as Liu Erlong's form-fitting attire slid down slightly. Given that they were in the dean's office, Liu Erlong covered her mouth, remaining silent. An hour later, after their passionate encounter, they sat side by side on the sofa. Liu Erlong appeared even more delicate and affectionate. Chu Qin, have you given any thought to what we discussed earlier? Liu Erlong asked, her tone relaxed. That won't do. Zhuqin zipli. I have no objections to renaming Lanba Academy to Qinglong Academy. However, I intend to form a battle team, allowing Zhu Qing the opportunity to participate in the Elite Soul Master Tournament. It would not be appropriate for the dean to compete, so you should remain in that role. All right then, Liu Erlong nodded. Zhuqin, Chu Qin. At that moment, a light and melodious voice echoed from outside. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong hurriedly tidied up the remnants of their earlier activities. It's Yin Yin. The door creaked open to reveal two young women. Besides Zhu Yin, there was a violet-haired girl, approximately 20 years of age, whose figure was not exceptional but nonetheless strikingly tall and slender, particularly her long legs encased in blue stockings, sparking endless imagination. Additionally, her beauty was on par with Zhu Yin's. Who is this? Chu Qin asked, slightly puzzled. Oomph. I knew you would ask that first. Zhu Yin teased, but Chu Qin, you must not entertain any ideas about her. Yin Yin, I haven't even said anything yet. Zhu Qin feigen ni no sen. Fine. She is my good sister from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling. Zhu Yin explained. You were just looking for someone to form a battle team, right? Lingling heard I was coming to Lanba Academy and decided to join me. Lingling, let me introduce you. Zhu Yin turned to Yi Lingling. This is the Vice Dean of Lanba Academy, the captain of our Qinglong battle team, and my new boyfriend, Chu Qin. Ah, I've always heard Yin rave about how handsome her boyfriend is. Yi Lingling spoke, her words tinged with shyness. Upon meeting you today, I can see it's all true. True to what? Chu Qin inquired with interest. You are far more attractive than Yu Tianheng, no? More handsome than any of those so-called handsome men from the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling smiled. Ha ha ha. Chu Qin laughed in response. If his memory served him correctly, Yi Lingling was also part of the goddess system. Yet without it, he had no intention of overstepping boundaries. In the past, he could have easily won her over without the system. But now, with 6 women by his side, the dynamics had shifted considerably. After all, the goddesses within the system were extraordinary beings, typically proud and difficult to win over with mere charm and talent. Chu Qin, Sister Erlong, you might not be aware. Zhu Yin continued. Lingling possesses one of the rarest martial souls on the Dolua continent. What is it? Both Chu Qin and Lu Erlong asked in unison. 9-heart begonia. Zhu Yin replied. This martial soul not only boasts exceptional soul skills, but for reasons unknown, only 2 individuals possess it throughout the entire continent. A new 9-heart begonia can only emerge when one of them perishes. That's remarkable, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her eyes widening. Lingling, let me see. Yi Lingling nodded and cupped her hands before her chest, allowing the exquisite 9-heart begonia to bloom in her grasp. The flower was resplendent and vibrant, casting a soft white hue around the surroundings. Witnessing the 9-heart begonia, both Lu Erlong and Chu Qin were left in awe, particularly the latter, who found Yi Lingling even more beautiful in the flower's ethereal glow. Wow, what incredible martial soul. It's stunning. At that moment, Zhu Qing, Mengaran, and Ziji approached. Women are inherently drawn to beauty, and they were instantly captivated by the 9-heart begonia in Yi Lingling's hands. Ziji, Yiran, you arrived just in time. Zhu Qin, Smai. Allow me to introduce our new member of the Qinglong battle team, the 9-heart begonia soul master, Yi Lingling. Hello, Sister Lingling. Zhu Qing and Meng Yiran greeted in unison. Hello. Yi Lingling smiled as she stored the 9-heart begonia away. Oh, it seems I've unexpectedly gained another sister. Ziji chuckled. Upon hearing Ziji's remark, Chu Qin felt a surge of happiness but countered, Ziji, don't speak carelessly. Yi Lingling is Yan Yan's close friend. I understand, Ziji replied with a knowing smile. However, it seems that none of these beautiful women, including Sister Erlong and Sister Yan Yan, have escaped your charm. Have they? At this, Yi Lingling's expression momentarily froze as she looked at Zhu Yin. Lingling, don't be afraid. Zhu Yin reassured her. As long as I'm here, Chu Qin won't dare to do anything to you. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ziji, you are in need of some discipline. Chu Qin gen li jai. Yet his smile remained warm. You, Ziji teased, her finger tracing a path down her chest, adding with a flirtatious smile, I'm always ready. Seeing Ziji in such an alluring state, Chu Qin, who had just emerged from their earlier encounter, felt a rush of hormones. To avoid losing composure in front of others, he quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, where are Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong? They mentioned they wanted to stay at the 7-treasure glazed tile school for a day and will return tomorrow. Zhu Qing replied, I was just about to tell you. Those two, Chu Qin said with a hint of exasperation. I suspect Rongrong isn't merely staying at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She is probably going back to flaunt her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to her father. You guessed it. Zhu Qing chuckled. Lingling. Chu Qin turned to Yi Lingling. Ah? Yi Lingling responded softly. Chu Qin smiled gently as he retrieved a purple celestial herb from his soul guide container and handed it to Yi Lingling. Lingling, please accept this. What is this? Yi Lingling asked, astonished. This is the celestial herb I mentioned to you. Before he could elaborate, Zhu Zhuqing interjected with a smile, consume it, and you will elevate your soul rank. Ah, it's too precious. I cannot accept it. Yi Lingling shook her head. Lingling, since you are joining the Qinglong battle team, you must accept it. Chu Qin. This herb is known as Dragon Saliva Rainflower. It will greatly aid healing-type martial souls. While I cannot guarantee it will cause your martial soul to mutate, having it will strengthen our team. Thank you, Captain Chu Qin. Yi Lingling exclaimed as she took the celestial herb, determination filling her voice. The following morning, Chu Qin was jolted awake by a series of system notifications announcing the initiation of a dual goddess mission. The task was to elevate the Qinglong battle team to the status of a golden battle team in the Grand Soul Arena, to achieve a 100 approval rating from Shui Binger, and to acquire an external ice-type soul bone. Furthermore, he was to train a pure goddess battle team to secure victory in the Elite Soul Master Championship and to gain the favor of a mysterious goddess from another realm. Chu Qin pondered this and thought it might be time to revisit the Grand Soul Arena. While he was deep in thought, a slender arm swung toward his neck, belonging to the drowsy ZG who had been dozing nearby. This lazy creature, unable to resist, Chu Qin playfully slapped ZG's pert backside. ZG immediately stifled a giggle. If you're awake, then get up, Chu Qin said with a fond smile. Upon hearing this, ZG opened her eyes and looked at him with a submissive gaze reminiscent of a ragdoll cat. By the way, ZG, have you received any news from Guyuna? Juqin in Guit? Oh, how do you know the master's name? ZG asked, slightly surprised. You told me. Have you forgotten? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Perhaps I truly have forgotten. ZG's expression shifted as she continued. The Master and Emperor Tian have been urging me. Not long ago, they communicated with me through secret arts, but I managed to brush them off. Chu Qin, I have always been curious, ZG added. If the first king is not you, then who could it be? I have no idea. Chu Qin feigned ignorance, shaking his head. He wasn't foolish. It was best that ZG remained unaware of the Azure Dragon King's matters. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but he feared Guyuna might overhear. After all, she was destined to be his future wife, an existence transcending human boundaries. Moreover, Chu Qin continued, if you were to reveal to Guyuna where the Dragon King is, wouldn't you have to return to the Star Dou Forest? Then we could not meet. That is true. ZG nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Not good, not good. It was Zhu Zhuqing, prompting Chu Qin and ZG to hastily dress. What is the matter, Yin Yin? Chu Qin asked, surprised. Something has happened. Lingling is in trouble. Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with shock. What happened? Chu Qin's heart raced. Lingling consumed the celestial herb you provided, and now. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were red-rimmed with worry. Yin Yin, don't panic. Chu Qin reassured her. Take me to see her. Just then, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji, the Sword de Law, entered from the academy gate. Uncle Ning, you arrived just in time. Come with me, Chu Qin said without turning back. All right, Ning Fengji noted it. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the Sword de Law exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they followed. The group arrived at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling's room, where they found Lingling curled up on the bed, her body emitting a faint blood-red glow and trembling incessantly. Lingling, Chu Qin is here. Zhu Zhuqing called out gently. Lingling, how are you? Chu Qin asked, his brow furrowed. Hot, so hot. Yi Lingling replied, drenched in sweat. This shouldn't be happening. Chu Qin thought to himself. The Xiantian treasure record indicated no side effects from the dragon's saliva rainflower. Chu Qin, may I take a look? Ning Fengji asked as he stepped forward. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. Ning Fengji approached Yi Lingling, channeling his soul power and gently sweeping his hand over her. How is she, father? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly. Strangely, her meridians are unobstructed. There seems to be no issue. Ning Fengti sprobfurovet. Why then is she experiencing this heat? He then summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to envelop Yi Lingling with healing soul power. However, despite Ning Fengji's efforts, her condition showed no signs of improvement. How peculiar, Ning Fengji remarked. Chu Qin, Has she consumed anything? A celestial herb. The dragon's saliva rainflower. Chu Qin deeply. A celestial herb? Ning Fengji expressed surprise. Is it the same as the one Rongrong consumed? No. Chu Qin shook his head. Rongrong had the Chilua tulip. Alas, Ning Feng tc kit. It seems this girl possesses some factor that conflicts with the dragon's saliva rainflower. Here, what will do, Sir Uncle. Go to the palace and fetch the best imperial physician. No need to trouble yourself. Just then, ZG entered the room. ZG, what did you say? Chu Qin asked, intrigued. Do you know what's wrong with Lingling? I only just recalled last night. ZG responded. The dragon saliva rainflower is said to be a celestial herb nurtured by dragon blood, but it is inherently unsuitable for female creatures because they belong to the Yin category. While the dragon saliva rainflower is a yang entity, what should we do? Chu Qin pressed. It requires a stronger yang blood to suppress its medicinal properties. ZG smiled nonchalantly as she produced a dagger from her soul guide and sliced her finger. She then dripped her blood onto Yi Lingling's lips. As the Hell Dragon King, she possessed a pure dragon god lineage. When it came to yang blood, none could surpass her. Under the suppression of ZG's blood, Yi Lingling's trembling form gradually stabilized. She opened her enchanting eyes. Lingling, how do you feel? Chu Qin inquired immediately. I feel much better. Yi Lingling replied feebly. That is a relief. Chu Qin sighed in relief and turned to ZG. Thank you, ZG. Don't mention it. ZG smiled in response. Oh, Miss ZG, Ning Fengji said, slightly astonished. You're also female. How do you possess yang blood? That is because my martial spirit is the Hell Dragon King. ZG answered calmly. It is akin to half-dragon blood. I see. Ning Fengji nodded in understanding. Since Lingling is fine now, Chu Qin said, Yin Yin, you stay here to take care of her. The rest of us will step outside. All right. With that, everyone departed from Yi Lingling's room. Chu Qin, it seems you've gained a few more women. Ning Fengji remarked with a teasing smile. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin felt a bit embarrassed. You need not explain. I have long been mentally prepared for this, and have already asked Rongrong. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. However, I do wish to ask you something. You're referring to the Chilua tulip, aren't you? Chu Qin guess? Yes. Ning Feng ti noted excitedly. You see, our Seven Treasures glazed sect has limitations. We can reach a maximum of level 79. The Chilua tulip actually allowed Rongrong's martial spirit to transform into the 9 Treasures glazed pagoda. It's simply unbelievable. Do you have any left? I'm willing to offer 2 million gold soul coins. Apologies, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin shook his head. If I had any left, I would certainly give it to you. Unfortunately, I do not. Alas, well then. Ning Fengji sighed, his expression downcast. It seems this is my fate. Uncle, you are already the strongest support-type soul master on the continent. Xiao Wu interjected. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji finally smiled. Xiao Wu, you're indeed correct. One should learn to be content, especially since Rongrong is bound to reach the title Delua stage, propelling the Seven Treasures glazed sect to greater heights. Father, Ning Rongrong chimed in. I have no desire to promote the Seven Treasures glazed sect. I just want to stay with Chu Qin, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, ZG, and the others. Ah, it seems one cannot hold on to all things. Ning Fengji sighed. Chu Qin, we shall take our leave. Ning Fengji said, Rongrong, I leave her in your care. MMM. Chu Qin note that. Just as Ning Fengji departed, Dugu Yin brought Yi Lingling to the garden. Yin Yin, why did you bring Lingling here? Chu Qin promptly led the group of girls forward, a hint of urgency in his voice. It was not I who brought her here. She came on her own accord, responded Dugu Yin. Young Master Chu, it was I who wished to come. Yi Lingling replied. I want to express my gratitude to you and Sister ZG. There's no need for formality. You're not an outsider. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. No. Thank you for you and Sister ZG for curing my fever. Yi Lingling beamed at both Chu Qin and ZG, then continued. Moreover, thanks to your celestial herb, I have reached level 40. Most importantly, as she spoke, Yi Lingling brought her palms together and summoned the 9-heart Sea Tang. This surprised Chu Qin and the others. The 9-heart Sea Tang had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer the pure white it once was. Among its delicate petals, crimson patterns now adorned it, resembling a blood dragon coiling above. The martial spirit has mutated. Chu Qin and the others exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Yi Lingling nodded. It has transformed from Nine-Heart Sea Tang into Dragon Blood Sea Tang. Dragon Blood Sea Tang? What kind of martial spirit is that? Chu Qin asked, astonished. Our Nine-Heart Sea Tang martial spirit is already exceedingly rare. Yi Lingling explained, the Dragon Blood Sea Tang has only appeared once in martial spirit history. That individual was the progenitor of Nine-Heart Sea Tang, the unparalleled Dragon Blood Dou. Upon hearing this, although the others were unfamiliar with the identity of Dragon Blood Dou, they understood that to achieve such a title was no small feat. Lingling, what special attributes does your Dragon Blood Sea Tang possess after its mutation? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. It has. In the future, I will not only possess enhanced healing abilities, but I can also comprehensively strengthen a beast martial spirit, particularly showing remarkable effects on dragon-type martial spirits. Of course, I am still uncertain about the extent of the enhancement. It requires experimentation. However, my ancestor, the Dragon Blood Dou, and a dragon deity, Dou, traversed the entire continent without encountering challengers. Dragon-type martial spirit soul masters. Sister Erlong and Sister Ziji are both dragon-type. Xiao Wu interjected. And right, so is Chu Qin. He possesses the dual-born Azure Dragon martial spirit, and our battle team is named after his martial spirit. All right, Lingling, let us conduct an experiment. Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Okay. With that, Chu Qin walked to an open square, summoning his Azure Dragon martial spirit. Dragon Blood descends. Dragon Blood Sea Tang. Strengthen the dragon. Instantly, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath Yi Lingling's feet. In the next moment, a crimson radiance erupted from the Dragon Blood Sea Tang, surging into Chu Qin's Azure Dragon martial spirit. Soon, under the enhancement of Dragon Blood, Chu Qin's Azure Dragon underwent a qualitative change. Its mane turned blood red, and its pupils filled with crimson patterns. Furthermore, an immensely violent aura permeated from within the Azure Dragon martial spirit. Roar! That violent aura quickly spread across the entire square. At the same time, Chu Qin felt an overwhelming surge of power within himself. What a powerful enhancement! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Her 9-treasure glazed tiles enhancement could only be described as terrifying, but the enhancement from Dragon Blood Sea Tang to Chu Qin's Azure Dragon martial spirit was unprecedented. Yi Lingling stood frozen in place. She had initially thought that Chu Qin might only be his sole ancestor. Yet the power he now unleashed was even more formidable than the 3 deans of the Tiandou Royal Academy. How strong could Chu Qin truly be? This power. Chu Qin was equally astonished. The Dragon Blood enhancement was overwhelmingly frightening. He felt as though he could contend with a title Dou. It was crucial to note that at this moment, Chu Qin was merely a 78th level soul sage. Just then, a green figure landed before Chu Qin. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, his pupils constricting. He sensed a soul power fluctuation from Chu Qin that rivaled his own. Grandfather, why are you here? Zhu Zhuqing asked in surprise. I sensed a powerful soul power fluctuation. Zhu Zhuqing replied, thinking a formidable enemy had arrived, only to discover it was Chu Qin. Since you're here, let's have a spar. Chu Qin said confidently, eager to test whether he could defeat a title Dou. That might not be wise. Zhu Zhuqing replied, what if I accidentally injure you? How will we know without trying? Come, let us exchange a few moves. Chu Qin smiled back. Very well. I shall spar with you for a few rounds. Zhu Zhuqing, with unwavering loyalty to Chu Qin, readily complied. Next, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet. At the same moment, the emerald-scaled Serpent King emerged from his back, emanating a powerful presence. Chu Qin turned to Yi Lingling and asked, Lingling, can you hold on? Title Dou. Yi Lingling said, her confidence wavering. She was utterly astonished. Was Chu Qin really attempting to challenge the title Dou alone? Be a bit more confident. Chu Qin encouraged with a smile, noticing her disbelief. Yi Lingling, still uncertain, nodded hesitantly. Chu Qin, you may strike first. Just one move. Zhu Zhuqing instructed. All right. Chu Qin nodded, invoking his soul bone technique. Azure Dragon subdues demons. It was evident that the Azure Dragon shadow he unleashed now bore a blood-red hue, enhanced by Yi Lingling's Dragon Blood Sea Tang. The first soul skill. Emerald-scaled Serpent King Devour. Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings glimmered, and the emerald-scaled Serpent King opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of green venom. Boom! With a great roar, Chu Qin's blood-red dragon shadow collided with Zhu Zhuqing's emerald-scaled Serpent King in midair. The two forces confronted each other for a full 10 seconds. Everyone was left in stunned silence. To withstand a tidal Dou without any soul rings was an unfathomable feat. However, ultimately, Yi Lingling could not hold on any longer, causing Chu Qin's blood dragon to revert to azure. It was ultimately overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's emerald-scaled Serpent King. Are you alright, Lingling? Chu Qin immediately turned to Yi Lingling, concern etched on his face. Yi Lingling shook her head, apologizing. I'm sorry, Chu Qin. I held you back. No, you're already quite strong, Chu Qin replied, shaking his head. Had it been in the past, his azure dragon would have been easily defeated before Zhu Zhuqing, as it had no soul rings. Yet, with Yi Lingling's assistance, Chu Qin had managed to contend with a tidal Dou for 10 seconds. Had it been a soul Dou, Chu Qin would have been able to defeat them outright, perhaps even annihilate them. It was important to note that Chu Qin had many hidden cards yet to be revealed, including the Dragon God transformation. Most importantly, Yi Lingling had only just reached level 40. If her level were to rise further, Chu Qin believed she would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Chu Qin resolved to keep Yi Lingling by his side. Subsequently, Yi Lingling tested her enhancements on Zhu Zhuqing's Spectral Cat and Xiao Wu's Bone Rabbit, but the results were far inferior to Chu Qin's Dragon Blood enhancement. Chu Qin's Dragon Blood enhancement was estimated at a staggering 200%, while Zhu Zhuqing's enhancements were only around 20%. It was noteworthy that Chu Qin was a soul sage, while Zhu Zhuqing was merely a soul ancestor. The following day, Chu Qin led Yi Lingling and the others to the Sunset Forest to obtain their fourth soul ring. Yi Lingling successfully advanced to level 42. With this, Chu Qin's battle team was fully established, ready to embark on the goddess quest in the Great Soul Arena. On this day, Chu Qin gathered the 6 girls in the plaza of the Lamba Academy. At that moment, all 6 wore fitted leather outfits, each more alluring than the last. Observing their graceful figures and enchanting postures, Chu Qin felt immense joy. He had waited for this day. Captain Chu Qin. At this moment, Yi Lingling inquired. You are so formidable. I believe you alone could conquer the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. You are mistaken, Lingling. I will not be participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. The dual goddess task assigned by the system required him to train a goddess battle team to compete in the elite competition, thus he could not enter the fray himself. He had resolved to first secure the Grand Soul Arena and recruit Shuai Binger into the goddess team. Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to. Let us not forget that even Xiao Wu and the others are only Soul Zone, defeating Hulaina and Xiaoyu, who possess martial soul fusion skills, would be an impossible feat. Indeed, Ning Rongrong interjected, Chu Qin wishes for us sisters to become stronger. If he participates, we would not even get the chance to take the stage. Additionally, we ought to strive harder. Otherwise, we will be unable to keep pace with him. Rongrong's words were wise. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. We must endeavor to grow stronger. We cannot fall too far behind him. Yes, yes. Du Guyan and Meng Yiran both nodded simultaneously. Yi Lingling also subconsciously nodded. They were now brimming with confidence. The entire Soul Zone team, even the Imperial Battle team, could hardly compare. What shall we do next? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Naturally, we must train at the Grand Soul Arena. Chu Qin replied with confidence. Before participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, I intend for you to secure the Golden Soul Battle team within a month. But Chu Qin, if you do not participate, our team will be lacking 1 member. Du Guyan voiced her concern. Yin, I already have a plan for that. Chu Qin responded with a smile. Before that, I will fill this vacancy. However, I will only intervene at critical moments. Yes, yes, the 6 women exclaimed in unison. This was precisely what they hoped for. Having Chu Qin take charge all the time would provide them no opportunity for growth. Let us head to the Grand Soul Arena. Just as Qin was about to lead the 6 women out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a powerful voice called out from the entrance, Lu Erlong, come out. The soul power emanating from this voice was exceptionally robust. Chu Qin estimated it to be at least that of a soul Dou, prompting him to lead the 6 women towards the academy's entrance. At that moment, 3 elders in a carriage stood at the entrance. The 3, one tall, one short, and one thin, were all dressed in the specially made golden red robes of the Spear Hall. These three were none other than the three esteemed committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji by Bao Shan and Ji Lin, who was making such a ruckus at my door so early in the morning. Lu Erlong stepped out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, calling out to Meng Xinji with a hint of grievance. Lu Erlong, I thought you were too afraid to come out. By Bao Shan scowled, pointing at Lu Erlong in anger. Why would I be afraid to come out? Lu Erlong crossed her arms defiantly. Lu Erlong, you Blue Tyrant Academy have gone too far. By Bao Shan exclaimed angrily. With the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition approaching, you have poached Du Guyin and Yu Lingling from our Imperial battle team, while Yu Qianheng has also vanished. Yu Qianheng's disappearance was indeed suspicious, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had not made any moves. Naturally, Meng Xinji had no means to investigate. However, Du Guyin and Yu Lingling were both at the Blue Tyrant Academy, which was intolerable. What business is it of mine? Lu Erlong replied with a calm smile. If the treatment at your Tiando Royal Academy is insufficient, it is only natural they would come here. With Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, and Yu Lingling gone, our Imperial battle team, which was guaranteed a spot in the finals, has been disbanded. This has hindered our ability to report back to His Majesty. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, we shall not be courteous. Meng Xinji's furious words rang out. In response, Meng Xinji, Ji Lin, and by Bao Shan summoned their soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, manifesting 8 soul rings. Do you think I fear you? Lu Erlong summoned her own soul rings as well. However, even after consuming the immortal herb provided by Chu Qin, Lu Erlong was only at level 77, and facing 3 high-level Soul de Loi was somewhat daunting. How dare you act recklessly at the Qinglong Academy? Do you have a gall? Just then, an elderly voice sounded, and a green figure descended before Lu Erlong. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings flickered. It was none other than Du Gu Bo. Under the imposing presence of Du Gu Bo, the 3 committee members of Meng Xinji were immediately pushed back. Who are you? Meng Xinji and the others exclaimed simultaneously in surprise. I am surnamed Du Gu, with the given name Bo. Du Gu Bo replied, his eyes narrowing as he stroked his beard and smiled. Poison de Loi, Du Gu Bo. The pupils of Meng Xinji and the others contracted in shock. Since you know my name, why not take your leave? Du Gu Bo's expression turned stern. Du Gu Bo, what brings you here? Meng Xinji and the others were baffled as to why Du Gu Bo would appear at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What? Should I not be here as an advisor to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Du Gu Bo replied nonchalantly. Just then, a clear and crisp young man's voice emerged from within the carriage. I never expected that the esteemed Prince of Tiando would lower himself to this humble Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon hearing this voice, both Du Gu Bo and Lu Erlong turned their gazes towards the carriage. The former furrowed his brow. This voice was. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a young man adorned in luxurious attire, with a head of golden hair stepping down from the carriage. Though his appearance was unremarkable, with regular features, he exuded a certain charm that was far more refined than that of an average man. Greetings, Your Highness. Meng Xinji and the others immediately retracted their soul rings and bowed respectfully to the young man. This was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. However, his true identity was that of Qian Oliu's granddaughter, the holy maiden of the Elder Hall, Qian Shui. Welcome, Your Highness. The guards of the Blue Tyrant Academy all bowed with utmost respect. The only ones who did not kneel were Du Gu Bo and Lu Erlong, and their expressions were far from pleasant. After all, this prince had come with Meng Xinji and the others, indicating that it was not good news. However, Du Gu Bo and Lu Erlong had already resolved in their hearts that they would never allow Du Guyin and Yu Lingling to return to the Royal Academy. This was because they had been summoned by Chu Qin. Your Highness, I never expected to see you here. Du Gu Bo smiled slightly at Shui Qinghe. It has been a long time since we last met. Indeed, it has been a while, and you appear to have grown younger. Shui Qinghe replied with a smile in return. Not at all, not at all. Du Gu Bo feigned modesty. May I inquire, Your Highness, what brings you to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Lu Erlong, unlike Du Gu Bo, was straightforward, asking bluntly, is it for Du Guyin and Yu Lingling? Indeed. Shui Qinghe nodded. I shall not beat around the bush. Du Gu Bo, Lu Erlong, you are correct. The choice of which academy to attend is their freedom. However, you should know that the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is jointly organized by the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Star Luo Empire. It is not merely a competition, but also a contest between nations. What are you implying? Liu Erlong inquired calmly. The Spirit Hall and the Tiandou Star Luo royal family both possess quotas for guaranteed entries. The Imperial Battle Team was personally submitted by my father for a guaranteed spot. If at this moment the Imperial Battle Team disbands, the team sent by the Tiandou Empire will surely be inadequate, which would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Tiandou Empire. Xue Qinghe articulated clearly. Both Du Gubo and Liu Erlong fell silent. Xue Qinghe's words had risen to the level of national interest, leaving no room for rebuttal. Meng Xinji and his companions snickered secretly. Does the Tiandou Empire possess no other capable teams apart from the Imperial Battle Team? Just then, a resonant and youthful voice rang out. Xue Qinghe, Meng Xinji, and the others turned to see Chu Qin approaching with the 6 women. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Xue Qinghe's pupils noticeably constricted, his heart secretly exclaiming, "This person is quite handsome." However, Xue Qinghe quickly regained his composure and gazed at Chu Qin, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Your Highness, he is the Vice President of our Blue Overlord Academy, Chu Qin." Liu Erlong spoke first. Such a young Vice President. Xue Qinghe was slightly taken aback, then turned to Chu Qin and asked, "What did you just say?" "I heard you." Chu Qin replied, "Your Highness, in order to uphold the dignity of the Heaven Dou Empire, we wish to reclaim Du Guiyin and Yi Lingling. However, why must the reserve quota be given to the Royal Fighting Team?" "Oomph." Meng Xinji scoffed. Who does not know that the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou is the premier academy of Heaven Dou? Apart from our Royal Academy of Heaven Dou, can you find a second academy with an entire Soul Sect team? Hee hee. Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Does the esteemed committee member think that the Soul Sect is the pinnacle of elite Soul Masters? The Soul Sect is indeed not the limit. However, participants in the elite senior Soul Master competition must be under 25 years of age. Can you possibly find a Soul King under 25? Meng Xinji spoke coldly. What if I can? Zhu Qin's my. Perhaps. Bai Baoshan replied. If you can find a Soul King under 25, I. Just as Bai Baoshan was about to make a promise, Xue Qinghe interjected. All right, Bai committee member, do not act too impulsively. Reserve for the finals. Tianshui Academy has 6,003. Although she herself is a 25-year-old Soul Emperor, and the Spirit Hall has Soul Kings, Xue Qinghe truly did not believe that the Heaven Dou Empire could find a Soul King. After all, she knew how excellent her resources were. With innate soul power at level 20 and a divine 6-winged angel martial soul. Moreover, the genius of the Spirit Hall had been endowed with countless high-quality resources. The entire royal family of Heaven Dou might not be able to afford it. However, at this moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly thought of something. Vice President Xue Qinghe continued. How about this? If you can find a participating team with a Soul King, I will explain to my father that we can give the reserve quota of the Royal Fighting Team to them. I was waiting for this very sentence. Chu Qin thought to himself with a secret smile. Then, he turned to the petite Dai Mu behind him and smiled slightly. Dai Mu immediately understood Chu Qin's intention. Sisters, activate your soul rings. As Dai Mu's voice fell, for dazzling soul rings lit up beneath their alluring figures, and except for Yi Lingling. All their 4 soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings. What? Xue Qinghe and Meng Xinji were taken aback simultaneously. Daimon, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked so young, yet had all reached the Soul Sect. Daimu, please introduce yourselves to His Highness. Daimu, level 44, Softbone Charm Rabbit. Soul Sect. Ning Rongrong, level 44, 9 Treasure Glaze Tile, Support System, Soul Sect. Zhu Zhuqing, level 44, Nethercat, Soul Sect. Yi Lingling, level 42, Dragon Blood Begonia. Support System, Soul Sect. Du Guiyin, level 46, Azure Scale Serpent, Soul Sect. Meng Iran, level 45, Serpent Staff, Soul Sect. Meng Xinji and the others were frozen in place. Their level configuration was even higher than that of the Royal Fighting Team. It should be noted that there is still some time before the Elite Senior Soul Master competition, and their levels could still advance further. Especially, all their soul rings were 10,000-year rings. Yi Lingling, has your martial soul mutated? Ji Lin inquired in surprise. Yes. Ji Lin, committee member. Yi Lingling, the earnest one, replied, it is the result of devouring the celestial herb. Celestial herb. Xue Qinghe and Meng Xinji gasped in shock simultaneously. Your Highness, how about this team? Is it sufficient to replace the Royal Fighting Team and secure a spot in the finals? Chu Qin asked. No, Meng Xinji declared resolutely. Although they are all Soul Sect, they do not have a Soul King. Chu Qin smirked slightly, and 5 simulated soul rings in yellow, purple, and black lit up beneath his feet. And what about now? Chu Qin, level 54, Destruction God Spear, Soul King. 54. The faces of Meng Xinji and the others froze, and Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat astonished. Yet none noticed the wicked smile that crept across her face. An hour later, at the Heaven Dou Great Soul Arena, unexpectedly, we have directly secured a spot in the finals. Dai Mu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Dai Mu, this is a promise made by His Highness. Whether we will be reserved is still uncertain. Zhu Zhuqing replied. He. Ning Rongrong responded with a smile. But thinking of Xue Qinghe's expression when she saw Chu Qin as a Soul King, her face was so long, I could laugh for an entire day. Mainly, it was because Chu Qin concealed his strength. Meng Yiran added, if Xue Qinghe were to find out that Chu Qin is a soul sage, I wonder if she would faint on spot. Ha ha ha. The 6 girls laughed together. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold back. All right, enough laughing. Chu Qin spoke. He understood that the Blue Dragon team was quite likely to secure a reserve spot. Everything was within his plan. Even if Xue Qinghe did not come to assist, Chu Qin would find a way for Dai Mu and the others to be reserved for the finals. This turned out well, as Xue Qinghe saved him so much trouble. Truly, she is my future wife. Dai Mu, Rongrong, Lingling, Zhuqing, Yin, from today onwards, we shall commence training for the Great Soul Arena. Chu Qin said gently. Yes, all right. The girls replied confidently. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Dou Royal Palace, draped in a crimson golden robe, the Snow Knight Emperor was engaged in a game of chess with Ning Fengji. Your Majesty, your chess skills are exceptional. I have lost again. Ning Feng Ti Sikhet. Ha ha ha. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled. Ning's Sect Master. Do not think I cannot see through it. You are deliberately letting me win each time, where it is merely that my skills are inferior to yours, your Majesty. Ning Fengji smiled. Sword de Law, Prince Xuexing. Do you believe Sect Master Ning is letting me win? The Snow Knight Emperor looked towards Sword de Law and Prince Xuexing beside him. Your Majesty's chess skills are superb, and Sect Master Ning indeed falls short. Prince Xuexing replied, Your Majesty, indeed, Sect Master Ning is allowing you to win. Sword de Law glanced at Ning Fengji, returning a smile. Prince Xuexing frowned slightly. Ha ha ha. The Snow Knight Emperor laughed heartily. Come, Sect Master Ning, let's have a fair game. Father. At this moment, Xue Qinghe approached. Imperial Uncle, Teacher, Sword de Law. I did not expect you 3 to be here as well. Xue Qinghe turned to Ning Fengji and the others with a smile. Qinghe, how did you fare with the task I assigned you? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired. Did the Blue Overlord Academy return Duge Yin and Yi Lingling to the Royal Academy? Xue Qinghe shook her head. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression changed instantly. What did you say? Ning Fengji and Sword de Law exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Father, do not be angry, Xue Qinghe replied. Although we did not bring Duge Yin and Yi Lingling back to the Royal Academy, I bring good news. What good news? The Snow Knight Emperor asked. I have found a team that can win the championship of the finals for you, Father. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Oh, the Snow Knight Emperor raised an eyebrow. Following this, Xue Qinghe recounted the encounters at the Blue Overlord Academy in detail. A Soul King? Knight was slightly excited as he said, Qinghe, does the Blue Overlord Academy truly have a Soul King under 25? Ning Fengji and Sword de Law exchanged knowing smiles, as they were certain it was undoubtedly Chu Qin. Xue Qinghe nodded indeed. Furthermore, Father, aside from Chu Qin being a Soul King, what surprised me the most is that all members of the Blue Dragon team, except for Yi Lingling, have 10,000-year soul rings for their 4th rings. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor revealed a complex expression, a mix of excitement and unease. I recently heard that the Blue Overlord Academy won the invitation competition against the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou. After a pause, the Snow Knight Emperor smiled. It seems that this Blue Overlord Academy is indeed full of hidden talents. Father, I have promised to reserve the Blue Dragon team as the team to advance to the finals. Seeing the Snow Knight Emperor's delighted expression, Xue Qinghe seized the moment to speak. What? Unexpectedly, the Snow Knight Emperor became furious again. Qinghe, you are being foolish. no matter how strong the Blue Overlord Academy is. The Royal Academy of Heavendou represents the face of the royal family. If you reserve the Blue Overlord Academy's team for the finals, what will happen to the royal family's reputation? Please forgive me, father. Xue Qinghe immediately knelt down. Qinghe, your actions have crossed the line. Prince Xuexing also interjected, taking matters into his own hands by advancing Lamba Academy directly to the finals. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji swiftly interjected, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I believe the Crown Prince's decision was not misguided. The departure of Yu Tianheng, De Guyan, and Yi Lingling from the Tiandou Royal Academy indicates a failure in their management. If we allow the royal fighting team to advance to the finals under such circumstances, a defeat on the battlefield would be a disgrace, tarnishing the prestige of the Tiandou Empire. Xuexing furrowed his brow at this statement. The manager of the Tiandou Royal Academy is indeed. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Xueye's expression softened slightly. Master Ning, what is your opinion? To be candid, Ning Fengji replied, I am quite familiar with Lamba Academy. My daughter Rongrong is a member of the Qinglong team. What? Master Ning's beloved daughter is on a Qinglong team? Xueye was taken aback. Indeed, Ning Fengji affirmed, and moreover, the captain of the Qinglong team, Chu Qin, shares a close relationship with me. Xueye felt considerably reassured. Since Chu Qin is closely tied to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it follows that he will undoubtedly support the Tiandou Empire. He even speculated that Chu Qin might join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is considered a royal faction. Master Ning, please continue, Xueye encouraged. This Chu Qin possesses extraordinary talent. Ning Fengji asserted. I believe the championship of this Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will undoubtedly belong to the Qinglong team. When they claim victory, it will not only showcase the might of the Tiandou Empire, but also demonstrate your Majesty's magnanimity, granting the opportunity based on merit rather than self-serving motives. Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. Xuexing interjected hastily, as the Qinglong team is ultimately a part of Lamba Academy. After careful consideration, Xueye responded, Very well. Let us rename Lamba Academy to the Royal Qinglong Academy and bestow a direct advancement slot to the Qinglong team. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe exclaimed in unison. Xueye's decision was nothing short of brilliant. It would lead outsiders to believe that the Qinglong team belonged to the Royal Academy, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. Only Prince Xuexing displayed a hint of malice. Before long, within the Tiandou Imperial Palace, at the Crown Prince's residence, Your Highness, how could you agree to grant the Qinglong team direct advancement to the finals? Why does the Tiandou Empire possess such a young soul king? An elder inquired of Xue Qinghe. We of the Spirit Hall are completely unaware. Xue Qinghe shook her head, appearing somewhat distracted. Her mind lingered on Chu Qin's visage, leaving her with an unsettled feeling. Should we inform the Spirit Hall of this matter? The elder continued, otherwise, I fear that unexpected developments may arise in this Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Unexpected developments would be ideal, for I have long suspected that Chu Qin is anything but ordinary. Xue Qinghe smirked. This time, the representative team from the Spirit Hall is that woman's disciple. If she were to lose in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, that woman's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Is that not what I wish to see? Spirit Dou, there is no need to inform the Spirit Hall of Chu Qin's affairs. However, do find someone to investigate his background thoroughly. The subordinate obeyed. In the Tiandou Imperial capital, at the Grand Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena is a unique coliseum within the Douluo continent. It resembles the ancient Roman arenas, but here, the battles are fought not between man and beast, but between men. At this moment, within one of the arenas, a circular observation platform capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators was filled to capacity. Various shouts and cheers erupted, booming like thunder. Next up, the Fierce Fire Team and the Qinglong team will face off. The Fierce Fire Team is a full Soul Emperor team that has achieved 6 consecutive victories this month, while the Qinglong team is a newly formed squad. Will the legend of the Fierce Fire Team continue, or will the Qinglong team emerge as the dark horse? Let's stay tuned. Under the amplification of the host's soul guide, the audience's enthusiasm surged. Moreover, the cheers for the Fierce Fire Team seemed particularly fervent. Various chants echoed, such as fierce fire, passionate as flames. Where the fierce fire goes, nothing survives. Amidst the cheers, a group of flamboyantly styled young men and women confidently stepped onto the arena. In contrast, the attention on Chu Qin's side was sadly minimal, as they wore full cover masks, concealing their appearances. Oomph. A group of Soul Emperor teams has stolen our spotlight, Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, Ning Rongrong pouted. Truly a bunch of ignorant individuals. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, we have just arrived. Chu Qin smiled calmly. Soon, let us show these people what it means to make an entrance at the peak. Agreed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in unison. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, both teams took to the arena. Oh, where did this group of little brothers and sisters come from? Before the match began, the captain of the Fierce Fire team, Huolai, could not resist mocking, as he believed this battle held no suspense. In the eyes of the strong, there are no weaklings. You're the small one. Your whole family is small. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted. For some reason, she could not tolerate others calling her small. TSK, this little sister has quite the attitude. Huolai smirked mockingly, though her chest is a bit small. Say that again. Ning Rongrong sulked furiously. Don't be angry, little sister. Huolai laughed. At your age, having a small chest doesn't matter. After all, no one wants you anyway. Ning Rongrong was immediately infuriated, but was held back by Meng Iran. Xiao Wu's eyes grew cold, fixed on Huolai with seething anger. Ning Rongrong is her dearest friend. Chu Qin remained silent for the moment, for mere words cannot instill lasting wisdom. At this point, the oblivious Huolai turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, this little sister has quite a sizable chest, though. Hearing this, the 6 flamboyantly styled youths nearby stifled their laughter, for Huolai was inherently insufferable. Cough, cough. The charming female commentator could no longer endure and cleared her throat, announcing, the match begins. At the instant the commentator's words fell, a pink figure dashed from the Qinglong team, leaping 3 meters high. Her long, beautiful legs aimed directly at Huolai's neck, landing a swift kick. The one who struck was none other than Xiao Wu. Oomph, little sister. What harm can a few strikes do? Huolai chuckled, remaining motionless. However, the next moment, the oblivious Huolai learned the true meaning of peril. Xiao Wu's kick struck Huolai's neck with tremendous force, sending the 2-meter-tall Huolai flying sideways, crashing to the edge of the arena. In that moment, the other members of the Fierce Fire team, as well as the audience, fell silent, their mouths agape. What has happened? Xiao Wu merely kicked him and sent Huolai flying. Not only that, Xiao Wu chose to press her advantage, resembling a pink lightning bolt. As she rushed to Huolai's side, lifting his legs and spinning rapidly in place. Boss! The members of the Fierce Fire team finally reacted, rushing towards Xiao Wu. However, as they moved, Chu Qin appeared before them, his hands striking like a tempest, sending all 6 of them flying off the platform. Chu Qin could not contain himself. How dare the Fierce Fire team tease his woman in his presence? Yet, he paid them no mind. Such a Soul Emperor team, apart from Ning Rongrong, any of his women could easily dispatch them, rendering little training value. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu hurled the now dizzy Huolai off the platform, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, foam and blood spilling from his mouth. Chu Qin and Xiao Wu moved with such swiftness that it seemed as if the moment the host announced the start of the match. The Fierce Fire team had already faced defeat. As the audience finally processed the events, thunderous applause erupted. The Fire Warriors were swiftly defeated, and it was by 2 members of the Azure Dragon team. Goodness, what is the background of this Azure Dragon team? Xiao Wu, thank you. Ning Rongrong approached Xiao Wu and said, we're friends for. Xiao Wu replied with a smile. So, are you no longer angry? MHM. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. At that moment, the host finally reacted, shouting loudly, congratulations to the Azure Dragon team for their victory. It seems that this team competition at the Grand Spirit Arena is far easier than I anticipated. Let's keep up the hard work. Chu Qin smiled at the girls. For the next month, he brought the Azure Dragon team to the Grand Spirit Arena for a match each day. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the Azure Dragon team was just 1 match away from securing a Gold Spirit Arena qualification. At this moment, in a closed room within the Grand Spirit Arena, a middle-aged man complained to the supervisor sitting beside him, Boss, the Azure Dragon team has achieved 30 consecutive victories. During this time, the wealthy patrons have placed heavy bets on the Azure Dragon team. If this continues, our Grand Spirit Arena might have to shut down. Damn it. The old man exclaimed in anger. Have you found out the origins of this Azure Dragon team? No, we cannot ascertain their background. The middle-aged man shook his head. Their movements are too mysterious. Have the teams we invited arrived? The old man paused, frowning. They have arrived. They are the Gold Spirit Arena team from the Tianshui Grand Spirit Arena, the Ice Phoenix team from Tianshui Academy, replied the middle-aged man. Tianshui Academy? The one that consists entirely of girls? The old man's expression grew serious. Correct. The middle-aged man responded. Unfortunately, in the entire Tiando Empire, Tianshui Academy is the only institution of commoners that excels. The other academies are all affluent. It took considerable effort to invite them. But rest assured, although Tianshui Academy is a women's team, they have never been defeated since entering the Grand Spirit Arena. Moreover, the middle-aged man lowered his voice and added, all right, we'll go with them. Place 5 million gold spirit coins on them. I intend to win back all that I've lost at once. Yes. At the main venue of the Grand Spirit Arena, the atmosphere was electric. About to take the stage was the biggest underdog in the history of the Grand Spirit Arena, the Azure Dragon team, along with their opponents, the Ice Phoenix team, reputed to be the strongest women's team in the Grand Spirit Arena's history. Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Hearing the name of the Azure Dragon team sent the crowd into a frenzy. Compared to a month ago, the Azure Dragon team had gained immense fame, having swept through their matches, leaving the audience in awe and wonder. They were at their peak. Conversely, the Ice Phoenix team had come from Tianshui City and was not well known in Tiando City. Moreover, throughout the matches thus far, aside from Yilingling and Zhu Zhuqing revealing their spirit rings, the other 5 members had not shown theirs. It is no wonder, for the Grand Spirit Arena is a place where life is at stake. Typically, Soul Masters of the Soul King rank and above hold a superior status and would not come here. Therefore, it was challenging for Chu Qin and his team to showcase their full strength. Upon hearing the name Ice Phoenix team, Chu Qin's pupils contracted slightly as he gazed at the arena across from him. Oh, they're all women too. Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise. Before them stood 7 striking figures, each possessing an alluring physique and an indescribable aura. Even though their faces were masked, it was evident that their beauty was extraordinary. However, amongst them, only the woman standing in the center could be compared to Chu Qin's 6 companions. This woman was not particularly tall, but exuded an extraordinary presence, and her figure was impeccably proportioned. With a proud chest, a perfect waist, and slender legs exposed, her legs appeared flawless, enhanced by her stockings which added an enticing allure. Especially her eyes, glimmering like sapphires of a delicate blue. Hello. The woman in the center approached and greeted Chu Qin with a polite smile, introducing herself as the captain of the Ice Phoenix team. Ice water, indeed, is a sight to behold. Chu Qin thought with an inward smile. Captain of the Azure Dragon team. Jade-faced Azure Dragon. MHM. Ice water nodded gently before returning to her team. And Chu Qin stepped back to the center of the Azure Dragon team. Girls, Ice water spoke. This battle is a must-win. Must win. The other members of the Tianshui team nodded in agreement, and their soul rings lit up simultaneously. A uniform display of yellow and purple soul rings signifying their soul sect status. It is worth mentioning that the Grand Spirit Arena differs from elite competitions, as there are no age restrictions. Thus, this Tianshui team is naturally different from the team participating in the elite competition. Apart from Ice Water, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu, the other 4 members are graduates of the previous generation from Tianshui Academy. This battle promises to be the most interesting one we've faced this month. Chu Qin said with a smile. Ning Rongrong, step back with me. Yin, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu, you will serve as our primary attackers. Over the past month, they had only encountered minor opponents, resulting in minimal improvement in Xiao Wu and the others' collaboration. Therefore, Chu Qin would not let this opportunity slip by. Yes. The women arranged themselves in a formation of 3, 1, 3. Activate soul rings. Chu Qin commanded with a slight smile. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and her companions simultaneously unleashed their spirit rings. Aside from Yilingling, who had 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the others uniformly displayed 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black ring. What? The audience and the Tianshui team were astonished upon witnessing the Azure Dragon team's spirit ring configuration, especially the appearance of the 4th 10,000-year spirit ring. They had never seen such a sight before, and now so many 10,000-year rings displayed simultaneously left them utterly speechless. It appeared their opponent was formidable, but we cannot afford to lose. Ice Water furrowed her brow, yet calmly instructed, "Let us take the initiative." From Shrek Academy. The first soul skill, Ice Seal. As Ice Water's melodious voice resonated, the Azure Dragon team members, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran, were simultaneously encased in ice crystals. Immobilized by Ice Water's freezing technique. Simultaneously, her second soul ring activated, enveloping all members of the Ice Phoenix team in a layer of blue armor. So powerful! Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. Ice Water can freeze opponents while enhancing her teammates' attributes? Immediately, Yu, along with the two agile attackers, Yu Shuang and Yu Ling, darted towards the three of Xiao Wu, aiming to strike first. However, they overlooked the presence of Du Viyan, who activated her third soul ring, unleashing a wave of purple poison towards Yu and her companions. "Watch out!" Yu exclaimed in surprise, swiftly dodging Du Yan's attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran utilized their soul power to break free from Ice Water's freeze. 9 treasures turn out Liuli, the second soul skill, Speed. 9 treasures turn out Liuli. The third soul skill, Soul Power. Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling seized the opportunity, activating the enhancements of the 9 treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and Dragon Blood enhancement. With a boost from Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu and her companion Speed reached its peak, transforming from defense to offense as they launched an attack against Yu and her team. The Water God has Spirit. First soul skill, Water God's Blessing. The Ice God has Spirit. First soul skill, Ice God's Blessing. At that very moment, behind Ice Water, 2 members of the Ice Phoenix team raised their blue staves, and 6 beams of blue light surged into Yu and her companions. The Water and Ice Divine Staffs are evidently 2 forms of auxiliary spirit souls, although they cannot rival the amplifications provided by Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. The 2 auxiliary spirit masters of the Ice Phoenix battle team are seasoned individuals, possessing spirit power at level 46, surpassing Xiao Wu by 2 levels and Yi Lingling by 4. Hence, under the simultaneous enhancement from both, Shui Wearer and her companion Speed is now on par with that of Xiao Wu and her group, while Du Guyan and Shui Binger possess comparable strength. The latter's spirit power is somewhat inferior. However, the Ice Phoenix is a supreme beast spirit, whereas Du Guyan's Azure Scale Serpent has yet to evolve into the Azure Scale Serpent King. Thus, the quality of the Ice Phoenix is undeniably superior. Consequently, the 2 teams are evenly matched at this moment. 10 exquisite women engage in fierce combat on the stage, igniting the audience's fervor. The commentator grows increasingly animated, struggling to catch his breath. "Sisters, it seems we must show our true skills." Xiao Wu, the true captain, remarked with a slight smile. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Iran nodded in unison. Fourth soul skill, Invincible Body. Fourth soul skill, Netherworld 100 Prison / Fourth soul skill, Spirit Snake's Seeking Hole. At that very moment, the fourth 10,000-year spirit rings of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran illuminated simultaneously. In an instant, 3 brilliant black lights illuminated the entire soul arena, with the 3 women resembling snakes, rabbits, and cats as they charged toward Shui Wearer and her companions. If one were to consider where Xiao Wu and her companions hold an advantage, it is undoubtedly the 10,000-year spirit rings. Under the enhancement of these rings, their attack power and speed have more than doubled. "Not good," Shui Wearer exclaimed, realizing that this move was insurmountable. "Yue retriat." Shui Bing'e found it. Then turned to Shui Wu behind her. "Shui Wu, prepare." Hearing this, Shui Wu immediately nodded and began to dance in place. Simultaneously, Shui Binger activated her 3rd spirit ring, invoking her 3rd soul skill, Resist Ice Ring. At that moment, the 2 auxiliary spirit masters of the Ice Phoenix battle team directed their attribute enhancements toward Shui Bing. Under this enhancement, a massive ice ring emerged beneath Shui Binger, momentarily deflecting the attacks of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran. The Ice Phoenix battle team is remarkably agile. Indeed, the 3 10,000-year soul skills did not immediately defeat their opponents. Chu Qin nodded slightly. Compared to the well-trained team from Heavenly Water Academy, Xiao Wu and her companions lacked some degree of synergy and cooperation. Moreover, Chu Qin observed the dancing Xiao Wu and realized that Shui Binger was concealing a deadly move. However, Chu Qin could not intervene. This was merely the Heavenly Water Team. And for Xiao Wu and her companions to claim victory in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, they must overcome this challenge. As expected, after deflecting Xiao Wu and her companions, Shui Binger activated her 4 spirit rings, and with a graceful turn, she joined Xiao Wu back-to-back. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Ice and Snow Falling. As this technique was unleashed, the vast soul arena was instantly enveloped in frost, and snowflakes began to fall. Witnessing this scene, not only the audience, but also Xiao Wu and her 6 companions were taken aback. Everyone gathered together. Xiao Wu commanded immediately, while Du Yin activated her 4th spirit ring, invoking her 4th soul skill, Azure Scale, Serpent's Blessing. A colossal azure scale serpent coiled around, shielding Xiao Wu and her 3 companions within its embrace. At that moment, the seemingly gentle snowflakes suddenly unleashed a sharp, icy radiance, resembling blades as they began to rain down upon the azure scale serpent. A sound akin to metal clashing resonated in the air. Du Yin struggled to support the azure scale serpent, as the falling snowflakes appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Ning Rongrong promptly cast an attribute enhancement on Du Yin. Yet even so, the coiling azure scale serpent gradually began to fade. Blue Dragon Team. At this moment, Shui Binger, noticing the Blue Dragon Team in distress, spoke gently. I am truly sorry. I had no choice. We have reasons we must win. If you concede now, I will not harm you. Shui Binger is indeed a kind-hearted individual. Chu Qin thought. Wait, why does she say they have reasons to win? The outcome is still uncertain. Xiao Wu replied. She has always been the type to refuse to concede. How could she possibly surrender? Exactly. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Until the end, victory is not guaranteed. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong cast a pitiful glance at Chu Qin. Her gaze was unmistakably clear. Chu Qin, save us. We do not wish to lose. Chu Qin merely returned her a smile. Seeing Chu Qin remain unmoved, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. What to do? Shui Bingye tooked anxiously, knowing that once the Ice Phoenix was unleashed, they would surely be harmed. However, after a struggle within her mind, a chilling Ice Phoenix began to emanate behind her, as her innate power infused into the martial soul fusion skill. In the next moment, under the concentration of Shui Binger's spirit power, all the snowflakes rapidly coalesced into a gigantic Ice Phoenix visible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, the temperature of the arena plummeted, and a layer of frost was visible upon the hair of Xiao Wu and her companions. It is the Ice Phoenix. What skill is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Blue Dragon Team, I ask you once more, do you concede? Shui Bingye inquired. Alas, it seems Xiao Wu and her companions have reached their limit. Chu Qin finally sighed, and in the next moment, a radiant blue light quietly blossomed from his fist. In the next instant, the Ice Phoenix above them shattered, transforming into countless shards of ice. Concurrently, a dazzling brilliance erupted from Chu Qin. The radiance was so brilliant that all present instinctively shielded their eyes. When they regained their composure, the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix battle team found their martial soul rings disintegrated, kneeling on the ground. What has happened? How did the Ice Phoenix battle team lose? At this moment, the Ice Phoenix battle team was filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, they felt as though time had stopped and a blue light flashed before them, causing all their martial soul rings to disintegrate. Only Shui Binger remained fixated on Chu Qin. She, being meticulous, had noticed what everyone else had missed. Chu Qin's hand had emitted an eerie glow, and then the Ice Phoenix battle team was defeated. Meanwhile, Chu Qin smiled at Shui Binger. What transpired? The host was also stunned, and when he regained his senses, he raised the amplification soul device, shouting, Ice Phoenix battle team's members, why did you suddenly fall to the ground? Referee, we lost. Shui Binger gazed at Chu Qin for a few seconds, then turned to the host, her voice laced with reluctance and helplessness. To break through her martial soul fusion skill in an instant requires immense strength. This jade-faced blue dragon is indeed deeply concealed. Upon hearing this, the other members of Heavenly Water Academy felt their eyes grow misty. Let us concede. Congratulations to the Blue Dragon team for this victory. Moreover, with the accumulated points from the continuous victories of the Blue Dragon team, they have successfully advanced to the Golden Soul Battle Team. Blue Dragon, Blue Dragon. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted into cheers, and applause resounded like thunder. Detected. Blue Dragon team has advanced to the Golden Soul Battle Team. Received Shui Binger S Goddess favorability at 100%, external Ice Sword Soulbone. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed. Before long, in the resting area of the Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong entered excitedly, cradling a golden trophy. Chu Qin, we have advanced to the Golden Soul Battle Team, she said with a smile. Does that mean we won't have to train anymore? What do you think, Rongrong? As Chu Qin remained silent, Xiao Wu was the first to speak up, expressing her frustration. If it weren't for Chu Qin's intervention, we would have lost. Her words were laden with a hint of dissatisfaction. From this day forth, I shall strive even harder, Zhu Zhuqing added, pouting defiantly. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you mustn't say that. Chu Qin gently patted their heads and smiled warmly. You both witnessed the Ice Phoenix team. Many of their members are over 30 years old. You're still quite young. It's only natural to lose. Moreover, you've already put in significant effort this past month. Do not overexert yourselves. All right, you make a valid point, Chu Qin. Xiao Wu finally smiled and nodded. Regardless, our training over the past month has been completed. Dugian interjected. Shall we prepare for a celebratory feast? Yes, yes. Barbecue, barbecue. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Tonight we shall prepare a grand barbecue feast. Chu Qin agreed, embracing them with a nod. Please wait for me here. I have a matter to attend to. With that, Chu Qin stepped out of the lounge and into a secluded corner, where he encountered Dugabo. Have you ascertained the details? Why has the Tianshui Academy come to the Great Soul Arena? Chu Qin inquired. Just now, Shui Binger mentioned she had compelling reasons to win, which left me quite perplexed, hence my request for you to investigate. My subordinate has gathered information. Dubu replied. It appears that the manager of the Great Soul Arena, Ao Ba, has paid handsomely to invite them. Furthermore, Tianshui Academy seems to be experiencing some turmoil. They're recruiting commoners, which has incited hostility from several noble academies, thus necessitating a substantial sum of money. Chu Qin suddenly understood, realizing that in any world, commoners could never compete with nobles. Additionally, it seemed they had been ensnared by the Great Soul Arena, having signed some sort of agreement that placed them in a precarious situation. What sort of agreement? Chu Qin Thou Wen? That I cannot discern. Dugabo shook his head. Understood. Chu Qin contemplated, feeling a surge of determination. Had it not been for the overwhelming prowess of their Azure Dragon team, Shui Binger would not have been invited here, leading to their entrapment. Moreover, Shui Binger was his wife. He could not stand idly by. In a luxurious suite of the Great Soul Arena, Ao Ba was seething with rage. We lost. We lost 5 million gold soul coins. He bellowed, overturning the table before him. Manager, please calm down. A middle-aged subordinate, Li Datsai, trembled as he knelt on the ground. Calm down? How can I be calm? Oh, Bea Fumit. Li Datsai, what did you tell me? You said Tianshui Academy possessed martial soul fusion techniques, and that they would surely win. I truly did not know. Li Datsai responded. In the final moments, no one could predict what transpired on the stage. My subordinate is not at fault. The blame lies with Tianshui Academy. By the way, manager, Tianshui Academy signed an agreement with us. Should they lose, they will all remain as our servants. Li Datsai added with a sly smile. What use do I have for them? Ao Ba retorted, his anger simmering. These women from Tianshui Academy are all exceptionally beautiful. If we were to secretly sell them to the royal family and the nobility, they would fetch a handsome price. Intriguing. Ao Ba smirked, his intentions becoming increasingly unscrupulous. Take me to see if this batch is worth 5 million gold soul coins. Meanwhile, in a closed room within the Great Soul Arena, Shui Binger expressed her deep remorse to her fellow team members. I'm truly sorry for implicating you all. Binger, this is not your fault. Coming to the Great Soul Arena was a collective decision. Yu Ling reassured her. But are we really to become slaves of the Great Soul Arena? This group of scoundrels has tampered with the contract. Shui Wu exclaimed in anger. To become slaves of the Great Soul Arena means we would be bound to compete for them for the rest of our lives, Shui Yuer said, frowning. Yuer, you are too naive. Yu Shuang sighed. That Li Datsai is inherently despicable. He will not easily let us go. Should we run? Shui Binger shook her head, sighing. The guards outside are 2 Soul Emperors. We cannot escape. Moreover, if Shui and Ro are still in their hands, we must bide our time and find a way to contact the Soul Emperor from the Royal Academy, who is an old acquaintance of our teacher. Manager. They are all inside. At that moment, a lewd voice echoed from outside the door, followed by the entrance of Ao Ba and Li Ditsai. Upon seeing the duo, Shui Binger and the others immediately grew wary. Ao Ba's gaze landed on Shui Binger and her companions, and his anger diminished upon noticing their beauty. You are the Ice Phoenix team, correct? Ao Ba inquired coolly. Yes, Shui Binger nodded. Do you realize I wagered 5 million gold soul coins on you? To think you would lose to the Azure Dragon team. How do you intend to compensate me for this loss? Manager AO, 5 million is your wager. It has nothing to do with us. Shui Binger replied coldly. We previously agreed that if we won, we would receive 1 million gold soul coins, and if we lost, we would be sold as slaves, correct? Then let it be. Albia sneered. You clearly stated that if we lost, we would receive nothing. The terms of servitude were dictated by you. You shameless scoundrel. Shui Yueker snapped. Once we escape, we will expose the dark dealings of the Great Soul Arena. Do not speak carelessly. Ao Ba brandished the contract defiantly. This is written in black and white. Unable to contain herself any longer, Shui Yuer lunged to tear the contract. But Ao Ba's hand swiftly seized hers. Seeing this, Shui Binger and the others were enraged and prepared to confront Ao Ba. However, in the next moment, Ao Ba's soul rings illuminated, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, revealing him to be a soul sage. With the power of a soul sage unleashed, Shui Binger and her companions were forcefully repelled. Did you think operating a great soul arena in Tiando City could be done without strength? Albia coldly market. You little soul masters are merely inviting humiliation upon yourselves. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Shui Binger and the others, and they withdrew their attacks. Their strength was utterly inadequate against a soul sage. You are their captain, are you not? Ao Ba smirked at the sight of their capitulation, glancing at Shui Binger. Yes. Shui Binger reluctantly nodded, her expression grim. Very well, I offer you 2 choices. Ao Ba continued. First, servitude. Second, torture, followed by servitude. Shui Binger clenched her teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, unable to respond. Observing her distress, Ao Ba tightened his grip, causing Shui Yuer to emit a piercing scream. Albia shukled darkly. Stop. Shui Binger gritted her teeth, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. We choose the first option. Excellent. Ao Ba smirked, releasing Shui Yuer before leering. Now remove your clothes. What? At his words, Shui Binger and her companions erupted in fury. Do you even know what it means to be a servant? Ao Ba continued nonchalantly. It means everything about you now belongs to me. I must verify whether you have been defiled. The royal family cannot accept sullied women. Shui Binger and the others trembled, fully comprehending the implications of his words, their eyes brimming with tears. They were all prodigies. They had never endured such humiliation. Quickly, must I take action? Ao Ba laughed coldly. I am aware your mentor is a soul emperor, but a mere soul emperor is nothing to me. Therefore, do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. From now on, this will be your prison. You shall never escape. The soul sage is truly remarkable. At that moment, a crisp voice resonated ominously behind Ao Ba. Both Ao Ba and Li Detsai were startled upon turning. They beheld an elderly man and a young one who had inexplicably appeared behind them. None other than Chu Qin and Dugu Bo. Shui Binger and the others gazed at the two with astonishment, particularly Shui Binger, whose eyes glimmered with excitement. Albia, or he feared, glanced at the 2 fallen soul emperors at the entrance and exclaimed in terror, Who are you to dare cause chaos here? However, Chu Qin paid him no heed. With a slight glance, Dugu Bo immediately understood, conjuring a jade orb in his hand. Golden Lion, manifest. Ao Ba, taken aback, swiftly summoned his own martial spirit. Yet, Dugu Bo merely smiled enigmatically as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. He was a title de law. The others gasped in shock, while Ao Ba gulped in fear and quickly pleaded, Your Excellency, I am unaware of how I have offended you. I beseech you to spare my life. Humph. Du Bo chuckled darkly, and a shadow of an emerald-scaled serpent surged forth from his palm. In an instant, the serpent's speed shattered Ao Ba's protective soul power, leading to his grim demise on the spot. Li Dixai met the same fate. A soul sage was utterly defenseless before a title Doloa. Witnessing this scene, Shui Bing'er and the others were stunned, their expressions a blend of confusion and admiration as they looked at Chu Qin and Du Bo. This man seems to possess a certain magnetism towards me, Shui Bing'er thought to herself. Fear not, Chu Qin reassured them. We have come to rescue you. Rescue us? Xiao Wu and the others gazed at Chu Qin with surprise. Who are you? Shui Bing'er inquired, suppressing her inotomoi. She was astounded that a title Doloa would intervene to save them. Just then, Ruoxue and Yu Heru entered from outside. Ruoxue, Heru, seeing their companions safe. Shui Bing'er and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. Ruoxue and Yu Heru exchanged astonished glances at the fallen Ao Ba before turning to Shui Bing'er. Asking, Bing'er, are you all right? We're fine, Shui Bing'er replied, shaking her head. Ruoxue, Heru, could it be that these two benefactors were sent by you? Ruoxue shook her head in response. We were also rescued by young Master Chu and His Excellency Du Gu. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er and the others expressed their profound gratitude to Chu Qin and Du Bo. Thank you, our benefactors, for your timely assistance. They attempted to kneel, but as soon as their knees bent, Du Bo's soul power surged, preventing them from doing so. There's no need to kneel, Chu Qin said. It's merely a small effort on my part. No, Xiao Wu shook her head. Without you and your excellency, we would have perished. Shui Bing'er shivered at the thought. This place is not safe for long, Chu Qin smiled. Let us depart, and I shall explain everything in due course. With that, Chu Qin led them to a nearby tavern. After a thorough discussion, he inquired, Bing'er, since you are talented students from the Heavenly Water Academy, what brings you to the Great Soul Arena? Young Master Chu, it's a long story, Shui Bing'er sighed. Our academy has always been open to commoners, which has led to oppression from the elite academies. Our original academy was seized by nefarious individuals. Our mentor sought to rebuild the academy, but significant funding is necessary. So we came to the Great Soul Arena. Coincidentally, Li Datsai of the Great Arena hired a team to defeat the Azure Dragon team. And that is how we ended up here. Alas, the girls sighed in unison. You are foolish, Chu Qin remarked. You nearly risked everything for such a sum. He felt a pang of sorrow for his beloved, who nearly jeopardized herself for such trivial matters. We had no idea Ao Ba was so malicious. Shui Bing'er lowered her head in shame, tears escaping her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Qin's heart ached even more, and he offered her a handkerchief. Thank you, young Master Chu, Shui Bing'er said as she wiped her tears. What are your plans moving forward? We will continue to gather funds, Shui Bing'er declared resolutely. The Heavenly Water Academy must not fall into ruin on our watch. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin retrieved a golden card containing 100,000 gold soul coins from his soul guide. Take this. It is for your use. The others gasped in astonishment. No, young Master Chu, we cannot accept this. Shui Bing'er pauset, refusing. You have already saved our lives. We cannot accept more from you. We will find another way. Yes, yes, the others chimed in. Chu Qin smiled slightly, knowing their urgency for funds was genuine. Take it. Consider it compensation for the troubles I caused you. Compensation? Shui Bing'er was slightly taken aback. To be honest, I am the captain of the Azure Dragon team. Chu Qin, you were defeated by my hand, which obstructed your funding and inadvertently caused your plight. Shui Bing'er and the others were momentarily stunned. Then Shui Bing'er quickly responded, So you are the jade-faced Azure Dragon. No wonder you seemed familiar. However, we truly lack the skill. How can we blame you? Indeed, Xiao Wu and Shui Yu nodded in agreement. Let's do this, Chu Qin suggested, seeing their insistence. This money is a loan to the Heavenly Water Academy. Repay me when you have the means. Shui Bing'er and the others hesitated, contemplating the offer. Finally, she nodded. Then I shall write you an IOU. An IOU is unnecessary. Chu Qin shook his head. Just remember it. You have our heartfelt gratitude. Young Master Chu, Shui Bing'er said earnestly. However, I must ask, why do you wish to help us? In truth, Chu Qin felt a twinge of guilt for having defeated the Heavenly Water team, but his motivation was not flimsy. It was 100,000 gold soul coins. Is it necessary to have a reason for doing good? Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Now, take the gold soul coins and rebuild your academy. Thank you, young Master Chu. The girls replied in unison. Dugu Bo, ensure Shui Binger and the others return safely to the Heavenly Water Academy. Also, resolve the issues plaguing the academy before returning. Eliminate those who must be eliminated. Understood. Dugu Bo nodded slightly. The words stirred deep emotions within Shui Binger and the others. With a title Doa like Dugu Bo, their academy's grievances would surely be avenged. With that, Chu Qin smiled gently and prepared to take his leave. Young Master Chu, may I inquire about your identity? Shui Binger called after him. I am the vice president of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Chu Qin replied with a smile. If you wish, you may come to the Blue Tyrant Academy to find me. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's heart raced. She desperately wanted to agree to stay with Chu Qin. Yet she knew she must first return the funds to the Heavenly Water Academy. Chu Qin made no effort to detain her, understanding that such insistence might cast doubts in the minds of the others. Nevertheless, he was certain that Shui Binger would seek him out. As they watched Chu Qin's departing figure, Shui Binger and the others felt overwhelming gratitude. They knew they would never forget Chu Qin for the rest of their lives. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy, under the scorching sun, a group of 10, young and old alike, walked side by side towards the academy. The 10 individuals were led by the formidable Flender, the mentor of Shrek Academy, alongside Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, none other than Yu Xiaojing. This city, Heavendo, is truly immense, Oscar exclaimed, having never before visited such a bustling metropolis. Hee, I wonder if the girls here are as beautiful as they say. With so many long legs we've passed on our way here, I can hardly contain my excitement. Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously. Flender shot him a disapproving glance. Ma Hongjun, as newcomers, it would be wise for you to behave yourself. If you embarrass me in front of the dean of Lamba Academy, be careful. I might confiscate your means of venting your excitement. Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent, an obedient expression on his face. Tang San, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast, Flender inquired, noticing Tang San's demeanor. Dean, why must we go to Lamba Academy? Tang San asked. Did you not express a desire to participate in the Advanced Soul Master League competition? Flender replied. But why must it be Lamba Academy? Tang San furrowed his brow. Indeed, Dean, why not consider the Xingluo Royal Academy that I recommended? I have connections there. Dai Mubai interjected. Both Tang San and Dai Mubai were aware that individuals they wished to avoid were present at Lamba Academy. Chu Qin and others were there, and moreover, Flender hesitated, casting a glance at Yu Xiaojing, his words trailing off. Tang San, Zai Mubai. Yu Xiaojing interjected. I understand your grievances towards Chu Qin. However, isn't it rooted in jealousy? Chu Qin possesses greater talent, charisma, and excels in every aspect compared to you. Yet, it is precisely this that makes me support the Dean's choice of Lamba Academy. Your resentment towards Chu Qin can transform into a driving force for your advancement. Understood, Master. Tang San and Dai Mubai fell silent, realizing Yu Xiaojing's wisdom. Flender. Yu Xiaojing turned to him. You have mentioned the Dean of Lamba Academy numerous times on our journey. Now, reveal the identity of this mysterious Dean. Flender hesitated. Yu Xiaojing pressed. Is it her? Upon hearing this, Flender's smile faltered, and he sighed. Indeed, it is her. As expected, Yu Xiaojing's expression turned complex. Dean, who is she? Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. Lu Erlong. Flender finally uttered after a pause. Lu Erlong? The group gasped in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing appeared momentarily dazed. Dean, if I'm not mistaken, the esteemed Lu Erlong must have a profound connection to you, right? Tang San queried. Yes, Flender nodded. Flender, do not hold back. Yu Xiaojing insisted. No, I must speak, Flender declared resolutely. Only by doing so can you face her. You are aware of the Golden Iron Triangle, right? Besides myself and Xiaojing, the third is Lu Erlong, who is also Xiaojing's beloved. Flender recounted the intricate relationship between himself, Yu Xiaojing, and Lu Erlong, along with her background and experiences. I had no idea Aunt Erlong was such a devoted person, Oscar sighed. She was willing to be expelled from her sect for the sake of love. Indeed, Master, Tang San affirmed. You shouldn't evade this. Aunt Erlong devoted her life to you, and you choose to avoid her? That is an irresponsible act for a man. Tang San, do you truly believe that? Yu Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment before asking. What Xiao San said is correct. Flinder supported. You should not continue to run away. Sister Erlong has always been concerned about you. If you keep avoiding her, that is cowardice. Our purpose here, aside from participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, is to resolve your misunderstandings with Sister Erlong. Indeed, Master, do not let me down. Xiao Wu added. After considerable contemplation, Yu Xiaojing finally said, Very well, Flinder, Xiao San. I will confront and accept Erlong. Excellent. Flinder, and the others smiled in delight. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. They turned to see a striking woman clad in black armor emerging from Lamba Academy. It was Lu Erlong. Sister Erlong, long time no see, Flinder exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lu Erlong replied with a smile, but her expression quickly turned serious upon noticing Yu Xiaojing's presence. He was frozen in place, staring intently at her. Excitement bubbling within him as he called out, Erlong, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others were equally astonished. This stunning beauty was indeed Lu Erlong. Why was it that, despite being of the same age, Yu Xiaojing and Flinder were showing signs of aging, while Lu Erlong remained forever youthful? Faced with her breathtaking beauty, Yu Xiaojing's resolve regarding love was reignited. Thus, he approached Lu Erlong with a smile. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Erlong completely ignored him, casually walking over to Flinder and asking, Flinder, what brings you to Lamba Academy? Flinder, taken aback, pointed to Yu Xiaojing and said, Erlong, look who I've brought you. Lu Erlong didn't even glance at Yu Xiaojing and continued, Flinder, don't keep me in suspense. What brings you to my Lamba Academy? Her indifference shattered Yu Xiaojing's heart. Flinder, finally responding, said with a smile, Sister Erlong, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is about to commence. My Shrek Academy is not qualified to participate, so I hope to borrow your esteemed Academy's resources. I didn't expect that your Lamba Academy has been renamed to Qinglong Academy. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. I apologize, Flinder. It's not within my authority to allow you to join Qinglong Academy. You must consult my man. What? The revelation stunned Tang San, Flinder, and the others. Yu Xiaojing's pupils dilated, and he felt as if the ground had fallen away beneath him, his heart shattered into pieces. Just moments ago, he had rekindled his desire for Lu Erlong, only to be plunged into despair once more. The most terrifying aspect of life is not despair itself, but the hope it offers, followed by a return to despair. Yu Xiaojing refused to believe it. He could not accept that Lu Erlong had found someone new. Flinder sighed, glancing at Yu Xiaojing in disbelief. Erlong, you have a man now? Yes, Lu Erlong smiled. Upon receiving her confirmation, Flinder's expression shifted, and he questioned, Erlong, did you not say you were waiting for Xiaojing all this time? What is going on? Flinder, my relationship with Yu Xiaojing has long since ended. Lu Erlong's tone lost its previous politeness in response to Flinder's questioning. Choosing whom to be with is my freedom, is it not? Flinder had no rebuttal, his tone softening as he replied, Erlong, I understand. Are you teasing Xiaojing? He has come to terms with his feelings. Give him a chance. And do not provoke him further. Give him a chance? Who gives me a chance? Lu Erlong's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, the one who abandoned me was him. And now he wishes to return to my side. Am I, Lu Erlong, to be deemed worthless? Or is it that in your eyes, Flinder, Yu Xiaojing is your brother, while I, Lu Erlong, am merely a tool within your golden iron triangle? Upon hearing Lu Erlong's furious words, Flinder flushed with embarrassment, his face awash with shame. Moreover, Flinder, Lu Erlong continued, I have heard that after casting me aside, Yu Xiaojing fell in love with another woman. Now that she has rejected him, he seeks to rekindle his affections for me? Am I blind to ever have liked him? Flinder's expression subtly changed. Indeed, Yu Xiaojing displayed traits of a scoundrel. Erlong. Yu Xiaojing seemed to be overwhelmed with desperation, stepping before Lu Erlong and grasping her hand. I am sorry, it was my mistake. Please grant me another chance. In that moment, despair gripped Yu Xiaojing's heart, driving him to seek hope, leading to his erratic behavior. Chu Qin delivered a furious blow to Yu Xiaojing. Just as Lu Erlong was about to retaliate, another hand seized Yu Xiaojing's arm. Who permitted you to touch my woman? Came the chilling voice of a newcomer. The figure was strikingly handsome. It was none other than Chu Qin. Upon seeing Chu Qin's arrival, Flinder, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Dai Mu Bai were taken aback. To their astonishment, Lu Erlong's partner was none other than Chu Qin. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Chu Qin, filled with despair, and roared in fury. Your woman? So, you are the one who took Erlong from me. At these words, a heart-wrenching roar escaped Yu Xiaojing's lips as Chu Qin turned his palm slightly. Flander, Tang San, and the others exchanged alarmed glances. Yu Xiaojing, you truly have no shame. Zhuqing Vito Angli. Erlong has long severed ties with you. Get lost. Yu Xiaojing, unable to rebut, felt the pain serve as a sobering reminder. Moreover, who allowed you to touch my woman? Chu Qin declared, delivering a powerful left hook that struck Yu Xiaojing's jaw. Instantly, Yu Xiaojing's body was propelled into the air, crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Chu Qin, how dare you strike my teacher? Tang San and Dai Mubai shouted in outrage. Simultaneously, Flander was also consumed by anger, although Yu Xiaojing was at fault. Chu Qin's brutality was unwarranted. Xiao Wu remained motionless, admiring Chu Qin, having just heard Lu Erlong's account that painted Yu Xiaojing as a complete scoundrel. However, Flander, bound by brotherhood, was reluctant to acknowledge this truth. Just as Flander and the others contemplated intervening, a green figure suddenly descended behind them. It was Dugabo. I advise you not to make any moves, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety here, Dugabo whispered ominously in Flander's ear. Spotting the 9 souls swirling around Dugabo, Flander and his companions were gripped by terror, too afraid to make a single move. Lu Erlong, can you truly be so heartless? Yu Xiaojing questioned Lu Erlong with resentment and fury. How so? Lu Erlong replied calmly. I realize I've been a fool, waiting for you all this time, only to find you have fallen for another. It was Chu Qin who made me aware of your true nature as a scoundrel. Yu Xiaojing clutched his chest and chuckled darkly. Do you really believe Chu Qin is pure? When you uncover his true nature, you will understand how foolish your decision is. Oh, I'm quite curious to hear what you believe my true nature to be. Chu Qin interjected coldly. Are you aware of the many women I have? Yu Xiaojing retorted. Indeed. Before Chu Qin could respond, Lu Erlong interjected. I am fully aware. What? Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted to one of shock. He had anticipated that Lu Erlong would immediately abandon Chu Qin upon learning of his flirtatious ways. To his astonishment, Lu Erlong seemed utterly unconcerned. Yu Xiaojing, I know each of Chu Qin's women intimately, Lu Erlong stated. However, as long as I know his feelings for me are genuine, that is sufficient. My happiness surpasses all else. As for you, Yu Xiaojing, who has caused me immeasurable pain, why should I still think of you? Yu Xiaojing was utterly shattered. At that moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai were also consumed by rage. It was clear that Chu Qin had gained the affections of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and now Lu Erlong as well, inciting their jealousy to an extreme degree. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing rose once more, looking at Lu Erlong with bitterness. Erlong, do you truly not hold any remnants of affection for our past? Have you forgotten the vows we made to each other, that we would always love one another? Hearing this, Flander felt despair wash over him. His initial support for brotherhood transformed into disdain. Lu Erlong had declared that Yu Xiaojing had shattered her heart, and Yu Xiaojing's attempt to evoke memories of their shared past only deepened Lu Erlong's wounds. In essence, it was Yu Xiaojing who had breached their vows by loving another, and now he had the audacity to mention them. Chu Qin was about to strike when, with a resounding thud, Lu Erlong landed a powerful punch that sent Yu Xiaojing flying. He crashed to the ground once more, blood spilling forth. Her temper was already volatile. Had it not been for her lingering feelings, she would have dealt with Yu Xiaojing long ago. But now, after repeated betrayals and torment, she could no longer endure it. Yu Xiaojing, from this moment forward, our ties are severed, Lu Erlong declared coldly, gazing at Yu Xiaojing. The golden iron triangle is hereby dissolved. Flander trembled, while Yu Xiaojing, racked with pain, fainted. Flander, take your people and leave. Lu Erlong commanded coldly. You shall never set foot in the Azure Dragon Academy again. Upon hearing this, Dugabo glanced at Chu Qin. After receiving a nod of approval, he released Flander and his companions. Remember, from now on, every time I see Yu Xiaojing, I will strike him. Furthermore, anyone associated with Yu Xiaojing shall have their ties with me. Chu Qin severed. Subsequently, Chu Qin embraced Lu Erlong, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Yu Xiaojing. He had no intention of killing Yu Xiaojing outright. Rather, he desired to torment him slowly. Flander and his group, fearing for their safety, hurriedly departed with Yu Xiaojing in tow. And An hour later, in a hotel within the imperial capital of Tiandou, Yu Xiaojing finally regained consciousness. Standing beside him was none other than Tang San. "Teacher, you are finally awake," Tang San exclaimed, relieved to see Yu Xiaojing unharmed. However, he noticed a peculiar glint of resentment in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. "Teacher, do not let someone like Chu Qin get to you. He is the epitome of arrogance and pride," Tang San advised. "Since that Lu Erlong has made a foolish choice, you should distance yourself from her." "Thank you, Tang San," Yu Xiaojing replied, gritting his teeth to suppress his pain while smiling weakly. Yet, his expression quickly shifted. "However, I did not intend to give up. From this day forward, I will devote myself to cultivating you, in hopes that one day, you will trample him beneath your feet." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a shiver run down his spine. Yu Xiaojing had always been a calm and composed individual. Lu Erlong being taken by Chu Qin had dealt him a severe blow. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaojing's resentment ignited Tang San's hatred toward Chu Qin, who had humiliated him multiple times and stolen Xiao Wu from him, a grudge he would never forget. "All right, teacher, I will strive diligently," Tang San vowed earnestly. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon Academy, Ning Rongrong approached Chu Qin, inquiring softly, "Chu Qin, what happened to Sister Erlong? I heard she was crying." "She is fine," Chu Qin replied with a smile. "She merely fell asleep." Yet, despite his words, anger simmered within Chu Qin's heart. Lu Erlong, after all, is a person of bluster with a frail heart. She personally inflicted harm upon Yu Xiaojing, and deep down, she must feel a pang of guilt. Ultimately, Lu Erlong shed tears. "Yu Xiaojing," Chu Qin said with a faint smile. "Yu Xiaojing, Chu Qin will gradually torment him, rendering his existence worse than death." 2 days later, Chu Qin strolled through the plaza, holding Lu Erlong's hand. "Erlong, how do you feel?" Qin inquired. "What are you talking about?" Lu Erlong feigned annoyance. "Am I the type to be melancholic and overly sentimental?" "Isn't that so?" Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. "All right, I admit it," Lu Erlong conceded. "But, Chu Qin, promise me not to bring this up again, nor mention that wretched person." Chu Qin nodded and embraced Lu Erlong. "Zhu Zhuqing," as the two shared light-hearted banter. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Aran, and Du Yen rushed over. "What is it, Xiao Wu?" Chu Qin asked with affectionate amusement. "The Advanced Soul Master Elite competition begins in a month," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "But our team is still short a member." At that moment, a guard entered and reported, "Dean, Vice Dean, there's a woman outside claiming to be Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy, requesting an audience." "Speak of the devil." With that, Chu Qin led the girls to the academy entrance. Standing there were Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and Yu Er, 3 beauties forming a captivating sight. "Young Master Chu." Upon seeing Chu Qin, Shui Binger exclaimed joyfully. Hearing this, the 6 girls understood immediately. Without a doubt, they had gained 2 more sisters. "Shui Binger, what brings you here?" Chu Qin inquired playfully. "Young Master Chu, you previously said that if I wished, I could come to Lamba Academy to find you," Shui Binger said, slightly bashful. "Is that true or false?" "If it were false, would I be here?" Chu Qin smiled in response. "Wonderful." Elated by Chu Qin's affirmation, Shui Binger continued, "Young Master, Shui Wu, Yu Er, and I are inseparable sisters and wish to join the Qinglong Academy. May we? They are all from a soul sect." "Indeed, no problem. But you must promise me one thing." "Juqin not that." "What is it, young Master Chu?" "Shui Binger Uskit Iagali. You 3 must assist the Qinglong Academy in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition." Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. "Certainly." Shui Binger agreed without hesitation. "Young Master Chu has done us great favors. Not only did you save us, but you also rescued Tianshui Academy. Before we came, we agreed that whatever you ask of us, we will not refuse." "Yes, yes." Shui Wu and Shui Yuer nodded in unison. "Rest assured, I will not impose anything burdensome upon you. Furthermore, under my care, you shall receive treatment far superior to that at Tianshui Academy." Chu Qin assured them, then turned to Xiao Wu and the others, saying, "These 3 are members of the Ice Phoenix team we encountered at the Grand Soul Arena, with Shui Binger as their captain, embodying ice and water in harmony. From now on, Shui Binger, Xiao will be your captain in the Qinglong team." "No wonder your voice sounded somewhat familiar." Xiao responded with a smile. "Zista Shui Binger, greetings. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer." "I am Ning Rongrong." 1 week later, With only 2 weeks remaining until the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition's preliminary round, in a secluded courtyard of Qinglong Academy, Chu Qin sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly opening with a refreshing gleam. At last, I have broken through to level 80, Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. With just one more soul ring, I can ascend to the rank of Soul Dou. Master, would you like me to accompany you to the Star Dou Forest to obtain your 8th soul ring? Sudaji asked while massaging Chu Qin's shoulders. No, Chu Qin shook his head. It is not safe to venture to the Star Dou Forest right now. Haven't you heard that Gu Yuna and Di Tian have awakened? Besides, my soul rings are typically provided by the system. I do not need to acquire them myself. Then, Master, do you require assistance in eliminating someone? Sudaji inquired further. No need. Chu Qin firmly declined. I do not wish to kill anyone at this moment. Then, Sudaji began, but Chu Qin sensed something was amiss. Daji, do you seem to have something on your mind? Master has been preoccupied with his women and has neglected Daji, leaving her a bit lonely. Sudaji pouted. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin turned around, pinning Sudaji beneath him, and said with a teasing smile, Daji, I am genuinely curious if you possess the ability to bear children. Sudaji's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed. Does Master wish for Daji to have a little baby? That is indeed the thought. Chu Qin nodded with a smile. Then I must apologize, Master, for Daji cannot provide you with heirs. Sudaji replied. However, aside from that, Daji is capable of fulfilling any role a woman can. Hearing this, Chu Qin smiled enigmatically and reached out. 3 hours later, I am sorry, Chu Qin said, a tinge of pain in his voice. Sudaji, glistening with perspiration and appearing somewhat weakened, shook her head. Daji's life is given by Master. Even if Master were to end Daji's life, she would willingly accept. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin leaned in to kiss Sudaji once more. Chu Qin, we are back. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu's voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin quickly released Sudaji, and both hurriedly donned their garments, tidied the room, and then opened the door. Chu Qin, what were you doing alone in your room? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Sleeping. Chu Qin replied without hesitation. Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have not returned yet, have they? Xiao Wu asked, her tone somewhat guilty. No, didn't you all go to the palace to verify your identities? Chu Qin inquired, puzzled. Wonderful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her lips curling into a sly smile as she lowered her voice. Chu Qin, I have mastered the Liuli golden body. I have been thinking. Chu Qin was taken aback. Chu Qin, are you unwilling? Xiao Wu asked, her beautiful eyes wide with a hint of vulnerability. Wu, perhaps we should postpone this for another day. Chu Qin forced a smile. Xiao Wu pouted slightly, her expression showing mock anger. I see now. You no longer like me. Not all. Chu Qin furrowed his brow, feeling a slight pain in his lower back. That is just splendid. Xiao Wu beamed, then reached to remove her clothing. Afternoon, in the blazing fire hotel of the Tiando imperial capital. As the name suggests, this establishment is a property of the Qihua Academy in the Tiando imperial capital, with the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition's preliminary round approaching. Academies from various regions had already begun to arrive in the Tiando imperial capital. Qihua Academy had come a week prior. At this moment, on the training grounds of the fire hotel, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The young man had an unremarkable appearance, sporting fiery red hair, his eyes glinting with brilliance. The young woman, clad in fiery red armor with a striking figure, possessed beauty that was off the charts. Her large, flame-like eyes complemented her oval face, creating an exquisite visage. Most notably, her chest was remarkably prominent, far exceeding that of her peers. These two were none other than the captain of the Qihua Academy team, Hu Wushuang, and the vice-captain, Hu Wu. Clearly, they were engaged in a sparring match. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, Hu Wu, leveraging the unique advantages of her fire shadow martial spirit, triumphed over Hu Wushuang, who was possessed by the fire tyrant dragon. Sister, it seems your combat prowess has improved again. Hu Wushuang sighed lightly. He was older than Hu Wu, but possessed a soul power level of only 42. One level below Hu Wu. Brother, you clearly let me win. Hu Wu replied with a smile. If you hadn't, I doubt I would have had the chance to defeat you. I truly did not. Hu Wushuang said with a bittersweet smile. He had exerted all his strength. It still fell short against his sister. All right, enough with the mutual flattery. At that moment, A middle-aged, beautiful woman approached. The individual in question, though in her 40s, bears no signs of age upon her visage. Rather, her complexion is pristine and fair. Were it not for her exceptionally voluptuous figure, one might mistake her for the elder sister of Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. Her name is Huo Lingyu, the vice president of the Crimson Fire Academy, and the biological mother of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. Upon encountering Huo Lingyu, both Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang bowed respectfully. Ah, Wushuang, your performances have been commendable. The elite competition for advanced soul masters is approaching, and you two are the sole soul sect members of the Crimson Fire Academy. The extent of our academy's success hinges upon your prowess. Huo Lingyu remarked, we shall exert our utmost efforts to fight for the Crimson Fire Academy. Huo Wu and Wushuang replied in unison. Director Hua. At that moment, a hotel guard approached Huo Lingyu, stating, there's a mysterious man outside, wearing a mask, who wishes to join our Crimson Fire Academy. Join the Crimson Fire Academy? What purpose does he have in coming here? Huo Lingyu arched her brows. The man claims he wishes to join the academy solely to participate in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. The guard responded, all the more reason not to allow him entry. Huo Lingyu scoffed. If anyone could join our elite team on a whim, what would become of the academy's reputation? Tell him that to join the Crimson Fire Academy, he must undergo the assessment at the main campus. The guard appeared somewhat conflicted. He asserts that with him, the Crimson Fire Academy will surely secure a place among the top 3 in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. Preposterous. Huo Lingyu smirked. Mother. At that moment, Huo Wushuang interjected. This man's bravado might be backed by genuine skill. Let us see what unfolds. Very well, bring him here. Shortly thereafter, the guard escorted a young man clad in a black robe and masked into the training square. Though his features were obscured, his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding a remarkable aura of comfort. Upon seeing Huo Wu, the young man felt a thrill of excitement. She appeared even more stunning than he had imagined. This young man was indeed Chu Qin. His mission was to ensure that Xiao Wu's team emerged victorious in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. However, given that the competition featured the likes of Shunfeng Academy and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by Hulaina, the chances of Xiao Wu's makeshift team claiming the championship were virtually nil. Thus, Chu Qin resolved to join the Crimson Fire Academy. Firstly, it possessed a certain level of strength that could propel him into the finals, thereby sparing him from the preliminary rounds. Secondly, Huo Wu was present, making it advantageous for him to establish a rapport with her early on, contributing to his overarching romantic objectives. Disguised, Chu Qin arrived at the Crimson Fire Academy. Upon catching a glimpse of his eyes, Huo Wu's spirits lifted. They were the most soothing eyes she had ever encountered. Huo Lingyu was equally startled, captivated by the extraordinary beauty of Chu Qin's eyes, which deepened her favorable impression of him. Is this the individual who claims he can lead our Crimson Fire Academy to the top 3? Huo Lingyu inquired with a hint of intrigue. Her tone was neutral. While she found him appealing, she held reservations regarding his ability to achieve such lofty ambitions. Indeed, Chu Qin replied with a confident smile. Young man, from where do you hail? Huo Lingyu crossed her arms, her figure exuding confidence. Do you comprehend that the elite competition for advanced soul masters gathers the finest talents from across the continent? What gives you the audacity to declare that your presence guarantees our success among the top 3? Because of my strength. Chu Qin responded with calm assurance. Oh, you are quite self-assured. So, you possess considerable power, then? What is your soul power level? Huo Lingyu pressed further. 41. Chu Qin replied. Participation in the elite competition for advanced soul masters required the submission of soul power levels, and if Chu Qin's claim were deemed excessive, it could spell trouble for the Crimson Fire Academy. Such a revelation might even provoke assassination attempts by the Spirit Hall. However, despite this, Huo Lingyu was taken aback. With only 2 soul sect members in the academy, an additional one would significantly enhance their odds. My good fellow, Huo Wu interjected with a soft smile. Your soul power level does not exceed mine. How can you assure us of a place among the top 3? I can demonstrate. Chu Qin replied nonchalantly. Here's the deal. I will challenge your entire Crimson Fire team. If I win, you will submit my name for participation. If I lose, I shall depart immediately. You are quite audacious. Huo Wushuang chuckled softly. A soul sect of level 41 may not even defeat me, let alone your entire team. How can one know without trying? Chu Qin retorted with a smile. Very well, let it be so. Just as Hua Lingyu and Hua Wushuang began to voice their objections, Hua Wu interjected, Sister, do you genuinely believe he can defeat our entire team? Brother, we have nothing to lose by engaging in a duel. Hua Wu responded, let's have a match. If we lose, we shall not suffer any great loss. All right, summon Hua Yin and Hua Yu. Hua Lingyu instructed the guard. Before long, the entire Crimson Fire team, comprising 7 members, assembled. Captain, did you summon us to defeat him? Hua Yun stared incredulously at the youthful figure of Chu Qin. Captain, you cannot be serious. Hua Yu added. You speak no ist, Hua Wushuang clarified. This young man has pledged to conquer our entire team and guide us to victory in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. Laughter erupted among Hua Yu and the others, as they found the notion of Chu Qin's victory utterly absurd. Stop it. We must not underestimate our opponent, Hua Wu cautioned. I sense this individual is not to be taken lightly. Sister, you worry too much. Hua Wushuang replied with a light chuckle. Brother, overconfidence invites defeat. Hua Wu's brows furrowed in concern. At that moment, Hua Lingyu cast a glance at Chu Qin, and he nodded in understanding. Begin, Hua Lingyu declared in a commanding tone. Very well. Following my sister's lead, we shall engage him in battle, Hua Wushuang announced, summoning his martial spirit and soul rings. However, before he could articulate his intentions, a flash of azure light manifested before him. In an instant, Hua Wushuang was unceremoniously thrown off the stage. Meanwhile, Chu Qin stood poised before him, adorned with 4 radiant soul rings of yellow and purple. Captain, what? The Crimson Fire team was astounded. Hua Wushuang had been defeated in a heartbeat. Hua Lingyu's expression turned grave. Despite being a soul king, she had failed to perceive Chu Qin's afterimage. How formidable was this mysterious individual? Be cautious, Chu Qin remarked, casting a sly smile at Hua Wu and the others. Hua Wu, you, and Hua Yun's expressions shifted to one of sheer shock. Their earlier bravado replaced by astonishment and trepidation. They understood that they must exert their full capabilities. Yet, even so, how insignificant did they appear before Chu Qin? Like a tempest, Chu Qin moved with lightning speed. Within a minute, all members of the Crimson Fire team, save for Hua Wu, had been cast off the stage. Are you truly just a soul sect? Hua Wu gazed at Chu Qin in profound disbelief. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded. What say you, Hua Wu? Shall we continue? I concede. Hua Wu shook her head, overwhelmed by fear of Chu Qin's prowess. Excellent. With a calm smile, Chu Qin turned to Fire Lingyu and asked, what do you think? Dean Fire? Fire Lingyu stood frozen for 3 seconds before finally responding. All right, since the Blaze team has lost, I shall concede to your request. Deeply astonished, Fire Lingyu recognized that Chu Qin was undoubtedly the strongest soul master he had ever encountered. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, Chu Qin could indeed lead Blaze Academy to a top 3 finish. Then, as per our previous agreement, Chu Qin nodded, I will assist you in achieving that goal. With those words, he gracefully turned and departed. It was this elegant gesture that caught Fire Wu's attention, stirring a wave of inexplicable emotions within her. By the way, what is your name, classmate? Fire Wu called out. Yuliuxiang. Chu Qin replied without looking back. Yuliuxiang, Fire Wu murmured with a smile. What a lovely name. Sister, mother. Who exactly is this Yuliuxiang? After Chu Qin left, Fire Wushuang finally spoke, astonished. Both Fire Wu and Fire Lingyu shook their heads, the latter smiling as he said, although we do not know who he is, Blaze Academy's position in the top 3 seems assured. Fire Wu, Wushuang, Fire Lingyu continued. Do not disclose anything about Yuliuxiang to anyone. Understood. Both Fire Wu and Fire Wushuang nodded in agreement. As Chu Qin exited the Blaze Grand Hotel, he removed his disguise. Not far from the hotel, he encountered a young woman. She wore a stunning blue dress that accentuated her figure, complemented by a unique pair of thigh-high stockings. Her face was unforgettable, particularly her captivating large eyes that could ensnare anyone who gazed into them. Indeed, as she walked along the street, she attracted the attention of numerous adult men. Shui Bingo? Chu Qin called out with a smile. Young Master Chu. Shui Binger exclaimed in delight as she approached him. What brings you here? Chu Qin inquired. Our Tianshui Academy's base is not far from here, Shui Binger replied with a smile. Is Tianshui Academy participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Chu Qin asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Shui Bing nodded. Although I am not here with you where, in Xiao Wu, Tianshui Academy is still formidable. Do you think I look down upon Tianshui Academy? Shui Bing teased it. Not all. I believe your academy is quite strong. Chu Qin shook his head. Are you heading back to Qinglong Academy now? How about accompanying me for a stroll? Chu Qin suggested. Sure. Shui Binger replied happily. The two walked side by side through the streets of Tiando City, their attractiveness drawing countless glances from passers-by. However, Chu Qin remained oblivious, his attention solely on the person he cherished. Young Master Chu, Shui Binger initiated the conversation. What is it? He responded with a smile. May I ask you a question? Shui Binger said, biting her lip slightly in shyness. Go ahead, Chu Qin nodded. I heard from Xiao Wu and Rongrong that they're all your women, right? Even teacher ZG and Dean Erlong are included, Shui Binger remarked. Indeed, Chu Qin admitted without hesitation. You don't think I'm a philanderer, do you? Shui Binger shook her head repeatedly. It is rare for men to be faithful, yet many lack the ability to manage multiple women. But you, young Master Chu, not only can manage them, but also earn their genuine affection. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Zhuqing. Hee. Shui Binger smiled, her dimples appealing. What do you think of me, young Master Chu? She asked, lowering her voice. What do you mean? Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. I mean, would you consider me as your girlfriend? Shui Binger blushed, her voice rising slightly. Of course. Chu Qin had longed to embrace Shui Binger, and as soon as he spoke, he kissed her softly. Shui Binger first trembled in surprise, not anticipating Chu Qin's boldness, but soon closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Just then, a luxurious carriage adorned with gold and jewels approached. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing the face of a young man, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue. Upon seeing Chu Qin and Shui Binger kissing by the roadside, Qianren Xue frowned, realizing that he had a woman now. As a person who valued beauty, having traversed the Tiando imperial capital for over a decade, he had encountered countless noble young men. Yet the one he could not forget was Chu Qin. Chu Qin's visage was simply too perfect. In fact, just the night before, Qianren Xue had dreamt of him. To her dismay, she now witnessed him in a passionate embrace with Shui Binger, coming from a noble background, with an exceedingly proud demeanor. Seeing the man she longed for being taken by another ignited a flicker of anger and reluctance in her heart. Young Master Chu, unable to contain herself, Qianren Xue called out towards him. However, at that moment, Chu Qin was entirely absorbed in Shui Binger's tender embrace and did not hear Qianren Xue's call. Your Highness, should I go and call him? A guard accompanying her asked. No need. Let us hurry to Yuexian. Qianren Xue replied. Her brow furrowed as she cast one last irritated glance at Chu Qin before lowering the carriage curtain. The Advanced Soul Master Elite competition soon commenced, a grand event in the Dou continent, second only to the Soul Master ranking tournament. The central square of Tiando Imperial Capital was adorned with illuminating soul-guiding devices, offering not just luxury, but also a grand atmosphere. At that moment, this circular plaza, accommodating 80,000 spectators, was already filled to capacity, with the audience buzzing like thunder. How lively! Xiao Wu exclaimed joyously upon witnessing the bustling scene. Indeed, is this the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Meng Iran marveled. Erlong, Sister ZG, Ning Rongrong, glancing around, asked the two nearby, Where's Chu Qin? Lu Erlong shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen him lately. That guy is probably off chasing after girls again, ZG lamented. Achoo! Nearby, at the Blaze team's resting area, a man dressed in a black cloak and mask sneezed. This was Chu Qin, under the alias Yuliuxiang. Young Master Yu, are you all right? Fireling Yu inquired with concern. It's nothing. Chu Qin shook his head. Dean, who are we facing next? Fireling Yu smiled slightly. We need to wait for the draw from the podium. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin turned his gaze towards the podium, where three men were seated. Among them was Ning Fengji, the familiar leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with two elders. One wore a crown adorned with gold and diamonds. His appearance was unremarkable, lacking an imposing presence, instead appearing somewhat frail. Yet even so, his gaunt figure commanded a sense of supremacy over the plaza. The other elder wore a five-pointed purple gold crown and also bore a somewhat emaciated appearance, his eyes appearing murky. Chu Qin had already deduced their identities. The emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, and the Pope of the Tiando Martial Soul Hall, Salas. In a realm of power, Chu Qin is utterly indifferent to the burdensome responsibilities of the throne. The so-called emperor, despite his lofty status, is beleaguered by the incessant demands of state affairs, enjoying little more than the liberty to indulge his whims and the possession of a harem of 3,000. Yet, Chu Qin possesses all these luxuries and more, enjoying a freedom that surpasses that of any emperor. Observing the image of the Snow Knight Emperor, one can discern the typical signs of weakness. It is perplexing why Qian Rinxua places such importance on the imperial seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The highly anticipated Elite Soul Master Competition, held once every 5 years, is about to commence. Now, we invite the Emperor of Tiando to deliver an address. At this moment, a female host, adorned with wings and embodying the spirit of a bird, called out with enthusiasm. Following the Emperor's speech, both the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji took their turns to address the audience, leading to the draw for the matches. Now, I announce the results of the draw. In the first round, Sanghui Academy faces Zixing Academy. Oakland Academy goes up against the Flame Radiance Academy. Tiando Royal Academy Team 1 will battle against Qihua Academy. Tiando Royal Academy Team 2 will contend with Shunkong Academy. Upon hearing the results, the crowd erupted into discussion. Isn't Team 1 from Tiando Royal Academy supposed to be granted direct entry to the finals? You must be misinformed. This year, the Academy granted direct entry is not Tiando Royal Academy, but rather the Royal Blue Dragon Academy. Royal Blue Dragon Academy? What is their significance? It seems they are a rebranded version of the Blue Tyrant Academy. As the crowd debated, in the lounge of Tiando Royal Academy, familiar faces gathered. Aside from the original members of the Royal Fighting Team, Shimo, Osro, and Yufeng, the rest were none other than Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Indeed, the course of history shifted dramatically with the emergence of Chu Qin. After departing from the Blue Tyrant Academy, Flender and his companions encountered Qin Ming, and without the interference of Dugu, Tang San and his friends seamlessly became members of Tiando Royal Academy. No wonder Tiando Royal Academy did not secure a direct entry to the finals. It seems that Chu Qin and his mentors intercepted the opportunity. Ma Hongjun remarked, slightly disheartened. Could it be that mentor Chu Qin is also participating in the elite competition? Do we still stand a chance? Sighed Osro. Do not be disheartened, Oscar. Yu Xiaojiang reassured. I have already investigated, and Chu Qin is not listed among the members of the Blue Dragon team. Moreover, even if he were, we shall fight our battle. Should we retreat simply because our opponent is formidable? Indeed, the teacher speaks wisely. Tang San echoed. Even if we encounter Chu Qin, we may still emerge victorious. If fate brings me face to face with you, Chu Qin, I will ensure you experience the prowess of Tang Sek's hidden weapons. Tang San thought to himself, brimming with confidence. With their enrollment in Tiando Royal Academy, they had access to superior resources, and their soul power had surged dramatically, with all but Ma Hongjun advancing to the Soul Master rank. Our first battle is against Qihua Academy. It should not pose much difficulty. Dai Mubai, as the team captain, declared, let us aim to conclude the battle swiftly. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Qihua Academy, Fire Rain lamented, what ill fortune. We faced Tiando Royal Academy Team 1 in our opening match. I hear they're all soul masters. What is there to fear? Fire Ling Yu replied with a smile. Let's not forget, we have Young Master Yu on our side. Indeed, with Young Master Yu here, we shall rely on you for this match. Fire Dance said, glancing at Chu Qin with a charming smile. Rest assured, you need not lift a finger. I shall single-handedly vanquish them. Chu Qin had already known that Dai Mubai and Tang San were in Team 1 of Tiando Royal Academy. The world is indeed small. Since it is the will of heaven, he would comply and teach them a lesson. Such bravado, Young Master Yu. Fire Wushuang could not help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, Fire Dance smiled at Chu Qin, her gaze fixed upon him as if she sought to see through him. 10 minutes later, on the arena, the Qihua team, led by Chu Qin, confronted Dai Mubai's Tiando Royal Academy Team 1. Qihua Academy found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, facing Team 1 from Tiando Royal Academy in their first match, comprised entirely of soul masters. Alas, someone had to be the unlucky one. It seems Qihua Academy is that team. As the Royal Fighting Team prepared their strategy, they noticed their opponents from Qihua Academy, led by Captain Huo Wushuang and Vice Captain Huo Wu, retreating. leaving only Chu Qin standing alone. The entire arena gasped in astonishment. Their first reaction was that Qihua Academy had faltered in the face of Tiando Royal Academy. What sort of strategy is this from Qihua Academy? Shimo and Shimo exchanged puzzled glances. Regardless of their strategy, Dai Mubai declared confidently, if they wish to defeat our royal fighting team, they must first contend with my Tiger Claw. Let the match begin. The voice of the female host resonated through the soul guide amplification system. First soul skill binding. Tang San, positioned at the rear of the royal fighting team, initiated the attack. In an instant, countless blue vines surged forth, entangling Chu Qin and the other members of Qihua Academy. It was evident that Tang San's binding speed was remarkable, reaching Chu Qin and his 7 companions in the blink of an eye. Third soul skill. I have mushroom sausages. Simultaneously, Oscar conjured 3 mushroom sausages, distributing them to Dai Mubai, Osro, and Yufeng. Following this, after consuming the sausages, the trio summoned their soul rings and charged towards Qihua Academy. Their strategy was clear. Upon Tang San's blue-silver grass entangling their foes, they would launch a fierce attack to eliminate Qihua Academy. Indeed, with Dai Mubai and the others being all soul masters, coupled with Oscar's flying capabilities from the sausages, even Xiao Wu would likely struggle to withstand their assault. However, they faced Chu Qin. As the trio and the blue-silver grass approached, Chu Qin merely stood calmly in place. Just as their attacks were about to land, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, flared to life beneath his feet, and an icy great sword materialized in his hand. This icy sword was the external soul bone acquired by Shui Binger through her task. At that moment, it appeared as if Chu Qin's martial spirit was that of the ice sword. The next instant, with a single swing of the sword, Tang San's blue-silver grass was severed, and he was instantly repelled, flying backward uncontrollably. Following that, a thunderous crash echoed as Chu Qin's icy sword collided with the attacks of Dai Mubai and the others. After a brief standoff, Chu Qin ultimately sent Dai Mubai and his companions hurtling through the air. In a flash, Chu Qin swung his sword again, shattering Shimo and Shimo's Xuanwu shield. In an instant, Chu Qin achieved a 7-kill. The arena, filled with 80,000 spectators, fell into a momentary silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. 1 against 7, all defeated in less than a minute. Most astonishingly, these were 7 soul masters. Then a thunderous applause erupted, reminiscent of a clap of thunder. Is this young master you even human? Fire Wushuang beside him was left dumbfounded. Is he truly a soul master? Fire Dance's mouth fell agape. They were in such close proximity, able to fully appreciate Chu Qin's formidable strength. Not only them, but even those on the podium were left in awe. Master Ning, what is the origin of the Blazing Fire Academy, that it boasts such formidable competitors? Emperor Shui inquired, glancing at Ning Fengji beside him. Your Majesty, I am unaware. Ning Fengji, still in shock, had yet to regain his composure. His immediate thought turned to Chu Qin, yet he knew that Chu Qin's martial spirit was the Annihilation Spear. Meanwhile, Yu Liuxiang wielded the Ice Sword. Bishop Salas fixed a cold, calculating gaze upon Chu Qin, his mind evidently scheming. How could the Blazing Fire Academy possess someone so powerful? Yu Liuxiang is truly remarkable. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Xiao Wu, who do you think is stronger, Yu Liuxiang or Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment. Without a doubt, it is Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing replied confidently. But if Chu Qin is not on our side, can we truly contend with such a strong opponent? Du Guyan frowned in concern. At that moment, Tang San gazed at Yu Liuxiang, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. Tang San had not yet revealed all his cards. He still possessed the Haotian hammer and Tang's sect hidden weapons. But those were meant for dealing with Chu Qin. Are we still going to fight? Chu Qin calmly asked Tang San and Dai Mubai. Yes, Dai Mubai, whose nature was inherently competitive, would not acquiesce to defeat. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a roar, Dai Mubai transformed into a powerful tiger and charged at Chu Qin. Simultaneously, Tang San and Oscar also unleashed their abilities, rushing towards Chu Qin. Ice Shadow Capture. Dai Mubai's struggle was precisely what Chu Qin desired. The ice giant's sword in his hand radiated a chilling light, and in the next moment, Numerous identical afterimages surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mu Bai and the others were once again overwhelmed, suffering countless sword wounds. If the spectators had not witnessed Chu Qin's battle previously, they were now witnessing him single-handedly vanquishing 7 opponents. In the first round of the preliminaries, the Blazing Fire Academy triumphs. The host exclaimed excitedly. A battle concluded in a minute. What a terrifying team. No, not a team, but a single individual. The competition continued. Yet the awe inspired by Chu Qin was no longer present on the battlefield. That night, at the Azure Dragon Academy, Chu Qin shed his disguise and returned. Chu Qin, where have you been? Xiao Wu and the others rushed over, brimming with excitement upon seeing him. What is the matter? Chu Qin responded with a smile. You won't believe it. Today at the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, a particularly formidable individual appeared at the Blazing Fire Academy. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. One person defeated 7 Soul Masters. So impressive. How impressive? Am I more impressive? Chu Qin asked with a slight smile. Not at all. Ning Rongrong shook her head. It seems my kindness toward you has not gone unrewarded. You still possess a sliver of conscience. Chu Qin embraced Ning Rongrong, Zhuqing. However, Chu Qin, that person is indeed formidable, Lu Erlong remarked. If they encounter him, Xiao Wu and the others might not stand a chance. Why not participate yourself? Ha, no need. Chu Qin replied with a smile. I believe Xiao Wu and the others will surely clinch the championship. Chu Qin, why are you so certain? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. Indeed, we lack confidence ourselves. Meng Yiran chimed in. We must trust our master. If he says we can win the championship, then we surely can. Shui Bing smiedet it. Binger understands me well. Tonight, it shall be just you and me. As he spoke, Chu Qin scooped Shui Binger into a princess carry. Shui Binger gasped in surprise, letting out a soft cry. What are you doing? ZG frowned. Chu Qin disregarded the other girls, carrying Shui Binger toward his room. Upon entering, he securely closed the door and gently placed Shui Binger on the bed. Dressed in a snug leather team uniform, Shui Binger's already alluring figure appeared even more enticing. Beautiful, seeing Shui Binger's sultry form and her bashful demeanor akin to a blooming flower. Chu Qin revealed a smile that betrayed his male nature. Thank you for the compliment, Chu Gongzi, Shui Binger replied. Her cheeks flushed as she looked down. Why do you call me Chu Gongzi? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Chu Gongzi has shown me great kindness, Shui Binger responded, affirming that even though their relationship had progressed, she would continue to address him as Chu Gongzi. She had resolved to honor him with respect throughout their lives. What a commendable sentiment. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin playfully pushed Shui Binger onto the bed. Binger, do you know what I intend to do next? Shui Binger's heart raced, and her face turned crimson as she nodded. Have you ever done this before? Chu Qin in Guit. Shui Binger shook her head, lowering her voice. It's my first time. Hearing this, Chu Qin grinned mischievously as he slowly unfastened her leather attire. Meanwhile, in the Dou Empire, at the Spirit Hall, Bishop Salus sat upon his throne, closing his eyes in apparent meditation. Your Excellency. At that moment, a Spirit Hall knight entered, respectfully kneeling before Salus. What have you discovered regarding the situation? Salus inquired. This Yu Yoxiang recently joined the Blazing Fire Academy, the knight reported. However, we know nothing of his origins. Nothing at all. Salus chuckled ominously. In a vast Spirit Hall, not even a whisper about such a genius emerging from the Heaven Dou Empire? Investigate. I want to know everything. Salus abruptly stood, filled with rage. Yes. The knight trembled in response. Simultaneously, Salus retreated to the inner chamber, writing a confidential letter to Bibi Dong, who was far away in the Spirit Hall. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The preliminaries of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition were nearing their conclusion. The matches had been intensely fierce, thrilling the audience with exhilarating battles. The only regret was that the enigmatic Yu Liuxiang had only appeared once and had not returned. This was because Chu Qin recognized that aside from Tang San and his group, the Blazing Fire Academy faced little challenge. One day, Chu Qin was awakened by a series of system notifications. Ding. Goddess mission released. Task: defeat the God Wind Academy within 3 rounds. Reward: 100 favorability from Goddess Wu and the Sword God Doluo as a follower. The goddess mission has arrived. Chu Qin exclaimed with excitement. It seems Wen Xiaodian, your opportunity has slipped away. Meanwhile, the Blazing Fire Academy, as usual, emerged victorious in the competition. Today's matches were quite impressive. Huo Lingyu addressed the members of the Blazing Fire Academy in a lounge. Everyone was elated, but Huo Wu seemed a bit dispirited, sensing something was amiss. "Mother, who is our next opponent?" Huo Wuxuang asked. "It is us." Before Huo Lingyu could respond, a tall man entered the lounge, clad in a green outfit with a short silver crew cut, his face obscured by a black mask. He was the captain of the Godwin team, Feng Xiaotian. "Brother Feng." Upon seeing Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wuxuang smiled. "Could it be that our third match is against your Godwin Academy?" "Indeed," Feng Xiaotian replied with a slight smile, turning to Huo Wu. "Huo Wu, after many years, we meet again on the battlefield." Huo Wu smiled lightly. "Feng Xiaotian, are you interested in pursuing a relationship with me?" The members of the Blazing Fire Academy were taken aback by her words. Feng Xiaotian appeared slightly awkward, yet still replied, "Yes, Huo Wu." He understood that Huo Wu had many admirers, and if he did not seize this moment, his chances would diminish. "Would you also be interested in pursuing a relationship with me?" Feng Xiaotian's eyes brightened. "All right." Huo Wu smiled gently. "Feng Xiaotian, if you could defeat Yu Liuxiang tomorrow, I will agree to date you. Where's brother Yu?" Feng Xiaotian looked around, failing to spot Chu Qin. "Stop searching. He is not here." Huo Wu replied. "Then how can I win against him?" Feng Xiaotian questioned, puzzled. "You have made a promise, and I certainly have my ways to bring him out." This is precisely the scheme of Huo Wu, leveraging this commitment to lure Chu Qin into the open. Indeed, it has been a long time since she last saw Chu Qin, and for reasons unknown, her heart feels oddly vacant. "Brother Yu is indeed formidable," Feng Xiaotian responded. "It is possible I may not be his match. However, for your sake, Huo Wu, I assure you I will muster all my energy for tomorrow's battle." "Very well, I accept the challenge." At this moment, a gentle voice wafted in from outside, and there appeared Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liuxiang, stepping through the door. "Brother Yu!" exclaimed the crowd from the Qihua Academy and Feng Xiaotian, all taken aback. Particularly, Huo Wu exhibited an unmistakable joy. "What did you just say, brother Yu?" Feng Xiaotian inquired. "Let us do this, Feng Xiaotian. If you can endure 3 rounds against me, I shall concede defeat, and according to the rules, Huo Wu will be free to associate with you." Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. "Truly, brother Yu, you are too generous," Feng Xiaotian said with elation. He, being one of the top talents from the Shanfeng Academy and even the Tiando Empire, surely Yu Liuxiang could not defeat him in 3 rounds. In his perspective, it seemed that Yu Liuxiang was trying to facilitate a union between him and Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu frowned slightly, wondering if Yu Liuxiang intended to hand her over to Feng Xiaotian. Yet, just as Feng Xiaotian was basking in his delight, Chu Qin continued, "Feng Xiaotian, I have not finished speaking. Should you lose within those 3 rounds, you shall henceforth cease any pursuit of Huo Wu. Moreover, she shall be obliged to court me." Gasped the crowd from Qihua Academy and Feng Xiaotian. Huo Wu, on the other hand, wore a faint smile. "So, do you dare to wager?" Chu Qin asked. "All right, I accept your challenge," Feng Xiaotian said after a moment's hesitation. Huo Wu stood beside him, and if he declined, it would reflect poorly on his courage. However, he was uncertain whether Huo Wu agreed. Feng Xiaotian turned to her and asked, "What do you think, Huo Wu?" "I agree." Huo Wu smiled. She, being noble and fiercely independent, possessed a singular criterion in her choice of partner, that he must be stronger than herself. And although Chu Qin had only made 2 moves, he had left an indelible impression upon her. His enigma captivated her even more. Chu Qin's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Very well. See you tomorrow." The next day, at the Grand Soul Arena, the prestigious elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters was nearing its conclusion, yet the audience's fervor remained undiminished, indeed growing ever more intense. In the 20th round of the preliminary matches, Shanfeng Academy faced off against Qihua Academy. The royal team of Tiando encountered the Thunder Academy. There she was. Yu Liuxiang of Qihua Academy made her entrance. The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing Chu Qin, cloaked in black, amidst the ranks of Qihua Academy. Until now, Chu Qin had only revealed his prowess once, months prior, yet he remained the most popular contestant in the elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters. Within a mere minute, he had vanquished an opponent from the Soul Sect. What an extraordinary feat. Wow! As the most mysterious and currently the most powerful contender in the elite competition, Yu Liuxiang has arrived. The female host exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Today, we shall witness whether the legendary tale of Shun Feng Academy will triumph over Yu Liuxiang, or if the saga of this remarkable contestant will continue. Let's await the outcome. As the host finished, the 6 members of Qihua Academy retreated, leaving only Chu Qin standing at the forefront. Here it comes, the familiar 17. What? Does Yu Liuxiang intend to take on 7 opponents all by herself? On the arena, the once confident team from Shun Feng Academy felt their spirits dampen upon seeing Yu Liuxiang stand alone against them. After all, facing a single adversary while outnumbered 7-1 would make any victory seem inconsequential. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian stepped forward, addressing Chu Qin, "Brother Yu, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Chu Qin inquired with a calm smile. "Could you possibly lose this match to me?" Feng Xiaotian implored. "If you concede this match, then Xiao Wu will be mine, and I, Feng Xiaotian, will dedicate my life to you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." "No." Chu Qin smirked, shaking his head. "Why not?" Feng Xiaotian frowned. "Let me ask you a question." Feng Xiaotian. "Zhuqing Zipli, you are among the elite of the younger generation. Surely there are many suitors vying for your affection. To be honest, brother Yu, there are indeed many women who wish to join the Feng family." Feng Xiaotian smiled, "But my heart belongs solely to Xiao Wu." As he spoke, he gestured towards Xiao Wu with a heart sign. Yet Xiao Wu seemed unimpressed, her attention entirely fixated on Chu Qin. "Very well then, Feng Xiaotian, Zhuqing Mai Fai Li, brother Yu, you have agreed to lose to me?" Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, filled with excitement. "No, I am here to teach you a lesson." Chu Qin replied. "What lesson?" "A loyal admirer ultimately possesses nothing. Brother Yu, while I acknowledge that I am indeed a devoted admirer, you need not state it so bluntly." Feng Xiaotian retorted. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I am confident I can endure 3 rounds against you." As he spoke, Feng Xiaotian summoned 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, along with his unique mutated martial soul, the Gale twin-headed wolf. "Brothers, the captain has declared it," exclaimed the vice-captain of the Shun Feng battle team. "As long as we can withstand 3 rounds against Yu Liuxiang, Xiao Wu will be ours. Victory is a must. Victory is imperative." They echoed in unison, unleashing their martial soul rings. Chu Qin lightly shook his head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Feng Xiaotian. But anyone who dared attempt to take away one of his women would find it utterly impossible. With that, the ice giant's sword was summoned from the soul guide container in Chu Qin's hand. Simultaneously, a pair of wings sprouted from the backs of all members of the Shun Feng battle team, soaring into the air as they shouted, "Victory for Shun Feng." They descended upon Chu Qin from above. The audience witnessed the incredible speed of the Shun Feng battle team as they moved, their figures blurring into indistinct shadows due to the layered acceleration of the wind. It was no wonder that Shun Feng Academy was so formidable in terms of this maneuver alone. It was exceedingly difficult for any team from the Soul Sect to counter. However, Chu Qin, gripping his sword in his right hand while a golden radiance blossomed in his left, initiated the next moment. Suddenly, the tempo of the entire arena slowed dramatically, and the once lightning-fast Shun Feng battle team found themselves reduced to a crawl. Chu Qin's speed also diminished, but he remained significantly swifter than the Shun Feng team. In the next heartbeat, Chu Qin swung his sword, sending the entire Shun Feng battle team hurtling backward. "What has happened?" gasped the audience in astonishment. They could not comprehend why the speed of the Shun Feng battle team had plummeted so suddenly. "It is a soul bone," a member from the VIP section remarked, his pupils narrowing. "Indeed, it must be a soul bone skill that induces a slowing effect." Another affirmed, "What manner of being is Yu Liuxiang to possess a soul bone?" The leader of the giant armor sect, Huyin Zhen, frowned. "Fengji, I cannot shake the feeling that this Yu Liuxiang resembles someone more and more." The sword Doloan murmured to Ning Fengji. "I share that sentiment, and it is quite strong. I believe this Yu Liuxiang is none other than Chu Qin." Ning Fengji replied in a hushed tone. "Why would he disguise himself and join Qihua Academy?" The sword Doloan questioned. Ning Fengji shook his head, "Sword uncle, let us wait until the match concludes." On the arena, although the Shun Feng Academy had not been utterly defeated yet, they teetered on the brink of collapse. This Yu Liuxiang could manipulate time, shattering the speed advantage that Shun Feng Academy once took pride in. Brothers, rally yourselves. He has only revealed one technique thus far. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth. In just 2 more moves, we shall claim victory. In the next moment, 4 soul rings illuminated beneath Feng Xiaotian's feet, and he shouted, Gale Demon Wolf, 36 slashes. Feng Xiaotian unleashed an onslaught as fierce as 36 Gale Demon Wolves, charging directly at Chu Qin. An original soul technique. Chu Qin's pupils narrowed slightly. Although he did not endorse Feng Xiaotian's sycophantic behavior, one could not deny that Feng Xiaotian possessed considerable talent. Meanwhile, Chu Qin pondered whether he could create his own soul technique. However, he did not dwell on this thought for long, as he unleashed another strike with his ice sword. Feng Xiaotian's assault was exceptionally fierce, engulfing the entire arena, but upon encountering Chu Qin's sword, he felt a violent shock in his chest. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian was sent flying by Chu Qin's blade, along with the other 6 members of the Godwin team, who were also hurled from the stage. At a critical moment, Feng Xiaotian managed to grab hold of a pillar, preventing an immediate fall. Brother, give me a chance. Feng Xiaotian shouted desperately while clinging to the pillar. I have already told you, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Being a sycophant is futile. Subsequently, with a gentle flick of his finger, Feng Xiaotian plummeted from the arena. The audience fell silent for a second before erupting into thunderous applause. Yu Liuxiang, having defeated the so-called strongest Godwin team of the Tiando competition using only a soul bone skill, had not even summoned a soul ring. Observing this, Sword Deluo confidently turned to Ning Fengji and remarked, I dare say that this Yu Liuxiang is undoubtedly Chu Qin. This is an established fact. Ning Fengji replied, the Godwin team is well trained. Defeating them requires the strength of a soul emperor, and among those under 25, I cannot think of anyone else besides him. Nearby, Salas furrowed his brow as he listened to Ning Fengji and Sword Deluo's quiet conversation. A few months ago, I wrote to His Holiness the Pope, and he deemed it an insignificant matter. Now it seems that this person may very well be a soul emperor. If that is the case, our Wuhuan Temple team may not be his match. He must be eliminated before the finals. Ding! The system detected that the host had defeated the God Wind Academy within 3 moves, gaining 100% favorability from Xiao Wu, the sword god Doluo. After stepping down from the arena, Chu Qin did not head to the lounge, but made his way directly to Tiando City. Just as he reached a street corner, he halted and called behind him, Come out. As expected, a figure clad in fiery red appeared behind him. It was Xiao Wu. Why are you following me? Chu Qin inquired with intrigue. Xiao Wu hesitated, then seized the moment. Young Master Yu, are you truly serious about wanting to date me? Dear Sword Maiden, do you wish for it to be true? Chu Qin countered with a smile. I do not know. Xiao Wu shook her head. Since you have defeated the Godwind Academy in 3 moves, according to our agreement, I am free to pursue a relationship with young Master Yu. Just as Chu Qin was about to speak, a voice, aged and haunting, echoed above them. Why must a girl be enamored with a dying man? They looked up to see an elderly figure in a long robe floating before them, as their surroundings dissolved into a vast expanse of emptiness. You are the leading mentor of Songhui Academy? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am Shernyan, the mentor of Songhui Academy. He replied with a ghostly smile directed at Chu Qin and Xiao Wu. What do you desire? Xiao Wu asked, her brow furrowed. Isn't it obvious? I wish to kill you, Chu Qin said calmly. Indeed, Yu Liuxiang. It is unfortunate that you are too exceptional. If I kill you, Songhui Academy will have a greater chance of advancing to the next round. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Chu Qin retorted with composure. In the next moment, he vanished, positioning himself protectively before Xiao Wu. What? Shernyan's pupils constricted at the sight of Chu Qin's astonishing speed. Come, let me see what you can use to kill me. Zhuqing's my. Shernyan's eyes shifted, and 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, flared to life beneath him as a strange light enveloped Chu Qin. Summon, Annihilation Spear. Chu Qin calmly summoned his martial soul's ring. You're also a soul saint. Shernyan's eyes widened upon witnessing the 7 soul rings swirling beneath Chu Qin's feet, particularly the one with a 10,000-year lifespan. No wonder he is so formidable. Xiao Wu gasped in realization. The sixth soul skill, Illusory Spear. Under the immunity effect of Chu Qin's sixth soul skill, Shi Nian's dream remnant was shattered in an instant. The next moment, Chu Qin's illusory spear pierced through Shi Nian's body. At his current strength, Chu Qin stood a chance against a titled Dou, let alone a level 72 soul saint. However, he still underestimated Shi Nian's illusions. After being pierced by Chu Qin's annihilation spear, Shi Nian did not perish immediately. It was merely a clone. I did not expect you to be a soul saint, Shi Nian remarked with a ghostly smile. I dare say you're the only one under 25 in the entire Dou continent to reach soul saint. But what does that matter? You have already fallen victim to my dream remnant. Even a titled Dou may not escape my technique. It seems I have underestimated you. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Indeed, you did not kill me, so now you shall die. Just as Shi Nian's words fell, a fiery red liquid sword appeared at his throat. What? Shi Nian exclaimed in horror, raising his hands in surrender. His gaze shifted to see a stunning woman standing behind him. Dressed in a fiery red leather outfit that left little to the imagination, her figure was perfectly sculpted, accentuating her alluring curves. It was her breathtaking beauty that captivated the eye. Her large, red eyes shimmered like stars, and her lips, adorned with a seductive shade of red, gleamed enticingly, evoking desire in any man before her. This was none other than Chu Qin's third companion, the 98th level sword god Dou, the Sword Maiden. Who are you? Shi Nian asked, trembling with fear. Did you not just say that a titled Dou cannot escape your illusion? The Sword Maiden replied with a ghostly smile. You are a titled Dou. Shi Nian's eyes widened in shock. However, before he could finish his words, the Sword Maiden's liquid sword fell mercilessly, obliterating him in an instant. As Shi Nian's body exploded, the expansive space around Chu Qin and Xiao Wu vanished, returning them to the street corner. Young master, who is she? Xiao Wu asked, momentarily stunned before reacting, glancing at the Sword Maiden with astonishment. Do not be alarmed, Miss Xiao Wu. The Sword Maiden smiled. I am the Sword Maiden, a companion of Chu Qin. Chu Qin. Xiao Wu looked at Chu Qin in bewilderment. Young master, you're Chu Qin? How do you know me? Chu Qin smiled. Not long ago, the Tiando Royal Academy was defeated by the talented Chu Qin of the former Lamba Academy, now the Royal Azure Dragon Academy. Could it be that you are Chu Qin? Xiao Wu replied, astonished. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed with a smile. I am Chu Qin. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wu. Chu Qin smiled gently, removing his mask. Upon seeing Chu Qin's astonishingly handsome face, Xiao Wu was momentarily frozen in place. Before she could react, Chu Qin leaned in and kissed her lips. Witnessing this, the Sword Maiden furrowed her brows slightly and quietly returned to Chu Qin's body. Xiao Wu was taken aback at first, but then she responded, extending her tongue to meet his. Young master, you. After their kiss, Xiao Wu felt a sense of confusion wash over her mind, leaving her dazed as she asked. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. How could I be one who disregards promises? With a smile, Chu Qin replied, however, Fire Dance, do you love Liu Xiang or me? I love both. Fire Dance responded with a graceful smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin donned his mask once more and took Fire Dance's hand. They made their way to a secluded hotel, dining and conversing leisurely. Chu Qin, so you came to the Blazing Fire Academy to pave the way for the Royal Qinglong Academy? Fire Dance exclaimed in surprise at Chu Qin's explanation. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed, I have investigated, and there is an extraordinary team in the finals. I must take action myself. Then why not lead the Royal Qinglong Academy directly to victory? Fire Dance queried, puzzled. If I did that, how would I get to know you? Chu Qin replied with a smile. At this, Fire Dance's cheeks flushed, and she unconsciously revealed a shy smile. So, you came to the Blazing Fire Academy just for me? Otherwise, what? Chu Qin chuckled, but Fire Dance, you must not tell anyone else, not even Huo Wushuang or Huo Lingyu, otherwise I will be disqualified from the competition. Fire Dance shook her head vigorously. No way, don't worry. If I do, may I be struck by lightning. I didn't ask you to swear an oath. Chu Qin said with a slight smile as they headed towards Wuhuan City. In the blink of an eye, the last match of the elite competition for Advanced Soul Masters concluded. I never expected that Tang San from the Tiando Royal Academy is a descendant of the Haotian sect. Indeed, does that mean he possesses twin martial souls? I heard he is only 14. to reach Soul Ancestor at 14, and with twin martial souls. Hey, if he uses the Haotian hammer versus Yu Liuxiang, who would be stronger? Certainly, it would be Yu Liuxiang. He can take on 7 opponents alone. And I believe he must also possess twin martial souls. In the final match, the team from Shunfeng Academy clashed with the Tiando Royal Academy, forcing Tang San to unleash the Haotian hammer. Consequently, Tang San became the center of attention. In the Wuhuan Hall, within the Pope's chamber, sat an extraordinary woman on a high-backed throne, adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and draped in a flowing purple gold robe. Her stunning visage and exquisite figure could captivate countless young men with every smile. Her eyes resembled a pool of autumn water, or perhaps the vastness of stars and seas. Undeniably breathtaking. Most striking was her physique, with skin as smooth as jade and curves in golden proportion, accentuated by a semi-transparent purple gold lace gown and thigh-high boots that perfectly showcased her alluring form. The subtle hints of her cleavage sparked countless fantasies. This woman held numerous titles, being the only female pope in the history of the Wuhuan Hall and the youngest and most outstanding pope, Bibi Dong. Upon finishing the confidential letter delivered by Salas, her brows furrowed slightly, the alluring words tinged with anger. "What? Your Holiness, what troubles you?" inquired a bishop nearby. "The Haotian sect's heir has appeared in the Tiando competition," Bibi Dong responded. Furthermore, the bishop of the Tiando Holy Hall, Salas, mentioned a suspected Soul Emperor-level contestant. This is impossible," the bishop exclaimed in astonishment. "How could anyone under 25 reach Soul Emperor? Do you think Salas would dare to joke with me?" Bibi Dong glared at the bishop, who trembled and fell silent. "Summon Zhu Gui Do Luo to the Pope's chamber," Bibi Dong commanded. "If there truly is a Soul Emperor-level contestant, the finals may face unforeseen changes. I must prevent such a turn of events. Most importantly, the heir of the Haotian sect must not enter Wuhuan City." As she concluded, her voice dripped with coldness, ruthlessness, and a hint of murderous intent, reminiscent of a true monarch. Simultaneously, at the gates of Tiando City, 15 luxurious carriages, escorted by the Tiando Knights, slowly departed from the southern part of the city. Among them was one belonging to the Qinglong Academy. "Why has the carriage started moving? Where is Chu Qin?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. "Yes, where is Chu Qin?" Ning Rongrong echoed in confusion. "Xiao Wu Rongrong." It was Dugubo who spoke. "Chu Qin has already gone ahead to the Wuhuan Hall. I will ensure your safety, so do not worry. This Chu Qin is probably off flirting again." Lu Erlong frowned. "When I see him again, I will have to give him a good beating," Xiao Wu declared fiercely. "Xiao Wu, I'm afraid you won't have the heart to do it." Dugu Yin smiled faintly. "Indeed, I can't bear to." Xiao Wu sighed, taking a bite of the carrot in her hand. Not far from them, within the carriage of the Blazing Fire Academy, Fire Dance comfortably leaned against the shoulder of the disguised Chu Qin. "Young Master Chu, why aren't you in the Qinglong Academy's carriage? Aren't your other women there?" Fire Dance asked quietly. "How do you know I have other women?" Chu Qin inquired. "After all, I am the daughter of the Blazing Fire Academy's president and vice president. Such news is not unknown to me." Fire Dance replied. "Does that not bother you?" Chu Qin pretended to ask innocently. His system would not allow his harem to ignite. Fire Dance shook her head. "I don't know why, but as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter how many women you have." Hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Fire Dance's head. "In truth, I haven't told them about my arrival at the Blazing Fire Academy." "Oh, why?" Fire Dance inquired. "They are very strong-willed women." Chu Qin explained. "If I told them I joined the Blazing Fire Academy to help them defeat the Wuhuan Hall team, it would undermine their confidence." "I see. Chu Qin, you are truly kind," Fire Dance said sweetly, clinging to Chu Qin like an octopus. "I should return in a few days." Chu Qin added, "If they don't see me, they will worry. I'm fine over here." Fire Dance nodded. Every action of Chu Qin and Fire Dance was keenly observed by Feng Xiaotian in the nearby carriage, who exclaimed, "Ah, I want to die. I want to die." He pulled at his hair, shouting, "Feng Long, Feng Hu, don't stop me." "Captain, it's not worth it." Feng Long shouted. "Yes, Captain, look over there. The Tianshui Academy has many exquisite women." Feng Hu chimed in. "No, I only want Fire Dance." Feng Xiaotian yelled. The carriage continued along the road. The distance from Tiando City to Wuhuan City was exceedingly far, and with the carriage stopping intermittently, the journey took a full 20 days. On this day, The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The caravan entered a narrow gorge. Rockfall, rockfall, all troops, be on alert. Upon hearing this, the students and teachers from various academies immediately rushed out of the carriages, witnessing boulders tumbling down towards them. Inside the Qinglong Academy's carriage, Meng Yuran was slightly startled. What happened? Dugu Bo was about to take action when a pink figure appeared before them. It was Su Daji. Ladies, there's no need to panic. Su Dajianon said, the master has instructed that in such situations, you need only stay inside the carriage. I will ensure your safety. Seeing Su Daji's arrival, Dugu Bo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the carriage of the Blazing Fire Academy, Chu Qin reassured everyone, there is no need to panic. Stay in the carriage. I will protect your safety. With that, Chu Qin easily stepped out of the carriage. At this moment, apart from the falling rocks, countless black figures rushed down from the mountain, accompanied by various dazzling soul rings that illuminated the entire canyon. Chu Qin understood that these were assassins from the Spear Hall. The instant Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer, Chu Qin anticipated that the Spirit Hall would inevitably initiate an assassination operation. And indeed, the assassination attempt had commenced. Tang San, whether you can evade this calamity depends on your fate, Chu Qin remarked with a calm smile. In the original narrative, Tang San and his companions escaped the pursuit of the Juke ghost thanks to the celestial herb, as well as the toxic and sword Duluos and Ning Fengji. However, now that they lacked the celestial herb, and with the toxic Daw accompanying him, it was unlikely for the sword Duluo and Ning Fengji to intervene, especially since Rongrong was no longer part of their group. Chu Qin was not a saint. He and Tang San were adversaries, and his restraint had already been a display of mercy. He certainly had no intention of aiding him. Whether he lived or perished was a matter of fate. The only commitment Chu Qin made was to safeguard the Qihua Academy, Dragon Academy, and Heavenly Water Academy. Everything else was of no concern to him. Tang San had a great fortune. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall only targeted those they wished to eliminate, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. Although these soul masters appeared fierce in their assault, their strategy primarily revolved around defensive maneuvers. Consequently, the most concentrated attack was directed at the Tiando Royal Academy, where Tang San's carriage was located. At that moment, several thoughtless soul masters from the Spirit Hall launched an assault against him. These were first and second ring soul masters. The outcome was evident, as they were swiftly defeated by Chu Qin. As Chu Qin observed Tang San's direction, the latter had drawn out Tang Sek's hidden weapons, sweeping across the surroundings like a machine gun, inflicting injuries upon numerous low-ranking soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Flinder intervened, intercepting the soul sage-level assassins targeting Tang San. Additionally, in the original story, the Golden Eagle soul Daw, Nordia, who countered Long Gong Meng Shu, was also halted by the Royal Academy's teaching committee member, Jilin, who had come to escort Tang San and the others. At this moment, Tang San noticed Chu Qin's presence but only cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Just as Tang San was wreaking havoc, a haunting voice echoed, Nordia, you truly are regressing. You can't even handle such a simple situation. As the words fell, a powerful aura descended from above. The figure, clad in pale yellow armor, bore a visage almost feminine, yet his Adam's apple revealed him to be male. Chu Qin quickly deduced the identity of a newcomer, one of the two titled Doluos under BB Dawn. The Ju Doluo, Yueguan. Yueguan was indeed a genuine 95th level titled Daw. Upon the release of his aura, all battling soul masters felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated them. Chu Qin felt a slight tightening in his chest, but nothing more. Tang San, if you can't survive this ordeal, consider it an accomplishment, Chu Qin remarked, his demeanor somewhat intrigued. Sensing Yueguan's might, Jilin Flinder and Xiao Wu immediately shielded Tang San and the others behind them. Who are you? Jilin coldly inquired, gazing at Yueguan. Who else could it be? It's quite obvious. Flinder interjected. Who else but the Spirit Hall can deploy so many soul masters? TSK. Be careful with your assumptions without evidence. Yueguan replied with a faint smile. Jilin, hand over the heir of the Haotian clan, and I may spare your lives. Oomph. Jilin retorted with a cold smile. No matter who you are, it is a delusion to think you can take someone from our Royal Academy. As Jilin's words concluded, another figure appeared beside him, and beneath their feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings surged, 8 rings in total. These 3 individuals were none other than the Royal Academy's other 2 committee members, by Bao Shan and Meng Xinji. No wonder you are so confident. It appears all 3 old fellows from the Royal Academy have arrived. Facing Meng Xinji and the others, the Zhu Dou maintained a smile. Come, Your Grace, let's see if you can best the 3 of us old fellows. Meng Xinji replied with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing this, the Zhu Dou summoned his martial soul, the mysterious heavenly chrysanthemum. So it's you, the Zhu Dou Yueguan of the Spirit Hall. Meng Xinji's pupils constricted. TSK, you have some knowledge. The Zhu Dou replied, to be honest, I would love to spar with the 3 of you old fellows. However, the task is urgent. Go. My ghost. Trouble. The Zhu Dou and the ghost Dou have always been inseparable. Meng Xinji exclaimed in alarm. Sure enough, as Meng Xinji's words fell, another sharp voice broke the air. Everyone turned to see a shadowy figure appearing behind Tang San. This figure resembled a ghost, covered in dense black markings, appearing exceedingly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the ghost Dou had crossed 100 meters, reaching Tang San's back. However, just as the ghost Dou was about to strike Tang San, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. Following this, a rumbling sound reverberated. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to flaunt their power here? Begone! As the voice echoed, the vast canyon began to tremble. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Hearing this voice, Chu Qin smiled slightly. Tang San, your life is quite resilient. Well, there is plenty of time ahead. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was Tang Hao. Tang Hao had been following Tang San. And how could he not be present when Tang San arrived at the Spirit Hall? However, in the original story, De Gubo and the Sword de Luo had intervened, which delayed Tang Hao's appearance until after the Soul Master competition concluded. Now, facing a crisis, Tang Hao stepped forward immediately. Sure enough, in the next moment, a gigantic Haotian hammer descended from the sky, spinning rapidly as it struck the ghost Dou. With a thunderous crash, the Haotian hammer struck the ground, sending shockwaves that severely injured the surrounding soul saints from the Spirit Hall, and the ghost Dou, caught in the brunt of it, was sent flying, spitting blood. What? Upon seeing the familiar Haotian hammer on the ground, the Zhu ghost Dou gasped in astonishment. Immediately, a towering figure draped in a black cloak descended rapidly from the clouds, landing beside Tang San. Who are you? The Zhu ghost Dou trembled slightly, staring at the man in fear. Father, Tang San exclaimed excitedly. Greetings, Your Grace Haotian. Flender and Xiao Wu addressed him respectfully. Tang Hao had previously visited the Tiando Royal Academy, so these two recognized him. We have met the Haotian Dou. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji by Bao Shan, Jilin, and the surrounding soul masters all bowed respectfully. The Haotian Dou, known as the youngest titled Dou in history. Tang Hao, the Haotian Dou. The Zhu Dou and the ghost Dou gazed at the man before them, as if they were ghostly figures encountering the king of hell. Old ghost, the plan has failed. We must retreat. The Zhu Dou urged the ghost Dou in haste. Retreat? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's massive hand clenched slightly, and the Haotian hammer flew back into his grasp. In the next moment, Tang Hao dashed toward the Zhu Dou like a gust of wind, swinging the hammer at him. The mysterious, heavenly chrysanthemum's true form. The Zhu Dou, startled, activated his life-saving soul skill. In an instant, countless petals of the mysterious heavenly chrysanthemum formed a shield before him. However, even so, under the might of Tang Hao's swing, the Zhu was sent flying. The ghost Dou, having summoned his martial soul's true form, was also pushed back by the shockwaves of the Haotian hammer. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of the Haotian Dou. Tang Hao, do you dare to kill us? The Zhu Dou exclaimed in fear. The Spirit Hall will not spare you. When have I ever feared the Spirit Hall? You little ghost. You have quite the audacity to attempt to kill my son. Tang Hao's pupils constricted as he declared, do not even think about unleashing the polar stillness domain. Today, even if the Pope were to arrive, you shall meet your demise. Bibi Dong tormented you Xiaojing, while the Zhu Dou and the ghost Dou were gripped by fear. At this moment, Tang San was filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that his inebriated blacksmith father would be so formidable. Instantly, he thought of another individual, Chu Qin. He pondered whether his father could exact vengeance on Chu Qin. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Chu Qin was merely observing the spectacle from the sidelines. Yan Yi, save the Zhu ghost de law. After all, she is Bibi Dong's subordinate. Chu Qin remarked as he gazed at the raised Haotian hammer of Tang Hao. Understood. Jian Ji responded, quietly departing from Chu Qin's side. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer collided with Jian Ji's fiery liquid sword. This sword, named the Fire God Sword, bore a divine quality, clearly belonging to a top-tier martial soul, at least on par with the Haotian hammer. Given that Jian Ji possessed a soul power of level 98, while Tang Hao was merely at 96, it was evident that in their clash, Tang Hao was forced to retreat before Jian Ji. Everyone present was taken aback by this sight. This stunning woman was stronger than Tang Hao. Could it be that the Pope had arranged for other powerful allies? The Zhu ghost de law thought simultaneously. You too, if you do not leave now. Do you intend to await your demise here? Jian Ji stated without turning back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Zhu ghost de law immediately reacted, calling out to the surrounding soul masters. Meanwhile, Tang Hao also chose to disengage, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he took Tang San away from the canyon. Jian Ji likewise vanished into thin air. The four titled Duos came and went swiftly, leaving the onlookers in profound shock. Master, why did you not allow me to eliminate that person? Yan Yi inquired. Killing him would be rather mundane. Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Let us keep them around for our amusement. Very well, Yan Yi nodded. Subsequently, Chu Qin discreetly shed his disguise and returned to the carriage of the Qinglong Academy. Brother Chu, are you unharmed? Upon entering the carriage of the Qinglong Academy, everyone rushed to greet him. Besides his own women, there were also Ning Fengji and the Sword Law, with Qianrenxue, disguised as Shuqing, being the first to speak. Chu Qin, are you all right? The women inquired in unison. What could possibly be wrong with me? Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Uncle Ning, Sword Dou Law, Your Highness. You're all here as well. Indeed, Shuqing responded. This time, the bandits are extraordinary. Your Qinglong Academy is the hope of our entire Tiandou Empire. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had thought that Qianrenxue had developed feelings for him. Little did he know that she had indeed come for his sake. Chu Qin, father, who exactly were those bandits? Ning Rongrong asked. It seems incredibly intense outside. The ground is shaking. Yes, 3 titled Duos have arrived. Zhu Qin not dead. 3 titled Duos? Ning Fengji, Sword Go, and the others were simultaneously astonished. They had already surmised the identity of the intruders. Who else but the Spirit Hall could dispatch 2 titled Duos for assassination? Using titled Duos as assassins? 2 at once? Lu Erlong expressed her surprise. Ning Fengti, Sprevfurovet. It seemed that Uncle Ning had already deduced their identities. Chu Qin deliberately addressed Ning Fengji. Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, they are from the Spirit Hall. Chu Qin, those 2 titled Duos must have targeted the heir of the Haotian sect, the dual spirit wielder. Ning Fengji replied. Yes. Chu Qin nodded. The others gasped. They were headed towards the spirit city. Was this not an invitation to disaster? Then there is no doubt. The Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall harbored deep-seated enmity. The Spirit Hall would never allow him to thrive. Ning Fengji asserted with a serious expression. However, it is fortunate that everyone is safe. Ning Fengji continued. Moreover, please rest assured, the Spirit Hall would not recklessly assassinate others. We are secure. Upon hearing this, aside from Chu Qin, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. In the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, an unexpected guest arrived. Yu Xiaojiang. Shamelessly, Yu Xiaojiang came to Bibi Dong to inquire about the secrets of dual martial souls. Why should I assist you in cultivating a successor for the Haotian sect to oppose me? Bibi Dong replied coldly. Rest assured, Tang San is my disciple. As long as you reveal the method to me, I swear he will never oppose the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang replied. At this moment, his deepest desire was to cultivate Tang San to confront Chu Qin. You are too late. Just now, 2 titled Duos from the Spirit Hall have already set out, targeting your disciple, Tang San. Bibi Dong stated ominously. Bibi Dong Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in fury. Yu Xiaojiang, you too have your moments of urgency. Bibi Dong sneered once. You refuse to accept me because of your sister. Now that she has abandoned you, you come seeking my aid? I intend to make you suffer. At these words, Yu Xiaojiang was reminded of the cruel words spoken to him by Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong, do you share her disdain for me as well? Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically. Yu Xiaojing should never have mentioned Lu Erlong in her presence. Oh, as expected, now that Lu Erlong has cast you aside. You come to plead with me. Bibi Dong's demeanor turned cold, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Her hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, Yu Xiaojing was engulfed by excruciating pain, akin to a parasite gnawing at his bones. A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed through the Pope's hall. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaojing emerged from the Pope's hall, his face contorted in agony. He turned back to Bibi Dong and cautioned, "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Beware of a person named Chu Qin. He may threaten your position as Pope." Yu Xiaojing was clever. Had he directly informed Bibi Dong that Chu Qin was a soul sage at such a young age, she might not have believed him. However, by framing it as a warning, given Bibi Dong's suspicious nature, she would surely take action against Chu Qin. The vast hall was left empty, with only Bibi Dong remaining. Ultimately, she was unable to carry out her desire to kill Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, why? Why must you return to torment me? Bibi Dong's gaze was hollow, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in fury. Once, she had loved Yu Xiaojing deeply, but had not gained the approval of her teacher, Qian Xuanji. This beast-like teacher had forcibly taken advantage of her in a secret chamber. As a result, the once innocent and pure-hearted Bibi Dong had devolved into an evil, frenzied, and cold-blooded, iron-blooded pope. At this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was shattered. Why? Why was fate so unjust to her, bestowing upon her unparalleled beauty and supreme status, yet forcing her to live a life filled with hatred and resentment? However, Bibi Dong was still unaware that all of this was part of a grand conspiracy, and the true truth was far from what it seemed. Your Holiness, 2 elders have returned with news. The assassination attempt on Tang San has failed. At that moment, the voice of a hall knight echoed from outside, confirming that the Haoqian Doa Tang Hao had appeared and rescued his son, Tang San. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. She wiped her tears away, her gaze hardening once more, filled with coldness and malice. 2 days later, 15 luxurious carriages from the Tiando Empire entered the Spirit City in succession. Surrounding the Spirit City was the imposing Spirit Mountain, forming a hexagonal shape. While its scale was far inferior to that of the Tiando imperial capital, it possessed its own distinctive characteristics. Firstly, the presence of the Doluo Hall, the supreme sanctuary, immediately established it as the center of the Soul Master world on the Doluo continent, a sacred ground for all Soul Masters. Furthermore, the Spirit City houses nearly half of the Soul Masters in the Doluo continent. It is no exaggeration to say that a single brick thrown here could very well strike a Soul Master. A party of over 200 from the Tiando Empire disembarked from their carriages and were accommodated in a luxurious hotel located on the western side of the hexagonal Spirit City. Night had already fallen, and in pursuit of better spirits for the following day, all the participants soon succumbed to slumber. In consideration of ensuring Ning Rongrong and the others maintained an optimal state of mind, Chu Qin chose to share a bed with Lu Erlong that night. Just as the two were on the verge of drifting off to sleep, a chime echoed. A divine mission had been issued. The task was to guide the goddess battle team in defeating the Star Luo Royal Academy, unmasking Davis's true identity, and rescuing Zhu Zhuqing, thereby earning her complete affection. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. The original narrative provided scant details regarding Zhu Zhuqing and Davis. Thus, as a transmigrator, he pondered whether Davis harbored a different facade. What secrets lay behind Zhu Zhuqing's association with Davis? What's the matter, Chu Qin? Lu Erlong emerged from the washroom, having overheard his murmurs. Nothing. Chu Qin quickly returned a smile, then began to scrutinize Lu Erlong from head to toe. At that moment, she was audaciously clad in a semi-transparent bathrobe, her alluring figure on full display. Erlong, you're becoming increasingly mischievous, Chu Qin remarked with a teasing smile, pulling her into his embrace. What do you mean? Lu Erlong furrowed her brows. Since when did you don such daring attire? It has always been like this. Lu Erlong pouted. Oh, I see. So you were serious about wearing lace for the competition, were you? Chu Qin inquired, implying she might have a peculiar penchant. Chu Qin. Lu Erlong realized he was playfully mocking her, yet she feigned annoyance and lightly punched his chest. Enough. Chu Qin, thou win. What's wrong? Lu Erlong asked, her brows knitting together. I can't hold back any longer. Chu Qin declared, pushing Lu Erlong onto the bed. However, just as he was about to act, a soft voice called from outside, Chu Qin, are you in there? It was Zhu Zhuqing. Chu Qin was startled and hurriedly climbed off Lu Erlong. Quick, put on your clothes. What's the rush? Let her join us. Lu Erlong chuckled softly. Ignoring her, Chu Qin approached the door and opened it. There stood Zhu Zhuqing, clad in pajamas, appearing somewhat dispirited. Chu Qin swiftly shed his outer garment and draped it over her, speaking gently, Zhuqing, what's the matter? Chu Qin, I can't sleep. I wanted to talk to you for a bit, Zhu Zhuqing replied. All right, come in. With that, Chu Qin shut the door firmly behind her. Lu Erlong, now dressed, poured a cup of warm tea for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, why do you look so pale? Lu Erlong inquired. Sister Erlong, Chu Qin. Today I saw the carriage of the Star Luo Royal Academy. Zhu Zhuqing revealed. The Star Luo Royal Academy? Lu Erlong was slightly taken aback. Chu Qin seemed to anticipate what Zhu Zhuqing was about to divulge. Yes, Sister Erlong, Chu Qin. There is something I've kept to myself for a long time that I haven't shared with you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I hail from the noble Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. The Zhu family of Star Luo? The prestigious family that has intermarried with the royal family for generations? Lu Erlong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, and the one I was previously engaged to from Shrek Academy, now a student at the Tiando Royal Academy, Dai Mubai, is from the Star Luo royal family. Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Chu Qin, do you know why I have always wanted to defeat my sister in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Chu Qin, aware of the answer, shook his head. Because our Zhu family has a twisted tradition to ensure that the future heirs of the family are exceptional. Once the competing descendants are chosen, the family raises them as adversaries. The victor becomes the heir, while the loser faces dire consequences. Zhu Zhuqing explained. I have heard of this rule. It is lamentable how, despite being of the same bloodline, they are forced into mutual slaughter. Lu Erlong sighed. I never imagined, Zhuqing, you would be one of them. Then, your sister is part of the Star Luo Royal Academy, and you wish to defeat her in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Lu Erlong continued. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing responded sadly. So, Sister Erlong, Chu Qin, I am deeply conflicted. If I win, my sister will suffer greatly, but if I lose, I will also face my family's punishment. There is no affection among us. However, having spent my childhood away from the family and by your side, I have come to understand the warmth of human emotions. I fear I will destroy my own sister. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, rest assured. With me here, I will ensure you suffer no harm. Yes, Chu Qin, I believe in you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. But can you save my sister? She is also a victim. Leave it to me. Having intended to embrace Zhu Zhuqing regardless, Chu Qin naturally agreed now that she had implored him. Zhuqing, should you encounter your sister, face her with all your strength. Chu Qin replied. The rest, leave to me. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I will not let her defeat me. I only worry she may be in danger. Indeed, Chu Qin gently wiped the tears from Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, smiling warmly. I promise you, both you and your sister will emerge unscathed. Thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqing finally broke into a smile. In that moment, she realized how profoundly correct her choice to follow this man had been. Don't mention it. Sister Erlong, Chu Qin, were you just about to? Zhu Zhuqing, with a clever smile, interjected. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Then count me in. It will be my way of thanking Chu Qin. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. The next day, in the morning, Chu Qin led the ladies toward the Spirit City Square. It was a grand arena crafted from a vast expanse of granite, treated with special modifications to install unique damping soul tools to prevent the competitors from damaging the stage. Such grandeur could only be orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, leaving everyone in awe. The finals would be conducted in a knockout format, where the losing side would exit the arena directly. As there were a total of 33 teams competing, so would be given a bye. The rules regarding the byes were intricate, but simply put, in the first round, the Qinglong battle team, one of the 3 teams guaranteed to advance, did not participate. In the second round, the Qihua Academy, which ranked first in the Tiando qualifying rounds, also sat out. Thus, in the initial 2 rounds, Chu Qin's Qinglong battle team remained off the stage, while the final 10 teams had emerged for the finals. In the third round of the finals, The Qinglong battle team faced off against the Star Luo Royal Academy's Longkuei Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy clashed with the Tiando Royal Academy's first team. In this round, Zhu Zhuqing finally confronted her sister. Women often capture attention most vividly. The Qinglong battle team, composed entirely of beautiful women, electrified the crowd. Wow, this guaranteed Royal Qinglong Academy is all women, and they're all stunning beauties. Heard the women from the Royal Academy are all soul zongs. Who says women are inferior to men? Amidst the chorus of admiration, the Long Academy and Longkuei Academy made their way to the arena from opposite sides. The members of the Qinglong battle team who entered the stage were Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin, Meng Iran, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger, and Xiao Wu. Due to concerns regarding Zhu Zhuqing and Davis's martial soul fusion skill, Chu Qin had decided not to field Yi Lingling in the first round, opting instead for Xiao Wu, who possessed a martial soul fusion with Shui Binger. At the forefront of the Longkuei Academy's procession stood two tall individuals, a striking pair of a man and a woman. The man, with his tousled golden hair and handsome features, exuded an aura of charm. Meanwhile, the woman was not only extraordinarily beautiful with an innate grace, but her form-fitting leather attire accentuated her every curve with remarkable precision. Her long, slender legs, voluptuous silhouette, and pert dairy epitomized the dreams of countless young men. Moreover, her skin, smooth and flawless like jade, glistened subtly under the sun, emanating a delicate radiance that evoked a sense of freshness. This captivating figure bore a resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, but she was none other than her elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing. The golden-haired man beside her was none other than the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, who appeared to share an affectionate bond with Zhu Zhuqing. As they walked arm in arm, in this solemn setting of the elite soul master competition, how could a prince of such stature disregard decorum? Chu Qin observed their intertwined arms, pondering the unusual nature of their display. This was a momentous occasion, yet Davis seemed to disregard the conventions expected of someone of his rank. A sense of foreboding crept in as Chu Qin's gaze sharpened. "Zhuqing, I have heard what Chu Qin said," exclaimed Xiao Wu, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand reassuringly. "Fear not. This is our first battle in the Azure Dragon team, and we shall not falter against your sister." The others, Meng Iran and Shui Binger, echoed their sentiments in unison. "Thank you, everyone." Zhu Zhuqing responded with heartfelt gratitude. "Ah, Zhu Yun, isn't that my brother Dai Mubai's fiancé, E?" Davis remarked with a hint of mockery directed at Zhu Zhuqing. "Indeed," Zhu Yun replied with a sultry smile. "Sister, I thought you were off to the Heaven Dou Empire to find Dai Mubai. What happened? Did he cast you aside? No worries. Return to the family. I shall take care of you." "Zhuqing, is this woman truly your sister?" Zhu Zhuqing had yet to speak, but the taunts continued. "Is your sister so aged?" Ning Rongrong chimed in, her sharp tongue adding to the jest, still competing at her age. "Surely, she's not here to earn a living." At this, Zhu Zhiyun's expression darkened, her brows knitting in displeasure as she realized her mature figure had become a target for ridicule. "Is there no one left in the Heaven Dou Empire?" Davis sneered. "How could they allow such inexperienced girls to advance to the finals? Surely you have not made some unsavory deals with the Emperor of Heaven Dou." Chu Qin's lips curled into a smirk at such insolence directed towards his companion. Davis would pay dearly for his mockery. However, Chu Qin was more intrigued by uncovering the true nature of Davis, which remained elusive despite his keen observations. "Zhuqing, let your sister teach you a lesson," Zhu Yin declared coldly. "Spirit rings, activate." With a commanding shout, Davis summoned the spirit rings of the Star Luo Royal Academy, showcasing 6 soul masters, including one formidable soul sovereign at level 39. "I thought the Star Luo Empire was formidable," Xiao Wu remarked, her lips curling in amusement. "What, do you have participants below the soul master rank?" Davis and Zhu Yun's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiao Wu's implication was clear. They had no participants beneath the soul master rank. How could that be? Zhu Zhuqing was merely 14. Yet, in the next moment, they were left speechless as the Azure Dragon team revealed their spirit rings. Aside from Shui Binger and Snowdance, who bore 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the remaining 5 women sported 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black ring, each possessing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Gasps filled the audience at the sight of the Azure Dragon team's 4th spirit ring. My heavens! How can all 4 spirit rings be 10,000-year rings? This is impossible. Isn't the limit for the fourth ring 5,000 years? No wonder they were given a pass to the finals. Wait, if all five possessed 10,000-year rings, had they uncovered some secret? Davis and Zhu Yun's expressions grew grave, the latter exclaiming in disbelief, "This cannot be. Zhu Zhuqing, when you left the family, you were merely a great soul master. How could you have achieved this in just 3 years? No, it's impossible. Did someone not just look down upon us?" Xiao Wu replied with a knowing smile. "Now, let us impart a lesson in equality. Sisters, let us act swiftly." Ning Rongrong executed her unique technique, the three-quarters heart, created by Ning Fengji, which allowed her to unleash 3 amplifications in an instant. These enhancements rapidly coursed into Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Ran, dramatically increasing their speed as they surged toward Davis and his companions like a tempest. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Davis, showcasing his prowess as the foremost genius of Star Luo, reacted swiftly, activating his third soul skill to confront the 3 girls head-on. Zhu Qing, as Davis engaged, Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Zhuqing, who promptly understood and veered away from Davis, charging toward Zhu Yun instead. "Brothers, lend me your strength. We have 3 chapters to complete today." Simultaneously, the 4 offensive soul masters from the Star Luo Royal Academy made their move, only to be frozen in place, ensnared by a wave of purple toxins unleashed by Shui Binger and Du Yin, along with Snow Dance. These powerful control soul masters effectively immobilized the 4 attackers, granting Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun the opportunity to duel one-on-one. "Zhu Zhuqing, I do not know how you surpassed the soul master rank, but I will ensure you understand that you will never catch up to me." Zhu Yun's gaze turned icy as she addressed her sister. "Sister, I advise you to return home." "No need," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a radiant smile. "I have found a true home in the Heaven Dou Empire." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's sweet smile momentarily softened Zhu Yun's demeanor, but it quickly morphed into fury. For reasons unknown, her attacks intensified in ferocity. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was undeterred, her hands transforming into iron-like claws as they clashed repeatedly with Zhu Yun's own, both wielding the same ethereal spirit of the Nether Cat. Their physiques were exquisite, further accentuated by their tightly fitted attire, each movement delivering a visual spectacle that left onlookers breathless. Chu Qin, observing from the sidelines, felt his emotions surge. He was no longer concerned about the outcome of their battle. He was confident that Zhu Zhuqing would emerge victorious. Indeed, while Zhu Yun possessed a soul power of level 46, only 2 levels above Zhu Zhuqing, the latter benefited from the amplification of a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Furthermore, due to the enhancement of her glazed body, Zhu Zhuqing's physical prowess surpassed that of her sister. Thus, after a fierce exchange, Zhu Yun began to falter. Simultaneously, Davis found himself outmatched by Xiao Wu, who, utilizing her remarkable agility, pushed him back forcefully. Zhu Yun, Spirit Fusion. Davis' expression hardened as he looked at Zhu Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun's brow furrowed slightly, but she nodded in agreement. Soon, their bodies began to shimmer. In the next moment, they surged toward each other, merging into one brilliant entity. With a thunderous roar, the 2 figures vanished, replaced by a towering white tiger, its majestic form adorned with black stripes. The unique spirit fusion technique of the Star Luo Royal Academy and the Zhu family, the Nether White Tiger. Zhu Zhuqing, despite your formidable prowess, let's see how you contend with our martial soul fusion technique. The voices of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun seemed to emanate simultaneously from the abyssal White Tiger. It was indeed a martial soul fusion technique. It appears that the Royal Azure Dragon Academy of Tiandou is destined to lose. The audience gasped in astonishment. However, in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. "You think you're the only one with a martial soul fusion technique?" Xiao Wu remarked with a serene smile. "Sister Ran, Sister Binger, Sister Shu, Sister Yinyan." The 4 beauties nodded in unison, proclaiming martial soul fusion. As their voices resonated, the 16 soul rings beneath Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Du Yin, and Meng Ran began to whirl at an accelerated pace. Shortly thereafter, a phoenix composed of ice and a 2-headed serpent appeared on the arena. It goes without saying that Shui Binger and Shui Wu possessed the martial soul fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. Meanwhile, Du Yin and Meng Ran, both with serpent-related martial souls, had, under the guidance of Dragon, Lord Meng Shu, and Dugubo, comprehended their own martial soul fusion technique, the Azure Scale Twin Serpents. Even Chu Qin was unaware of this. Clearly, their intensive training had borne fruit. Chu Qin, standing off the stage, smiled with satisfaction. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda provides power, speed, and soul power. At this moment, the pupils of the abyssal white tiger narrowed slightly. The outcome was already apparent. A clash of 2 martial soul fusion techniques against one. Ultimately, the Star Luo Royal Academy was entirely expelled from the arena. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. This applause undoubtedly belonged to the all-female combat team of Azure Dragon Academy, a team possessing 2 martial soul fusion techniques. How terrifying is that? I never anticipated that this iteration of the Tiando Empire would be so formidable. From the shadows of the arena, a bewitching female voice echoed softly. Brother, do you think we can defeat them? They are indeed quite strong. However, even if the Soul Sect possesses 2 martial soul fusion techniques, how could they possibly compare to our 2 Soul King's fusion techniques? Sister, rest assured, the champion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will be ours, responded another robust male voice. In the lounge of Star Luo Royal Academy, Davis slammed his hands on the table, seething with anger. We lost. We actually lost. It's all right, Davis. A loss is merely a loss. Zhu Zhuqing comforted, placing a hand on Davis's shoulder. However, Davis brusquely shoved Zhu Zhuqing's hand away, having just executed a martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Zhuqing felt extremely weak and collapsed to the ground. Davis seemed utterly indifferent to Zhu Zhuqing, coldly admonishing her. How many times must I say it? Call me the Crown Prince. Indeed, to outsiders, it appeared that Davis was deeply enamored with Zhu Zhuqing. Yet privately, he held no affection for her whatsoever. In truth, Davis was an ambitious individual, wholly focused on inheriting the throne, with no regard for women. Were it not for his father's insistence on a marriage alliance with Zhu Zhuqing, he would have long discarded her. Yes, Crown Prince. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her silver teeth biting down as she knelt before Davis. Zhu Zhuqing, remember this. You are merely a tool for my ascension to the throne. Davis gazed at the pitiful Zhu Zhuqing without a hint of compassion. Today, it is because of your sister that I lost the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. My father will soon learn of this, and he will surely deem me unworthy. If this matter jeopardizes my claim to the throne, I shall not spare you, your sister, or even the entire Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing kept her head lowered, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained silent. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She had long harbored resentment towards her sister, not least because Zhu Zhuqing had a beloved Daimu Bai. She envied Zhu Zhuqing's ability to escape the family and pursue freedom in the Tiando Empire, while she was left to play the role of a pawn for Davis, enduring his scorn and abuse. Did you hear me? Davis shouted furiously at Zhu Zhuqing, raising his hand to strike her. At that moment, an enraged Chu Qin intervened, halting Davis's hand in midair with an unexpected surge of power. Both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing looked up in astonishment to see a figure clad in a black cloak and masked, standing beside them. None other than Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Liuxiang. It seems the saying holds true. One is known by the company they keep. You and your brother Daimu Bai are cut from the same cloth. Chu Qin remarked with a cold smile, but to be honest, Daimu Bai is far superior to you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, while Davis furiously demanded, Who are you, and how did you get in here? You are not worthy to know who I am. Chu Qin zipli says en li. In the next instant, Chu Qin delivered a powerful strike, sending Davis crashing into the wall. Seemingly unsatisfied, Chu Qin then landed a fist squarely on Davis's nose, collapsing his once proud, eagle-like nose. Following this, Chu Qin gently grasped Davis's hands and forcefully twisted them, producing a sharp cracking sound from his bones. After a wretched cry of pain, Davis fell unconscious. Chu Qin then turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Just then, weakened from her ordeal, she too fainted. Quick as a flash, Chu Qin caught Zhu Zhuqing in his arms and transformed into a whirlwind, leaving the lounge of Star Luo Royal Academy. Carrying Zhu Zhuqing, Chu Qin, under the protection of Su Daji, arrived at a relatively secluded hotel in Soul Master City. Master, is she all right? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, looking at the motionless Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, her brows furrowing with concern. She should be fine. She merely overexerted herself using the abyssal white tiger, compounded by my stimulus, causing her to temporarily faint. Chu Qin, shedding his disguise, shook his head and sighed. He had initially believed Zhu Zhuqing's situation to be far better than Zhu Zhuqing's, only to discover the harsh reality. The Star Luo royal family was indeed filled with nefarious characters. Sooner or later, Chu Qin would eradicate them all. An hour later, accompanied by a soft cough, Zhu Zhuqing awoke from her stupor, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. She immediately sat up in bed, her guard raised. Her first sight fell upon Su Daji, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you? Where is this?" "Zhu Zhuqing, there is no need for alarm," Su Daji replied. "It was my master who saved you." Su Daji's voice carried a unique allure, captivating all who heard it, which eased Zhu Zhuqing's wariness somewhat. "Your master?" Zhu Zhuqing queried, puzzled. "Yes. My master is preparing medicine for you." Su Daji smiled. "Preparing medicine?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "Your master is the one who was just wearing the mask?" "Indeed," Su Daji confirmed. "Were it not for him, you would have suffered at the hands of that man named Davis." "Davis, what has become of him?" Zhu Zhuqing pressed. "He won't die. However, he is likely incapacitated." At this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed dramatically. "No, I must return to find Davis." "Why?" Su Daji raised an eyebrow. "He treated you so? If Davis learns I have left, he will surely send someone to kill me." Zhu Zhuqing spoke, her voice tinged with fear, as memories of past traumas resurfaced. "You need not worry," Su Daji reassured with a gentle smile. "You are quite safe here." "No," Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "You do not understand Davis's methods. He is the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, the future heir to the throne." As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing rose to leave. But the moment she moved, Su Daji stood before her, extending a hand to block her path. "I apologize, but my master has instructed me to ensure your safety. You cannot go anywhere." "Do you think Su Daji, an unparalleled Dou, would fear the mere crown prince of the Star Luo Empire?" At that moment, Chu Qin entered, carrying a bowl of restorative medicine brewed from spiritual herbs. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes lit up, no matter the time. Chu Qin's charm seemed to possess a captivating power over women. However, she quickly regained her composure. "What did you just say?" She seemed to have heard the term unparalleled Dou. "You heard correctly?" Chu Qin approached and glanced at Su Daji, a calm smile gracing his lips. "This woman before you is an unparalleled Dou." Chu Qin had overheard Zhu Zhuqing's conversation outside and understood that she was likely overwhelmed with fear regarding Davis. Thus, he intentionally revealed Su Daji's identity to assure Zhu Zhuqing completely. After all, if Zhu Zhuqing could overcome her fear of Davis, it would amount to her rescue. "Impossible!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in disbelief. Having lived her entire life in the Star Luo Empire, she had never even encountered a titled Dou, making it hard for her to accept that Su Daji was indeed an unparalleled Dou. "If you do not believe me, just ask her," Chu Qin urged, looking towards Su Daji. "What my master says is true. I am an unparalleled Dou." Su Daji replied with a serene smile, revealing her spirit rings. Upon seeing Su Daji's spirit rings, Zhu Zhuqing felt a mixture of astonishment and fear. "Who exactly are you?" she asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Allow me to show you something." Chu Qin responded with a calm smile as he retrieved a jade pendant from his robe, engraved with the character Zhu. "This is my sister's pendant," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, accepting the pendant and comparing it with another one she pulled from her pocket. "Identical in every detail. How could my sister's pendant be in your possession?" "Your sister gifted it to me," Chu Qin replied with a smile. "Impossible. The Zhu family's pendants are not easily given away," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Unless Zhu Qing has feelings for you?" In her heart, Zhu Zhuqing considered two possibilities, one being that Chu Qin had taken Zhu Qing's pendant by force, and the other that Chu Qin was the one Zhu Qing held affection for. However, she found herself leaning toward the latter, partly due to Chu Qin's striking handsomeness and the memory of Zhu Qing's smile and words during the arena match. "Indeed, Zhu Qing is my woman," Chu Qin said with a calm grin. "Now, may I offer you the medicine?" At his words, Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, then steadied herself, accepting the bowl of medicine and downing it in one gulp. Chu Qin had mixed in some spiritual herbs obtained from the Eye of Ice and Fire. In the moment the concoction slid down her throat, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of warmth spread from her stomach, revitalizing her weakened body. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chu Qin, her lips forming a gentle smile. Did Zhu Qing send you to rescue me? She inquired. Chu Qin shook his head. She is unaware of your situation. Zhu Zhuqing's brows knitted together. I cannot stand by and watch men bully women, Chu Qin declared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply touched. She was a pitiable soul, born into a loveless family, and had long endured Davis's indifference. Chu Qin's words warmed her heart. Zhu Zhuqing, remain here and rest. Daji will protect you. I will come to see you again in a few days. Chu Qin knew it would take time for Zhu Zhuqing to emerge from her shadows. All right, Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly. Thank you once more. By the way, what is your name? Chu Qin, he replied. Master Chu, Zhu Zhuqing said softly, her lips pursed. Chu Qin replied, slightly puzzled. May I ask a favor? Please do not let Zhu Qing know that I am here. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze held sincerity. Like her sister Zhu Qing, she possessed a proud and strong-willed nature, naturally disliking the thought of her sister witnessing her current predicament. Very well, Chu Qin replied earnestly. Thank you, Master Chu, Zhu Zhuqing said, bowing slightly, wearing tight leather attire. Her movement was exceedingly alluring, particularly as her ample bosom revealed a considerable expanse of fair skin, instantly igniting Chu Qin's hormones. He steadied his emotions before turning to Su Daji. Daji, could you step outside for a moment? Upon hearing this, Su Daji followed Chu Qin out of the room. Daji, Zhu Zhuqing may have suffered significant trauma, Chu Qin remarked. Please stay with her, talk to her, and guide her. Understood. Sudafi Nadith. Though she preferred to remain with her master. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin smiled calmly and leaned in to kiss Su Daji's lips. How about this? He asked. Daji will certainly obey her master's orders. Su Daji replied with a satisfied smile. Returning to the finals venue, the female host's voice resonated, announcing the upcoming battle between the Spear Hall team and the Tiando Royal Academy team. The course of history remained unchanged. As the Spirit Hall team faced the Tiando Royal Academy, even with the likes of Duge Yin, Yu Qianheng, and Yi Lingling on the opposing side. With confident strides, Dai Mubai led the Tiando Royal Academy onto the stage. However, as the 7 of them stood proudly on the platform, they faced only 3 figures on the opposing side, 2 men and 1 woman. One man donned fiery red armor, exuding strength, with red markings etched across his face and hair, unmistakably linked to flames. The other man wore silver armor, not particularly handsome, but passable. The woman, however, was breathtaking. Her figure and beauty were extraordinary. Dressed in pink attire, she showcased a perfect physique, delivering a strong visual impact. Each aspect of her form was mature and alluring. While her bosom may not rival Zhu Qing or Zhu Ji's, it was undeniably beautiful and perfectly shaped. Yet, what left the most profound impression was her enchanting face, radiating temptation and charm. These 3 were none other than the legendary generation of Spirit Hall, Yin, Xiao, and Hulaina. Chu Qin had disguised himself as Yu Liuxiang and quietly arrived in the audience. Upon seeing Hulaina, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Hulaina has made her appearance. When will the goddess mission commence? Why does the Spirit Hall team only have 3 members? Oscar furrowed his brows at this revelation. Boss, this is ridiculous. They think so little of us that they only send 3 people to face our royal fight team. Ma Hongjun grumbled at Dai Mubai. It's fine. Soon they will witness our prowess. Dai Mubai replied coldly. The match begins, the female host announced. As her words fell, Dai Mubai and his team simultaneously unveiled their spirit rings. Except for Ma Hongjun, who had yellow, and purple, the rest boasted the optimal configuration of yellow, purple, and purple spirit rings. However, in the next moment, they were left aghast. Underfoot, Hulaina and her companions revealed 5 spirit rings. Yellow, purple, and black. Soul Kings. 3 Soul Kings. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. From the Elite Soul Master competition to now, it was their first time witnessing Soul Kings in action on the competition stage, and all at once. Of course, this was contingent on Chu Qin not having revealed any spirit rings. Boss Dai, what do we do about these 3 Soul Kings? Ma Hongjun, startled by the Spirit Hall's lineup, frowned. No need to panic. The usual way. I'll charge in first, Dai Mubai declared, activating the white tiger transformation and charging toward Hulaina and her companions like a true tiger. However, the moment Dai Mubai made his move, a swirling red mist enveloped them. The red mist grew increasingly dense. What is happening? Where's this fog coming from? This was the shared thought of both Dai Mubai's group and the spectators below. As the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, the 10 soul rings beneath Hulaina and Xiao Wu began to rotate. This was the manifestation of a martial soul fusion technique. The audience, comprised entirely of soul masters, naturally understood the significance of such a technique. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Hulaina and Xiao Wu charged into the mist while executing their martial soul fusion skill. Subsequently, the audience was met with the anguished roars of Dai Mubai and his companions echoing from the depths of the fog. Yet none could discern what transpired within. Chu Qin, too, was at a loss. The mist conjured by Hulaina and her companions was exceedingly mysterious, impenetrable to those who had not reached the pinnacle of soul mastery. However, Chu Qin was entirely unperturbed. Not to mention the Spirit Hall team, he could easily contend against a Soul Sage team with his current capabilities. 1 minute later, Dai Mubai and his companions were unceremoniously expelled from the mist, tumbling onto the arena. Originally, with Tang San and the Royal Fighting Team, they possessed more strategies. However, with Tang San taken away by Tang Hao, it was a mere folly for Dai Mubai and the others to think they could defeat the 3 Soul Kings led by Hulaina. The Spirit Hall team emerged victoriously. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. Chu Qin smiled gently, shaking his head as he departed from the scene. Upon entering the rest area of the Azure Dragon Academy, he was immediately greeted by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, who approached him in a flurry. What brings you 3 here? Chu Qin inquired with a slight smile. Chu Qin, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly called out, her expression laden with sorrow. Zhuqing, what troubles you? Chu Qin asked, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting embrace. His smile warm. My sister. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with a hint of anguish, handing Chu Qin a wanted poster featuring Zhu Zhuqing, whose crime was clearly stated: assaulting the crown prince of the Star Dou Empire, resulting in the injury of his arms. Chu Qin, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her voice trembling. How could my sister attack Davis? Was it because she lost in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Where is she now? Is she in danger? Zhu Qing, you need not worry too much. Zhu Qin ziplit su tingling. In our Zhu family, emotions hold little meaning. Yet she is still my only biological sister. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly knelt before Chu Qin. I implore you, save her. You are her only hope. Chu Qin, please help Zhuqing's sister. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong pleaded earnestly. Hearing their words, Chu Qin immediately assisted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, letting out a gentle sigh. Very well, Zhu Qing, I shall not conceal the truth from you. In fact, it was not your sister who attacked Davis. It was I. Zhu Zhuqing and the others gasped in shock simultaneously. Indeed, Chu Qin then recounted the events leading to the incident in detail. Davis is truly despicable. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in indignation. A heartless wretch, Ning Rongrong echoed, her disdain palpable. Chu Qin, you should have killed him. Xiao Wu insisted. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, while eliminating him may be straightforward, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon Zhuqing's family. Zhuqing zipli, unless, of course, we annihilate the entire Star Dou Empire. Rest assured, I shall eventually take action against the Star Dou Empire, Chu Qin affirmed. But for now, he needed to address matters at hand. Very well, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong acquiesced. I never imagined Davis to be such a person. My sister has endured even greater suffering than I have for these years. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shimmered with tears. Chu Qin, may I see her? I regret to inform you, Zhu Qing, that I promised Zhu Zhuqing she would not be seen for the time being. You understand the reasons, Chu Qin replied. But rest assured, Daji is protecting her closely. She is absolutely safe. All right, Zhu Zhuqing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Noticing her disheartened demeanor, Chu Qin enveloped her in a warm embrace, resting his chin atop her head, with Zhu Zhuqing holding him tightly in return. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her high-backed throne, flanked by Doluo Ju and Gue. Teacher, what matters have you summoned us for? Hulaina, Xiao Wu, and Yin entered with Ulaina speaking first. Your performance today was commendable. Bibi Dong smiled gently. Now, we approach the final match. How prepared are you? Your Holiness, it is merely the Blaze Academy. Xiao Wu and I alone can secure victory, Yin declared confidently. Bibi Dong's expression remained inscrutable as she waved her hand, causing 3 sheets of parchment to descend before Ulaina and her companions. What? The Blaze Academy has a sole emperor, Ulaina exclaimed in unison with her companions. Indeed, this information was relayed by the bishop of the Tiando Holy Hall, Salas. This Blaze Academy has a mysterious individual named Yu Liuxiang, who has only appeared twice. Yet each time, single-handedly defeated the 2 most formidable teams in the Tiando region. Dou Ju added. Moreover, he did so without utilizing soul rings. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Ulaina and her companions were utterly astonished. They had employed martial soul fusion techniques to defeat the Royal Academy. If any one of them were to face Yu Liuxiang, the outcome would be disastrous. Dou Ju and I have already conferred. After the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition concludes, we will invite this Yu Liuxiang to join the Spirit Hall. Should he refuse, only one path will remain for him. Bibi Dong continued. However, before that, you must defeat him to claim the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Ulaina and her companions vowed in unison. Remember, should you lose, I shall send you to the most nefarious place on Dolua continent for training. Dou Gui chuckled ominously. At this, a shiver ran down the spines of Ulaina and her companions. The following day at dawn, the final 3-way match of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition commenced. The competing academies were the Blaze Academy, Azure Dragon Academy, and the Spirit Hall Academy. The final match comprised individual and team contests. The individual competition rules were straightforward. A defending champion would remain until defeated, with the last standing participant declare the victor. The team competition would follow the same format as previous matches. The venue for the final match had been relocated from the Spirit Hall's Central Plaza to in front of the Hall of the Pope. Why hasn't Chu Qin shown up for the finals? Xiao Wu feigned annoyance. What could he possibly be occupied with? Xiao Wu. Chu Qin might have his own matters to attend to. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile. Let's not complain about him. I am not complaining. Xiao Wu retorted with a smile. It's just that his absence from the finals makes me a bit unhappy. If you feel unhappy, focus on the match. Ziji advised, suggesting they channel their frustrations into their opponents. Yes, Sister Ziji, you are right. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to her, disguised as Yu Liuxiang, Chu Qin stood not far from her, gently shaking his head at her words. Her Holiness the Pope has arrived. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, followed by the mechanical sound of gears turning as the grand doors of the Hall of the Pope, towering 20 meters high, swung open, revealing 3 figures who stepped forth with measured grace. Only those of title Dou rank could emerge from the main entrance of the Hall of the Pope. Without a doubt, the 3 individuals were Pope Bibi Dong and Dou Ju and Gui. This marked Chu Qin's first encounter with Bibi Dong, and he silently thought to himself, indeed, she is even more beautiful than I had imagined. Bibi Dong's beauty was of a mature and perfect caliber, somewhat reminiscent of ZG, yet distinct. Unlike ZG's enchanting allure or Lu Erlong's wild ferocity, Bibi Dong exuded a blend of intellect, divinity, and regal elegance. Today, Bibi Dong was resplendently adorned, wearing an exquisite gown inlaid with hundreds of jewels, her head adorned with a purple gold crown draped with countless pearls and golden ornaments, complemented by her breathtaking beauty that would captivate anyone who gazed upon her. It was no wonder that Chu Qin found it difficult to maintain his composure. Salutations to Her Holiness the Pope. The Pope Bibi Dong, as the spiritual leader of the Soul Master realm, is revered by all Soul Masters. At this moment, every Soul Master kneels in reverence. However, it is evident that all the women from the Qinglong Academy and the Rain Fragrance transformed from Chu Qin do not kneel. It goes without saying that Chu Qin would never bow to anyone. Furthermore, he has previously informed all his women that they are to kneel only to him for their entire lives. In contrast, upon seeing Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu's eyes widened, filled with shock and fury. This Bibi Dong is the very person who killed her mother. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked, observing Xiao Wu trembling uncontrollably. Disaster. Chu Qin, standing nearby, overheard Ning Rongrong's words and inwardly cursed. Just then, The voice of the Azure Dragon King resonated in Xiao Wu's mind. Mistress, remember, when facing your enemy, do not be hasty. Your master will take revenge for you. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's mood gradually calmed. Indeed, if she were to act rashly, regardless of whether she could defeat Bibi Dong, her good sisters would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Wait, the Azure Dragon King? Does Chu Qin know I have enemies? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. The Azure Dragon King realized he had inadvertently let that slip. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong quickly shifted her gaze and declared, "All of you rise." At that moment, Bibi Dong had not yet reached the pinnacle of the tidal Dou realm, and thus could not perceive the concealed aura of the Azure Dragon King. Moreover, since Chu Qin had already given Xiao Wu the Heartbreak Red, under this double protection, even a tidal Dou would be unable to discern it without careful scrutiny. "Thank you, Your Holiness," everyone responded in unison. Chu Qin let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Bibi Dong and the Zhu Ghost took their seats on the golden benches placed before the Papal Hall. Today marks the finals of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, where the victor shall receive 3 pieces of Millennium Soul Bones. Bibi Dong announced in a voice that was neither warm nor cold, yet exuded great authority. Following this, with a wave of her hand, she unveiled a transparent crystal box that had been covered by cloth. Inside the box lay a brocade, plate upon which rested 3 Millennium Soul Bones, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the fiery arm of explosive flames, and the swift leg of Gale. It is said that these 3 soul bones were left behind by an elder of the Spirit Hall before their demise. At the sight of these soul bones, everyone's eyes widened. Those present were prominent figures in the Soul Master community, and the more powerful they were, the more they understood the rarity of soul bones. Some individuals even felt an urge to act. However, no one dared to take a step forward. After all, this was the Spirit Hall, and any action taken here would have dire consequences. Only Chu Qin appeared unfazed. Firstly, he held no regard for Millennium Soul Bones. Secondly, he had already decided who would claim these 3 soul bones. Next, the competition begins, announced Su Yuntao, the host of the finals. The first match is an individual competition, Su Yuntao declared, informing the competing academies that they would draw lots to determine their opponents. The team that stands on the arena at the end will gain direct entry into the championship match, while the other 2 teams will compete for another chance at the championship. Then, the captain of Qinglong Academy, Xiao Wu, the Spirit Hall team member, Hulaina, and Chu Qin from Qihua Academy walked towards the arena. Is that the Soul Emperor, Rain Fragrance? Upon seeing Chu Qin's mysterious demeanor, Hulaina couldn't resist casting an additional glance at him, her expression complex. Chu Qin, upon noticing Hulaina, felt a surge of joy in his heart, as she was one of his future wives. However, due to his mask, his smile remained concealed. "Judge, our Spirit Hall team forfeits the individual competition and will proceed directly to the group competition." At that moment, Hulaina shouted towards the judge. This declaration stunned everyone. The once unyielding Spirit Hall team chose to forfeit the individual match. The reason was quite simple. The Spirit Hall had already discovered that Chu Qin was a Soul Emperor, and that individual competitions prohibited the use of martial soul fusion techniques. Therefore, the Spirit Hall knew they had no chance of victory and preferred forfeit, planning instead to leverage their fusion techniques to defeat their opponents in the group competition. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin momentarily failed to grasp the reasoning, but he realized that this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Thus, he echoed, "Judge, Qihua Academy forfeits the individual competition." His words left the entire arena in astonishment. Logically, with the Spirit Hall forfeiting the individual match, Qihua Academy's chances of victory would have increased significantly, yet they never anticipated that Chu Qin would also choose to forfeit. The members of Qihua Academy felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Chu Qin's decision, but no one questioned him. Qihua Academy had reached this point solely due to Chu Qin's prowess. The only one aware of the underlying reason, Hu Wu, merely smiled faintly without revealing Chu Qin's intentions. Chu Qin had already informed her that the former would only lead Qihua Academy to a top 3 finish, while the true championship was destined for Qinglong Academy. Bibi Dong was equally perplexed, directing her gaze towards Chu Qin, unable to fathom his reasoning for forfeiting when he was a Soul Emperor, capable of easily winning the individual match. Was the intelligence from Sal's flawed? Bibi Dong pondered. If only Chu Qin had voiced his intentions earlier, the Spirit Hall team wouldn't have had to forfeit. Wouldn't that mean Qinglong Academy would advance directly? Bibi Dong could never have guessed that Chu Qin had no intentions of winning from the very start. Why did you forfeit the individual competition? Bibi Dong couldn't help but inquire of Chu Qin. If your Spirit Hall can forfeit, why can't I? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Isn't that my prerogative? Hearing this, all the Soul Masters cast astonished glances at Chu Qin. After all, this was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the spiritual leader of the Soul Master realm. It was their first time hearing someone speak to Bibi Dong in such a manner. Very well, Bibi Dong replied calmly and composedly. Nevertheless, her interest in the enigmatic figure before her only deepened. The Spirit Hall team and Qihua team have forfeited the individual competition. Qinglong team advances to the championship match. The judge announced. The crowd took a moment to rest before proceeding to the group competition between the Spirit Hall team and the Qihua team. Next came the group competition between the Qihua team and the Spirit Hall team. Both sides confidently ascended the arena. Chu Qin's unique attire immediately sparked speculation among the onlookers. I was just about to ask, who is this person? He seems quite formidable and is also from Qihua Academy. Why haven't I seen him before? Don't you know? Rain Fragrance, reputed to be the most mysterious and powerful contestant in the Tiando competition. He single-handedly challenged the entire Spirit Hall team and annihilated them in an instant. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially those from a Xinglua competition who were hearing the name Rain Fragrance for the first time. At that moment, Hulaina walked before Chu Qin on the arena, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. Trying to be all mysterious? Just how strong is your power? Stronger than yours. Chu Qin replied with an air of indifference upon hearing Hulaina's contemptuous tone. As Hulaina's admirer, Yin immediately stepped forward. I doubt there's anyone in this world capable of defeating our Spirit Hall team. Defeating the Spirit Hall team in an instant? Hu Wu chuckled softly, thinking to herself that Yin truly had no sense of his own limitations. After all, Chu Qin was a genuine soul saint. Just as Hu Wu was about to retort, Chu Qin smiled calmly and addressed Hulaina. Your name is Hulaina, isn't it? Oh, you know me. Hulaina replied with a charming smile. Indeed, Hulaina, what if I were to defeat your Spirit Hall team? Chu Qin in Guit. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's brows furrowed slightly. She had merely intended to bolster the Spirit Hall team's morale, yet her confidence felt slightly lacking. After all, Yuliuxiang is someone whom her teacher holds in high regard. Hulaina, let's begin. At that moment, Bibi Dong's indifferent voice echoed through the arena. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Hulaina shivered and promptly commanded her martial spirit to manifest. Chu Qin initially intended to take advantage of Hulaina, but with Bibi Dong standing in the way, that opportunity was lost. Nevertheless, Chu Qin remained unperturbed. Hulaina would eventually be his. As Hulaina's voice faded, the entire Spirit Hall team activated their martial spirits and soul rings. 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Sect members. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the most formidable assembly of Soul Masters since the inception of the Elite Soul Master competition. However, something astonishing occurred. Chu Qin signaled to the members of the Blaze Academy, who promptly retreated. What? Could it be that Yuliuxiang is about to take on 7 opponents alone? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. To face the Spirit Hall battle team in such a manner was nothing short of a monumental feat. Even Bibi Dong appeared unsettled, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chu Qin, and an inexplicable tension arose within her heart. She sensed that the Spirit Hall team could very well be on the verge of defeat. How dare they put on such a display before us? Yan's fiery temperament surged, and he activated his Flame Lord's embodiment. In the next instant, engulfed in flames, Yan lunged forward like a blazing meteor, delivering a powerful punch towards Chu Qin. Chu Qin, however, remained composed as he drew forth the Ice Sword Soulbone. With a resounding clash, Chu Qin's ice sword met Yan's fiery fist. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Yet, it was evident that Yan trembled, his face showing signs of strain, clearly struggling against Chu Qin. The dazzling golden staff, Radiant Star River. The support-type Soul Master of the Spirit Hall exerted his power, augmenting the attributes of the entire Spirit Hall team. Sister Narer, Yin cannot overcome him. We must join in. Xiao Wu's voice was cold and resolute. Upon hearing this, Hulaina grasped Xiao Wu's intention immediately. Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. Upon merging their martial spirits, their original forms vanished, replaced by the combined entity, Yao Mei. At that very moment, Yao Mei's unique pupils glimmered, and pink particles began to spread across the arena, quickly intensifying until they enveloped the entire battleground. Just as I wished. Chu Qin smai says in Li. In this scenario, he could fight without restraint. He then plunged the ice sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power that spread forth, creating an icy domain within Juliana's mist, completely isolating her allure. What? The 7 members of the Spirit Hall, encased in ice, were simultaneously taken aback. Seeing this, Yin immediately attempted to melt Chu Qin's ice with flames. Yet despite his efforts, the ice remained unyielding. It is crucial to note that the ice sword in Chu Qin's hands was no ordinary weapon. It was a genuine 20,000-year-old soul bone. Given Chu Qin's strength, not even Yan's flames, nor those of a title de loi, could hope to melt it. Meanwhile, Chu Qin stepped forward, effortlessly wielding his sword, and all of the Spirit Hall Soul Masters, save for Yao Mei, were knocked to the ground. How is this possible? Yao Mei simultaneously echoed the voices of Xiao Wu and Juliana. It is your turn, Chu Qin remarked with a slight smirk. Full moon. In response, Yao Mei unleashed her most powerful soul technique, the self-created full moon. As the technique was activated, the 2 blood blades in Yao Mei's hands merged into a complete red circular blade, which then hurtled towards Chu Qin. However, Chu Qin deftly dodged the attack, appearing before Yao Mei in an instant. In the next moment, he lightly prodded the hilt of the ice sword, causing Juliana and Xiao Yu's Yao Mei to disintegrate, leaving the 2 siblings motionless on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qin cast a fleeting glance of guilt towards Juliana, only to be surprised when she suddenly opened her eyes and summoned her remaining strength to strike him. Chu Qin was caught off guard and collapsed to the ground. Juliana, in turn, succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the ice and mist dissolved, revealing the 8 fallen figures. What? The Spirit Hall team and Zhuqing have both collapsed? No, it should be said that Zhuqing single-handedly defeated the Spirit Hall team. The audience erupted in exhilaration, especially the members of the Spirit Hall, whose pupils dilated in shock. The Spirit Hall team has fallen? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, her expression a mix of astonishment. With her soul power, she should have been able to pierce through Juliana's mist. Yet Chu Qin had layered it with ice, rendering her unable to discern what had transpired. She gazed at the fallen Chu Qin, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Young Master Yu. Xiao Wu disregarded everything else. Upon seeing Chu Qin fallen on the arena, she rushed over. Though both Chu Qin and the Spirit Hall team had collapsed, one must not forget that Blaze Academy still had 6 members remaining. Hence, the outcome of this battle was unequivocal. As the news of the Spirit Hall team's defeat spread, confusion reigned in the minds of the onlookers. The once confident Spirit Hall team, boasting 3 Soul Kings, had been bested by Blaze Academy, and not even the finals. Shortly thereafter, in Blaze Academy's resting room, Chu Qin lay on the bed, having been treated by the physician. He was in no grave danger, merely exhausted from overexertion. Much to the relief of everyone in Blaze Academy. I never expected that Brother Yu would single-handedly defeat the Spirit Hall team, Huo Wuxuang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I was skeptical when Brother Yu signaled us to retreat. Huo Yu echoed. Alas, it's a pity that now that Brother Yu has fallen, winning against the Qinglong team seems impossible. Hui Yin sighed. What does that matter? Huo Wu interjected, her voice filled with pain and anger. Young Master Yu is injured like this, and you are still concerned about victory or defeat. All of you leave. Hearing her words, Huo Wuxuang and the others exited with expressions of guilt and regret. Huo Wu then closed the door firmly and approached Chu Qin's bedside, her heart aching as she asked, Chu Qin, please recover swiftly. As she spoke, she could not resist kissing him on the lips. Huo Wu initially intended to pull away after a brief kiss, but found herself lost in the sensation, lingering longer than intended. Chu Qin, I can't help myself, forgive me, Huo Wu said, her hands beginning to wander unbidden across Chu Qin's form, while she shed her shoes and climbed atop him. No, Chu Qin is in this condition, she murmured to herself in guilt. Just as she resolved to leave his body, Chu Qin seized her back. Zhuqing, Huo Wu met his gaze, her body shivering in surprise. Ah, Huo Wu, you dare to take advantage of me while I was unconscious. Jukin Juka Sopti. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Xiao Wu, mistaking his tone for anger, stammered. It was unintentional. Clearly, Xiao Wu was flustered and at a loss for words. In this moment, her posture was exceedingly alluring, her sultry eyes gazing at Chu Qin while her form pressed intimately against him, her rounded hips elevated. If it was unintentional, then it must have been intentional. Chu Qin smirked, playfully patting Xiao Wu's rear end. Ah, Chu Qin, you're not angry? Xiao Wu trembled with excitement as she asked. Why would I be angry? Chu Qin replied. We are, after all, in a relationship. That's wonderful. Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming rush of joy, tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. Although I harbor no resentment towards you, you have awakened my desires. Speak, how shall we resolve this? Jukin Semai Fai Li, as you wish. Fire Dance replied, slightly bashful. But Chu Qin, were you not injured? Those few individuals from the Spirit Hall could not possibly harm me. Chu Qin retorted with annoyance. Is that so? Fire Dance responded, slightly astonished. Did you forget what I told you? I intend for the Azure Dragon team to secure the championship. How could I possibly participate in the finals? Chu Qin inquired. Suddenly, Fire Dance's expression cleared. Chu Qin had feigned his injury on purpose. Enough of this chatter. I shall begin your punishment. Chu Qin said with a smirk, his hand delving into Fire Dance's open neckline. With the Spirit Hall's team eliminated and Chu Qin's deliberate absence due to his feigned injury, the team, led by the two Martial Souls fusion technique users, easily clinched victory in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Ding! The Azure Dragon team has been detected as the champions of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, earning the mysterious goddess Medusa from the Dopa world. The announcement startled Chu Qin, who was sharing a pillow with Fire Dance, causing him to sit up abruptly. Medusa was no stranger to him. In his previous life within the realm of animation, she was undoubtedly one of the goddesses. To think that having traversed to the Dolua continent, he could also woo Medusa. Host, do you wish to summon Medusa? The system inquired. Chu Qin shook his head. Fire Dance was still beside him. However, he closed his eyes and entered a state of consciousness. Before him appeared a breathtaking figure, a beauty that could captivate nations. At that moment, Medusa was bound by chains to a stone pillar. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned in fiery red armor, revealing her exquisite navel and slender waist. Her skin glistened with a radiance that seemed almost ethereal. Beneath the crimson armor, her figure was voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her legs, smooth as iced jade, further elevated her extraordinary allure. Beyond her physique, her beauty was unparalleled, with luscious red lips, clear, transparent eyes, and a delicately upturned nose. She embodied a visage that one could gaze upon endlessly. Medusa hailed from a serpent woman clan of the Dopa world, wielding the strength of a Dohuan, currently balanced to adapt to the battle style of the Dolua continent. Medusa, the extraordinary beast, was akin to a 30,000-year-old ferocious creature, a human-level, 90-level title de law, capable of evolution. Chu Qin's heart raced with excitement. She was not only a goddess, but also a 98-level title Dolua. This added yet another card to his hand. Yet, he pondered, why was Medusa chained here? The system responded. The host has yet to summon Medusa. She was just captured from another dimension and remains wild. As soon as the system's voice faded, Medusa's eyes snapped open, fierce and fierce, startling Chu Qin out of his consciousness. Just then, Fire Dance awoke, nestling against Chu Qin's shoulder, asking Qin what happened. Oh, nothing. Chu Qin hesitated before quickly recovering. Fire Dance, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, has concluded. He smiled, adding, from now on, the character Yu Liuxiang should also fade away, and I will fully reclaim my identity as Chu Qin. If you wish to follow me, how about joining the Azure Dragon Academy? All right. Fire Dance nodded without hesitation. Wherever you go, I shall follow. But I must first discuss it with my parents, who are the principal and vice principal of the Blaze Academy. Understood. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. Azure Dragon Academy, headquarters. I can't believe we won the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition so easily. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Now, Chu Qin, my father, and grandfather Jian will all look at me with new eyes. Indeed, that Blaze Academy won way too easily. Meng Iran chimed in. It's a pity their strongest, Yu Liuxiang, did not compete. Luck is part of strength. Du Yin replied with a smile. Yes, Sister Yin is right. Ning Rongrong beamed. Chu Qin really did not show up for the finals. Let's hurry and find him. He probably doesn't even know we VE won. Little Dance, don't you think so? Ning Rongrong asked Little Dance, who appeared less than cheerful. Little Dance, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked, her brows knitted. Oh, it's nothing. Little Dance smiled. I was just thinking how unfortunate it is that Chu Qin didn't witness our victory. In truth, Little Dance's unhappiness stemmed from seeing Bibi Dong still alive. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Let's quickly inform him. Chu Qin. With that, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rushed into the headquarters, desperately searching for Chu Qin to share their joy. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. Observing this scene, ZG and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and nodded. Rongrong, you needn't search anymore. ZG addressed the girls. Why? They queried, puzzled. Chu Qin is not here. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Then where is he? Meng Yiran asked, confused. At Blaze Academy. He replied calmly. Huh? The girls were taken aback. What could Chu Qin possibly want at Blaze Academy? Shui Binger wondered, and then her expression shifted as she seemed to realize something. Ah, could it be? Evidently. Shui Binger had pieced it together. Lu Erlong nodded. Yu Liuxiang is Chu Qin. What? Yes. ZG added, don't you find it odd? Chu Qin is someone who cares so much about us. How could he possibly not be here during our victory? Moreover, I have observed that every time Yu Liuxiang competes, Chu Qin is nowhere to be found. Why did Chu Qin choose to participate in the finals as Yu Liuxiang? Ning Rongrong questioned. Of course, it was for us. Meng Yiran replied smartly, to help us eliminate all powerful opponents, particularly the Spear Hall team, so we could secure the championship. Next, it would be about teasing Bibi Dong and Gu Yuna. Go for it, charge ahead. So, it seems that Chu Qin's absence from the finals as Yu Liuxiang was entirely intentional. Zhu Zhuqing realized. But why didn't he tell us? Du Yin queried. He must have been afraid of hurting our pride. Shui Bing speculated. Chu Qin certainly knew the Spirit Hall team's strength. 3 Soul Kings with martial soul fusion techniques. We could not possibly be their match. Ah, so it turns out the championship was still given to us by Chu Qin. Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment. Rongrong, don't be upset, ZG said gently. Chu Qin went through all this trouble just to make us happy. Upon hearing this, the girls felt a newfound appreciation for him, including Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, and Shui Yuer. Indeed, Lu Erlong nodded when he returns. We must not expose him. Agreed. The girls responded in unison. Blaze Academy headquarters. Chu Qin and Fire Dance had just concluded another bout of training. Fire Dance appeared invigorated, realizing that she could hardly bear to be apart from the man before her. Young Master Yu, Fire Dance. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from outside the door, belonging to Huo Wushuang. Chu Qin and Fire Dance exchanged a glance, quickly tidying up before rising to open the door. Standing outside were Huo Wushuang and a group of armored knights from the Spirit Hall, fully equipped and exuding an air of nobility with their golden helmets. Who are you? Chu Qin asked, somewhat perplexed. We are the Pope's Royal Guard. The knight addressed Chu Qin with a kind tone. Young Master Yu, you are awake. Yes. Chu Qin nodded gently. What brings you here? It is like this. The knight replied. His Holiness the Pope invites you and Miss Fire Dance to the Papal Palace as guests. It seems that Bibi Dong is about to take action against me. Thought Chu Qin. Of course, taking action could mean one of two things. Either recruitment or assassination. Ding. A goddess mission has been issued. Defeat the Chrysanthemum de Loa and forcefully kiss Bibi Dong, with a reward of 100% favorability from her. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. System, your timing is impeccable. Chu Qin felt a surge of joy within. Providing comprehensive and attentive service to the host is the mission of this system. With a task at hand, Chu Qin no longer felt conflicted. After the mission, Bibi Dong would become one of his wives. Tonight would undoubtedly be extraordinary, as he aimed to gain both Bibi Dong and Medusa, a queen and a great queen. Truly, a double blessing. At this moment, seeing Chu Qin lost in thought, Huo Wu gently called out to him. Since it is an invitation from a pope, let us proceed. Chu Qin said to the knight. Very well, young Master Yu. Miss Huo Wu, please follow me. The Hall of the Pope, Spirit Hall. The stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, meticulously examining 2 documents in her hands. Finally, her captivating eyes narrowed, and an alluring smile graced her lips. It turned out that Yu Liuxiang was the one. "What is it, master?" Hu Liena inquired from the side. "Nothing," Bibi Dong replied coolly. Hearing this, Hu Liena's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed she had caught the name Yu Liuxiang. However, since Bibi Dong did not elaborate, she dared not ask further. "Your Holiness." Yu Liuxiang and Huo Wu await outside. At that moment, the knight's voice echoed from outside the hall. "Let them in," Bibi Dong calmly replied as she stored the 2 documents in her soul guide container. Subsequently, Chu Qin and Huo Wu entered the Pope's hall side by side. Upon seeing Chu Qin, both the evil moon and Yin displayed expressions of anger and helplessness. It was this very individual who had tarnished their reputation. Yet they found themselves powerless. Huo Wu greeted Her Holiness the Pope. Chu Qin remained still, while Huo Wu slightly bowed her head towards Bibi Dong. The Chrysanthemum de Law and Ghost de Law both frowned as they regarded Chu Qin. It was rather inappropriate to be so disrespectful in the Pope's hall. No need for such formalities. Bibi Dong appeared unperturbed, calmly addressing Huo Wu. "Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, your Blaze battle team is truly formidable, especially you, Yu Liuxiang, who could even best the entire Spirit Hall battle team." Bibi Dong spoke with a hint of casualness. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin surmised that Bibi Dong was indeed employing a strategy of courtesy before hostility. However, he remained unfazed, for he had significant matters to attend to. How should he approach the forceful kiss? Huo Wu, not being one to ponder deeply, spoke candidly, asking the Pope what was the purpose of summoning them. Bibi Dong, her eyes flickering with a hint of displeasure, maintained her calm demeanor and responded, "Very well, since you ask, I shall not beat around the bush. Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, you are both exceptional. Have you considered joining the Spirit Hall?" Just as Chu Qin was about to speak, Huo Wu interjected, "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Holiness, but we have already made other arrangements." Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Why did Huo Wu directly refuse on his behalf? However, a rejection is a rejection. He had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall anyway. Little did he know, he had previously suggested that Huo Wu join the Azure Dragon Academy, thereby shutting the door on the Spirit Hall. "Oh, is that so?" Bibi Dong's voice turned slightly cold. Hearing her displeasure, the Chrysanthemum doll coldly interjected, "Huo Wu, Yu Liuxiang, do not be ungrateful. The Pope herself has invited you. How dare you refuse?" The words of the title doll startled Huo Wu, filling her with fear. Noticing her reaction, Chu Qin immediately retorted coldly, "Then we shall decline? What do you think of that?" Chu Qin would never let himself be at a disadvantage. The Chrysanthemum Doloa's words unsettled Huo Wu, which displeased him. Upon hearing this, both Bibi Dong and the Ghost Doloa's expressions turned icy. "No one dared speak to me in such a manner, especially not a junior like you." The Chrysanthemum Doloa responded coldly. "Yu Liuxiang, Huo Wu, since you refuse to see reason, do not blame me for being impolite." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chrysanthemum Doloa gathered his soul power and directed it forcefully towards Chu Qin and Huo Wu. At that moment, neither Bibi Dong nor the Ghost Doloa intervened. For this was the Spirit Hall's method of recruitment, employing both coercion and allure. The Chrysanthemum Doloa played the role of intimidation. Moreover, Chu Qin's contempt for the Spirit Hall had irked them. However, in the very next moment, everyone was left astounded. A radiant golden light flickered in Chu Qin's palm, and in an instant, the Chrysanthemum Doloa's soul power was shattered by him. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Bibi Dong, was taken aback. The Chrysanthemum Doloa was equally stunned. He had not intended to kill Yu Liuxiang. Although he had not used his full strength, the attack should have possessed the power of Soul Sage. Yet it was easily dispelled by Chu Qin. "Stop." At this time, Bibi Dong coldly addressed the Chrysanthemum Doloa. In truth, she had already contemplated 2 paths. One was to recruit Chu Qin into the Spirit Hall, and the other was to eliminate him, though she favored the former. She then turned her gaze towards Chu Qin, acknowledging him as the strongest among the younger generation of the Dolua continent. "Yu Liuxiang, I offer you an opportunity. If you join the Spirit Hall, I will grant you any condition you desire. Should you choose not to join, you may leave now." Huo Wu, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Qin with a mixture of astonishment. It seemed that this was Bibi Dong's final concession. Chu Qin muset internally. He merely wished to vindicate Huo Wu and naturally did not want to offend another wife. "Very well. Since the Chrysanthemum Doloa is so eager for me to join the Spirit Hall, let us have a wager. Chu Qin proposed. A wager? Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. If the chrysanthemum Dolois can defeat me, I shall join the Spirit Hall. However, if he cannot, my freedom is my own. Chu Qin declared confidently. Do not forget, although Su Daji is not by my side, I still have a sword maiden, Medusa, and a plethora of fearsome beast experience cards. Offending the entire Spirit Hall is of no consequence. Like Bibi Dong, Chu Qin had also mapped out two paths, either defeating the chrysanthemum Dolois now and forcefully kissing Bibi Dong, or seeking an opportunity to defeat him later and completing the goddess mission. Regardless, Chu Qin always had a plan for retreat, provided he would not be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Hulaina and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Bibi Dong and the ghost Dolois also frowned. They understood Chu Qin was powerful, but surely not to the extent of defeating a titled Dolois. The chrysanthemum Dolois coldly retorted, How dare you, Yu Liuxiang, show such disrespect, whether I show respect or not? Won't we find out through a test? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Or perhaps you are afraid. I am afraid of nothing. The chrysanthemum Dolois retorted, Your Holiness, allow me to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Bibi Dong, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. She was also eager to witness just how strong Chu Qin truly was. Very well, since the Pope has granted permission, young man, I will show you the might of the title Dolois. The chrysanthemum Dolois declared, and with that, 9 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black illuminated around him. Chu Qin smiled faintly as his own 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, shone brightly, revealing his 10,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong and the others' pupils contracted. Chrysanthemum Dolois, be cautious. Divine gun of destruction. Chu Qin smirked, taking the initiative as he wielded the destruction gun, unleashing his 10,000-year soul skill with unwavering resolve towards the chrysanthemum Dolois' forehead. The third soul skill, blossoms in the sky. The chrysanthemum Dolois, sensing the imminent danger, transformed his soul power into countless petals that swirled around him, then launched them towards Chu Qin like blades. At this moment, Chu Qin had reached level 80, yet he found himself somewhat challenged when facing Zhu Dolois, a formidable title Dolois, at level 95. Fortunately, due to the severe injuries inflicted upon him by Tang Hao in his earlier years, Zhu Dolois' soul power had diminished and was no longer at the standard of 95. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to overpower the likes of Duge Bo. Moreover, with his powerful assault-type martial soul, which drew strength from the 7-killing sword of the sword Dolois, he had a significant advantage over the flower-type martial soul. Thus, Zhu Dolois' seemingly simple soul skill failed to impede Chu Qin's 100,000-year soul skill. One could see that Chu Qin's destruction spear surged forward, boldly advancing through Zhu Dolois' floral barrage, ultimately piercing towards Zhu Dolois, only to be halted by a gigantic, celestial flower summoned by the latter. Even so, Bibi Dong and Ghost Dolois were left in awe, as this indicated that Chu Qin truly possessed the ability to contend with the title Dolois, a fact that was undeniably terrifying. Hulaina and her companions finally comprehended the reason behind their inability to defeat Chu Qin. They were not merely battling a title Dolois, but a remarkably powerful adversary. Zhu Dolois, with a furrowed brow, regarded Chu Qin, yet he declared that the time for confrontation was over. As Zhu Dolois spoke, the colossal celestial flower burst forth with brilliance, each petal resembling the wound of a laser gun. In an instant, countless golden lasers, shaped like flower petals, shot towards Chu Qin. Simultaneously, the destruction spear embedded within the center of the celestial flower seemed to be engulfed by an unseen force. This was Zhu Dolois' 5th soul skill, Celestial Golden Light. Sensing the imminent danger, Chu Qin swiftly relinquished his grip on the destruction spear, deftly dodging Zhu Dolois' onslaught. Humph, without your martial soul, let us see how you can triumph over me. Zhu Dolois responded with a calm smile, choosing not to retract the gigantic celestial flower, instead ascending higher into the sky to release another flower. In an instant, a multitude of petals, like a torrential downpour, charged towards Chu Qin. Dragon transformation. Chu Qin Bao Lao. And in that fleeting moment, golden dragon scales adorned his limbs and torso, save for his head. Through continuous bloodline purification with ZG, Chu Qin's dragon transformation had reached 5 distinct areas, which was precisely why he dared to challenge Zhu Dolois. This was the essence of dragon transformation. Almost simultaneously, Bibi Dong and Ghost Dalois exclaimed, astonished, for this transformation was typically exclusive to dragon-type martial souls, suggesting that Chu Qin possessed a living martial soul. They were left puzzled about what his second martial soul could be. However, they would not have the opportunity to witness Chu Qin's second martial soul. As the Azure Dragon martial soul lacked soul rings and was far inferior in strength to the Destruction Spear. In the next moment, an enormous ice sword manifested before Chu Qin. The sword circled around him, forming an ice shield in an instant. Zhu as petals collided against the icy barrier, creating a crackling sound, yet they could not shatter it completely. At the same time, Chu Qin seized the opportunity to extract the Destruction Spear from the Celestial Flower, unleashing his seventh soul skill, True Body of Destruction. As Chu Qin let out a low roar, a colossal illusion wielding the Destruction Spear appeared behind him. In the next heartbeat, this illusion thrust the spear towards Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing the impending strike, Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated the true form of the Celestial Flower, conjuring a floral shadow with a diameter of approximately 2 meters before him. A tremendous crash resounded as the true form of the Destruction Spear collided with the true form of the Celestial Flower, resulting in a brief stalemate. With the most potent attack of the Destruction Spear, augmented by a 500% boost from Dragon Transformation, Chu Qin began to subtly overpower the imposing aura of the Tidal Dalois. However, Zhu Zhuqing, being a level 95 Tidal Dalois, despite his injuries, managed to withstand Chu Qin's assault. At that moment, the Ice Soul Bone in Chu Qin's possession found no worthy opponent and pierced towards Zhu Zhuqing like a frigid star. Zhu Zhuqing, realizing the peril, chose to evade, allowing the Destruction Spear to effortlessly breach the floral illusion and strike him down to the ground. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's defeat, Bibi Dong and the others stood in stunned silence. How could Chu Qin, so young, have triumphed over Tidal Dalois? Although Zhu Zhuqing may have underestimated him, Chu Qin was merely a soul sage, yet the power he unleashed was astonishing. Well, Zhu Zhuqing, Chu Qin said, releasing his dragon transformation and calmly observing the fallen Zhu Zhuqing. I concede, Zhu Zhuqing replied begrudgingly, yet with no recourse. Your Holiness, I have emerged victorious. According to the rules, does this mean I am not required to join the Spirit Hall? Chu Qin inquired, glancing at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's brows knitted together, her heart swirling with complex emotions, but due to the authority of the Pope, she merely nodded, coolly stating, you may leave. The Spirit Hall will not compel you to join. Despite her words, Chu Qin understood that Bibi Dong harbored intentions against him. Even if she refrained from taking action against him, given her character, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly face tribulation. Therefore, he had to complete the divine mission beforehand. If he could fulfill the goddess mission and gain Bibi Dong's complete favor, all issues would be resolved. Thus, Chu Qin spoke, Your Holiness, I wish to discuss a matter with you privately. Since you are not joining the Spirit Hall, what is there left to discuss? Bibi Dong replied, her brows furrowing. Yet a flicker of surprise graced her expression. Perhaps if we converse, I might reconsider? Chu Qin responded with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong deliberated, then instructed the others, You all may withdraw. No one is to enter without my command. Hearing this, a smirk played at the corners of Chu Qin's mouth. With a creak, the grand doors of the papal hall closed, leaving only Bibi Dong and Chu Qin within the vast palace. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss with me alone? Bibi Dong inquired, her expression complex as she regarded Chu Qin. Your Holiness, it seems you already know my true identity as Chu Qin, he replied, removing his mask. I am curious how you came to know of me. Upon seeing Chu Qin's astonishing visage, Bibi Dong's serene eyes momentarily sparkled. However, she quickly regained her composure, stating, Chu Qin, Vice President of the Azure Dragon Academy, former instructor of Shrek Academy, promoted to Soul Sage at the age of 17. Hiding within the confines of the modest Shrek Academy indeed kept you beneath the radar. However, the Spirit Hall is not without its means. Uncovering such information is a trivial matter for us. Bibi Dong continued, I have been pondering why the Azure Dragon Academy so effortlessly secured victory in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. It turns out to be your orchestration. Your Holiness is too kind. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. I lack such capability. Do you? Bibi Dong smirked knowingly. The championship of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition has undeniably been claimed by your Azure Dragon Academy. Chu Qin, I have answered your question. Now, it is your turn to answer mine. Aside from your time at Nodding Academy and Shrek Academy, I am entirely unaware of your origins. Where do you truly come from? Bibi Dong inquired. I do not belong to the Dou continent. Chu Qin replied, presenting a clutch excuse. My home lies in the distant seas, within a mysterious realm. A mysterious realm. Bibi Dong immediately considered that Chu Qin might hail from some divine inheritance site. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? Indeed, as for its location, your holiness need not pry. That remains a secret. Chu Qin continued fabricating. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's suspicions were further solidified, and she suppressed her inner curiosity. Now, then, enough of the idle chatter. Pray tell, what is it you wish to discuss? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone growing slightly colder. There's indeed a matter at hand, but would you be so kind as to come a bit closer, your holiness? Chu Qin asked. How audacious! Bibi Dong coldly retorted. Chu Qin had long anticipated Bibi Dong's reaction. He continued, speaking of Yu Xiaojing. This statement from Chu Qin could lead to two outcomes. Either Bibi Dong would comply obediently, or she would erupt in fury. It was a gamble for Chu Qin, yet he remained unperturbed. As expected, Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically, ultimately opting for the former. She descended from her throne and approached Chu Qin, saying, I hope your words hold substance. No sooner had she spoken than Chu Qin, with lightning speed, pressed his lips to Bibi Dong's crimson ones. However, he had underestimated her. In that fleeting moment, she evaded him and, filled with rage, exclaimed, Are you seeking death? Bibi Dong cherished her purity above all, for it was her most vulnerable point. Now that Chu Qin had trespassed upon it, no matter how exceptional he was, she could no longer tolerate him. Chu Qin was utterly unprepared for failure. In the next instant, Bibi Dong raised her scepter, launching an attack towards him. Not to mention that Bibi Dong was far stronger than Zhu Zhuqing. Chu Qin's Dragon God transformation was on cooldown. Overcoming Bibi Dong seemed nearly impossible. You dare to harm me? Just then, a melodious voice resonated through the air. A fiery crimson light erupted from Chu Qin, confronting Bibi Dong head-on. This red glow enveloped a voluptuous woman, Medusa. With a thunderous crash, the queen of the Dou realm collided fiercely with the queen from the Dupo realm. At this moment, Bibi Dong was also a peak-level soldat, yet due to the peculiarities of her martial soul and the assessment of the Rakshasa, she could not unleash her full power, thus finding herself suppressed by Medusa. Bibi Dong's complexion darkened as she gazed at the equally stunning Medusa, filled with confusion. What was Chu Qin thinking? To kiss her? Hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, her expression turning to one of utmost fury. Nevertheless, Medusa's soul power firmly restrained Bibi Dong, rendering her immobile. Chu Qin, undeterred, stepped before Bibi Dong and kissed her alluring lips. At that moment, despair filled Bibi Dong's eyes. She, the imperious pope of the martial soul hall, was being so easily subdued in her own sanctum. However, at that very moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Qin's mind, indicating that he had successfully defeated Zhu Zhuqing and kissed Bibi Dong, earning her complete affection. As the notification faded, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She stared at Chu Qin, lost in thought. Why was she not angry at all? Noticing her dazed expression, Chu Qin realized that Bibi Dong had been conquered and sought to further win over Medusa. Just then, Bibi Dong gently pushed Chu Qin away and vanished from sight. What was happening? Chu Qin was taken aback. Logically, Bibi Dong should have been entirely submissive at this moment. Suddenly, he had a revelation. The system confirmed his suspicion. Yu Xiaojing held a perfect favorability rating in Bibi Dong's heart as well. Anger surged through Chu Qin, yet he quickly composed himself, thinking that Bibi Dong would eventually be his. Your Holiness. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Medusa, sensing the urgency, immediately returned to Chu Qin. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, and several palace knights burst into the Pope's chamber. Upon seeing Chu Qin's unmasked appearance, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with admiration. She marveled at the strikingly handsome man before her. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, but soon coldly inquired, Where is your Holiness? He has left. Before Chu Qin could respond, Bibi Dong's melodious voice resonated throughout the hall. With a smile, Chu Qin strode confidently towards the exit, turning back to say, "Your Holiness, I will be at the Flame Soul Hotel. Come find me if you need anything." With that, he departed gracefully. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing frowned, contemplating the audacity of Chu Qin, who dared to summon Bibi Dong. Had she not allowed his departure, they would have charged at him. However, by the time they turned around, Bibi Dong had already reappeared before her throne, her gaze fixed intently on the direction Chu Qin had taken. Why did she harbor such thoughts about him? This was impossible. At the Flame Hotel, shortly after Chu Qin exited the Pope's Hall, Xiao Wu rushed over. "Young master, are you all right?" She had been particularly frightened when the palace knights stormed in. "Iem mifine," Chu Qin replied with a smile. "And you needn't call me young master anymore. The Pope is already aware of my identity." Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "What do you mean, It's not like she will revoke the championship of the Azure Dragon Academy." Chu Qin then asked, "What about you, Xiao Wu? Will you return to the Blazing Fire Academy? Or come back with me to the Azure Dragon Academy's base?" "I'll return to the Blazing Fire Academy." Xiao Wu smiled. "Once I discuss it with my brother and mother, I will fully join you at the Azure Dragon Academy. You mustn't find me a burden." "How could I?" Chu Qin replied. "Very well, I will escort you back to the Blazing Fire Academy." With that, he took Xiao Wu back to her academy, and then returned alone to the Azure Dragon Academy's base. By now, it was deep into the night. Xiao Wu and the others had already fallen asleep, leaving Chu Qin to lie alone in bed. Just as he was undressing to lie down, a small white snake appeared on his abdomen. This little snake was exquisitely beautiful and adorable, resembling a small pet. "Where did this snake come from?" Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. "Ha mun." The little snake spoke, its voice light yet filled with authority, accompanied by a hint of playfulness. "Is that you, Medusa?" Chu Qin quickly realized. At last, my efforts were not in vain. Medusa replied. "Medusa, why have you taken this form?" Chu Qin inquired, puzzled. "I am not human." Medusa replied with a smile. "What form do you wish for me to take?" "Certainly, I wish for you to be human." Chu Qin answered without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the little snake transformed into a radiant white light, which quickly expanded, ultimately taking the form of Medusa's voluptuous figure. Now, Medusa lay atop Chu Qin, in a highly alluring pose, her attire minimal, revealing ample snowy skin and enchanting curves, causing Chu Qin's heart to race. "Medusa, can you exist like Su Daji, both summoning and living?" Chu Qin asked, exhaling deeply. Before Medusa could respond, the system explained that currently, Medusa could only exist externally for a brief period. Only by completing specific tasks to enhance her power could she be transformed into Chu Qin's true wife. So that's how it is. Chu Qin not det tao gu fun. "Medusa, may I touch you?" He then looked at Medusa. "Though I despise humans and men, I will not refuse you." Medusa smiled in response. Hearing this, Chu Qin's hand grew bolder, ultimately removing Medusa's armor piece by piece. The following morning, Chu Qin was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Medusa had already returned to Chu Qin's body. He promptly opened the door to find Ziji standing outside. "Ziji?" Chu Qin greeted her with a warm smile. "Last night, did you sleep alone?" Ziji glanced around the empty room, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "What else could it be?" "Chu Qin viplit de soli. Impossible." Ziji furrowed her brows, shaking her head. "How could someone of your disposition not sleep with a woman?" Chu Qin shot her a disgruntled look, pinching her delicate face as he continued. "So, what do you need me for?" "Oh right, outside the courtyard. There are two individuals claiming to be from the Spirit Hall who wish to see you." Ziji replied obediently. "They seem to possess considerable strength." "Spirit Hall?" Chu Qin's pupils narrowed slightly before he responded. "Let's go see." At that moment, two figures stood in the center of the courtyard, with the foremost being the chrysanthemum ghost Doloa. "Yuguan, Gui Mei, what brings you two to me?" Chu Qin inquired without preamble. Upon hearing Chu Qin's cold words, rather than being offended, the chrysanthemum ghost Doloa grinned. "Chu Qin, we are here to convey a message from His Holiness the Pope. May we speak privately?" Chu Qin furrowed his brow slightly, questioning the need for such mystery. There were no outsiders present. The chrysanthemum ghost Doloa glanced at Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong, and the numerous beautiful women nearby. "Rest assured, they are all my women." Chu Qin replied nonchalantly. "Additionally, Xiao Wu, Yu Er, and Ling Ling are not outsiders either." Upon hearing this, both the chrysanthemum ghost Doloa and the ghost Doloa were taken aback. "Here, there must be at least 10 women." "Wait, Does that mean the entire Azure Dragon team consists of Chu Qin's women? Fortunately, the chrysanthemum Ghost de Law had no interest in women, and the Ghost de Law was an unwavering man, indifferent to them. Well then, since there are no outsiders, please proceed. Chu Qin said calmly. Very well, Elder Chu. I shall speak. Elder Chu? Upon hearing this, ZG, Ning Rongrong, and the others were all taken aback, while Lu Erlong's brows furrowed slightly. Yuguan, when did I become an elder? Chu Qin inquired, equally perplexed. The chrysanthemum Ghost Doa smiled faintly, retrieving a token from his soul guide device and presenting it to Chu Qin. This is the elder's token of the Spirit Hall, a personal token of the Pope. The Tiendo 6 royal token, which His Holiness has entrusted me to deliver to you.